Chapter 91. Even before, Ivan had been to the lower cabin with Caleb, and from the bottom cabin, he could see the enslaved whale. Caleb introduced it as the brood whale. There was actually a layer of energy membrane between the brood whale and the ship. Through the energy membrane, Ivan could still feel the power of the brood whale. But compared with the giant whale in front of him, it was a small witch meeting a big witch. The giant whale clearly discovered the location of the wizard ship, and with the surging waves, its huge body turned around, and its huge eyes looked at the wizard ship from afar, which invisibly brought great pressure to the people on the ship. "Brother Cody, are you here to cause trouble?" Cody came out from the back of the boat. Seeing him, Penny couldn't help asking, "You want to ask about the brood whale?" Seeing the two nod, Cody said calmly, "Don't worry, whales are divided into different races just like humans. Do you think this deep-sea whale and the brood whale are the same race? Obviously not. When you get to the Moon Clamp Peninsula, you will find many intelligent creatures of all kinds. We humans are just one of them, and so are deep-sea whales. They shouldn't attack us for no reason." The calmness in Cody's words infected the two people, and made them feel relieved. At this time, the deep-sea ridge whale spoke. "Human wizards on the opposite side, I heard that you like to exchange. I found a good thing on the seabed. Let's talk about it." Someone on the second floor replied. It was the wizard Ange. "Sorry, sir, I disappoint you. We don't have anything valuable with us." When the wizard refused, Ivan noticed that the energy fluctuations on the ship were increasing. Ivan and Penny couldn't help but look at Cody. Cody's tone was still relaxed. "It's a small problem. Generally, intelligent creatures that say this usually want to rob people on the road. Is this a small problem?" The other two looked at each other, and suddenly felt that it would be better to go back to the house. "Relax, we are already in our territory now. Pay attention to the front, it is coming." Without waiting for the two to move, Cody motioned them to look at the sea. As soon as the voice fell, the deep-sea whale rushed towards the wizard ship with anger of being rejected. The momentum was so great that people far away on the wizard ship could feel the overwhelming momentum. Suddenly, the sea's surface was turbulent, and a rotating point appeared. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a whirlpool on the sea, which was between the deep-sea whale and the wizard ship. This is the power of the flash vortex controlled by the Academy. When we humans landed on the Moon Clamp Peninsula, we used it to fight against the sea creatures in the sea and block them outside the barrier, like a natural moat. As Cody spoke, the whirlpool on the sea rose steadily, and soon the rotation range exceeded the size of the deep-sea whale, and the waves on the sea surface became particularly turbulent. On the same side of the whirlpool, the wizard was steady, while the deep-sea whale on the opposite side was being pulled by the whirlpool. It had already sensed the danger ahead, and could not force its way in. "Human wizard, you are lucky this time." After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, the deep-sea whale reluctantly retreated, and its huge body sank back into the sea. A group of giant beasts retreated, but the scene just now was deeply imprinted in Ivan's mind, which brought him a great shock. This kind of celestial power is actually controlled by humans. Wizards are really an amazing profession. On the sea, the whirlpool did not dissipate directly, but turned into a current, hugging the brood whale and the wizard ship, causing the ship to speed up and turn into a fast-moving boat. At noon, land appeared in the field of vision, and the wizard ship, which was sailing fast, slowed down and slowly docked at a temporary dock. There was already another ship waiting there, and there was an airship not far away. "Wizard Ange, Wizard Bernardson, did you have a smooth journey?" "It was okay, but we encountered a deep-sea whale at the edge of the bay." "Oh, that's really an unlucky deep-sea whale." A wizard walked out of the ship and the airship, and came to the wizard ship carrying the newcomers. After a while, all the apprentices were called to the front deck, and the newcomers found that there were 2 more wizards on the ship, and they looked like they were from different academies. "I am Bloom from Jackdaw Fortress Academy. Those whose names are called below can get off the ship directly, and wait on the airship of the Academy over there." One of the wizards stepped forward and announced to the people below. The people on the deck noticed the airship not far away. The airship was smaller than the wizard ship. There was a floating animal skin ball on it. There was a rope connecting the animal skin ball to the hull, and there was a burning bonfire underneath. The newcomers didn't care about this novelty. Next, it was time to decide who each person belonged to. It turned out that which academy to go to was not decided by them, but directly assigned by the wizards. They had no choice but to pay attention to their future. Ryan Hope. Trang Medivin. Ivan knew that he only belonged to the Mona Antland hut, and the Jackdaw Fortress could not call his name. He counted one by one. From the beginning to the end, a total of 45 people got off the ship and went to the airship next to them. Most of these newcomers are from the Principality of Waves. After the roll call, Bloom did not leave in a hurry. Another wizard from the Quiet Spire announced the list of their academy, and also called out the names of 45 people, most of whom were from the Principality of Rock Wolf. After calling out the names, he got off the boat and went to another boat nearby. Then, Wizard Bernard's son read out the list of the Mona Antland hut, a total of 36 people. In addition to Perny, the people of the Principality of Fragrant Wheat were all on the list, and some people were from the Kingdom of Wind Blowing. Ivan paid special attention to the remaining people. Including Penny, there were 45 newcomers. It seemed that only his own academy had a small number of people. He guessed that it was related to Twins' trouble. This incident undoubtedly made the academy suffer a loss. Thinking of this, he frowned secretly, hoping that he would not be implicated. After the two wizards left, the ship continued to sail forward. Half an hour later, the wizard ship docked at a port, and the wizard Bernard's son greeted the newcomers to get off the ship. Ivan found that the port was a small concave bay with 7 or 8 ships docked. The port belonged to a small city similar to Flying Fish Port, and the area of the city should not be smaller than Flying Fish Port. The other buildings were a significant distance away from the port, making the port look very empty, and many traces of battles could be seen. Wizard Bernard's son, I am glad to serve you. Thank you for your hard work, Baron. At this time, there were not many people coming and going at the port. As soon as they got off the boat, a group of 6-legged horses came up to them. The leading 6-legged horse greeted Bernard's son, and it seemed that they were here to take the newcomers to the Wizard Academy. The arrival of these 6-legged horses did not disrupt the order of the dock. Following Bernard's son's instructions, the newcomers each chose a horse to ride on. The team did not enter the city, but took a detour to one side and headed straight into the distance. Ivan and Cody were at the back of the team. He suddenly noticed the movement of the secret mark bead, which was left by Perny for him. Ivan, I tell you another piece of news for free. Remember to pay more tuition and take care of yourself. He quietly activated the secret mark bead, and a message fell into his ears, only one sentence from Perny. What does this mean? A question mark appeared in Ivan's mind. He tried to contact Perny, but found that the secret mark bead did not respond. It should be that the distance between the two parties was beyond the contact range. He could only remember the other party's words in his heart. Chapter 92. Hey man, you are not a transfer student. I don't think I have seen you before. A voice came into his ears, and Ivan found that it was the 6-legged horse under him. Compared with ordinary horses, the hoof of the 6-legged horse is at least half as wide. He asked, have you seen all the apprentices of the academy? The 6-legged horse spoke clearly. Don't be upset, I'm just joking. My name is Balin. What's your name? Ivan. It seems that there are more intelligent creatures here than just humans. Ivan is a little interested in this. You run really fast. Of course, have you seen our 6 legs? This is the key to our speed. We can run in the swamp as if we were walking on flat ground. You humans can't compare to that. The 6-legged horse Balin said proudly. I must see it if I have a chance. As promised, don't forget my name Balin. You must hire me next time you come to Wind Bay City. Ivan was speechless when he heard this. This guy wanted to attract business. He is really a good hand. As the 6-legged horses moved forward at a high speed, the group passed through the forest, floating bridge, grassland, etc., and came to a dense forest with unique and weird trees. The 6-legged horses slowed down at the same time. From the dense forest in front of him, Ivan saw the sharpness and ferocity of the grass and trees, and he also felt a special kind of oppression. Everyone got off the 6-legged horses. Ivan, see you next time. Goodbye. A group of 6-legged horses returned along the same route, leaving the newcomer standing in front of the dense forest. As Bernard's son approached the dense forest, the trees automatically retracted the branches that blocked the road, the vines shrunk back like snakes, the thatch became soft, and a road appeared in front of everyone. The winding path leads to a secluded place, which is the most suitable way to describe the road in front of them. Our academy is in front of us, the Mona Antland hut. The crowd walked along the road until a special hemispherical fortress appeared at the end of the road. The huge fortress looked like a nest built by some creature. From the appearance, you can vaguely see the composition of the wall, including mud, stones, bones, stumps, scales, feathers, etc., and even dried blood stains can be seen. It is a mess. Ivan blinked, and thought he was seeing things. Cody saw his confusion, and explained in a low voice. This was originally the abandoned camp of the Sheedy Ant people. Later, it was chosen by our ancestors, and changed into an academy. The word Antland in the name of the academy originated from this. I see. Ivan didn't know how to complain. At this time, a black spider the size of a carriage jumped out from a nearby tree and jumped onto the academy's wall. Its 8 long furry claws lay firmly on it, looking down at everyone with scarlet eyes. The newcomers took a few steps back in fear. "Harlan, open the door for me," Wizard Bernardson said. "Wizard Bernardson, please tell me the passcode," the 8-clawed black spider said. "Trouble," Bernardson muttered, his face twitched obviously, and whispered the passcode. "Let me see your hair, my god, you're almost bald, shut up, I'm setting the passcode." The command he spoke gave people a sense of absurdity, but no one dared to show any abnormality, just pretending not to hear it. "Correct command." The black spider knocked on the barrier with his claws rhythmically, and the mud and stone on the barrier in front became soft and flowed to both sides. A round arch appeared in front of everyone. The inside of the door was pitch black, like a cave leading to an unknown place. Entering the round arch, the 2 sides of the passage were inlaid with glowing stones, and the dim light shone on the downward stairs. The academy barrier was unexpectedly thick. After more than 10 seconds, everyone passed through the passage and saw a wide and open view in front of them. They have arrived inside the academy. Looking around, there are many buildings, including palaces, spires, round towers, 2-story buildings, castles and squares. The inside is much wider than it looks from the outside, like a city hidden under a barrier. The style is very unique. Ivan looked up and saw a large irregular gap in the middle of the barrier. If nothing unexpected happened, it was broken by the enemy. The sun can shine into the academy through the large gap. There are also glowing beads and stones on the barrier, and the bright light illuminates every area of the academy. He could feel that the concentration of energy particles inside the academy was very high, probably more than twice that of Lar Island. After a while, everyone came to a spacious hall next to the square, similar to a service hall, with corridors connecting many rooms. Ignoring everyone, Wizard Bernardson walked into a room on the side. The newcomers unconsciously divided into 2 groups, with people from Chiang Mai Principality and Fengfu Kingdom clearly divided. Cody said, "Ivan, you go in first, pay the fee first, then test and register." "Another test?" "Only preliminary tests are allowed on the noble side, and only talents of the 2nd class or above are eligible to board the ship." Seeing the others taking it for granted, Ivan suddenly realized that it seemed that the Wizard Bernardson could not conduct tests privately. There must be some agreement to facilitate the allocation of newcomers. So Toynes has violated another rule. His mentor is really reckless. Seeing Cody walk to one side, Conley waved to the people around him, and when they approached, he reminded them with a hissing voice, "Remember to pay more magic stones later, it's very important." Penny said so. Conley also said so. It seems that there is indeed something fishy. Ivan subconsciously glanced at Cody, and saw that he seemed to have noticed nothing. His eyes were watching his nose, and his nose was watching his heart. Ed looked embarrassed. "We spent a lot of effort to get 14 pieces of low-grade magic stones, and most of them are not even half." "That's right. In order to collect the tuition for 10 pieces of low-grade magic stones, my family sent people to the depths of the Black Mist Forest to hunt many times, and many people were sacrificed." Others looked embarrassed. Magic stones are something that the nobles of Tidal Island need to work hard to exchange. Conley could not help him with this, as he was not well off. A few people tried to ask the people around them, but they were all in the same boat, No one asked Ivan, probably because no one thought that a new noble like him would have extra magic stones. Ivan also did not expect that magic stones were so scarce, even more scarce than he thought. "Ivan, go." After the Wizard Bernardson came out, Ivan walked into the house. When he entered the house, he saw a place similar to a toll booth, where an old man in an apprentice robe sat. The old man had a gloomy face, as if someone owed him money, and he did not raise his head when he spoke. "What are you standing there for? Where are the magic stones? Can I use potions to deduct it?" Hearing his words, the old man looked up at him, and saw the apprentice robe on him, with a flash of suspicion in his eyes. The old man's tone softened unconsciously. "Sure, what potion?" "Physical potion." Ivan took out a physical potion and handed it over, then asked, "Also, I want to ask, what is the maximum tuition fee that can be paid?" "The maximum payment is 30 low-grade magic stones. Each physical potion here only counts as 3 low-grade magic stones." The old man's words confirmed that there was something fishy about the tuition fees. "I don't know what the college is thinking." Ivan didn't care about other things and directly handed over 10 physical potions as tuition fees. A set of apprentice robes, a crystal ball, and a crystal identity token. Listening to the old man's muttering, Ivan knew that the college had something called credits. Only when paying tuition fees could you have the opportunity to exchange them with magic stones. Now it has been recorded in the crystal order, a total of 30 credits. Credits are probably very important things. Following the old man's instructions, Ivan walked to the room further inside. There was only one square table in the room, and behind it sat a male wizard who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. Sir, I take the test and register. Are you the disciple that Toynes took in without permission? I guess so. Facing the other party's oppressive gaze, Ivan nodded his head. The male wizard Joseph did not make things difficult for him, and began the qualification test. The test was the same as that at Toynes. Wizard Joseph recorded his name, talent, affinity, and the situation of being a disciple of Toynes in detail on a piece of paper. He explained casually, "Your information will be passed on to wizards who want to take disciples. If someone takes a fancy to you, a shadow and servant will take you to see the mentor. Can't you choose your own mentor? Who do you think has a higher status in the academy, the wizard or the apprentice? There is no need to guess. Of course, the wizard has a higher status." Ivan thought to himself that this was not good. Given his situation, he would probably be selected into the hunting team and be at the mercy of others. It was wise for Penny not to come to the Mona Ant Lodge. Chapter 93. After glancing at the registration information paper, Ivan tried to ask, "Sir, I am now a second-class apprentice after all. Can you please register more details? It will be convenient for other wizards to choose." Wizard Joseph glanced at him sideways, and the paper and pen floated directly in front of him. Ivan was not polite, and took the pen to write quickly. The identity of the pharmacist must be recorded, and the matter of insect control must not be missed. He even mentioned the matter of the swift-wood silkworm and the cold-water midge. "Are you sure?" Joseph took it, and saw the words pharmacist on the first line. He was a little unconvinced, and suspected that he was writing randomly. "I can guarantee that not a single word is written randomly," Ivan hurriedly promised. Joseph put the paper aside, and signaled him to leave quickly. After Ivan came out of the room, the second newcomer went in to pay. One after another, newcomers went in and out until the last newcomer finished the test registration. Everyone stayed in a corner of the hall waiting, hoping that a mentor would choose them. Conley suddenly asked, "What level of talent do you all have?" "As the Prince of Xiangmai Principality, his words have some authority." Ed answered him, "I am third level, how about you, Prince?" Conley looked unhappy. "I have told you many times that there are no princes here, so you can call me by my name." "Mr. Conley, your talent must be good." "It's only fourth level." "Fourth level is also a superior level, which can be said to be higher than most people. Conley is undoubtedly a remarkable existence." Ed turned around and asked, "Mr. Ivan, do you mind talking about it?" There was nothing to hide. Ivan answered casually, "Third class." Seeing this, the other people in Xiangmai Principality said their talents, either second class or third class, and Mei Li, whom Ivan knew, was also third class. The situation was not good. Conley was the only one in fourth class. Only Ivan knew that Xiangmai Principality was not without other fourth and fifth class talents, but under the influence of Toynes, one died and the other left, causing the talent of Xiangmai Principality to wither. According to relevant information, the fifth level talent has a higher probability of becoming a formal wizard, the fourth level talent reduces by about 20%, the third level reduces further, the second level has only a very low probability, and the first level is almost impossible to become a wizard. Biller's death is a big loss to the academy. Conley said, "The situation is not optimistic. We all come from the same place, and have the opportunity to take tasks together in the future." They are in the mission hall. Just now, they saw apprentices taking tasks, and they can form teams by themselves. The others nodded. After all, they came from the same place, knew each other well, and had some trust in each other. "Oops, I'm late." A sudden voice sounded, and a short figure hurried into the hall, still mumbling anxiously. As he ran past, he asked a few people, "Gentlemen, the test and registration are inside, right?" "Yes." "See you later." This was a young man in an apprentice robe, who ran quickly into the test registration area. The others looked at each other, not knowing who this person was. Only Conley was thoughtful. After a while, the boy came out. His face was childish, and he looked 2 or 3 years younger than the people present. In Ivan's words from his previous life, he was a little boy. "Fortunately, I made it in time, otherwise I would be caught and scolded by my sister." The boy came muttered to the crowd, and stood beside Ivan. Both of them were wearing apprentice robes, one gray, and the other blue with frosty white. He said to Ivan in a familiar way, "I am Kame Lydia, fourth class talent." Ivan noticed his delicate and tender face. This was undoubtedly a boy, but he looked a little childish. Ivan, third-class talent. Kane's eyes widened as he thought of something. You are the Evan Marichatin, the disciple that Wizard Twins took in from outside? Is this story so widely spread? Evan raised his eyebrows, feeling that Twins had left a big black pot for him. Kane seemed to guess what he was thinking, and explained embarrassedly, You don't have to worry, I just accidentally glanced at your information at Wizard Lancer's place just now, just took a look. He gestured with his fingers, emphasizing that he just glanced at it unintentionally. Ivan nodded calmly, but secretly guessed the boy's origins. Seeing how familiar he was with the wizards in the academy, he must have an extraordinary background, maybe the descendant of the academy's senior leaders. After more than 10 seconds, Kame asked curiously, Are you really a pharmacist? You know, it's not easy to make ginger water. Ivan handed him a small glass bottle. I made a physical potion, but unfortunately I don't have the materials to make ginger water. Let me see, the quality is top-notch. It seems you are really a pharmacist. Kame carefully examined the potion, looked at Ivan with admiration, and then whispered, To tell you the truth, the people in the potion group always have their eyes on the top of their heads. They probably won't believe a potion master taught by a wizard from the hunting team. You may have written it in vain. Ivan was stunned. This is not good news. How does the academy distinguish between the potion group and the hunting team? According to their respective responsibilities, there are hunting teams, pickets, patrols, cultivation teams, potion groups, enchantment groups. Credits, you know, duties and credits are closely related. Kame did not hide anything and pointed out the departments of the college. There are 6 parts in total, covering all aspects of the college, and mentioned credits. In addition to credits, the college also has a kind of points. The use of points is not as wide as credits. You can exchange them for magic stones. You can use points to buy things from the college sales office, or you can use magic stones directly. Are you also a bug controller? I have some experience. I don't know if I am good at it. There are not many bug controllers in the college, and I don't know much about them. Kame was talkative, and still had the curiosity of a teenager. The two chatted casually, and Ivan learned some common sense about the academy from him. Kame glanced at everyone present. Are there any apprentices with 5th level talent among you? Ivan shook his head, no. Just now, when they were introducing each other, the people from the wind-blowing kingdom were also talking. He listened and found that the best one was also a 4th level talent. Kame said with regret, That's a pity. We can only watch Wayne, the villain, succeed. Ivan's heart moved. So someone has a 5th level talent, and he is a prodigy like Biller. No, he should surpass Biller. After all, it was said by Kame, so the other party's status is probably not low. You don't know Wayne yet, right? He was tested 2 days ago, a disgusting person. He joined the cultivation group. You will know how disgusting he is when you see him. When mentioning Wayne, who has a 5th level talent, Kame did not hide his disgust at all, as if he was talking about something disgusting. Is there a grudge? Looking at his expression, Ivan wondered if he postponed the test for 2 days to avoid Wayne. Look, the shadow and servant is coming. Kame motioned him to look at the other side, where elemental creatures were floating in. They were small, and had antennae on their heads. Their entire bodies were black like solidified ink. Ivan guessed that they were elemental creatures based on the sheety ants. The arrival of the shadow and servant meant that a mentor had chosen a newcomer, and was willing to accept him as a disciple. Chapter 94. The shadow and servants appeared in the hall one after another, making everyone nervous. This was a critical moment that would determine their future. No one knew what would happen if they were not selected by the mentor. Conley Raglan, Wizard Yusai wants to see you. Kent Badumi, Wizard Laura wants to see you. Talent is the first factor. 2 newcomers with 4th class talents were selected at the first time. Conley signaled to the other people in Xiongmai Principality, and followed the shadow and servants to the outside of the hall. Ivan glanced at Kame beside him, and he should be the next one. I'm not in a hurry. Kame waved his hand, and he added in a low voice, Wizard Yusai is in the potion group, and Wizard Laura is in the patrol team. The third person chosen was indeed not him, but someone from the wind-blowing kingdom. Ed Kasha, Wizard Sangha wants to see you. This is from the hunting team. When Kame spoke, Ed looked at this side proudly, and then followed the pace of the shadow and servant. Ivan frowned slightly, not because he was angry with Ed, but because he was a little worried about his situation. Compared with others, his situation was not ordinary complicated. If the potion group did not choose him, his final destination would most likely be the hunting team. The hunting team suffered a lot of losses because of Twins, so how could they like his disciples? Ivan Marichatin, Wizard Randall wants to see you. A shadow and servant came in front of the two people. Ivan thought it was looking for Cam, but he didn't expect it was looking for him. Cam's eyes sparkled. I know Wizard Randall, he is from the enchantment group, and he is also the most powerful insect controller in the academy. He has a really good temper. Cam, thank you for your help. It turned out to be an insect controller. Although Ivan was confused, it was better than falling into the hunting team. After saying goodbye, he followed the shadow and servant out. Not far ahead, Ed had not left the hall yet, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace without turning his head. In the academy barrier, the various lights shining down were neither strong nor dark, giving people a just right feeling. The shadow and servant didn't speak all the way, and the floating speed was equivalent to that of a quasi-knight. Ivan followed easily behind. The two came to a tall 3-story round tower. Before they knocked on the door, someone was pushing the door open and walking out. It was a young apprentice with messy hair. Seeing Ivan outside the door, he smiled kindly. Brother Ivan? That's me. I mean, and also a disciple of Master Randall. Come in quickly. Master knows you're coming. Ivan gestured and walked quickly into the 3-story round tower. This should be a living room, but it was filled with all kinds of insect products, including vivid insect decorations soaked in water, colorful beetle specimens nailed to the wall, and fried white worm snacks on the table. In the corner, a particularly strong figure was bending over to look for something. Ivan? Yes, you are Randall, right? Randall stood up and turned around, and his bear-like posture completely caught Ivan's eyes. Ivan had never seen such a tall and strong middle-aged man. He grew up again in the past few months, and is now 175 centimeters tall. The man in front of him is much taller than him, about 2.78 meters tall. Randall is used to such looks from others. I remind you in advance that my disciples must become insect controllers. Raising insects consumes more resources. Are you still willing to be my disciple now? Ivan hurriedly said, I am honored to be your disciple. Randall smiled and said, I know your story. You don't need me to enlighten you, but the entrance ceremony cannot be omitted. He waved his hand, and the firelight around the living room flickered. A different halo emerged and enveloped the two of them, turning into a complex rune magic array. The surrounding light became colorful, as if entering another world. Repeat after me. Follow the ancient tradition of wizards. Ivan was familiar with this process. Compared with Toynza's, the oath had more rules about the academy. As the surrounding halo was dazzling to the peak, the rune magic array suddenly dissipated. Call the teacher first to listen. Ivan was stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to neglect. Good day, respected teacher. Randall said with a look of making a fortune. We wizards believe that knowledge has a price and advocate equal exchange. Since you call me a teacher, I can't be stingy, and will teach you some paid knowledge for free. Listen carefully, I will teach you the basics of the meditation method Blackbeard movement, a special insect control spell I created, Blackbeard Crown, as well as basic runes and basic enchantment knowledge. After that, Randall asked for his crystal ball, and transferred the knowledge stored in his crystal ball, including his own insect control spell. He continued, you should have 10 credits. According to the rules of the academy, you can also exchange for a basic knowledge course from me. Do you want to choose basic enchantment or basic rune book, or save it for later? Everyone responded to a situation that credits are very important. Ivan still doesn't know the specific use of credits, and can't help asking, Teacher, what is the specific use of credits? Randall said, it has a wide range of uses. It can be exchanged for important knowledge above the elementary level, and can be used to purchase mental potions, spells, important materials, etc. You only need to remember one thing. Anything of greater value and knowledge requires credits. This is the rule of the academy, and even we wizards need to abide by it. I see. To be honest with you, instructor, I actually have 30 points, which I exchanged for physical potions. Is the one about pharmacists in the information true? Why don't you believe it? Ivan chose to speak with facts, and took out a potion directly from his pocket. Randall just glanced at it. Haha, I have a good eye, and the people in the potion group made a mistake, so you can change both. Ivan nodded, and then asked curiously, Teacher, I'm presumptuous to ask you a question. Why did you choose me? Randall said, as a matter of course. Because you are interested in raising insects, I think this is the key to becoming a good insect controller. There are too few people in our college who are engaged in insect control. Such a strong reason, Ivan was glad that he wrote a few more details in the information. Randall asked excitedly, Where are the insects you raise? Ivan didn't think a wizard would miss his own things, so he introduced them one by one. This is a mutant species of swift with silkworm. They are a group with a queen. They can change their forms between moths and with silkworms. Their strength is pretty good. At present, I mainly cultivate them, and the other is the cold water midge. After checking the two insects one by one, Randall praised, "Your swiftwood silkworm has great potential and can be cultivated. Unfortunately, I don't have mulberrywood here. They should feed on plant elemental stones." He took out a piece of blue-gray elemental stone and placed it in front of him. The queen silkworm moved over and nibbled on it. The queen silkworm was not a person who ate alone, so she called out the other swiftwood silkworms. "See, it likes plant elemental stones. Look how hungry you made them. Don't starve them again in the future. They are really a group of energetic little guys." "I know." Seeing that the mentor had a perverted smile on his face, Ivan understood that his mentor was most likely an insect slave. Unlike the cat slaves in his previous life, he would prefer insects with potential. Didn't he mention the cold water midge? However, when he saw the mentor handing over elemental stones one after another, he couldn't laugh. Elemental stones seemed to be no less valuable than magic stones. Why didn't he realize that the swiftwood silkworms had such a big appetite before? Chapter 95. I say hello to the hunting team. No other wizards will bother you. Go back and study with peace of mind. Sorry for the trouble. Remember one thing, take good care of them, otherwise I will be the one to bother you. Outside the 3-story round tower, Ivan touched the plant element stone in his pocket. He could feel the instructor's deep love for the swiftwood silkworm. Perhaps he loved him more because he loved his dog. In short, this new instructor gave people a good impression. The shadow and servant did not leave, and took Ivan around the academy. The academy was divided into experimental area, botanical garden area, trading area, mission area, teaching area and living area, and there were towers where various wizards lived. It was more appropriate to describe this place as a city under a fortress. Along the way, he met many apprentices, and basically every one of them was not weak. In the living area, the apprentice dormitory was only a short 1-story. After checking in, he received the key to his room and took him to room 921. The shadow and servant turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated away. Ivan wanted to get close to her, but he had to give up and use the iron key to open the door. It may be small, but it has everything. The apprentices all have separate dormitories. He looked at each room and found nothing wrong with it except that the windows were small and the light transmittance was slightly poor. The dormitory was not big and was divided into 4 smaller rooms, including a living room, bedroom, bathroom and study. Each room had a wall lamp. I don't know how it was built, but the air permeability in the room was obviously good and there was no odor at all. There was a stack of clean new quilts on the bed in the bedroom, various daily necessities in the living room, and tables, chairs and bookshelves in the study. The bookshelves were empty, and there were pens, ink and paper on the table. Blackbird Song. The name of this meditation method is even stranger than Springwood Song. Springwood Song is related to the power of curse. He decided to replace the meditation method and directly read the content in the crystal ball. Blackbird Song Basics. After practicing, it will make insects close to you, which is conducive to becoming an insect controller. It also contains 40 meditation runes, corresponding to the entire apprenticeship period. He compared the 2 meditation methods and came to a conclusion that the meditation runes of Blackbird Song are more complex and more coherent, which means that the meditation runes in the front are helpful for the understanding of the runes in the back. It's a pity that Toynes is dead, and the curse power in his body can never be returned. Ivan sighed. Although he said so, he still felt that Toynes was better dead. He sighed a few words, and then focused on the meditation rune. The most important thing at the moment was the transformation of spiritual power. In the next few days, his life was particularly fulfilling. He needed to transform his spiritual power, put the knowledge in the crystal ball into his pocket, and attend the public courses offered by the school. 5 days passed in a flash, and he successfully outlined the first 13 runes of the Blackbird movement in his mind, completely converting his mental power into the power of the Blackbird movement. Meditation experience plus 50. Meditation, LV1, 91/100. Rune experience plus 13. Rune, LV2, 155/200. As long as the mental power is sufficient, it is easy to comprehend the corresponding rune. Who would bother to comprehend the meditation rune? Aren't they all scrambling to take the mental power potion? He looked down on it, but was thinking about where to get the spiritual potion. After the spiritual power conversion was completed, he could start practicing other things, such as new spells. He was looking forward to the Blackbird crown. Instructor Randall is so talented that he created this ingenious insect control technique. He is worthy of being the most powerful insect controller in the academy. Ivan secretly admired it. The original insect control technique used his own power to transform into a magic contract, controlling one insect after another. Each insect had to be contracted, otherwise the command could not be conveyed. The blackbird crown takes a different approach. It needs to absorb the breath of the insect swarm itself, use the breath of the insect swarm to condense a special crown, and then disguise itself as the king of the insect swarm, so as to achieve the purpose of controlling the insect swarm. There are two ways to control insects. Insect control is equivalent to coercion by force, while the blackbird crown directly transforms into the king of insects to rule the insect swarm. Whether it is controlling the number or consuming its own power, the latter is much better than the former. The blackbird crown also has an advantage. It can control more than one kind of insect to fight for itself at a time, which is unmatched by ordinary insect control. A second-class apprentice can rule one type of insect, and a third-class apprentice can rule one more type. Then, it will be equivalent to having an army of insects. He then thought of the daily expenses of insects. The more powerful the insects, the more they can eat. It is really not something that ordinary apprentices can afford. As spells for controlling insects, the blackbird crown and the insect control spell are somewhat similar, which can bring some convenience to his practice of the blackbird crown. Now that he is no longer a novice in spell practice, he estimates that he can practice the blackbird crown in about 10 days or half a month. The next day, Ivan came to the 3-story round tower of the Minter again. When he was about to knock on the door, he happened to see the previous senior brother pushing the door out again, looking a little flustered. "Senior brother Mean? You are here, junior brother Ivan." Seeing the new junior brother, Mean stopped and nodded kindly. "You came at an unfortunate time. The Minter is not here now, but there is a warm-hearted senior sister Gina inside. You can find her if you have anything." Mean looked back, walked around Ivan and hurriedly walked a distance away, then turned back and shouted, "Senior sister Gina, this is the new junior brother Ivan. He wants to see you." Looking at his senior brother's back, Ivan stood there awkwardly. Why did this senior brother come and go in a hurry every time? At this time, a beautiful female apprentice walked out of the door. There was a bright red flower tattooed on the front of her apprentice robe, which added a lot of color to the robe. Ivan could feel a bit of oppression on her. She was a third-class apprentice. "Are you the second-class apprentice that Master Randall has just accepted?" "Have met you, senior sister." "Pharmacist?" "Yes." "The master must be very happy now." Gina came up to him and patted his shoulder in a familiar manner. Seeing that he was puzzled, she explained, "You know how valuable magic stones are, and you also know how expensive it is to raise insects. People from wizard families don't look down on our profession of insect controllers, and new apprentices generally can't afford to raise insects. You are definitely the most suitable person among this batch." Ivan was stunned when he heard her words. This was not what his mentor said a few days ago. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually fooled people. The reason was so high-sounding that he believed it. The mentor must have told you that it was an interest." Seeing the strange look on his face, Gina smiled as if she understood everything. "Brother Ivan, interest is not important for wizards. What is important is suitability, and many things can only be done according to one's own conditions." "This is true, some things really cannot be forced." Ivan nodded in agreement. "You don't know much about insect breeding. Come on, I take you to see the important magic item for insect breeding, the insect nest." Gina directly took his hand and pulled him into the living room of the round tower, closing the door. After Gina entered the room, she began to take off her apprentice robe. Ivan was a little dumbfounded watching her actions. Was this senior sister too bold? "Senior sister Gina, this is inappropriate, isn't it?" "What's inappropriate?" Gina didn't listen to his advice at all, and took off her loose apprentice robe, leaving only a tight red tube top on her upper body, revealing her curvy figure. Her figure was not worse than Joshar's. Chapter 96. "Brother Ivan, look at my back carefully." Gina turned around and exposed her fair back to Ivan. This is the insect nest used to raise insects. She had a special thing tied to her back, like some kind of keratinous long tube, which was tightly wound around and around to form an oval disc, which was close to her back. Ivan then reacted and looked closely. It was soft when he pinched it with his fingers. "Isn't this a shell shed by something?" "Yes, this is made from the shell of a swamp worm. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, but it is a low-level magic item worth 500 magic stones. With it, the worms have a place to live, and it is convenient to carry with you." Gina suddenly turned around. The ball that turned around almost hit Ivan's face, but fortunately he took 2 steps back in time. "You come and judge." I said it's better to place the worm nest like this, and Mean said it's better to wrap it directly around the body. He didn't feel disgusted. What do you think? Gina gestured on her body while speaking, and her curvy body showed more rhythm. Ivan came to his senses. This woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Could it be that she liked to tease her junior brother? What a novel and bad taste. He was not a novice. Senior sister had undoubtedly miscalculated. Well, I agree with what you said. He simply satisfied her interest and admired it openly. Ivan, I didn't ask you to stare at the front. But you didn't say you couldn't look. You lecherous kid. Seeing that he was openly lecherous, Gina realized that this junior brother was not as easy to tease as Mean, and put on her wizard robe without interest. She casually introduced her own family. The other disciples of the master died, quit, and disappeared without a trace. Now there are only 4 of them left. Gina herself entered the school 2 years earlier than Mean, and Mean entered the school more than a year earlier than Ivan. In the academy, we are a member of the enchantment group. The leader of the enchantment group is the wizard Lydia, who is also one of the vice presidents of the academy. Lydia? Ivan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Kame's last name? That guy is really not ordinary. Gina nodded. Lydia is a very influential wizard family in our academy. You must not provoke them. In addition, there are the Steele family and the Waken family. There are 3 deans in the Mona Antland hut. The dean is from the Waken family, and the 2 vice deans are from the Lydia family and the Steele family respectively. The leader of the cultivation group is from the Waken family, and the leader of the potion group is from the Steele family. These 3 families play an important role in the academy. Ivan really didn't expect the situation in the academy to be so complicated. It seems that no matter which world you go to, you can't avoid this kind of interpersonal network. He suddenly thought of the credit exchange when paying tuition. This rule is not conducive to newcomers from Tidal Island, but it provides convenience for people from the wizard family. Don't think too much, we practice ours. That's right, when we are strong enough, we can represent a big family. Haha, you are ambitious. Gina patted his back heavily. Anything else you want to ask? Ivan is not polite. Where can I buy the mental potion? You still want to ask about the mental power prescription, right? Seeing him nod, Gina said, mental power potions can be purchased from the shops in the trading area, but mental power potions are rarely seen in the shops there, and mental power prescriptions are absolutely prohibited from being sold by the academy. Therefore, you can basically only use credits to exchange them at the academy sales office, or secretly find someone to exchange them privately, as long as they are not discovered by the patrol team. Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong with this point. The academy always has to have means to restrain apprentices. Mental power prescriptions are like salt and iron in ancient times, so that the order can be maintained intact. How do we earn credits? Fulfill our duties. Ivan was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, enchanting? Gina nodded. People in the enchanting group usually earn credits by enchanting. I see. This is probably the significance of dividing each group. Unfortunately, we can't let newcomers choose which department to join. Learning enchanting and runes is imperative. It was rare for someone to answer her questions, so Ivan asked her many questions in succession. Gina showed the patience of a good senior sister, and answered them one by one. That's it. Walk around the academy more and see more. Other questions will naturally be answered by others. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. No need to thank me. Just don't refuse me next time I ask you something. Ivan didn't know whether she was joking or serious, and nodded silently. After saying goodbye to Gina, Ivan came to the exclusive sales office in the academy's trading area. Like the previous payment office, only the window was open to the outside, and a white-haired apprentice was sitting inside. Brother, how do I change the recipe for the spiritual power potion? The old man glanced at him and said, Who is your senior brother? Don't yell. It was really polite. This old man had a bad temper. Ivan was complaining in his heart, and reorganized his words, and asked again. The old man said, First class is 20 credits, second class is 100 credits, and third class is 300 credits. This is too expensive. The price is exactly twice that of the potion. Gina's guess is correct. Ivan thought about his remaining 10 credits, which were far from enough to exchange for the second-class mental power medicine. You think it's too expensive? Do you want me to show you something cheaper? Seeing his embarrassed look, the old man knew he had met another poor guy, but he couldn't let the business that was delivered to his door slip away. Are there any cheaper ones? You can choose any one, 10 credits per prescription. The old man threw out a booklet, and Ivan quickly flipped through it. It turned out to be a broken prescription, such as the heart erosion potion and the withering potion. Not only were they broken, but they also looked a bit improper. Most of them contained some kind of toxins, which would bring great burden to the body. Magic crystal water? Ivan kept flipping through the book, and the more he read, the more disappointed he became. He was not stupid, and he chose a partial recipe instead of a full recipe. He didn't expect that the last page would record a full recipe. The recipe is complete, but it is widely circulated, so the price has always been low. The old man explained after hearing this, and asked expectantly, "How about it? Do you want to buy it?" "Wait until I earn credits." Ivan shook his head. "Why are you asking without credits? You are wasting my time. You are a new member of the pharmacy team. You are so rude. I will remember you." Habitually taking the booklet handed over, the old man cursed at the back of the figure, who turned away. Ivan turned a deaf ear to it. Gina said that there are many old apprentices in the academy who have lost their potential for advancement. Some of these people have always been so bad-tempered. They can't stand apprentices with potential, and have a sullen face all day long. It's a thankless task to argue with them, and it's also a loss of status. This old man must be one of them. "You said it's widely circulated. Why should I buy it from you?" Ivan smiled secretly. Credits are not easy to earn, and there is no need to waste them here. Then, he came to a row of low houses in the trading area. There were more than a dozen shops here, and there were people setting up stalls not far away. He just glanced at the stalls, and saw that the things on the stalls were in a mess, with all kinds of animal horns, scales, and blood jelly. This was a small market for apprentices to trade. The shops were much more formal than the stalls. He chose a pharmacy and walked in. Chapter 97. Inside the shop, he could smell the strong aroma of medicinal herbs as soon as he walked in. Various medicinal herbs and equipment for refining potions were placed in the shop. "What do you need?" The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a rather wealthy appearance. He was wearing an apprentice's robe and was lazily lying on a recliner. He did not stand up when he saw someone coming in. "Do you want physical potions?" Ivan withdrew his gaze from the surroundings. "Yes, of course." The shop owner jumped up from the recliner with a smile on his face. "How many do you have? As long as the quality is up to standard, I can accept all of them. I will state that I want to inspect the goods first." Ivan did not waste any words, and directly handed over a physical potion. The owner took it and observed it carefully, even unscrewing the lid and sniffing it in front of his nose, looking up and saying, "Auric, you can call me Auric. Did you make these potions?" "Yes." "The potion is of high quality. I can give you a price of 4 magic stones per potion. What do you think?" Ivan took out the remaining physical potions, adding up to a total of 15. "All the inventory is here." Auric showed the caution and shrewdness of a businessman, carefully checked the potions one by one, and finally nodded in approval. "All good. A total of 60 low-grade magic stones. Do you need anything? The medicinal materials here are all of high quality. I guarantee with the name of Auric, I will never cheat." Ivan asked, "Do you have a basic prescription?" Auric's eyes were brighter. "Of course, hemostasis, detoxification, deworming, nutrition. You can refine physical potions. Aren't these a bit low grade?" "What's the price?" "These basic prescriptions are not expensive. They only cost 2 magic stones per piece, and the raw materials for refining cost 1 magic stone. 1 piece of raw materials can refine 10 potions, and the cost of recycling the finished product is 2 magic stones per potion. What do you think?" Auric is very familiar with the prices of prescriptions and medicinal materials. Facing his expectant eyes, Ivan made a decision in his heart. "I want the first 3 prescriptions, 2 magic stones for each raw material, and a new set of refining equipment. I have a list here. You can prepare the materials for me according to the list." "No problem." Auric quickly grabbed the list. His eyes lit up as he read it. This was a big customer who came to his door. "I have all the materials on the list. I give you the alchemy equipment. What's it called?" "Ivan." "Mr. Ivan, I tell you, I have the most complete medicinal materials on the whole street." Facing a big customer, Auric packed the medicinal materials while making sure he didn't feel left out. He talked about all kinds of trivia and fun things about the academy. As for the raw materials for a basic potion cost 1 magic stone, the raw materials for a physical potion cost 1.5 magic stones, and the raw materials for a Jiangdai water cost 2 magic stones. The prices are generally not high. Ivan calculated distractedly that if all the raw materials were refined into potions, the basic potion could earn about 20 times the cost, and the physical potion could earn about 26 times. The price of Jiangdai water was 8 magic stones, which could earn 40 times. The speed at which the pharmacist earned magic stones was terrifying. Auric lowered his voice and said, I tell you, there are many apprentices in the pharmacy group who are really not motivated at all. The yield rate of refining medicine is a mess. In the end, they can only secretly buy potions from me, go back and pretend that they are made by themselves, and hand them in to the academy to earn credits. With these people, we don't have to worry about selling potions. I see. Ivan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he always felt something was wrong before. It turned out that he had ignored the yield rate of medicine refining. He had come all this way by himself, accompanied by the powerful assistance of the light of small wisdom and the light of wisdom, so he had an extraordinary understanding and proficiency in medicine refining and medicinal materials, and had a yield rate of medicine refining far exceeding that of ordinary people. If the yield rate of medicine refining is too low, every time you refine medicine, it is like gambling, and it is very likely that you will lose all your money. It is better to buy potions directly. However, the potion has some of the aura of the pharmacist. Such operations cannot be hidden from the academy, right? Mr. Ivan, please come to me next time if you need anything. After a while, Auric sent him out of the store with a smile on his face. When he left the store, Ivan still had 32 low-grade magic stones, and a bunch of boxes full of raw materials. The prices of these raw materials were not high. The high prices were actually related to mental potions. He asked Auric about the price of magic stone water. The market price was 50 magic stones per bottle, and the transaction price was often around 60 magic stones. Just like what Gina said, both the spiritual potion and the raw materials are out of stock all year round. Gina and Auric both revealed that compared with ordinary potions, spiritual potions are recognized as the most difficult type of potion to refine, without a doubt. After returning from the trading area, Ivan simply changed the study into a potion refining room and placed the purchased items inside. After lunch, Ivan hurried to a classroom in the teaching area. Today there was a relatively important public class, the basics of pharmacy. The courses offered by the academy are divided into free and paid courses. The free courses are public courses. The lecturers are usually third-class apprentices, and the content is simple basic knowledge. Ivan, you are here. Conley found him and greeted him from a distance. It's a free course, it's a waste not to take it, Ivan said. Haha, I think so too, maybe I can learn some useful skills. Conley laughed. He was a member of the pharmacy group, and the instructor had taught him more comprehensive basic pharmacy knowledge. There were many people who thought the same as them, and they each found a seat. After the class, Ivan felt that it was indeed a free course. There was a lot of talk, but in the end there were only a few minutes of dry goods, and it was relatively superficial knowledge. Not all free courses were like this, such as language courses, basic anatomy, mental power application, energy particle application, basic energy shaping courses, and the study of everything. These courses were described in more detail, but most of them were already mastered by Ivan. At the end of the class, Conley suddenly suggested with interest, "Do you want to compete to see who becomes a qualified alchemist first?" "Are you serious?" Ivan glanced at him, but still couldn't do anything to bully him. "Forget it, I have to spend more time on enchantment." Hearing him say this, Conley could only give up with regret. Ivan said nicely, and then he started to teach the paid basic alchemy class. One class cost 2 low-level magic stones, and the third-level apprentice demonstrated the alchemy on the spot. Almost only the dry goods were taught, but not many people came to listen to the class, all because of the lack of magic stones. This cost was nothing to him. His main purpose was to systematically learn the knowledge of alchemy, so that he could turn from a wild path to a regular army. These days, in addition to learning basic alchemy knowledge, he would spend time refining potions every day, and practice meditation and the spell Blackbeard Crown. He was also thinking about runes and enchantment. The potions he refined included ginger summer water. Whenever he fused the swift with silkworm with the spring bud, he would use ginger summer water to transfer a little curse power to it, and reduce the power of the demon curse in his body little by little. After the swift with silkworm fused with the subtle curse power, there was no adverse effect for the time being, nor was there any obvious enhancement. He guessed that it might be because the fused curse power was too little. In this way, Ivan's life in the Mona Antland hut was on the right track, and everything was developing in an orderly manner. Chapter 98. Enchantment Experience +1. Enchantment, LV0, 5/10. Enchantment is a subject that appears after learning enchantment knowledge, and it is also the 10th subject on his academic master panel. After truly understanding enchantment, you will find that it includes many aspects, including alchemy, refining magic items, refining puppets, etc., and it is also closely related to runiology. Runeology knowledge is also extremely complex, including line runes, three-dimensional runes, rune bundles, and rune witch arrays. Without mastering runes, it is difficult to master enchantment. Similarly, if you don't know how to enchant, the scope of rune application will be greatly reduced. These two subjects are closely related and complement each other. When learning these two subjects, Ivan seemed to have returned to the time when he first came into contact with potions. He could only take one step at a time. Runes are the basis of all power. Understanding all runes is equivalent to interpreting all the power in the world, and you can use all the power for yourself. When Ivan looked at the Book of Elementary Runes, he felt that the first sentence was very interesting. It was not difficult to read the great expectations, or ambitions, contained in it. After a deeper understanding, he found that runes can indeed be used in many aspects. Meditation runes are runes, the construction of spring buds requires runes, the refining of ginger summer water also requires runes, and the production of magic items requires runes. In terms of elements, there are fire runes, ice runes, lightning runes, rock and soil softening runes, plant firmness runes, etc. In terms of energy, there are energy concentration, gigantism, sharpness, and amplification runes. It turns out that complete runes are three-dimensional, and there are no flat runes. To interpret runes, you need the Needham language, which is a special rune interpreting language created by the predecessors of wizards, also known as line text. Line text is flat and can be directly engraved on the surface of an object, which is convenient for engraving and can hide the appearance of the rune itself. If you want to master runes, you must first master line text. After reading the elementary rune book, Ivan suddenly had a feeling that the sentence at the beginning might be right. Rune literature should be the most important subject, more important than alchemy and enchantment. This idea was thrown out of his mind as soon as it appeared. The most urgent thing was to study hard. Half a month later, Ivan brought the refined potion to the pharmacy and handed it to the owner Auric. "Are you really not from the potion group?" Auric couldn't help asking. "The enchantment group, the instructor is Randall the wizard," Ivan said. "I know, a very powerful insect controller." Auric secretly smacked his lips. The pharmacists taught by insect controllers. This world is getting more and more incomprehensible. After leaving the pharmacy, in addition to the large amount of raw materials purchased, Ivan had 400 more low-grade magic stones on him. He made a net profit of more than 400 magic stones. It must be said that the pharmacy industry is a highly profitable industry. In fact, he kept a part of it to make the yield rate look less exaggerated, and it did not include the part of refining Jiangxiao water. After leaving the pharmacy, he stopped by the enchantment shop. Back in the dormitory, Ivan came to a corner of the alchemy room, took out 2 blue-gray elemental stones, and handed them to the habitat of the swiftwood silkworm, a cabinet made of mulberry wood. Hearing the noise, many swiftwood silkworms turned into moths and flew over, landing on him, and turned into wood silkworms in the blink of an eye. He could clearly sense the affection from the wood silkworms. "You guys play by yourselves, I don't have time to accompany you." Now, the swiftwood silkworm treats him like the queen silkworm, and is extremely clingy. It's not that he has any unique charm, but he has learned the spell Blackbird Crown. In the eyes of the swiftwood silkworm, he is the king of the clan, and his status is a little higher than that of the silkworm queen. It must be said that the spell of Blackbird Crown is really amazing. It uses the breath of the swiftwood silkworm to forge a crown and creates a swiftwood silkworm king. As a king, he can clearly sense the state and emotions of the swiftwood silkworm. This is undoubtedly a seriously underestimated spell. If the children of the wizard family know about it, they will definitely not look down on the insect controller anymore. There is a pattern hidden on his right arm. When activated, it looks like a crown, which is the spell carrier of the Blackbird Crown. Inside the cabinet, a fat wood silkworm is slowly crawling towards him. Its clumsy appearance makes people anxious. It is the queen silkworm. "Queen silkworm, take them to eat." Ivan reached out and stroked the clumsy queen silkworm, then lifted it to the plant element stone, and then removed the other swiftwood silkworms that were stuck to his body one by one, and let the queen silkworm take them to eat. Elemental stones and magic stones are both universal currencies for wizards. Elemental stones are crystal stones of elemental energy. One low-grade elemental stone is equivalent to one low-grade magic stone, but the two are not in the same base. Elemental stones are decimal. One medium elemental stone is equal to 10 low-grade elemental stones, and one high-grade elemental stone is equal to 10 medium elemental stones. Magic stones are in centesimal. One medium magic stone is equal to 100 low-grade magic stones, and one high-grade magic stone is equal to 100 medium magic stones. For wizards, the most commonly used is of course magic stones. After all, magic stones can stimulate the improvement of spiritual power, which is closely related to the strength of the wizard himself. Theoretically, one magic stone is equal to one element stone. In actual exchange, 10 low-grade magic stones can be exchanged for 12 low-grade element stones. According to the feeding cycle of the swiftwood silkworm, the monthly food expenses are about 15 magic stones. I wonder how many apprentices will be discouraged by this expense. Ivan calculated carefully, and was a little surprised at the food expenses of the swiftwood silkworm. This was only for 300 swiftwood silkworms. Fortunately, it was not difficult for him to earn magic stones, and it was easy to raise a group of swiftwood silkworms. Among the 300 swiftwood silkworms, 2/3 of them merged with the spring buds, and 1/2 accepted the curse power brought by the Jiangxiao water. He originally had 3 curse powers, but now it is equivalent to 2 left. When all the swiftwood silkworms transfer a little of the curse power, only one part will remain on him, and he can easily suppress it with his strength. Both spring bud and ginger summer water provide him with a steady stream of experience points. The former brings night breathing experience points, and the latter provides alchemy experience points and a small amount of curse experience points. Various studies can also bring certain experience points. Pharmacy, LV4, for 92/1000. Night's breathing, LV4, for 13/1000. Runes, LV3, 49/300. Energy particles, LV2, 34/200. Meditation, LV1, 91/100. Linguistics, LV1, 56/100. Curse, LV1, 96/100. Biology, LV1, 97/100. Enchantment, LV1, 9 out of 100. On the academic master panel, the experience value of each subject has increased, with the largest increase in pharmacy, followed by night's breathing and runes. Runiology has been upgraded to level 3, and enchantment has been upgraded to level 1. He has obtained 2 small wisdom lights, which have strengthened and consolidated the 2 parts of knowledge and made him proficient. He has also obtained a level 3 and a level 1 wisdom light. Curse and biology, meditation will soon be upgraded to level 2. Everything is in order. Every time he sees the growth of the panel, he has a sense of accomplishment from the bottom of his heart. I have almost figured out runes and enchantments. It's time to try to make them. Let's start with disposable runes. The one-time rune is what the wizard Anger gave them when they were on the wizard ship. It can temporarily enchant weapons once. It is naturally a product of enchantment. The complex patterns on the animal's skin are actually the lines after the runes are analyzed. The correct lines have the power of the original rune, which may be only 10% or 20%, or even 100%, depending on the ability of the enchanter himself. The lines he carved need to have half the power of the original rune, so that this temporary enchanted item can be successfully made. For the first time, Ivan chose the plant-based solid rune, which is one of the most basic runes. Chapter 99. A piece of demonized beast hide, a spider wool pen, and a box of elemental ink, these are the tools he needs to draw a one-time rune. Whether it is refining or enchanting, the initial investment is relatively large, and it is really difficult for new apprentices. Looking at his enchanting tools, Ivan couldn't help but sweat for other newcomers. The hide comes from a demonized beast that is friendly to earth energy. This processed hide is an excellent material for carrying runes. Enchanters call it a rune scroll. This rune scroll has good stability, and is suitable for novice enchanters. The price is not cheap, 1 magic stone for 3 small pieces. The spider velvet pen is produced by the guardian clan of the academy, that is, the 8-clawed black spider that asked the wizard Bernard's son for the password when entering the academy. They are a friendly, intelligent race that has signed a covenant with the academy and guards outside the academy day and night. A good spider velvet pen costs 5 magic stones. Elemental ink is made from elemental powder and swamp octopus ink. It can be regarded as a special potion. The runes carved with it have good water resistance, fire resistance, corrosion resistance, quick drying, will not fade easily, and have good energy particle conductivity. To be on the safe side, Ivan did not mix the elemental ink, but chose to buy a high-quality ink cartridge directly from the store. The ink cartridge has 4 compartments, which contain plant, water, earth, and fire elemental inks respectively. The big box is worth 10 magic stones. I have simulated it hundreds of times, but it feels different when I really do it. He picked up the talisman pen twice, pondered for a moment, and put it down again. He didn't write for a long time, and always felt that there were some things that were not well thought out. This is very different from the situation when refining medicine. When he was refining medicine, he would often feel that it was difficult to refine it this time only when a small change occurred during the process. But this time it was not the case. He felt that this time the enchantment would be difficult to succeed as soon as he started, which was the reason why he did not start writing. The book said, runes are changeable, and the enchanter needs to understand the runes from his own perspective. In fact, the line text he is learning now is the understanding of three-dimensional runes by an ancestor wizard. The wizard's name is Needham, so people call it Needham language. Needham language is just one of the thread texts used to interpret three-dimensional runes, and it is also a widely used one. The meaning of the phrase runes are changeable is that you can't carve thread texts by rote. You have to have your own ideas, so that you can become a qualified enchanter. Carving runes needs to be adapted to local conditions, and the thread text should be carved according to the material. At present, it is necessary to carve the most suitable thread text according to the characteristics of the animal skin itself, so that the thread text can show the power of the solid rune as much as possible. Failure is failure, and it's not like we can't afford to fail. Ivan knew the fundamental reason for his hesitation. There were too many good ideas, and he couldn't tell which one was the best. He secretly warned himself not to be too ambitious. The animal skin had been processed by someone, and it was most suitable for novices. After he explored it again, he concentrated for a few seconds, outputted his spiritual power and magic power to the tip of the pen, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink decisively and fell on the animal's skin, quickly, and steadily carving the interpretation line text of the plant-based solidity talisman. In one go, the engraving was completed in the blink of an eye. Ivan put the rune pen aside and looked at his masterpiece. The ink on the animal's skin dried quickly, but it still retained a unique freshness after drying, as if it could still flow along the lines. It is indeed a high-quality elemental ink, and it looks pleasing to the eye. It looked good on the outside, and he carefully sensed its internal structure and began to score it according to the standards of enchantment. After a while, he came to a conclusion that the completion degree was only 23%, which meant that only 20% of the power of the rune could be displayed. This was undoubtedly an unqualified enchantment. After making a judgment, he activated the rune, and a ball of emerald green energy emerged. When it left the animal's skin, it obviously disintegrated and dispersed into the air. The animal's skin in his hand turned from soft to hard, like the ground after being exposed to the sun, full of cracks. It failed as expected. He muttered to himself, and the 20% completion rate made him understand that his so-called good idea had limitations. Unlike the truly powerful enchanters, they just find a place, take a glance and have an idea in their mind, then pick up the pen to carve the line text, easily revealing the full power of the rune, and arrange a rune magic array on the spot. The ideas of such people are truly good ideas. But he was not discouraged. He believed that he would become such an enchanter sooner or later. In the following days, making disposable runes became an important part of his daily life, and his understanding of runes and enchantments was gradually enhanced. On this day, Ivan was taking a paid biological anatomy class. Biology Experience +1. Biology, LV2, 1/200, Biology was upgraded to level 2 as expected, and the light of small wisdom lingered around him, allowing him to have a further understanding of biological anatomy and creatures such as the swiftwood silkworm, and at the same time obtain a level 2 wisdom light. 2 days later, Ivan fed Jiangshell water to Xuanmu silkworm, and watched the Xuanmu silkworm absorb the drops of medicine and merge the curse power in it. Curse Learning Experience +1. Curse Learning, LV2, 1/200, Curse Learning was upgraded to level 2. Although he had a small wisdom light, he still had a limited understanding of curse knowledge. Fortunately, he had gained a level 2 wisdom light. The continuous upgrade of the subject made him feel that he had come to the right place at the Wizard Academy. Time passed day by day. It had been 12 days since the last time he came to the pharmacy. Ivan stepped into the pharmacy again. This was his third time to this place. "Mr. Ivan, please come in." Seeing him appear, Auric, who was lying like a salted fish, jumped up with a smile on his face. "Are you tired after coming here? Do you want to lie on my chair for a while?" "No, I have something else to do later." Ivan was not used to the way Auric treated big customers, so he interrupted him to prevent him from saying something more exaggerated. "That's a pity. If you have any request, just tell me. As long as it can be done, I, Auric, will definitely not be vague." As Auric checked the potion he had taken out, he made a solemn promise, almost patting his chest. Ivan's heart moved, and he sent a word to him through his spiritual power, and he watched the other party's expression. "What medicinal materials do you need this time? Please rest assured that the medicinal materials here are absolutely the best. I guarantee that they are carefully selected, and I will arrange them for you properly." Ulrich seemed not to hear it, and promoted his medicinal materials as usual. A moment later, Ivan came out with many raw materials, and he had 370 low-grade magic stones on him, which seemed to be 60 less magic stones. At the door of the pharmacy, Conley looked at the figure walking away in surprise. He wanted to call him, but he was in a hurry and disappeared around the corner in a short while. Strange, why did Ivan buy so many materials? Could it be that he can already make basic potions? Conley stood at the door and frowned, thinking. He felt that this possibility was the most likely. Thinking of what Ivan said before, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Then he entered the pharmacy and found that the owner was lying on the recliner again, with no intention of getting up to greet customers. In fact, Ulrich glanced at him obscurely. He remembered that Conley had come here once before. Last time, he bought a set of second-hand medicine refining equipment and 1 magic stone of hemostatic potion raw materials. Such a person was not worth Ulrich's attention. Besides, he had just made a lot of money. He had to take a good rest after being tired for so long. Conley didn't know that he was despised. If he knew the difference between Ulrich's treatment of Ivan and himself, he would probably be so angry that his face turned green. He was a prince of a principality after all. How could he be treated differently like this? Chapter 100. In the living area, Ivan didn't notice Conley behind him, and he hurried back to his dormitory. He checked the box of raw materials he bought, and under a box of medicinal materials, he found what he wanted, a prescription for magic crystal water. I knew that the fat guy had a way, and this saved 10 credits. He just sent a veiled message just to test it out. After all, Ulrich was a person who dared to help the apprentices of the pharmacy group earn credits, and it was very likely that he would secretly sell the widely circulated mental power prescription. As expected, he just mentioned the recipe of magic crystal water, and the recipe appeared in the raw materials. He couldn't wait to read it. The magic crystal water has a wide range of applications. It can be used by second-class apprentices and third-class apprentices. After reading the contents of the prescription, his brows frowned and didn't relax for a long time. No wonder it only sells 10 credits. This prescription is a bit of a rip-off. He read the prescription again, and a ball of fire emerged from his palm, burning the prescription to ashes. The main material of magic crystal water is magic crystal, which is a kind of thing extracted from low-grade magic stone. The essence of low-grade magic stone is condensed into crystals, which can be made into various shapes, such as cards. This kind of crystal is called magic crystal. There is no magic crystal in the natural mineral veins, and it can only be extracted from the lower magic stone. It is also a currency in the magic stone sequence. The price of 1 magic crystal is 1,000 lower magic stones. The price of raw materials is so expensive, and the cost of failure is too high, which is enough to discourage most pharmacists and turn to other mental prescriptions. Maybe I can try it. Ivan thought again and decided to give it a try. His medicine refining yield is at least 90%, so it is not difficult for him to earn magic stones. Ulrich said in a casual chat that everything related to spiritual potions, including prescriptions, potions, and medicinal materials, has always been scarce in the wizard world, and it does not mean that you can sell raw materials with credits and magic stones. Relatively speaking, magic crystals are a raw material that is easier to obtain. As long as there are enough low-grade magic stones, it will be fine. On the contrary, medium-grade magic stones are extremely rare and rarely fall into the hands of apprentices. The next day, Ivan came to the trading area again and found a sales point that did not look so formal. He waited for more than an hour before the wizard on duty exchanged the remaining 10 credits for a copy of elementary pharmacy knowledge. These wizards are really realistic. After returning to the dormitory, he found that this knowledge was far less detailed than the elementary enchantment taught by the instructor. It can be seen that the wizard who created the knowledge did not put much effort into it. The same 10 credits exchange price. Instantly felt that he had lost a lot. In any case, this knowledge can make up for his systematic lack of medicine refining and fill a gap, so that he will not be worse than the apprentices in the potion group. It took him half a month to complete the elementary pharmacy knowledge, and his pharmacy experience value increased by nearly 100 points. The raw materials are really expensive. One mistake will cost more than 200 magic stones. In order to collect more raw materials, he has been busy for the past half month. Yesterday, he spent a huge amount of money to buy 2 magic crystal cards. The owner Ulrich was so happy that he generously gave him a 95% discount. Adding other raw materials, It will cost him more than 2,000 lower-grade magic stones after the discount. Now the magic stones in his pocket are almost empty. Each time, only 1/5 of the magic crystal is needed for refining. This time, he only has 10 portions of raw materials for refining magic crystal water. The mental potion is the most difficult potion to refine among all potions. He must be more cautious. Before refining, a light film appeared in Ivan's vision, and a level 1 wisdom light was lit. He simulated the process of refining medicine in his mind, and indeed noticed a lot of things that needed attention. Let's start. Returning to reality from the light of wisdom, he fixed his eyes, and the firelight in front of him shone on his face, and the solemnity on his face could be seen clearly. The refining of magic crystal water began, cutting off 1/5 of the magic crystal and putting it into the dissolving liquid in the glass dish. After a while, the magic crystal turned into a ball of turbid ink, and the appearance of this ball of ink was destined to be not peaceful. It was like a newborn little animal. The black little animal swam with a gray and turbid air, vivid and lifelike. From the perspective of a pharmacist, its appearance was particularly annoying. Since Ivan embarked on the road of refining medicine, he had experienced nearly 1,000 times of refining medicine. Never before had he felt the medicinal materials in the glass dish resisting on their own like this. The liquid medicine dissolved by the magic crystal was resisting his mental power. Every time it swam, it was a small mental shock. The liquid medicine was struggling to break free from his control, and it seemed so unruly. Faced with such a situation, Ivan was as steady as an old pharmacist, adding other medicinal materials to the glass dish in an orderly manner, suppressing the ink-colored beast while promoting the fusion and change of the liquid medicine. After a while, the stalemate for a long time led to a change. Ivan seemed to hear an inexplicable roar of anger, and the liquid medicine in the glass dish suddenly stirred, and even the glass dish shook. The liquid medicine in the glass dish became completely turbid. It didn't work. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head helplessly. The spiritual potion is really not something that an ordinary pharmacist can make. The medicinal materials actually produce a strong sense of confrontation, forcing him to use half of his spiritual power to suppress the reaction consciousness. This time, refining the medicine was more energy-consuming than any previous time. In the afternoon, Ivan lit up another level 2 wisdom light to comprehend the meditation rune that he had been analyzing for more than a month, and analyzed the 14th meditation rune of the Blackbeard movement. He used the remaining wisdom light time to think about the previous medicine refining process. The 3 times of understanding and spirituality allowed him to see his shortcomings and ways to improve. Meditation experience plus 12. Meditation, LV2, for /200, as expected, meditation was upgraded to level 2, and a level 2 wisdom light was obtained. This was equivalent to no consumption. The next day, Ivan outlined the first 14 runes in his mind in one go, and his mental power had reached 4.2, one step closer to becoming a 3rd-level apprentice. He began to refine the magic crystal water for the second time. 20 minutes later, the glass dish on the flame shook slightly, stirring the liquid medicine into a mess. My spiritual power is still a little low, and it's a bit difficult to suppress the restlessness in the magic crystal. He didn't care that he had scrapped more than 200 low-grade magic stones, and his mind was all on the problems that occurred during the medicine refining process. There are still many small problems. He believes that the exposed problems will no longer be stumbling blocks, and there will always be a proper solution. This is the belief of a pharmacist. Knock, knock. Rhythmic knocks on the door outside the dormitory brought Ivan back to his senses while he was summing up his gains and losses. He frowned and opened the door, and found that it was a shadow and servant. Apprentice Ivan Marichatin, there is a call from the patrol team. Please gather at the mission hall at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The shadow and servant said so after identifying it. Hearing its words, Ivan suddenly became sober and took the parchment and handed over with a puzzled look. It was indeed a mission call from the patrol team. Wait. Seeing that the mission was completed, the shadow and servant turned into a cloud of black smoke and floated away. Ivan wanted to call it to ask for details, but it didn't stop at all and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 101. The next morning, Ivan brought with him all the items he might need, including a long sword, round shield, crossbow, and various potions. He came to the mission hall full of doubts. Ivan, come here. At the side of the entrance to the hall, Cody called him over from a distance. You're here early. Cody, I haven't seen you for a few days. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as expected. When he approached, Cody directly introduced the mission. The Academy has the highest concentration of energy particles in this area. A small amount of energy inside the academy will always leak out. This is how the strange forest outside is formed, and it will also attract many demonized beasts to the vicinity. The monster forest is guarded by the Guardian clan. Our mission is to patrol one of the outer areas, clean up the things that have been attracted recently, and ensure the peace in that area. Ivan nodded. It was good news that he didn't have to go far. Cody continued, this was originally the patrol team's mission, but we have other things to do recently, and are short of manpower. I didn't expect you, a senior knight, to patrol for half a month, and the reward is 150 magic stones. What do you think? I have no problem at all. What else could Ivan say? This conscription order was obviously mandatory. He had some questions in his mind, but it was not convenient to ask in public, so he could only accept it. As for the task itself, the reward of 10 magic stones a day was definitely not low. For example, if a new apprentice helped the wizard clean up the laboratory, or did other errands, the reward was usually only 1 magic stone. Cody brought 4 people, one of whom was the new apprentice Meili, the senior sister of Kasha Sword Art Hall, and Ivan, a total of 6 people. Ivan knew that she had joined the patrol team. They were just nodding acquaintances, and they simply said hello. Remember the password, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The academy's barrier was huge, and the 8-clawed black spider the size of a carriage warned the apprentices. When going out of the academy, you need to record your identity information, including the crystal identity order, your own breath, meditation breath, and receive a password. After completing this series of steps, the guardian 8-clawed black spider will let you go. After coming out of the strange forest, Ivan deliberately looked back, and the strangely shaped branches and vines closed again, submerging the path inside. Cody reminded, everyone be alert. It's not like inside the academy. You may encounter danger at any time, especially you, Meili. Meili is only a first-class apprentice now. She hasn't even learned a spell, but she came out to earn magic stones. This is considered to be a care for her. Don't worry, brother, I have the power to protect myself. Meili raised the broadsword in her hand, and the black fighting spirit in her palm flashed. There are very few civilians among the apprentices. Most of them come from noble or wizard families. They started practicing night breathing early. Most of them are quasi-knights and knights. The swords they carry with them are never for decoration. After a few instructions, Cody led the 5 people to start patrolling. They needed to walk through the designated area within half a month to eliminate the potential hidden dangers nearby. Ivan thought they were just patrolling around the academy, but found that Cody led them farther and farther. It turned out that the so-called academy area covered an area of 30 to 40 miles, and their mission scope extended to not far from Fengwan City. For the safety of the new apprentices, Cody led the team to take a relatively safe route. On the way, he kept telling Ivan and Meili some things to pay attention to, so as not to be in a hurry when encountering danger. After what happened on Mar Island, Ivan had seen a lot of big scenes, and his heart was toughened. As a pure newcomer, Meili was obviously a little nervous, and her hand was tightly holding the hilt of the sword. Because the concentration of energy particles here is high and the grass and trees grow particularly vigorously, the team carefully shuttled through the complex forest and stopped when encountering puddles. The entire large area where the academy is located is called Sheedy Swamp. Many years ago, it was completely a large swamp. Now part of the area has become land, but there is still a bottomless swamp deep underground. Most of the puddles are muddy pools, which may hide demonic beasts or newly bred special elemental monsters. It is necessary to regularly investigate the situation and clean them up as soon as possible. In fact, demonic beasts are easy to deal with, but the difficult ones are elemental monsters born under the influence of high-energy particles. You have to be careful when you encounter elemental monsters that can easily change the terrain. Others were on guard around the puddle. An apprentice poured some manic potion from a glass bottle. The potion turned into a thin layer of mist and evenly blended into the water. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Keep going. Cody waved his hand, and the team continued to move forward on the wet ground. From morning to afternoon, the team had been patrolling the mission area. When they were hungry, they filled their stomachs with nutritional potions. One potion could ensure that they would not be hungry for 2 or 3 days. Be careful. In front of the team, there were figures suddenly moving on the tree trunk. A large amount of gray powder was raised and quickly enveloped them. The figures behind the powder and dust revealed their traces. They were several gray-winged itch butterflies. When itch butterflies are frightened, they will spread the powder. Once touched, people will itch all over. Wind. Following Cody's command, the 6 people drove the wind element particles together, turning them into a strong wind and blowing forward, blowing the spreading powder in the opposite direction, making the gray butterfly unstable, and turning around to escape. Fire be cone. Another third-class apprentice, Haydn, cast a spell, and the flames turned into mini cones, accurately hitting the wings of each gray butterfly. The flames burned, and the itchy butterflies fell to the ground and turned into charcoal. Cody said, "This is the most common thing around. You will definitely encounter it every time you patrol. It will be troublesome if you get their itchy powder. The itchy powder itself is not poisonous, and the antidote is not very effective." Ivan asked, "Is there a way to eliminate it? I have seen information about the itch butterfly in the Science of Everything, but it does not include the method of removing the itch powder. It is said that the itch will automatically disappear after 2 days." Hearing his question, someone couldn't help but chuckle. He explained, "Dig some deep swamp mud, urinate on it, and mix it evenly. Apply it to the red area, and keep it on for half an hour. It will be almost gone." Cody agreed. "Yes, it is said that someone has tried it, and it is very effective." Ivan raised his eyebrows. This was probably a folk remedy. Who knows which genius apprentice came up with it? The inspection continued until the evening, and the team returned to the academy and disbanded. There were 3 minor accidents throughout the day, and the team easily dealt with them. The first day of the mission ended just like that. Early the next morning, the 6-member team assembled, inspected the mission area during the day, and returned to the academy to rest in the evening. Ivan returned to the dormitory and continued to refine the magic crystal water, wasting more than 200 magic stones. On the 3rd day, the mission was going on as usual, and the team finally encountered something tricky. "Back off, it's a swamp monster." In the puddle, a huge monster suddenly emerged from the originally calm water surface. Its body was made of mud and rotten branches and leaves. It was still getting bigger, and the smell of decay spread all around. The ground around the puddle rumbled, and the 6 people took big steps back after noticing the movement, away from the vibrating ground. Chapter 102. As soon as the apprentices stepped back, the soil where they were standing cracked, the trees fell, and the monster made of mud and rotten matter continued to grow larger and taller. In a moment, it expanded to almost the height of a 2-story building and turned into a bloated mud giant. The mud giant exuded great power. This time, the 6 people undoubtedly encountered a tough guy. There is such a powerful elemental monster here. It must be a laboratory that leaked high-energy particles. "Quiet, don't talk nonsense." Someone just started to complain, but was immediately stopped by Cody. As an apprentice, they could never question the wizard's affairs. Secondary energy fireball. After gaining a firm foothold, the 3rd-class apprentice Haydn took the lead in launching a magic attack. A fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter condensed and attacked the swamp mud monster that stopped expanding. The burning fireball hit its body. The fireball exploded. Flames and mud splashed everywhere, causing the apprentices to step back a few steps. "No, the mud layer is too thick, and this kind of magic can't hurt the swamp mud monster," Haydn said helplessly. The fireball just now hit the flowing mud layer, just like a fist hitting a sponge. As the mud flowed, the charred marks caused by the fireball were being quickly erased by the corrosive mud monster. The swamp mud monster was enraged by the fireball, and its facial features that had not yet fully formed made a twisted roar, spitting out mud bombs one after another, attacking Haydn's direction. Bang, bang, bang. Haydn dodged easily, and the mud bomb fell to the ground. There were obvious signs of corrosion at the place where it was hit, which should contain some kind of corrosive acid. After a round of attacks, the characteristics of the swamp mud monster were exposed. Its advantages were strong defense and fast recovery, but its disadvantages were clumsy movements and slow speed. Under Cody's command, the other 4 stood separately, wandered around the swamp mud monster, and continuously launched attacks to further confirm the characteristics of the swamp mud monster. The 4 of them launched frost and cold air attacks together, and frost appeared on the body of the swamp mud monster and spread, causing great inconvenience to its movements, but failed to completely restrict its ability to move. Under the effect of frost, the swamp mud monster seemed to be covered with a layer of ice armor, which made the apprentice helpless. This kind of monster is probably the nemesis of the swiftwood silkworm. Ivan was looking for an opportunity in the back. He found that he had no means to deal with the swamp mud monster. The swiftwood silkworm, who had high hopes, just couldn't do anything with this kind of creature. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to learn other spells as soon as possible. Not far away, Meili also did not move forward. The only means she could use to attack the mud monster was the strongbow. In this situation, arrows were unlikely to be useful. The ice armor dissipated, and the swamp mud monster was provoked to greater anger by the apprentice. Two huge palms appeared in the flowing mud, and the palms reached into the air one after another, slapping the apprentices around. Cody and the other four had already dodged it. The giant palm fell on the ground, corroding the ground into two irregular palm prints, and the nearby mud splashed. Secondary tornado. At the moment when the swamp mud monster attacked the most fiercely, Cody saw the opportunity to attack and decisively performed his favorite spell. A wind tornado took the opportunity to fall on the swamp mud monster, which was leaning forward slightly, located in the middle of the body. The wind rolled up the mud and fallen leaves, and formed a different tornado in an instant, continuously pulling the mud on the mud monster. Seeing this, the other three apprentices attacked one after another, and various spells bombarded various parts of the mud monster's body. Ivan and Meili, who were on the periphery, could not help but take a few steps forward. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the body of the swamp mud monster was half thin, and was still decaying. At this time, a strong flow was generated inside the body of the swamp mud monster, and a group of high-energy things rushed from the upper part of the body to the lower part. It was the body core of the swamp mud monster. The 6 people present realized one thing: this was a great opportunity. Cody, who was maintaining the tornado, couldn't pull his hands away, and the other 3 had just finished casting spells, which needed 2 or 3 seconds. Meili pulled the bow and shot an arrow. Ivan was not vague either. He casually took out 3 disposable runes, 1 sharp rune on the tip of the sword, and 2 ice runes on the middle and back of the sword. The long sword was immediately enchanted with 3 runes. He threw the long sword out. The long sword with a different sharpness and freezing air pierced into the body of the swamp mud monster, directly penetrated into the interior, and attacked the high-energy core that rushed down. In the blink of an eye, the long sword sank into the mud. The next second, the swamp mud monster roared in fear, and the ice froze the circle of mud into blocks from the inside to the outside, and broke it into ice chips. The huge body of the swamp mud monster began to collapse rapidly. Disperse. Seeing this, the apprentices quickly moved away to avoid being affected by the falling mud. The swamp mud monster died, and the surrounding area was in a mess. According to the growth rate of vegetation here, it will return to its original state in less than 2 months. Cody waved his hand towards the place where the swamp mud monster fell, and the wind blew a ball of something to fly in front of everyone. A thin layer of ice wrapped around a ball of sticky frozen liquid, and half of a cracked broken sword was stuck on it. The broken sword was the long sword that Ivan had just thrown out. This is the core of the swamp mud monster. It should be exchanged for 20 to 30 magic stones, if handed over to the Academy's purchase office. Ivan, you seem to have used 3 disposable runes just now, which are worth about 20 magic stones. How about? Cody said and glanced at the others. He estimated that Ivan was a new apprentice and must be lacking in magic stones. He couldn't let him spend so much money. Before the others could speak, Ivan rejected his kindness. It doesn't matter. I am an enchanter. It's just right to test the runes I made. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Is that the first time you made a rune yourself? Yes, it was made not long ago. Cody knew his situation very well, and he looked at him differently when he heard this. Cody joked, "It seems that I can ask you for help in making magic items in the future." Ivan didn't dare to answer, not even close. "Now I can't make anything except one-time runes." Cody pretended not to hear this. "How long have you been in the Academy? If you can make magic items now, then we have come to the Academy for nothing." The other 3 didn't know Ivan, and didn't have any feelings about him. Unlike Meili, who had just entered the school, when she was the senior sister of Kasha Sword Art Hall, Ivan was just a student who was not even a first-class night attendant. I never thought that in less than a year, the other party would surpass me by a large margin, which made Meili hold the broadsword tighter. The appearance of the swamp mud monster was just an episode on the patrol, and the patrol mission still needed to continue. On the 4th night of the patrol, Ivan had been back to the dormitory for 3 hours. Under the firelight, he was immersed in the refining of the medicine. The medicine liquid in the glass dish had reached a critical moment. After a while, the tumbling medicine liquid became crystal clear. "It's done." He stared at the glass dish in front of him, and saw a beam of ink-like medicine liquid condensed and not dispersed. It slowly rotated in the pure water, which seemed so comfortable and smooth. This was the magic crystal water. Compared with the magic stone water, the magic crystal water was darker in ink color, and the surface of the ink-colored strips was smoother and more vivid, like a swirling black loach. This was the 5th time he had refined it. Yesterday, he consumed another level 2 wisdom light. Today, He succeeded in refining it. It was the most difficult of all the potions he had ever refined. After the liquid medicine cooled, Ivan introduced the magic crystal water into a small glass bottle, and a magic crystal water was completed. He carefully observed it for a while, and after checking that it was correct, he began to meditate to restore his mental strength. When his mental strength was restored, he was ready to take the magic crystal water directly to improve his strength. Chapter 103. Inside the alchemy room. Under the bright light of the wall lamp, Ivan held up the small glass bottle and drank it all. The next second, he came to a gloomy space filled with rolling dust. Several figures squeezed through the dust and rushed to him. He could see that they were wearing a decent black priest robe. A head with 2 horns appeared in the hood of the robe, and there were animal pupils and fangs on the face. These figures were waving their claws and teeth, uttering resentful curses, trying to grab him. Seeing this scene, Ivan frowned, raised his hand, and sent out a mental shot to defeat the figure. How is the magic stone formed? Why do these monsters appear every time, and they carry so much resentment? He is no longer a novice who takes magic stone water. He understands that the appearance of illusions comes from the raw material, that is, the magic stone itself. The magic stone contains some deep resentment, so things that want to attack him will appear in the illusion. He always feels that the black robe on the other party is somewhat similar to the wizard robe. After the illusion disappeared, Ivan actually didn't go anywhere. He was still in the alchemy room, sitting on a chair. Strength, 3.9, Agility, 5.1, Constitution, 5.1, Spirit, 5.4. The attribute panel appeared on the light film. He stared at it with shining eyes. His mental strength actually increased by 1.2 scales. It was worth spending thousands of magic stones. Thinking about it, everything was worth it. Other aspects of the body have not improved much in recent times. On the contrary, the weak strength is 0.3 scales higher than when he left Fayou Port, and the agility and constitution have only increased by 0.1 scales. This is because his fighting spirit has entered a slow growth period. Unless there are other breathing secret medicines, it is difficult to have a significant increase in a short period of time. Then, he glanced at the academic master panel, which showed the experience value prompt. Pharmacy experience value plus 60. Pharmacy, LV4, 737/1000. In recent days, the experience of pharmacy has increased rapidly, and the growth of runes, enchantment, and knight's breathing has also been obvious. Among them, the knight's breathing has benefited more from the planting of spring buds. With his hard work, all the swiftwood silkworms have merged with the spring buds and a little bit of the curse power of the demonic curse. Now, he only had a portion of the curse power left, which was equivalent to the amount that Toynes transferred the first time, so it was easy to suppress it. After he observed that the swiftwood silkworms did not show any abnormalities, it meant that they could carry more curse power, which was good news for him. In fact, compared with when they were in Sangu, the swiftwood silkworms had become much stronger. The reason was very simple. They had been in a state of malnutrition before. Just like Randall said, the swiftwood silkworms were starving before. After being fed with plant elemental stones, they were now in a normal state, or even beyond the normal state. The silkworm queen in normal state would occasionally give him some surprises. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a swiftwood silkworm larva would be added, which was the offspring of the silkworm queen. The patrol mission of the 6-man team still needed to be carried out. They went out early and returned late every day. In the subsequent patrols, they encountered creatures of different postures. On the 6th day of the patrol, the team found a hidden tree monster. This was a tree full of roots and branches. It was short and had unformed facial features. It could drive the roots and vines around it, but was afraid of fire spells. According to the rules of the academy, the 6-man team cleared it out, and Ivan collected some materials that could be used to perform vine entanglement. On the 9th day of the patrol, the team encountered a field of sharp-toothed flowers. Once a creature approaches, the sharp-toothed flower will suddenly jump out and pounce on the creature's head. If it succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. It is also afraid of fire spells, so the team cleared it out. On the 11th day of the patrol, the 6-man team encountered a mud monster again, but it was not as fierce as the previous swamp mud monster, so it was easily cut off. Under the leadership of Cody, several people went to Phone City and stayed in the city for more than 2 hours. Ivan saw the customs and habits of this exotic town. Compared with Flying Fish Harbor, there are many more elements related to wizards here. Ordinary people here need to take a potion called Purifier regularly, to avoid being affected by the force field that wizards occasionally emit. Even if they take the Purifier on time, ordinary people cannot stay for too long. They can only live in Wind Bay City for 10 years at most. If they stay for a long time, their lifespan will be seriously shortened. In addition to ordinary people, there are also many older wizard apprentices living in Wind Bay City, and they are not all from Mona Antland Hut. On the 12th day of the patrol, the 6-man team began to patrol a special area, which was also the most dangerous place in the mission. Cody reminded in a deep voice, "Be alert, this is not an ordinary place. The number of demonized creatures will be several times that of other places." He was referring to the thatched grass in front of him, which was quite large. The thatched grass was yellow and withered, and only a few sparse tufts of tail grass were still alive, and even had several small flowers, which made people sigh. There were occasionally some small puddles in the grass, and there was nothing special about it. Hayden muttered, "It is said that there is a sewage pipe below, and the other end of the pipe is connected to several high-energy laboratories." His words reminded people of the previous swamp mud monster, and several people couldn't help but shudder. Such a place is not too important. Don't listen to his nonsense. Gossip is not counted. Cody turned back and glared at him. He was really a guy who didn't want to be a human being to hit the morale at this time. Critical places need to use heavy medicine. Cody distributed the manic potion to each team member. Under their operation, a thin layer of mist was generated, which was blown by the breeze and drifted to the dry thatched grass, and evenly blended into it. After a while, the ground broke open one after another, and mud and water splashed all around. A creature like an earthworm as thick as an arm emerged, directly overturning many clusters of tail grass flowers. It's a swamp worm. The landing of the manic potion was like poking a swamp worm nest. Swamp worms of all sizes emerged from an area in front of the thatched grass. Most swamp creatures spit mud, and half of the mud is mixed with acid. Swamp worms are the latter. Swamp worms are a general term for worms, which are divided into many types. Ivan couldn't tell which type the one in front of him belonged to. At least it was not the kind that could shed its shell to make a worm nest. Puff, puff, puff. When the two sides met, they greeted the apprentices with acid. Fire be cone, ice cone, rotating wind blade. The old apprentice cast a powerful spell and greeted the swamp worms back. Ivan was not idle either. He controlled a dozen swiftwood silkworms to transform into swiftwood moths. The swiftwood moths were like bullets that shot out and easily pierced the worms' bodies. A group of moths were like mowing grass. As soon as they met, they cut the worms into many pieces. Their spells were no worse than those of other people. In terms of speed, the current swiftwood silkworms were estimated to be around 3.2 scales, which was comparable to some knights. When they were deployed, they were equivalent to a group of knights. The performance of the swiftwood silkworms was somewhat eye-catching. The other apprentices just took a second look and continued to clean up the swamp worms. With the joint efforts of everyone, all the swamp worms that dared to show their heads were wiped out. At Cody's signal, they changed directions around the thatched grass and continued to use the manic potion. Only a few black-scaled water snakes emerged, and Hayden cleared them all by himself. Continuing to change directions, they failed to attract anything from several positions in a row until they returned to the other side of the previous swamp worm's territory, and some demonized creatures emerged. This situation was very unusual. Several people looked at each other, and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Chapter 104. It doesn't make sense that there are only demonized creatures on one edge of such a large thatched area, and nothing else. There is only one possibility in this case, that there is a fierce guy hiding underneath, who has driven away or eaten the other creatures. The mission cannot be stopped based on speculation alone. Where's the thing? Hey, it's here. At Cody's signal, Hayden took out a toad from his pocket. The others looked closely, and saw that it was a big-bellied toad with bat-like wings, like a product from a laboratory. Cody took the bat-winged toad, poured several bottles of mania potion into it, making its belly bulge, and returned it to Hayden. Go. Hayden patted the bat-winged toad, and sent it forward. The bat-winged toad flew over the thatched grass, spraying mania potion while flying, and came back to replenish potion until the thatched grass was sprayed. It had been a long time since the bat-winged toad stopped working, and there was still no movement on the thatched grass. It's our turn. Cody signaled everyone to disperse a little, and under his leadership, they stepped onto the dry thatched grass together. Several people were on high alert, ready to deal with anything that might happen. In just a few minutes, they felt like they had spent half a day, walking from one side of the thatched lawn to the other. It was calm. After walking out of the thatched lawn, the tense bodies of several people did not relax. Everyone looked at Cody, waiting for his next arrangement. Look at what I'm doing. Continue to patrol. there are still many places to explore. Cody waved his hand and led everyone to continue moving forward. As for the thatched lawn behind them, they had already patrolled it. If no demonized creatures appeared, they couldn't just drill into the soil to look for them. When the mission is over and the information is reported, just mention it briefly. Ivan blinked speechlessly, and wisely did not mention the matter of the thatched lawn, and no one else mentioned it either. The day's inspection passed without any danger. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, the 6-member team returned to the academy smoothly, and submitted the mission in the mission hall. Ivan received his mission reward, a total of 150 academy points, equivalent to 150 low-grade magic stones, which can be used as magic stones when trading with the academy. It must be said that the patrol team's mission is to go out early and return late, and they need to walk around more places. The dangers encountered in the mission are not great. The reward is not small, and the mission is cost-effective. He knew that he only earned magic stones. As a member of the patrol team, Cody and others' reward should include credits. In the Mona Antland hut, points are only equivalent to ordinary magic stones, while credits are endowed with special gold content and can be exchanged for high-value items in the academy, such as elementary knowledge, spells, and mental potions. After the team dispersed, Ivan called Cody, who was about to leave. "Wait, Cody, I have something to ask you." Cody nodded slightly and then suggested, "How about treating me to dinner first?" Ivan said, "That's a good idea." The restaurant is located between the living area and the teaching area. It is a 2-story circular building with several restaurants inside. The first floor is the apprentice restaurant, and the second floor is the wizard restaurant. On the first floor, except for one restaurant where you can pay for fresh food, all other restaurants are buffets. You can eat as much as you want with 1 point. There is also a restaurant that uses gold coins to pay. Of course, Ivan was not stingy, and he and Cody came to a small restaurant where they could order food. After a while, the fragrant roasted magic crocodile meat was served on the table, and the two of them feasted on it. Cody suddenly said, "I heard a message that someone in the hunting team regarded your joining the enchantment group as a betrayal, and an apprentice wanted to deal with you." After hearing this, Ivan looked up at him and said, "Did a wizard over there say something?" Mentor Randall said that no wizard would cause trouble for him, but he didn't say that the apprentice wouldn't. Wizards have their own rules, and Randall can't stop the apprentices of the hunting team. Cody said vaguely, "You should know my character. I never talk about the right and wrong of wizards." Ivan didn't force it. He asked another question. "What are the regulations for the cross-group recruitment mission?" Cody said, "It is impossible to recruit you twice in a short period of time. This short period refers to 2 or 3 months. Secondly, there needs to be a corresponding task and situation. For example, the patrol team just happened to be short of manpower this time, and only apprentices with higher status can issue a recruitment order. What is considered a high status? It depends on the strength. 3rd-class apprentices with a spiritual power of more than 13 scales and a prospect of promotion are potential wizard seeds. The academy will recognize and give them corresponding status. Apprentices with a spiritual power of 13 scales are not far from the limit of 3rd-class apprentices. In the future, they are likely to become formal wizards. These people are the real cornerstone of the academy, and the academy will certainly pay more attention to them." Ivan suddenly realized that these people are indeed worth taking care of. But when he thought about having one or more such enemies, he was not happy. Some people in the hunting team probably had bubbles in their heads. He did not have the autonomy to choose a mentor before. Your hunting team was slow to act and missed the opportunity. Now they blame him who has no choice. Alas, when you really have no strength, everyone wants to take advantage of you to show off their ability. He was very fortunate that there were apprentices in the academy who were willing to help him. "Thank you very much. It's just a small matter. You can ask me for help if you need it in the future." For Cody, after all, he watched someone join the academy, so he would help if he could and give a reminder. The two parted in front of the restaurant. Ivan returned to his dormitory worriedly and came to the alchemy room as usual. Pharmacy, LV4, 922/1000. In the past 10 days, he has completed the refining of magic crystal water. Each bucket of magic crystal water can bring him 60 experience points. It seems that the alchemy is about to be upgraded. In addition to the achievements in pharmacy, enchantment was upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and a level 2 wisdom light was obtained. So far, there are 3 level 2 wisdom lights, 2 level 3 lights, and 1 level 4 great wisdom light on the light film. These are the main changes in the subject. In the refining of magic crystal water, 3 of the last 5 times were successful, and 3 more magic crystal waters were obtained. Not long ago, he took the second magic crystal water, and the mental power scale was increased to 6 scales. He can outline the first 20 meditation runes in his mind at a time. This is the limit of a second-class apprentice. There is a mental power constraint level between the second-class apprentice and the third-class apprentice. The existence of this level made his spiritual power stop at the 6th scale, and the effect of the second magic crystal water was not fully exerted. Unlike the first and second levels before, the third level is a very difficult bondage to break, and requires specific conditions to be met, and he does not know the specific conditions. Those birdmen in the hunting team are really bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Why didn't I see you causing trouble for Toynes before? Thinking of the hunting team's covetous eyes on him, Ivan was still a little indignant and decided to consult the instructor tomorrow to become a third-level apprentice as soon as possible. Chapter 105. The next day, Ivan learned his lesson and contacted his mentor to see if he had time. In the afternoon, he came to his mentor's 3-story round tower. As soon as he knocked on the door, it opened automatically. He came into the hall and looked at a corner inside in confusion, wondering what Randall was bending over to look for. "Good day, mentor." "Ivan, you are here. Are the little guys okay?" Randall stretched out his hand to feel around for a while, then stood up and turned to look at him, and said in surprise, "Looking at your mental fluctuations, you are almost a third-class apprentice." Ivan nodded and muttered, "The little guys are all good, I'm not so good." Randall walked over and sat on the main seat, and pushed the fried white stripe worms in front of him. "Don't worry, talk slowly. No wonder Gina is so casual here. It turns out that the mentor is too casual, without the aura of a wizard." Ivan complained in his heart and asked, "Teacher, I heard that breaking through the third-level apprentice requires an important potion?" Randall grabbed a handful of fried white stripe worms from another large glass bottle, stuffed it into his mouth, and said while eating, "Boiling potion? This is an auxiliary potion commonly used in our academy to break the mental barrier of the third-level apprentices. It has been verified countless times, and rarely fails." Seeing this, Ivan had no choice but to join in the fun, and the taste was surprisingly good. "How is it?" "Crispy." I said it was delicious, but Mean actually looked disgusted. Randall looked at him with appreciation, scolded another disciple, and then talked about the potion. A boiling potion requires 100 credits plus 200 magic stones. So expensive? Hearing his words, Ivan immediately felt that the snack in his hand was not delicious. Randall looked helpless. "It is so expensive. The academy rules are like this, no one can change it." "Teacher, how do I earn credits? How are you doing with your knowledge of runes and enchantments? You don't come to ask me, your teacher. It's not because I'm afraid of bothering you. In fact, I have accumulated a lot of questions." Faced with Randall's accusation, Ivan smiled awkwardly. If he had known that the teacher was so easygoing, he would have come to ask. He was not used to Toynes' mode and couldn't change it for a while. Without waiting for the teacher to say anything, he asked more than a dozen questions about runes and enchantments. Randall answered them one by one. His profound knowledge made Ivan regret that he didn't come earlier. Finally, Randall nodded slightly. "It's okay, but not enough. The completion of the line text needs to reach 80% to connect into a rune bundle. The rune bundle is the basic condition for making low-level magic items." Ivan was a little embarrassed. His current completion is only about 63%, which is far from meeting the requirements of the rune bundle. Randall continued, "There are 2 common ways for the enchantment group to obtain credits. One is to buy materials and make disposable runes or low-level magic items. Disposable runes will be picked and chosen by those people. This method can only obtain 50 credits per year. This is also the rule of the academy. 50 credits per year are obviously not enough for him." Ivan asked hurriedly, "What about the second way?" Randall said, "Complete the enchanting task of the enchanting group. The location is in the internal workshop. The raw materials are provided by the academy. The task reward is credits. The number of credits depends on the number of tasks, but the enchanting task candidates are usually third-class apprentices." "What else?" "Complete special tasks, or make special contributions to the academy. This kind of task will be more dangerous." After listening to the 3 ways to obtain credits, Ivan frowned, none of which could fully meet his requirements. When he came to his senses, he found that his mentor looked a little strange. Could there be another way? "Teacher, please tell me what you want to say," Randall said in a strange tone. "You are lucky. There is an opportunity right now. The workshop listed an enchantment task 2 days ago, and designated you as a batch of new apprentices to complete it. The basic requirement is to be able to refine a one-time rune. Will there be any problem with this? Ivan was puzzled. There was such a strange requirement. It couldn't be a trick. Randall pointed his finger, and a gentle spiritual force hit his head. What are you thinking? How could the academy deliberately harm you, a second-class apprentice? Since the workshop requires this, you can refine a one-time rune and fully meet the requirements of the task. Just go there tomorrow. Ivan nodded. I understand, mentor. Randall said, there are 3 conditions for promotion to a third-class apprentice. Mental power reaches 6 scales, learns 2 0-level spells, and boiling potions. The only thing missing is the boiling potion. Do you need to buy spells? The spells I researched and obtained from outside do not require your credits, and you can get 20 magic stones for each spell. Of course you need to buy them. You are too generous, instructor. Ivan had consulted before, and in addition to paying the corresponding magic stones, the purchase of spells in the academy also required 2 to 3 credits to be deducted, so he did not buy other spells. Afterwards, Randall used the crystal ball to transmit 5 spells to him: insect hiding, arrow shooting, traction, shaping, and spiritualization. Without exception, all 5 spells are not orthodox elemental spells. Any other questions? About the hunting team. No wizard will bother you. As for the apprentice, you are quite powerful, and there is no need to be afraid of him. If there is any problem, I will personally take action to avenge you. Okay. The mentor said so. What else can Ivan do? This is his own business. Before leaving, he asked a question out of curiosity. Teacher, what were you looking for in the corner before? Randall said subconsciously. A stupid bug that can only hide there. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 stones flew out from the corner, one stone aimed at Randall, and the other at Ivan. Randall dodged it lightly, and Ivan was hit on the head by the stone just as he noticed it. This was the second time he was hit on the head today, and it hurt a little. Ivan scratched his head and glanced at Randall, who looked a little embarrassed. It was better to leave early, so he tactfully said goodbye. A new day. Ivan followed Randall's instructions, and came to the internal workshop of the enchantment group. This was the experimental area. From the outside, the enchantment workshop looked like a large storage warehouse, with few windows. The entrance to the workshop looked like a reception desk. He glanced at the particle light film that issued the tasks. Sure enough, there was an enchantment task for a new batch of apprentices to complete. The information listed in the task was simple and clear. Ivan stepped forward and said, Hello, I am a student of Randall the Wizard in the enchantment group, a new apprentice in this batch, and I am here to receive the task. After he finished speaking, all the staff at the reception desk looked up at him, with some inexplicable surprise in their eyes, as if they were looking at something rare. Being stared at by the 3 apprentices inside, Ivan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the mission? But Randall didn't make sense to deceive him, not to mention that it was clearly written on the particle light film that he just met the mission requirements. Chapter 106. At the reception desk, the apprentice behind the window asked, Are you sure you want to accept this task? Ivan nodded. Any questions? I am a new apprentice in this batch. From the enchantment group, I have only been in school for 2 months, and I can make disposable runes. He was a little confused about the attitudes of the few people, and asked them to explain clearly if there was any problem. The apprentice glanced at the other 2. It seems that there is no problem. The other 2 nodded and shook their heads. Both of them looked hesitant, and there was something fishy at a glance. Ivan looked back at the particle light film, and suddenly understood something when he thought of what Gina said. At this time, an apprentice in a frost blue apprentice robe walked in. When he saw the person inside, his eyes lit up. Ivan, you are here too. Kame, long time no see. Ivan was more certain of his guess, but his face was normal. I was short of credits recently, and there happened to be an enchanting task here, so I came here. Great, I thought I was the only newcomer here. Kame muttered, and the depression in his heart suddenly disappeared. He walked over quickly. Let's team up. No problem. Of course Ivan would not refuse. Kame leaned over to the window and shouted inside, Hurry up, we need to receive the number 11 task. By the way, this is the work I just finished. Ivan, what about yours? Let them check it. I can't wait to get started. He turned around and reminded. Ivan handed in the disposable rune he made. No problem, I take you to the inside of the workshop. The apprentice inside was surprisingly efficient this time. He completed the verification in a few seconds and helped the 2 people to handle the task. Then one of them came out and took them to the inside of the workshop. It seems that this task is really prepared for Cam, but there is an intruder like him. Ivan couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He would not complain about the unfairness inside because he didn't have the strength to do so. The concentration of energy particles inside the enchanting workshop is higher than outside. The lights are bright inside, and you can see small rooms separated one by one. There are various patterns on the walls of the rooms, and there are obscure lines on the patterns. The apprentice took the two to a small room not far from the entrance. It was a simple workshop. After a few reminders, he went to other rooms to get raw materials. "Ivan, aren't you a pharmacist?" Kame asked curiously. "You forgot that I was selected into the enchantment group before." Ivan looked around and answered casually, "I have some talent in learning. I just learned to make disposable runes not long ago." "You are amazing. You got started with enchantment so quickly." "You are the same." "Not the same." Kame shook his head gently. He grew up in a pile of runes. He was different from others because of what he saw and heard. Because he was familiar with enchanting, he knew how difficult it was to learn a one-time rune in 2 months. Ivan in front of him was undoubtedly an enchanting genius. The apprentice returned to the workshop with a few boxes and gave them to the two people. There were 3 sets of enchantments: rune pen, elemental ink, and rune scroll. He explained the task requirements and rewards, requiring that the scrap rate should not exceed 20%, and the reward was 1 credit for completing 15 one-time runes. The task lasted for 1 month, and then he handed the space to the two people. "Ivan, you earn credits to buy boiling potions, right?" "Yes." "Me too. Boiling potions require 100 credits. Do you want to compete to see who has more credits at the end of the mission?" The two of them skillfully arranged the tools and raw materials, and when they were about to start, Kame suddenly invited them with great interest. This sounded familiar. Ivan had no interest in this meaningless competition, and was thinking of refusing, but Kame's next words moved him. "If you win, I give you a low-level magic item production blueprint, defensive type." Ivan looked at it in surprise. Unlike disposable runes, the production of magic items requires professional drawings. A magic item drawing is worth at least 4 or 5 magic stones, and at most tens of thousands of magic stones, especially defensive magic items. "If you lose, just give me some potions. It's just a casual comparison. You and I don't have to take it too seriously." Kame thought he was worried about the prize, so he quickly added, and then looked at him eagerly, "Come on, just a casual comparison. Since you are interested, I will accompany you." Seeing his expectant face, Ivan thought about it, and didn't refuse. "Okay, I count to 3, 2, 1, and start." Kame said that he would just compare it casually, but when he saw that he agreed, his expression immediately became solemn and serious, and it was hard for people not to doubt what he just said. Like pharmacy, enchantment is one of the mainstream skills of wizards, and there is no difference between the two. A widely used skill will inevitably derive many schools. As a novice enchanter, Kame's writing is more fluent and light, and the tip of the pen reveals a unique rhythm. On the other hand, Ivan was more reserved and cautious, and the lines he wrote were so rigid. Soon, Kame finished making 3 one-time runes in one breath, turned his head, and looked at the other party, who had not finished the second one. Seeing this, he was very excited. Time passed by inadvertently, and both of them were immersed in the production of one-time runes. In a blink of an eye, a day passed. The two of them glanced at each other's finished products. 65 pieces. 42 pieces. The former is Kame's, and the latter is Ivan's. For this result, Kame's eyes were already smiling. He was a person who didn't like to hide his emotions. He felt a great sense of accomplishment to win over Ivan, an enchanting genius that he recognized. Ivan's eyes flickered slightly, and he was also satisfied with this result. Enchanting experience plus 4. Enchanting, LV3, 5/300. Rune experience plus 2. Rune, LV3, 239/300. At the end of the day, the rune experience increased by dozens of points, and the enchantment was directly upgraded to level 3, and a small wisdom light and wisdom light were gained. How could he not be satisfied with such rapid growth in just one day? This enchanting workshop is simply a treasure land for experience points. After leaving the workshop, the two handed over the finished product to the apprentice in the workshop window, and left the enchanting workshop together. It was getting dark outside. Seeing that he looked different just now, Kame said embarrassedly, "Ivan, you are already a great enchanting genius, but don't be discouraged. I just had more exposure to it since I was a child, and my sister was there to urge me, so." Ivan smiled and said, "I know, don't be careless. Be careful not to be surpassed by me, otherwise I don't know how to comfort you." "How could that be? I won't lose." At this time, the expression on his face really didn't look fake, and Kame felt relieved. Just as she was about to refute a few words, a figure appeared in her field of vision. Seeing the other person, Kame's face darkened. Ivan followed his gaze, and found that it was also a male apprentice from the academy. He was tall and strong, and was walking towards them quickly. Chapter 107. I've been missing for a while, dear Cam. Wayne Steele, please call me by my full name. The two met at a distance, and the other greeted him warmly, while Cam was the opposite, showing a kind of disgust from the inside out. Ivan's heart moved. Isn't Wayne the only 5th-level gifted apprentice in their batch? It is said that he joined the cultivation group, which is controlled by the dean's department, but the last name Steele seems to be the same as the vice dean of the pharmacy group. I wonder what the conflict is between these two people who come from wizard families. You are so sad, Cam. Wayne walked closer. There were delicate patterns on his apprentice robe, and a faint fragrance came from his body. He was a person who loved to pay attention to details. I don't mind, Cam said coldly. Well, don't you introduce your friend? Wayne was not angry, and then changed the subject. This is Ivan. Cam looked at him coldly, turned around and praised Ivan, a genius with both pharmacy and enchantment talents. He is also an insect controller, and he studied under the most powerful insect controller wizard in the academy. Ivan nodded slightly. Really? Wayne looked at him with a scrutinizing look, and his eyes softened when he looked at Cam. Goodbye, Ivan. Looking at the departing figure, Cam still had a look of disgust on her face. You don't know this person. He is a very annoying person anyway. You better stay away from him. I always keep a safe distance from strangers. In Ivan's eyes, Cam is a good boy who likes to be kind to others. Wayne is quite capable to provoke him like this. Could it be that he is pursuing the sister that Cam often talks about? I didn't expect Cam to be a sister con. After returning to the dormitory with Camille, Ivan was not idle either. Meditation, potions, new spells, enchantments and other things occupied most of his time, and he was busy until late at night. The next day, the two came to the enchantment workshop on time, and started a new day of enchantment work. The runes in the workshop were processed. It was a simple matter for the two to carve the corresponding runes according to the corresponding materials. While enchanting, Camille did not forget to pay attention to the movement on the side, and he suddenly stopped. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? It's only been one day. How come Ivan has made such great progress? His movements are much smoother, and his speed has also improved. Of course, he can see this remarkable improvement at a glance. No, I can't slack off. With this in mind, Cam didn't bother to think too much and threw himself into the enchanting task again. It was evening, 67 sheets. 49 sheets. Both of them have made some progress. In addition to the obvious progress, Ivan also increased the completion of the line text to 67%, which can show up to 67% of the power of the three-dimensional rune. In addition, the rune science was upgraded to level 4, which is another level 4 subject after pharmacy and Knight's breathing science. After rune science reaches level 4, the experience points gained from making disposable runes are greatly reduced. Rune science, LV4, 4/1000. Enchantment, LV3, 201/300. If nothing unexpected happens, enchantment will also be upgraded to level 4 tomorrow, which makes him feel a little emotional. Another day passed, and no accidents happened. Enchantment naturally upgraded to level 4. Enchantment experience points +1. Enchantment, LV4, 33/1000. After enchantment science reaches level 4, the experience points gained from making disposable runes are only 1 point, which is better than he expected. On this day, the data of finished products of Cam and Ivan were 68 and 56 respectively. On the 4th day of the mission, Cam reported his data immediately. I have 67, how about you, Ivan? 65. The highest completion rate of the line text was 72%, Ivan added in his mind. After the baptism of 2 small wisdom lights in succession, his enchantment attainments were improved by an unknown amount, and how much time was saved. Anyway, the disposable runes were at the point of being easily pinched, and now he has caught up with Cam and is at the same level. Cam couldn't hold it in any longer, and asked the question in his heart in a somewhat rude manner. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe such a thing. How did you make such great progress, Ivan? Ivan said, I said it before. What? I have some talent in learning. Is this some talent? Ivan, you are too modest. The other party's progress can be said to be taking place under his nose. Although Cam didn't understand it, it didn't prevent him from accepting this fact. Born in a wizard family, he was well informed and understood that talent was not something that could be reasoned with. Just like Wayne, who is so annoying, can actually have a 5th level talent, while I only have a 4th level talent. I will be suppressed by him, and I will never be able to change it in this life. Thinking about it, He felt that it was unreasonable. On the contrary, Ivan's learning talent was easier to accept. Ivan, I won't give up so easily. Me too. The two looked at each other, and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. After leaving the enchantment workshop, Kim hurried back to Lydia's castle. Kim walked through the courtyard garden corridor, and came all the way to the depths of the castle. He shouted to a room, "Heidi, my dear sister, you must help me, A tall figure flashed out, and looked up and down at his brother. Who bullied you? Ivan, no, Ivan didn't bully me, just listen to me. Kame said subconsciously, then realized that the meaning was wrong, and said the competition in a few words. Hurry up and teach me, I must hurry up. If I don't hurry up, I may be surpassed by Ivan tomorrow. You are really good at using the magic item drawings as a bet. Heidi complained that he was fooling around and stretched out her slender fingers to touch his head. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Camille pulled her hand nonchalantly, as if she would not let go unless she agreed. Help me, you are my only brother. Heidi said lovingly, it was just a small matter for her. See, I asked you to study harder before, otherwise you would not be able to beat a new apprentice. Ivan is different from others. Well, I want to see how he is different. Whatever the reason, Heidi thinks it is a good thing that her brother wants to make progress. Soon, Kame found helplessly that Ivan's level was not lower than hers, but fortunately, his progress slowed down. Although it was a bit unfair, it was undoubtedly exciting news. In the same workshop, while Kame was paying attention to Ivan's movements, Ivan observed him a lot, and learned a lot of useful skills from him. Ivan could sense that Kame was making progress bit by bit, and guessed that he must have worked hard when he returned. This was an opponent that should not be underestimated. In the following days, both of them were full of energy, put the credits behind their minds, and worked hard to make more disposable runes. The joking fight between the two turned into a real fight between dragons and tigers. Chapter 108. Time flies, and it's time to settle the task. How much? In front of the workshop's external window, Kame and Ivan stared at the apprentices inside, trying to confirm how many credits they could get after a whole month of hard work. The apprentices inside looked at Kame with embarrassment. Speak up, how many credits do I have, and how many do Ivan have? Kame Lydia, a total of 144 credits. Ivan Marichatin, 147 credits. At Kame's urging, the apprentice inside had to whisper the final result, and help the two record the credits into the crystal token. Hey, I knew it was a little short. In fact, Kame knew it in his heart. After all, the number of credits per day was there, and he was unlikely to remember it wrong. When he really confirmed that he lost, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He had never lost to anyone else in any competition, including his sister Heidi. Kame, it's just 3 credits short. There's really no need to worry about it. Ivan secretly worried about this competition. If enchanting had not been upgraded to level 5, and had not gained a small light of wisdom as a boost, he might not have been able to beat Kame. Enchanting, LV5, 101/1500. Runes, LV4, 345/1000. Thanks to the unlimited supply of raw materials, his enchanting came from behind and became the first subject to break through level 5. It is worth mentioning that what is gained at level 5 is only a small light of wisdom, not a great light of wisdom. Besides, pharmacy is almost at level 5. You're right, I won't take it to heart. Kame looked at him with a childish face, nodded heavily, and then took out a small box from her pocket and handed it to him. You are really amazing, Ivan. Then I won't be polite. Ivan stuffed it into his pocket, and he looked at Kame a little embarrassedly. The other party didn't look like someone who didn't take it to heart. Ivan, see you next time. Without waiting for him to say anything, Kame hurried away. How did you suddenly realize it? Why can't I have an epiphany once? Is this the difference between a genius and a mediocre person? Ivan had amazing hearing ability, and could hear Kame's muttering clearly in the distance. He was speechless. She said she didn't take it to heart. How about giving it back? He immediately put this idea behind his mind. Based on his understanding of Kame was just unwilling to give up. If he gave the prize back, Kame would probably feel humiliated and angry. Forget it, Kame will be fine after a while. Ivan checked the credits in the crystal order, 147, not a point off, equivalent to 3 years of credits. Now he has the credits to buy boiling potions, and he will be a third-class apprentice in no time. This is all thanks to Kame, and it is a bit unfair to think so. He went to the restaurant first, and then returned to the dormitory. He checked the contents of the small box. It was indeed a low-level magic item, a shield called Green Tree Star. The shield was mainly composed of plant runes, and supplemented by earth runes. The rune bundle engraved on the low-level magic device is composed of thread text, with a completion degree of more than 80. My thread text has reached a maximum completion degree of 86%, so there should be no problem in making the green tree star. For wizard apprentices, the biggest shortcoming is their own defensibility, because obtaining defensive spells can be said to be a luxury, but defensive magic items are more reliable. But defensive magic items are also priceless, and not easy to buy. For an enchanter, the best way is to find a blueprint and make it yourself. For the sake of his life, Ivan felt that he should make the green tree star as soon as possible. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ivan rushed to the third-floor round building. He had planned to buy it, but he received a message from his mentor, asking him to come over. "Hey, Ivan." "Good morning, Gina." At the door, he met his senior sister Gina, who also came. "The mentor asked you to come?" they said at the same time. "What are you doing standing at the door? Come in quickly." The door opened automatically, and Randall's voice came. The two of them didn't bother to talk about anything else, and went to the living room to meet Randall. Randall said straight to the point, "Gina, Ivan, there is an important task for you to perform." "So hasty?" Ivan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked, "Teacher, is it a compulsory recruitment task for the hunting team?" Randall said, "Not really, but it is related to the hunting team and our enchantment team. Someone in the team has mentioned your and Gina's names." Gina asked from the side, "Who?" "Heidi Lydia." Hearing this name, Gina was obviously relieved. It turned out to be her. "Then I have no problem." Ivan frowned. It turned out to be Lydia's family. Could this be a coincidence? Whether it was the enchantment task or the green tree star, he took advantage of Lydia's family, and he had no choice but to have other ideas. He tried to ask, "Can you refuse?" Randall asked back, "Why don't you ask what the task is?" Ivan shook his head. Now was the critical moment to improve his strength. If he had a choice, he would definitely not want to participate. At this time, Gina reminded, "Ivan, you'd better not refuse. From what I know about that woman, if you refuse, it may really become a recruitment mission that cannot be postponed. She has the ability to do it." Ivan glanced at his mentor, and Randall did not refute this. "Okay, I participate. When is the time?" "Emergency mission. The location is a major city in the west of the Kingdom of Edorace. Meet in front of the enchanting workshop at 6 o'clock tomorrow." Both of them meant this, and it would most likely become a reality. Ivan was a man who was easy to persuade, but time was more urgent than he expected. After a few words about the mission, Randall asked Gina to prepare first, and Ivan was left behind. "Did you provoke Heidi?" "I don't know her." He only knew Carmi and the entire Lydia family. Logically, that kid was not so narrow-minded, but he was not sure now. Randall waved his hand, and something floated on the table. "This is a second-hand insect nest used by someone else before. If you don't mind, it will be 260 low-grade magic stones for you. How about it?" Ivan touched his pocket awkwardly. "Teacher, I haven't earned much magic stones recently." In fact, he has saved 640 magic stones in the past period of time, but he will have other uses in the future, so the insect nest, which is not so useful, can only be put aside temporarily, because this task came so quickly. The little guys will be more comfortable with the insect nest, so you owe it first." Randall frowned, which was a bit inconsistent with the principle of equal exchange advocated by wizards. "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely pay you back when I come back." Of course, Ivan would not be polite. With the insect nest, he could easily bring all the swiftwood silkworms. After leaving the round building, Ivan hurried to the trading area and started his purchase plan. Green tree star raw materials, worth 280 magic stones. A boiling potion and auxiliary potion, worth 100 credits and 200 magic stones. The spellbook includes Thorn Strangulation, Earth Vine, Active Drainage, Secondary Energy Fireball, Frost Breath, Mage's Hand, and Immobilization, worth 14 credits and 140 magic stones. He stopped and hurried back to his dormitory until there were 20 magic stones left. The danger of this mission is unknown, and he must take the boiling potion as soon as possible. As for whether it will bring some bad effects to the body, he can't think about it so much now. It is safer to take it in the academy than outside. Chapter 109. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 110. On one side of the alchemy room, Ivan sat cross-legged on a wide chair, holding a glass bottle in his hand. In the glass bottle was a fiery red liquid medicine. He could feel the burning heat inside before he drank it. It was like a small bottle of volcanic magma. He observed for a few seconds, and poured the boiling potion into his mouth. What touched his tongue was the warm potion with a hint of sweetness. As it slid down his throat, the potion was obviously getting hotter and hotter, and finally turned into a stream of heat and fell into his stomach. After 2 or 3 seconds, his whole body seemed to be ignited. This increasingly hot feeling made him feel uncomfortable all over. But he knew that this was a good opportunity to break through to the 3rd level apprentice level. No wonder it's called the boiling potion. Ivan muttered in a low voice, sinking his mind into the spiritual ocean, and his spiritual power became active at this time. He quickly outlined the first 20 meditation runes, and with this gathered power, he attacked the barrier that bound his spirit and hit it hard. The next second, his consciousness suddenly sank and fell into a dark space. It was pitch black all around, giving him a sense of loneliness and depression as if he had dived into the sea. Is this a cage that binds the spirit? Suddenly, he found that he could not feel the existence of his body, and he felt a little uneasy. He forced himself to stay calm and carefully sense everything around him. As time passed, his spiritual power became more and more active. So it's here. Ivan sensed a trace of burning breath in the dark. There was a barrier between them, and he rushed towards the burning place with the belief of burning his boats. Hitting the solid barrier, he felt like he fell into a net, and the more he rushed forward, the greater the resistance. He did not flinch at all, and moved forward bit by bit against the restraints. There was always a continuous force that tirelessly supported his active spirit, which came from the boiling potion and his body. Although the force was weak, it inspired his morale, and made him more convinced that he would break through all obstacles. After a moment of stalemate, the net began to break, and the restraints slowly weakened until the restraints around him were swept away. The scenery in front of him changed again, and he returned to his body in the alchemy room, followed by a severe dry mouth and discomfort. At this time, his body seemed to be soaked in volcanic lava, hot to the point of stinging and sweaty. He hurriedly poured the auxiliary potion into his mouth, and the heat in his body quickly dropped, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal, but his body was still in a state of dehydration, hunger and weakness. This potion is really overbearing. If I hold on for a few more minutes, I will probably fail to advance to the 3rd level due to dehydration. The boiling potion is a potion for breaking through the level. Except for a few unlucky people, it basically will not cause death. The worst result is failure to break through, and the next breakthrough will inevitably face greater constraints. Clear water, nutrient potions, and Jiangdai water were replenished in his body, and his fighting spirit was circulated over and over again. After a while, he felt that his body became full, and got rid of most of the discomfort just now. Strength, 3.9, Agility, 5.1, Constitution, 4.9 Spirit, 7.6. The attribute panel appeared, and the spirit broke through the 3rd level and increased by 1.6 scales, but the boiling potion also caused some damage to the body, causing the constitution to drop by 0.2 scales. In any case, he finally took an important step, and became a 3rd level apprentice. The 3rd level apprentice will go one step further, and become a wizard. It can be said that he is only one step away from becoming a formal wizard. Fortunately, the impact is not great. Ivan carefully checked his body. The decline in his physical condition did not bring any bad effects, which made him feel relieved. He cast a spell, and his aura suddenly dropped a bit, maintaining the state before the promotion. This is the effect of the insect hiding spell. The 5 spells he bought from Randall before, including the insect hiding spell, arrow shooting spell, traction spell, shaping spell, and spirit infusion spell, did not take long to master them all with his current spell model attainments. The insect shadow technique is a special spell that imitates the insects to hide their own breath. The arrow technique can project all objects as hidden weapons, such as swords, axes, daggers, stones, etc. The traction technique can pull tangible objects to the palm, such as stones on the ground, blood and corpses, etc., and is mostly used to collect materials. The shape technique and the spirit technique are usually used in conjunction with enchantment, and are mainly used to make simple puppet summons. They are not very useful when used alone. In short, they are 2 very interesting spells. We will gather tomorrow, so we should have enough time to make the green tree star. After he stood up, he found clear traces of sweat on the place where he sat. He summoned a mist to clean his body and the place where he sat, and then dried it with fire element particles. After being promoted to a 3rd-class apprentice, his manipulation of element particles became even stronger. Afterwards, he came to the workbench and began to sort out the purchased materials according to the drawings. The green tree star is a low-level magic item that requires a rune bundle. The meaning of a rune bundle is to connect multiple lines, with a completion degree of more than 80% together, so that the lines influence and promote each other, and finally achieve a common effect. This common effect is the characteristic of magic items. You need to complete the rune bundle composed of 100% thread text to make an intermediate magic item. The higher the completion rate, the more difficult it is. I don't know when I can reach this point. He just sighed, but he knew very well that it was difficult to make an intermediate magic item during the apprenticeship period. This was usually something that only wizards could do. My thoughts returned to the green tree star drawing. A shield appeared on the paper. There were 2 types of runes engraved on the shield: plant-based solidity, gigantism, energy conversion, energy resistance, and earth-based energy conduction. 6 simple runes were cleverly combined to form 3 interconnected rune bundles, ultimately creating a magic item. In front of the enchantment workshop, 3 figures were waiting there. The leading female apprentice had a dark face and exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. Seeing her looking at her, Gina hurriedly said, "Ivan said he'd be here soon." Heidi said coldly, "Tell him I give him 5 more minutes. He must appear in front of me within 5 minutes, otherwise he will bear the consequences." Understood. Gina passed a message through the secret mark, but there was no guarantee that the junior brother could receive it in time. After a while, a gray-robed figure hurried over, and Gina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the person coming. "You are late. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was delayed for a while because of something important." Ivan looked at the female apprentice named Heidi in front of him, and saw a familiar outline on her face. He sighed that it was related to Cam. It was really hard to take advantage of the wizard family. The mission was carried out jointly with the hunting team. The people sent out were probably not good people. He could feel the difficulty of this mission. He could only take one step at a time. He was not made of clay. Chapter 111. I don't like people being late at the appointed time. Hearing his casual words, Heidi frowned slightly. I don't like it either. I'm not strong enough, and I've been called to participate in an emergency mission. I have to prepare a little bit. After all, I only have one life. Ivan said calmly. In fact, he was holding back a lot of anger in his heart. He had been busy since he received the mission notice. He didn't sleep all night last night, and used the 2nd level wisdom light once. In his opinion, if time was not tight, with his enchanting attainments, he would not need the light of wisdom at all to make the green tree star, which was equivalent to wasting a level 2 light of wisdom, and he was a person who hated waste. On the side, Gina kept winking at him, asking him not to go against Heidi. You are right, your strength is indeed very low. I hope you will not drag us down if you are prepared. Heidi looked around and thought of something, so she didn't care about being late. Soon, the 4 of them arrived in front of the mission hall. The hunting team had already arrived. They had 5 apprentices. The leader, Walban, greeted Heidi, who had not yet approached, and nodded to the others. His eyes finally fell on Ivan. Are you Ivan Marichatyn, the disciple of Wizard Toynes? So what? Ivan admitted it without changing his expression. Everyone thought so anyway. He was already a 3rd-class apprentice, a senior knight, and had 2 low-level magic items. His strength was not necessarily lower than that of a senior 3rd-class apprentice. There was no need to give in blindly. You're brave enough. Let's see what happens after we leave the academy. A hint of coldness flashed in Walban's eyes. Afterwards, the 9 people registered their information in the mission hall and walked towards the entrance of the academy. Not far from the entrance of the academy, there was a farm that specialized in raising animals. They received 8-legged beasts for transportation, 1 per person, with a rent of 5 magic stones and a deposit of 5 magic stones. The 8-legged beast is a relatively sturdy horse with a pair of horns on its head, thick hair, and 8 legs. In some aspects, it has reached the 9th level and has many similarities with the 6-legged horse. It is obviously a work from a laboratory, specially cultivated for long distances. Let's go! Outside the dense forest of the academy wall, under the leadership of Heidi, 9 people rode on the 8-legged beasts and left the Mona Ant Farm hut. Just a while after the 9 people left, someone hurried to the outside of the academy wall. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Don't report your information, or I hang you up. The 8-clawed black spider looked at the apprentice, who was looking around with dissatisfaction. Master Haroon, has my sister Heidi left? How long has she been gone? The person who came was Came. Not long ago, he found out that his sister had done something bad behind his back and dragged Ivan into a dangerous mission. You are so arrogant. Can you find out about these things? The black octopus spider stared at him with its huge eyes, and took a step closer. As a result, it smelled the scent of the green snake fruit handed over by the other party, which was the favorite food of their tribe. The black octopus spider shook its long claws slightly, and the bag in Kane's hand disappeared. Is Heidi really your sister? Yes. Can you tell me how long they have been gone? Lord Harlan. Since she is your sister, it doesn't matter if you tell me. You are late, young man. They have been walking for more than 10 minutes. They are riding on 8-legged beasts, and have disappeared long ago. You can go back if you are fine. As the guardian of the academy, Haroon has been guarding the academy gate for many years. He has long been proficient in human relationships, and knows what to say, and what not to say. 10 minutes? Kane looked disappointed. Yesterday, he lost his composure after losing to Ivan, and was seen by his sister Heidi. Under his sister's questioning, he expressed his unwillingness. He didn't expect his sister to do such a thing after hearing it. It shouldn't be like this. In his opinion, the enchantment competition between him and Ivan was competitive, inspiring, and growth. Isn't that what friends do? This is the testimony of their friendship, but now it has been destroyed by him. Thinking of what Heidi had done, he felt ashamed and didn't know how to face Ivan in the future. The location of the Mona and farm hut is special, and not suitable for ordinary people to live in. There are few human gathering places nearby. The 8-legged beast ran all the way as if walking on the wind. After 2 days of long journey, they have completed most of the journey, and will reach the mission destination, the western border of the kingdom of Edorace tomorrow. Please forgive me, the situation is quite urgent, so I can only bear with you for one more night. Walpan said to everyone. That night, they needed to camp in the wild. For the apprentices present, as long as they kept their mental strength, it was nothing to go without sleep for 2 or 3 nights, so no one objected to his request. The campsite was chosen on a low slope near the road, and there was a jungle not far away. Walban came to the low slope first, and he stomped his feet lightly, and saw that the lightning element particles and fire element particles around him were pulled by him, and turned into clusters of fine lightning fire, which passed through the surrounding thatched grass along the ground. Instantly, weeds, moisture, and termites were swept away. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, a cluster of lightning and fire was too strong and accidentally shot out, landing in front of Ivan, who was approaching, and attacked him at the same speed. Boring. How could such a trick to make things difficult for newcomers hurt Ivan? At the critical moment, a wisp of frost mist formed by water particles blocked the lightning and fire. The two collided and made a puffing sound, and the energy of the two cancelled each other out. It seems that you have some strength, so you won't pull us back. Walban nodded, as if his behavior was not to show off his power, but to test the strength of the team members. After a while, the bonfire was burning, and several people sat around it. At Walban's suggestion, the two parties introduced themselves to each other. After all, they had to work together to complete the task later. People in Swamp Forest City reported that a strange plague had appeared there, which was highly contagious. At first, the plague only spread among wild beasts, making them violent. Now many ordinary people have experienced similar conditions one after another, and the situation is not optimistic. In addition, wild beasts often attack caravans, which has affected the transportation of materials for the academy. If we are lucky enough, we may encounter them tonight. Wilbin simply stated the mission information. Generally speaking, this kind of situation is mostly caused by energy leakage from hidden laboratories, or the unsealing of buried experimental waste, which contaminates nearby wild beasts. They have dealt with it many times before. However, this time the situation is a bit special, so the enchantment team was involved. He continued, a strange pattern will appear on the head of the infected beast. It should be some kind of rune. We need the help of your enchantment team. We will help. Heidi came for this purpose, so she would not refuse. On the side, Ivan looked at the two people who were discussing, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. There are thousands of runes in the world, and a rune can be interpreted as countless lines according to different people's understanding. Just because they found a pattern that looks like a rune, they came from afar. I'm afraid they are bored. These two guys must have concealed some important information. As the night deepened, there was a sudden movement in the jungle. It was not difficult to find that there were noisy sounds in the jungle, and many beasts were approaching their camp quickly. Chapter 112. After a while, the demonic beasts revealed their true appearance, and pairs of green eyes appeared in the jungle. This is a kind of short hyena, called scavenger hyena, with poison on their teeth and claws. Flying out from the jungle is a group of night crows. The night crows are nearly 30 centimeters long. Its variant, the shadow night crow, is more famous and is taken as a pet by many apprentices and wizards. It stands to reason that Ivan and others have a strong aura, and most demonic beasts will choose to avoid them when they see them. However, the hyenas and night crows two groups that have nothing to do with each other, abnormally united together, and targeted them. From the two demonized beasts, Ivan could sense an extraordinary wildness from afar, which should be what Walban called the wild beast rage. The night crow approached first, and Ivan took out a tube of dark red potion calmly, muttering something. He cast the spiritualization on the test tube, and a wisp of spiritual energy emerged, turning into a bug and drilling into the test tube. Pop! With a slight sound, the stopper of the test tube popped open, and the dark red potion floated out of the tube, and in an instant it turned into a blood-red dove about 1.6 meters long, with a blood-red beak and sharp claws. The blood dove flapped its wings happily, as if celebrating its new life. This was a puppet-summoned creature, a combination of shaping, spiritization and enchantment, which took him a lot of thought. The blood dove's strongest attack could reach 8 scales, and an ordinary claw could also reach 5 or 6 scales. This was the first time he took it out for actual combat testing. Go! Hearing Ivan's command, the blood dove flapped its wings fiercely, and pounced on the flying night crows. As soon as they met, it pecked a night crow to death with its sharp beak and tore another night crow apart with its sharp claws, showing its fierce power. Not bad, leave the ground to me. Gina was beside him, and she also took out a tube of potion, which popped out and turned into a 3-meter-long black blood wolf. The blood wolf's aura was a little stronger than that of the blood dove. She drove the blood wolf to fight for her. The blood dove protected the sky, and the blood wolf stayed on the ground, stopping the night crows and hyenas approaching the two. The spell was passed down by Randall. As long as the casting materials are prepared in advance, the materials contain energy, and the consumption in battle is not much. Of course, this special spell can not only be used in battle. While the two of them were using their methods to fight the enemy, the other apprentices were not idle either. They cast various spells regularly, making it difficult for the demonized beasts to get within 4 or 5 meters of them. Thundercloud Leap. At this time, Walban cast a spell with a strong energy fluctuation. The sky above changed, and in the blink of an eye it became a dark cloud. Thunder was jumping in the thick clouds, and the night crows covered in it were immediately in trouble. Ivan and Gina looked at each other, waved their hands to call back the summoned creatures, and turned them into a tube of potion again. The concentration of the potion was obviously much thinner. As expected, with the crisp thunder in the sky, tiny lightning bolts jumped out from the dark clouds, some of which hit the night crows around, and some of which hit the hyenas on the ground, all of which were killed in one blow. This shows how powerful Walban's magic is. Ivan secretly calculated that any lightning bolt that jumped out should have 8 scales, and it is estimated that it can reach 12 or 13 scales at full power level 1. This kind of magic is very dangerous, and must be developed by Walban himself. He couldn't help but touch his sleeve. There was a bracelet there with a small sign hanging on it. The small sign was the green tree star shield, and he felt much more at ease. After learning the newly purchased spells, I will take the time to develop my own powerful spells, and organize a set of tactics that suits me. A strong thought emerged in his mind. The spells sold at the academy are all basic 0-level spells. There are no spells with particularly strong attack power. The maximum number of these spells developed is no more than 10 scales. Most 3rd-level apprentices tend to optimize, and develop their own powerful spells on top of the basic spells as their own trump cards and usual means. The spell that Walban is currently casting should be from this way, but this kind of spell consumes a lot of power. After a while, under the ravages of thunder and lightning, the night crows and hyenas were all killed. Look, there is indeed a pattern. Ivan and Gina surrounded a hyena, and checked the inexplicable black lines on the back of the hyena's head. There were only a few thin lines, not connected and not formed, and there were no traces of carving, as if they grew directly on the skin. The probability of seeing something from just a few scattered lines is very low. The patterns on the heads of other hyenas are similar, and there are also on the heads of night crows, but they are more unformed, making it impossible to figure out in depth. The 4 people from the enchantment group observed for a moment, and finally shook their heads helplessly. Then, Ivan cast the traction spell on the dead night crow, pulling out a stream of blood-colored air into the test tube just now, until the potion inside returned to its original concentration. They left the place full of bloody smell, and there was no blind thing to cause trouble in another place. On a new day, everyone rode on the 8-legged beast to continue their journey, and soon reached their destination, Swamp Forest City. Swamp Forest City is a medium-sized city. At this time, the city gates are closed, and there are teams of guards patrolling on the city walls. We are wizard apprentices from the Mona Ant Farm. We asked your city lord to come and see us. Looking at the figure in the apprentice row below, the guard hurried to report to the city lord. A guard opened the city gate and welcomed the group into the city. In the city, the houses near the city gate were all closed, and there were few pedestrians on the streets, presenting a bleak scene. My lords, it's a pity for you to come from the distant Wizard Academy. Mr. Heidi, Mr. Walban, I'm glad to see you again. I can finally feel at ease with you here. After a while, the city lord Simmons Albert came with his men. He was getting old, and was wearing knight leather armor. His face showed obvious fatigue. He was probably exhausted by the recent events. He brought his eldest son Nasi, and second son Matthew. Walban glanced at Heidi, and saw that she had no instructions, so he said, "No need to be polite, just take us to see the infected people." Simmons looked at the many apprentices with a difficult expression. "But, I haven't treated you well yet," Heidi said. "Let's deal with the problem first." Seeing her speak, Simmons had to lead a few people to the depths of the city, and came to the cells where the infected people were detained. The cells have more complete defense measures. In order to prevent them from going crazy and hurting people, we have to catch them and put them in there. Simmons explained carefully, but in fact no one cared about this. When they came to a row of clean cells, the people inside were men, women, old, young, and strong. When they saw the city lord Simmons, they all saluted. They looked no different from normal people, but they were the people who went crazy after being infected with the plague in the city lord's words. Chapter 113. These are wizards. They will examine your bodies carefully. Please cooperate with me. The city lord's eldest son, Nashi, stepped forward and gently warned them to prevent the people inside from offending the nobles. "Lord, please spare us. We really didn't mean to hurt anyone. Lord, please spare us." Hearing his words, and looking at the apprentice in the wizard robe, someone in the cell was frightened and begged for mercy, and the others followed suit. Nashi stared at the civilians kneeling on the ground with wide eyes, unable to believe. City Lord Simmons was also embarrassed, feeling a bit like a thorn in his back, and wanted to drag out the person who led the begging for mercy and whip him. "Shut up," Simmons shouted angrily, and controlled the situation. Under Simmons's comfort and suppression, this group of people were willing to accept inspection and questioning. Afterwards, the people in the cell were inspected and questioned one by one. The situation was similar. There were no lines on their heads, and no other obvious characteristics, but they did appear crazy, and would suddenly hurt people or smash things for no reason. Most of them went crazy more than once. When they were not sick, they looked no different from ordinary people. Heidi and others conducted multiple tests on them, including identification of alien particles and blood sampling, but still found nothing abnormal. After coming out of the cell, the apprentices checked the demonized beasts killed by Swamp Forest City, and found that there were incoherent line patterns, more or less, longer or shorter, but it was difficult to find useful clues from them. The city lord Simmons was afraid that they would turn around and leave, so he suggested, "Sir Heidi, why don't you stay in Swamp Forest City for a few days? According to what happened in the past, new situations will soon appear. What do you think?" "No problem." Heidi glanced at the others, and did not refuse the mayor's request. At her request, the mayor arranged 2 larger adjacent houses for them, one for the enchanting team, and one for the hunting team. Although the 2 teams came together, their tasks were different. "Heidi, I will take people out of the city tomorrow to check if we can find any traces of energy leakage," Walban said. He was inclined to look for an old laboratory nearby. Finding it would not only solve the problem, but also bring other gains. "Okay, leave the city to us." Heidi nodded in agreement. After the 2 leading apprentices set the rules, the 2 teams moved into the large house prepared by the city lord. The next day, according to the agreement between the 2, Heidi led the enchantment team to explore the city. One person visited one area to see if there were any unusual energy fluctuations. Ivan was assigned to the north of the city, which was an area with more poor people. He did not let the people sent by the city lord follow him. The houses on both sides of the street were low-rise, with brick and stone walls at the bottom, only 1 to 2 meters high, and the upper part was made of wood, and the roof was made of tree bark, soil, and dry grass. The streets were not very clean. Sewage was dumped in front of the houses, and excrement could be seen occasionally. Despite the successive changes in Swamp Forest City, a small number of people still came out to seek a living. Seeing him in a wizard robe, they didn't dare to look at him for a second and hurriedly stepped away. Ivan didn't care about it. To be honest, detecting energy fluctuations in this way is like looking for a needle in a haystack, unless one of them is extremely lucky. He walked slowly on the street, and when he passed by a place, he casually called an old man sitting at the door of his house. "Sir, I have always been a decent man and have never done anything bad. The old man was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, which made Ivan look very upset. Is he so scary? Old man, let me ask you a few simple questions. Is there anyone crazy around you? No, absolutely not. I heard that there are some in Kushue Street. They were caught by the city lord and put in the water prison. They have nothing to do with me, really nothing. What about the livestock? According to the order of the Lord, we killed them all. If you don't believe me, you can search my house. I am telling the truth. Please let me go. After asking several questions in a row, but not getting any results, and feeling like he was being tortured, Ivan let the old man who had not dared to look up at him go. He came to another block and also did not find anything special. At the corner of the street, he noticed someone staring at him. Following the gaze, he saw a ragged little boy secretly looking at him, looking like he wanted to get closer, but didn't dare to. It turned out to be a little beggar about 10 years old. Ivan waved at him, and the little boy came over hesitantly, lowering his head, and not daring to look at him. Aren't you afraid of me? Yes, a little. I'm hungry. Ivan was speechless after hearing what the little beggar said. It turned out that hunger overcame his fear. Swamp Forest City was in a panic and prices were rising. It was strange that he could beg for food. Judging from his appearance, he must have been hungry for a long time. That's easy to say. Let me ask you, why are people here afraid of wizards? The little beggar thought for a while, and said with a stiff face, Well, I heard from adults that many people died. Ivan said, Be more specific. Why did so many people die? The little beggar whispered, Anyway, many years ago, many people followed the wizard, and only a few of them came back alive. Now those people are dead. Ivan then asked a few key points, and figured out the general context of the matter. A wizard once recruited a large number of young and strong people from the previous generation in the city, 2,000 or 3,000 people, for unknown reasons. In the end, only a few dozen people came back alive, and they had lost their memories. Since then, information about the wizard's cruelty has been passed down in various obscure ways, and various stories about being persecuted by wizards have also emerged. Elders often use wizards to scare children, causing the civilians here to fear wizards from the bottom of their hearts. You're hungry, aren't you? Yeah. Hearing his words, the little beggar nodded repeatedly, looking at him expectantly and timidly. Ivan suddenly had a bit of a bad taste and handed over a nutritional potion. Take it, if you have the courage, take a sip, and you won't be hungry after drinking it. The little beggar stared blankly at the potion in his hand. This was the evil potion of the wizard, which was said to be mixed with human blood, snake venom, and owl eyes. But it smelled so good. At this time, his body made a gurgling sound, and his stomach instinctively urged him. The little beggar gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, raised the potion, and poured a small sip into his mouth, as if he had eaten a handful of poisonous insects. He swallowed it with resentment. The little beggar pursed his lips. The taste was a bit strange, and it was indeed mixed with something extraordinary. Soon, the little beggar found that his stomach stopped growling, and his stomach was full. He realized something, tightly grasped the glass bottle in his hand, and looked at the wizard in front of him with a flickering look. Ivan smiled and said, Don't worry, it's yours now. He handed the bottle cap over, ignored the stunned little beggar, and continued to check along the street. At the end of the day, he didn't find any useful traces. On a new day, several people still searched separately for unusual energy fluctuations. However, after several days, the two teams failed to find any useful clues, and no accidents appeared. Things were very different from what they expected. Chapter 114. In addition to investigating the abnormality, Ivan did not delay his own business. He successively comprehended the 21st to 24th meditation runes. Meditation Method Blackbeard Movement Basic Edition has a total of 40 meditation runes. Starting from the 21st, each rune corresponds to 0.4 scale mental power, ending with the 30th rune. He analyzed that the last 10 runes should each correspond to 0.5 scale mental power. After he outlined all the first 24 runes in his mind at once, he took the third magic crystal water, and his mental power increased by 0.6 scales to 8.2 scales. In recent days, he also learned the spell Mage's Hand, and was analyzing the spell Immobilization. These two spells are actually the same spell, both based on the fine manipulation and shaping of mental power, similar to the several spells he learned before. Time passed day by day, and it had been 11 days since they arrived at Swamp Forest City. Swamp Forest City has become calm in recent days. No one went crazy, no wild beasts attacked, and it seemed that the city and the outside world had been paused. This was a very strange thing. For the apprentices who rushed over, it was like a heavy punch hitting cotton. In this situation, they guessed that there might be two reasons: either they came at an untimely time, or someone was behind the scenes. If it was the latter, the problem would undoubtedly be more troublesome. Ivan thought that such a day was not bad. Anyway, he was forced to make up the numbers. He then took the last magic crystal water, which had little effect, only increasing his mental power by 0.2 scales. Now his mental power has reached 8.4 scales, corresponding to the first 26 meditation runes. In terms of spells, he has learned the immobilization spell and the thorn strangle, and is thinking about the ground vine spell. The thorn strangle, the casting time is 3 seconds, the distance is 12 meters, the cost is 2 points of spirit, 2 points of mana, the strength is 68 scales, and the strength can be up to 10 scales when using casting materials. The thorn strangle is actually an advanced spell of vine entanglement. After casting, 2 thorn vines will appear, entangle the enemy and strangle them at the same time. The ground vine spell combines earth element particles, and can summon multiple vines from the ground. The type of vine depends on what plants are in the ground in front. The casting distance is up to 13 meters, and the spell strength is between 6 and 8 scales. With experience in learning vine entanglement, he learned these 2 spells quickly. That night, the 2 teams met as usual to discuss follow-up matters. Nothing unusual happened in the city. Nothing unusual was found outside the field. Heidi looked at the hunting team members with suspicion in their eyes. It was well known that the hunting team was good at tracking. These people went out early, and came back late every day. Now it was hard to believe that there was no clue at all. Walben smiled bitterly and said, "In recent days, even the demonized beasts in the jungle have become less manic. I suspect someone is controlling everything." "I'm afraid so." After a pause, Heidi made a decision. "I decided to take people to Stone Creek Town." Wilben said, "What about Swamp Forest City? It's better to leave 1 or 2 people to guard it." "You stay." Heidi looked at the other 3 people in the enchantment team, and fixed her eyes on Ivan. Ivan was eating melons, but he didn't expect that the melon would fall on him. He frowned slightly, and nodded after a moment of silence. The next day, the hunting team had left the city, and the 3 people in the enchantment team were also preparing to go to Stone Creek Town. Gina suggested, "Why don't I stay too? It's better to have 1 more person to take care of it." "No, the matter in Stone Creek Town is of great importance. I need enough manpower." Her proposal was rejected by Heidi, who turned to Ivan and said, "You are too weak to help. It is safer to stay in the city. Remember to pay attention to whether there are any suspicious people." Gina had no choice but to signal her junior brother to be careful. Without waiting for Ivan to answer, Heidi took the 2 away. "Who does this woman look down on? Stone Creek Town. Is there anything special about this place?" Looking at the departing figure, Ivan recalled the situation in Stone Creek Town, which seemed to be nothing special. It is possible that his information is too narrow. He did not stay at his residence, but wandered around the city as usual. If he didn't want to wander around, he would just find a store to rest. The city had been quiet for so many days, and many businesses could not wait, and had already opened for business. In a restaurant, Ivan sat by the window. He noticed someone peeking around, and found that it was the little beggar he had seen not long ago, so he motioned for him to come over. Little Chiguai hesitated for a moment, and ran to him carefully. "Didn't find anything to eat again?" The little beggar nodded, and shook his head. He mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, if I tell you something, can you give me some food?" "Oh, do you know what I want to find?" "Yeah." "Tell me. I asked the owner to give me some food. One night, our leader sneaked out. He had never gone out at night before. He didn't come back until dawn the next day. He seemed to have forgotten what happened the next day. He kept complaining that he didn't sleep well at night, and was very sleepy and tired." "Where's your leader?" "He's gone. He sneaked out the second night, and never came back." "Sir, I swear that every word I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to cheat for food." Ivan asked the shopkeeper to give the little beggar some food as promised. The little beggar ran away carefully holding the food. This method is like putting a spell on people. Ivan was thoughtful. If the little beggar's words were correct, then there must be a large number of control people lurking in the Swamp Forest City. The actions of the 2 teams must have been seen by the people behind the scenes. "I am in the light, the enemy is in the dark, we must be more careful." "My lord, it has appeared." In the afternoon, the city lord's eldest son Nashi hurriedly found Ivan and brought a message. Ivan asked them to lead the way, and explained the situation as they walked. "What's going on?" "Someone is going crazy again, a whole mercenary group, my father, and the guards have already rushed over. There has been no movement in Swamp Forest City, and the city lord and his son are actually more anxious. They know that several wizard apprentices will not stay for long. If they miss it, they can only deal with various changes by themselves, which is not what they want. Only one wizard apprentice was left in the city today, which made the city lord and his son even more helpless and worried. Fortunately, the change finally happened, and they were more happy than surprised. After receiving the news, the city lord immediately asked Nashi to come and inform. When the two came to the vicinity, the people nearby had already become frightened birds. When something happened, they immediately closed the doors and windows, leaving only a messy street, but several people still died on the street without escaping. Kill! Stop them, don't let them run away. The city lord said to keep them alive. Be careful not to get hurt by them. As a medium-sized city, its own defense force is not weak. Following the noisy sound, the two arrived at the location of the incident. The crazy people were being forced back to the yard of the station by the guards with shields. There were as many as 20 to 30 people. Sir, these are all sick people. Do you want to capture them alive? Seeing Ivan coming, the city lord Simmons breathed a sigh of relief and went to meet him with his guards. We see what happens. Ivan waved his hand and took a few steps forward, carefully looking at the crazy mercenaries not far away. These mercenaries seemed to be blinded by something. They turned into beasts that only knew how to destroy and tried to rush out of the guards' encirclement. He noticed that there were subtle patterns in the mercenaries' eyes, similar to the lines on the heads of beasts. It turned out that only when people go crazy will they show it. Suddenly, Ivan sensed a trace of fatal danger, and the danger came from behind. Chapter 115. Be careful. How dare you? Without any warning, the city lord's personal guards drew their swords and rushed forward. There were 6 people, including the captain of the personal guards. They didn't care about the city lord and his son behind them. They attacked with a shocking move and aimed at the apprentice in front of them to make a fatal assassination. This move was beyond everyone's expectations and caught people off guard. Seeing this, the city lord and his son were terrified and hurriedly picked up their weapons to stop them. The next second, they saw a scene that made people both respect and fear. Swift Moss emerged from Ivan's apprentice robe and shot at the assassin behind him like bullets, one after another. The assassin didn't care and only wanted to kill the target. He fought with his life, not caring whether he was injured or not. Swift Moss are like steel. If you underestimate them, you will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. The assassins fell down one by one, and it took no more than 2 seconds. Kill! After falling to the ground, the assassins still had a hideous face and kept struggling, as if they were going to kill Ivan. However, they had been crippled by the Swift Moss, and it was difficult for them to stand up. The Swiftwood Moss crawled out of their bodies, bringing out large pieces of flesh and blood, but it did not change the assassin's determination to kill the target. Well done. Ivan had been alert for a long time, and when the assassination broke out, he took a few steps to the side and front. When he turned around, he found that the Swiftwood Silkworm had solved the crisis, and he didn't need to take action again. If he didn't want to leave a survivor, none of those who attacked him would survive. Sir Ivan, are you okay? City Lord Simmons was shocked and angry. At the moment, he could only suppress other emotions and look at Ivan nervously, hoping that the other party would not blame the Swamp Forest City for the incident. He had carefully selected his personal guards, all of whom were mid to high-level knights. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down by the wizard apprentice in front of him. With such strength, it would be easy for him to deal with him. How could he not be worried? Ivan ignored Simmons and ran quickly to the other side of the street. After a while, he stopped at a corner of the street and did not find any suspicious people. Escaped, or was there no one watching? He just noticed some unusual movements, but it was a pity that he was a step too late. Ivan's fingers lightly rolled, and a trace of breath gathered. The next second, a spell was cast, and the breath turned into a butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings, and its entire body collapsed. The tracking spell failed. It really didn't work. The failure of the tracking spell made him conclude that there must be other apprentices behind the scenes, and the opponent's strength was not low. Sir, do you think you should search the whole city? Simmons and his son followed from a distance, and only approached when they saw him return. No need, this is a cunning enemy. Sir Ivan, please believe that the previous attack was definitely not arranged by us. I didn't know they were also infected with the disease, otherwise I would not dare to arrange them around me. If we were not careful, my father and I would die here. I have to thank you for clearing the hidden dangers around us. Simmons was terrified that his guards had become crazy. If they launched the previous sneak attack on him, He knew he could not dodge it in a hurry. If such an accident happened, he would definitely die. Ivan returned to the assassination scene. This matter needs to be investigated. You can deal with the mercenaries. I will check these assassins first. The guards still retained their fierce side. Sure enough, there were patterns composed of lines in their eyes. Compared with the ones on the beast's head, these were more complete and delicate. Ivan checked them one by one. He had a vague sense of familiarity. What kind of runes were they? While he was thinking carefully, the city lord Simmons ordered the guards to turn defense into offense. Break their hands and feet for me. The betrayal of the guards stimulated Simmons, and he issued a new order fiercely. Only by making the mad people lose their ability to act can there be no hidden dangers. The guards are stronger than the mercenaries, not to mention that the mercenaries have become mad beasts, and their combat effectiveness is not as good as when they are sober. After a while, the guards paid some price to take down the opponent. Ivan ignored these, and while the mercenaries were still mad, he checked the patterns that appeared in their eyes, which were not as complete as those in the eyes of the sneak attackers. So that's how it is. Patterns that are more like meditation runes. No wonder they give people a sense of familiarity. He muttered to himself. This was not unexpected to him. Patterns can control people, not just spiritual things. What made him suspicious was that the other party could actually control so many people, which made people think deeply. He thought of the cloud servants on Mar Island. Perhaps there was a special rune magic array behind them, or a powerful magic item. In short, there must be a control hub in Swamp Forest City that can manipulate these people. If such a thing can be found, the mission will surely make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, he prepared to find Gina to explain the situation. The secret mark did not respond, indicating that Gina was out of the call range, so he could only leave a message instead. The incident caused by the mercenaries, and the guards came to an end quickly. They were all broken and sent to the cell. After the two groups of people recovered, they explained what happened. I only remember that I was very angry, and there was a resentment in my body. I just wanted to destroy and kill. If I didn't do it, I would feel uncomfortable all over. If I did it, my strength seemed to be improved. So I followed my inner feelings and did it. I don't remember what I destroyed or killed. Lord City Lord, spare me. I didn't mean to do it. I was bewitched by someone. The mercenary woke up and found his new situation. His hands and feet were broken, and he was locked in a cell. It was like a bolt from the blue for everyone. Ivan asked a lot of questions, no matter how big or small. He analyzed that these people could not be controlled for no reason. There should be a common medium, which is related to the control hub. As long as we follow this clue, we should be able to find out what is behind the accident. Sir, I have said everything I should say. Please forgive my sins. I am the only one in my family who can make money. My family is waiting for me to go back. Please. Yes, if I don't go back, my family will not survive. Please give us a way out. The mercenaries knew that they had to get out as soon as possible. In the cell environment, their injuries would soon worsen and might become incurable. By then, it would be too late. You have to support your family. Don't you need the people you killed? Simmons said coldly. The mercenaries' hearts sank when they heard this. The situation they least wanted to see still happened. Before the guards arrived, they not only destroyed things in the city, but also killed 7 civilians and injured more than a dozen people. Of course, all this cannot be easily turned over. Ivan came to the cell on the other side, where the guards who attacked him were imprisoned. Under the attack of the Swiftwood Silkworm, the guards were more seriously injured than the mercenaries. Tell me, who instructed you to attack Mr. Ivan? Hearing this, some guards looked at their city lord in confusion and anger, their faces painful and hesitant. Their eyes have told others the answer to this question. Chapter 116. Job, what's that look in your eyes? Tell me clearly, don't be secretive. Just say what you want to say. The heart of the city lord Simmons suddenly jumped, and he quickly distanced himself from the matter. He couldn't afford the charge of attacking the apprentice. He glanced at Ivan, and fortunately Ivan's face didn't change. Lord, I'm telling you the truth. Say it. It was the order you gave personally. Under the urging of the city lord, the originally hesitant guard told the truth. The other guards nodded in agreement with Job's words. Nonsense. When did I give the order? Simmons' face was very dark. Last night. Job was desperate to make such a miserable situation. You said it yourself, Lord Mayor, I can testify. Another guard next to him said, and the others echoed. Shut up. How could my father give such an outrageous order? Nashi scolded hurriedly. Attacking the apprentice was a violation of the order, and the offender was the Mona Ant Farm. This crime would cost the lives of the entire Albert family, so how could he not be anxious? Nashi, shut up and let them continue to talk about what happened. Simmons knew that it was useless to cover up, so he might as well tell the truth and find the flaws. The guard said that it was the order issued by the city lord, which was well organized and well reasoned, which made Simmons and his son's eyelids jump and kept looking at Ivan. Ivan knew that the situation should have nothing to do with Simmons and his son. Sir Ivan, what do you think? What are the things on them? Show them to me. Please come this way. In another room on one side of the cell, a long table was filled with all kinds of items, almost full of them. Ivan turned around and looked at the city lord in surprise. Simons explained, I sent someone to their usual place and brought all the special items here. That's thoughtful. Ivan nodded slightly and looked at the items on the table, including weapons, leather armor, disposable runes, various potions, books, magic stones, etc. His eyes stayed on the magic stone, and he picked up one of them and studied it carefully. Not far away, Simmons and his son looked at each other, thinking. Simmons gestured to Nashi, and Nashi left in a hurry. After a while, Ivan pointed to a few of the magic stones. I want to take these magic stones away. Understood. Simons understood, and found a box to put all the magic stones in. There were only 8 in total. Ivan didn't care about his little action. Mr. Simmons, can I ask you a question? Please tell me, sir. I will tell you everything I know. Tell me about Stone Creek Town. What is so special about this place? I'm sure you, the Abel family, know something about it. Hearing his question, Simmons's expression froze. Ivan looked at him steadily. Can't you tell me? Simons nodded gently. I'm sorry, sir, we are bound by the blood contract. This information must not be leaked from the Albert family. Once we violate it, we will be doomed. At this time, Nashi happened to rush back. He handed a box to Simmons, and Simmons handed it to Ivan. Sir, you helped my Albert family get rid of the trouble. This small gift is not a token of respect. Well, I won't be polite then. Seeing the expectant eyes of the two, Ivan accepted the box and reminded them. It's not entirely clear, but now we have a clue. The matter will be resolved soon, so please be vigilant in the near future. Thank you for your trouble. After seeing him take action, Simmons' attitude became much more respectful. In his heart, he had already regarded him as a senior apprentice like Heidi. When he accepted his gift, Simmons and his son were obviously relieved. Back at his residence, Ivan opened the gift box, which contained 20 low-grade magic stones. For a border city lord, this was indeed a heavy gift. With Ivan's current vision, he would not take the mere 20 magic stones seriously. It turns out that the problem lies with the magic stones. It's really hard to guard against. He picked out 7 magic stones from a pile of magic stones, and then picked out 3 from the 7. Comparing the strange traces inside these magic stones, he could judge that the medium he needed to find was the magic stone in front of him. The magic stone is valuable. With the magic stone as a medium, I don't know how many people will be caught unknowingly. No wonder even the city lord's personal guards can't avoid it. He suddenly thought of Simmons and his son, wondering which of the 3 had become a pawn. It seems that I have to be more careful tonight. He took out a rune pen and a small bottle of elemental ink, wrote a rune directly on the box, and temporarily sealed the magic stone, waiting for Heidi or the hunting team to come back and deal with it. Time passed by, and what he didn't expect was that until dark, Gina didn't reply, and the hunting team didn't return, as if the two sides had agreed. These bastards have no overall view. Ivan couldn't help but curse. In this situation, it was hard to say that the two teams had not found any clues. They just had their own thoughts, but they both excluded him from the mission. Under the cover of night, he left the residence arranged by the city lord for them. He had to find a place to hide tonight to avoid being found. Late at night, several black shadows appeared in front of the house. 2 of them were wearing apprentice robes, and the others were dressed as adventurers. The door opened silently, and several people entered one after another, rushing directly to Ivan's bedroom, but they came up empty. The target figure was not found anywhere else. One of the apprentices, Yusai, cursed. What a cunning boy, he actually hid somewhere else. Another person, Alan, said, this is normal. Your assassination during the day has already scared him. The people in the Mona Ant hut should not be underestimated. What should we do now? First deal with the other group of people. We have laid a heavy bait. They will soon fall into the trap, and let us take advantage of them. Time was tight. Yusai and others did not stay for long. They hurried to the south wall of Swamp Forest City, where there were guards to meet them, and quietly sent them out of the city. Outside the city, several demonic beasts were waiting there in an orderly manner. When they saw Yusai and Alan, the demonic beasts approached them intimately. Alan noticed something and activated a secret mark. A light and shadow emerged, revealing a vague female apprentice figure. Melinda, the distance was too far just now, and we couldn't contact each other. Don't talk nonsense. How are you guys doing? Did you kill that guy? No one was found. That guy was very cunning and hit first. After all, this is not our territory, so it is not appropriate to search it in a big way. Forget it, come here quickly, they have taken the bait. Hearing the words from the other side, Alan and Yusai's eyes lit up, and a group of people rode on the demonic beasts and quickly rushed away from the Swamp Forest City. Chapter 117. Outside Swamp Forest City, at the foot of a mountain. The 5 members of the hunting team spent a lot of effort to kill and track the crazy demonic beasts, and finally set the target in front of them. After pushing aside the lush thatch, a hidden passage half a person's height appeared. This passage should have been dug by some demonic beasts, and there was a faint fishy smell. In the passage, several people could vaguely sense the breath of high-energy particles. With their experience, it was not difficult to judge that there were either ruins or abandoned laboratories below. Boss Wallban, how about we go down tomorrow? Even for third-class apprentices, the night affects their vision to some extent, which is somewhat different from the daytime. Wulban said, the passage is deep underground, there is no difference between day and night, go down. This is indeed true. Under Wulban's leadership, several people stepped into the passage one after another, and walked forward along the passage. After a while, a stone staircase appeared under their feet, and the staircase went down diagonally, and no one knew where it led. Wulban waved his hand casually, and the wall lamp hanging on the side of the mountain wall lit up. This action triggered a certain setting, causing the wall lamps on both sides to light up one after another, all the way down along the stairs. Haha, we're lucky. In terms of tracking, our hunting team is professional, and those people in the enchanting team have been wandering around. The passage they just walked through was diagonally inserted from the left mountain wall. The passage is a beast path. The steps under their feet must be the creation of intelligent creatures, more likely humans, so there should be an abandoned laboratory below. Under the green light of the lamp, many messy claw marks can be seen on the steps. The few people were not afraid and continued to move forward on the steps. Squeak! What a fat rat! Not far ahead, a fat rat came out and landed on the steps in front. Its body was half a meter long, and its red eyes were particularly conspicuous. Cook, one of the few people, took the lead and threw a thumb-sized fireball. Rats are always timid creatures. After they discovered the few people, they were about to escape, but were hit by a small fireball. Although Cook's fireball was small, its power was not comparable to that of ordinary fireballs. The fat rat was directly burned with a black hole, which pierced through its entire body, killing the fat rat on the spot. Cook, have you optimized your secondary fireball spell? Just a minor change, not worth mentioning. I really don't know what you're thinking. Others are looking for bigger fireballs, but yours are getting smaller and smaller. You don't understand this. This kind of spell consumes less energy and is durable. In the 3rd level apprentice stage, apprentices will spend a lot of energy on optimizing spells. The same basic spell can develop a variety of effects due to different concepts of each person. When they got closer, they found a small hole on one side of the steps, and the mouse came out from it. After this episode, Wallban and his friends continued to walk down. At the same time, in the mouse hole, a skinny mouse was climbing out quickly, going up along the winding passage, and finally crawling out of the mountain and coming to the ground. It walked through the dense thatch and appeared in front of a female apprentice. Squeak, squeak. Well, after searching for so long, they finally found the right place, ha ha. Pass the order down, cut off their retreat first, and then have some fun with them. After hearing the report from the skinny rat, the female apprentice Melinda showed a happy look on her face. It was worth their efforts to set up this trap. It was not so easy to get out once they got into it. The skinny rat seemed to understand, and returned along the original path. After a while, the skinny rat led many of its kind to another passage, which was the passage that Wallban and others went deep into the underground. The demonized rats dug frantically along the passage, and dug through the reserved nodes. Boom! The huge sound of collapse spread far away, and reached the apprentice's ears along the steps on the other side. What sound? Hearing the sound coming from behind, Cook's face changed slightly. It should be the previous passage that collapsed. Wulban's face was a little dark. There must be someone behind them. I didn't expect that there was really someone behind the Swamp Forest City incident. In addition to the collapse sound, there were dense rustling sounds all around. Something was surrounding them. There were two ways in front of them. One was to go back. They walked for a long time, and the distance was not short. The other was to go deeper. The abandoned laboratory was not far away. The creatures that made the rustling sound poked their heads out. There were demonized rats and demonized snakes, which kept falling down the stairs. There were demonized rats and snakes in front and behind them, and their numbers kept increasing. Damn it, we fell into the enemy's trap. At this moment, everyone came to their senses. They looked ugly but not panicked. In this dilemma, everyone looked at Walban, hoping that he could come up with an idea. Keep going down. Comparing the situations on both sides, it is not difficult to drill out of the ground smoothly. Walban chose to go deeper into the laboratory. Thunder and cloud leap. Fireballs in succession. There are enemies in front and behind. One of them is fighting the enemy in the rear, and the other is suppressing the front. In a moment, thick dark clouds appeared on the steps behind, and thunder was watering on the dark clouds. The thunder turned into a sickle to harvest the lives of wild beasts. If they touched it, they would die, and screams resounded. In front of them were many small fireballs spaced in an orderly manner, which also turned into step sweepers. Whether it was the demonized rat or the demonized snake, it was difficult to resist the sharpness of the small fireballs, and was killed by the small fireballs in a string. In this way, the apprentices attacked in batches and fought their way to the front of the laboratory. A protective array blocked the way. The 5 people took the time to attack together, and the protective membrane produced large ripples, but it returned to calm in the blink of an eye. The wizard's laboratory is usually protected by a rune array, and the arrays are strong and weak. The one in front of them is undoubtedly a tough guy. Cook asked anxiously, "What should we do? With our strength, it is difficult to break this protective array in a short time." Along the way, several people consumed a lot of mental strength and mana. The demonized beasts behind them were still chasing them. Several people have killed a group, but the number of demonized rats and demonized snakes has clearly not decreased. The bloody smell filled the passage, stimulating the demonic beasts to become more bloodthirsty and launch an endless attack on the apprentices. Under the orderly obstruction of the apprentices, the demonic beasts could not get close to them for the time being. However, once their mental strength and magic power are exhausted, it would be wishful thinking to maintain the current situation. I have a way. Walban took out a small triangular cone with various runes on all 4 sides. This is a special demonic item. Breaking cone, you still have such a good thing. Seeing what he had in his hand, Cook's eyes sparkled. No wonder he was so happy. The breaking array cone was a well-known magic item, specially used to break the protective magic array, but it was extremely rare and hard to come by. I didn't expect that Walban had one. Walban immediately held the breaking array cone and stabbed it into the protective membrane. The protective membrane once again showed ripples, like waves, and complex lines emerged. The lines on the breaking array cone were also activated, spreading from the triangular cone and falling onto the protective membrane. The lines came into contact with each other and began to collide slightly, causing more ripples in the protective membrane. Behind the few people, the demonized beast showed its fearless side, and the few people had to increase their attack power, using offense instead of defense to protect their own safety. Chapter 118. The breaking array cone is indeed a magical item specially used to break the rune witch array. The runes on the triangular cone are finally connected with the runes on the protective membrane, and a portal is opened on the protective membrane in a clever way. "Go in quickly," Walban shouted, signaling others to enter the protective membrane first. First Cook, then the other apprentices, and finally Walban. The 5 people entered the protective membrane one after another. Walban took back the cracked breaking array cone, and the portal disappeared. The demonized beast was stopped on the other side of the protective membrane, and could not move forward. His array-breaking cone was only a low-level magic item that could be used 3 times at most. He had already used it twice, which caused obvious cracks on the triangular cone, which made him frown. "Be careful, there's a scam." The protective film was indeed guarding a laboratory. They could smell the familiar pungent smell, which was the smell of the potion that soaked the living specimens. Looking around, they saw that the spacious room was filled with glass cabins containing shrunken specimens, glass jars with hideous heads soaked in them, and various skulls lying on the ground, some of which had clear tooth marks. The combination of all these scenes gave the room a more gloomy tone, and the apprentices were used to it. But the laboratory had been visited by someone, like a rat passing through. Several people carefully and meticulously explored it, but they couldn't tell what kind of laboratory it was, because the valuable things had been taken away, and even the more secret rooms were not spared. The empty secret rooms seemed to be mocking them. Fortunately, there were no traps in the laboratory. Just think about it, this is a wizard's laboratory after all, and they are only apprentices, so it is not easy to set up something in it. At this time, the ground suddenly shook. The movement came from outside the protective membrane, and then it shook a few more times. Could it be that the outside collapsed? Before he could feel relief for long, Cook's face became ugly again. He said what others had guessed. Such a big vibration was probably the collapse of the passage where the steps were located. This was a big trouble. Walvin's eyes were gloomy and terrible. This madman, could it be that he wanted to bury us alive? If they all died here, the death of so many third-class apprentices would inevitably alarm the Mona Ant Land hut, and the wizards of the hunting team would definitely come to investigate in person. At that time, no one could escape, so he said that the other party was crazy. Fortunately, the vibration stopped soon and the laboratory was not affected. But they knew that there were countless demonic beasts waiting for them outside, and there were also black hands hiding behind the scenes. Near Stone Creek Town. Heidi and the two stayed in Stone Creek Town for only one day, and they also gained nothing. Tomorrow I will take you to a place that needs to be kept absolutely confidential. Understood? I won't reveal anything. I will do the same. I promise not to leak a single word. Hearing Heidi's words, the two couldn't help but give a promise. There was indeed no clue found in Stone Creek Town. Stone Creek Town was very normal, so normal that it gave people a feeling of being a little abnormal. This was Gina's feeling deep in her heart. There was no evidence, but Heidi did not notice anything unusual, so she could not say anything more. The next morning, they left this declining town early, passed through one mountain forest after another, and came to a narrow ravine. The ravine was empty with only low trees and weeds growing. There was nothing unusual about the ravine when they looked closely. Heidi stood in the middle and watched for a long time, without any other action. Once upon a time, there was a rich magic stone mine here, which belonged to our academy. A magic stone mine that produces magic stones? Gina and Hozol followed her and looked around with wide eyes. They didn't expect that there would be a magic stone mine here. Magic stones are the foundation of their cultivation and are closely related to every apprentice and wizard. No wonder Heidi refused to reveal any information all the way here. In order to guard this magic stone mine, I don't know how many wizards from the Mona Ant Land hut died here, many of whom were my ancestors of the Lydia family. Heidi looked around with emotion. The other two could hardly empathize with him, so they could only look at the so-called magic stone mine in silence. Now, this magic stone mine should be empty. The magic stone mine has been empty for a long time. Heidi guessed what the two were thinking, and burst their fantasy with one sentence. Let's go. Our task is to check whether there is any abnormality in the seal rune array at the entrance. The empty magic stone mine also has special value, and it cannot be coveted by others. So that's it. The two suddenly realized that Swamp Forest City was not far from Stone Creek Town, and what happened there might indeed be affected by the magic stone mine. They were afraid that the target of the people behind the scenes was here. The magic stone mine was deep underground, and many mines were excavated. For the convenience of management, there was actually only one real entrance, which was now blocked, leaving only a secret path. Under Heidi's guidance, the two dug up the outer layer of soil, revealing an airtight rock wall. Heidi took out a token and printed it on the rock wall, silently reciting a difficult, secret and long spell. After he finished speaking, the middle of the rock wall slowly melted, revealing a passage that only one person could pass through, with the mountain walls on both sides of the passage flowing like water. Heidi waved her hand, and the three of them entered the passage one after another. Walking in the narrow passage, Gina could feel the terrifying aura coming from all directions. If she took a wrong step, she would inevitably suffer an unbearable suppression, so she had to put away her distracting thoughts and follow Heidi closely. A minute or two later, the three of them had a bright future in front of them. They came to a vast cave filled with a special atmosphere. This was clearly the entrance to the mine. The houses left behind when mining were still preserved on both sides, forming a simple camp. Behind the station is a pass. If you want to go deeper into the mine, you must pass through this place. There is a stone wall standing there. Heidi walked forward with a solemn look, took out another crystal clear token and printed it on the stone wall. A layer of thick protective array membrane that makes people's scalps numb appeared, and the token and the protective membrane blended together. The two did not dare to disturb Heidi. They looked at each other and carefully guarded the rear to prevent other dangers. After a moment, Heidi took back the token and shook her head at the two people, indicating that there was nothing unusual here. Let's go back. Okay. The worst situation did not happen, and Heidi's tense body relaxed. The three of them returned along the passage they came from, and headed straight for Swamp Forest City. Halfway, Gina noticed the movement of the secret mark, and after activating it, Ivan's voice came, "Tell Heidi, someone is crazy again, I think I found a clue." "What's wrong?" Heidi noticed that she was hesitant to speak. Ivan sent a message. There was a change in Swamp Forest City. He found some useful clues. Gina said. "I know." Heidi said casually. It's not that she didn't believe it, but it's not a big deal for her if there is no trouble in the magic stone mine. After this episode, the three continued to go to Swamp Forest City. Chapter 119. Swamp Forest City. The next day, Ivan returned to the house arranged by the city lord. Through the answer of the silkworm hidden in the wood, he knew that 6 people visited his bedroom last night, 2 of whom were wearing apprentice robes. "What about you? Do you have any news?" "Leaving the city? Leaving the city is good." The other 2 silkworms told him a message through their actions that the people who came to the house last night left Swamp Forest City. Last night, he not only temporarily avoided the sharp edge, but also left several silkworms to monitor every move of the house. The silkworms are good at hiding their breath, so it is not difficult to avoid being discovered by the intruders. In fact, when he was learning the art of insect concealment, he learned from the swift silkworm, and found that the swift silkworm was really good at hiding its breath. Ivan walked around the room and made a decision after a while. Since no one is coming back, I go take a look first. They didn't want to play with him, so it was impossible to say that he didn't have any thoughts in his mind. Wait until he finds the key items alone, and see what those people have to say. He took out the box from yesterday, and absorbed a trace of special breath from the magic stone. As he chanted the spell, a palm-sized tracking butterfly was formed, with stripes on the butterfly, half black and half colorless. The butterfly flew out of the house, fluttering and hovering in the yard, reluctant to choose a direction. Seeing this scene, Ivan analyzed it carefully. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. It seems that there is interference in the place being tracked, which interferes with the judgment of the tracking technique. After thinking it through, he commanded the tracking butterfly to fly towards the city lord's manor. Combined with the current situation, it is most likely that the city lord's manor is hiding something fishy. The city lord's manor is located in the south of the city. The Albert family has been operating it for hundreds of years. It is a long-standing manor that occupies a large area in the south of the city. "Sir Ivan, what instructions do you have?" Simons and his son appeared in front of Ivan at the first time, this time only with 2 trusted guards. The 2 did not find the butterflies in front of them strange, in their cognition. Wizard apprentices can always cast various spells, and summon various demonized beasts. Ivan said, "I am looking for clues. I want to go to your manor for a walk. Is it convenient?" "It's convenient. You can go anywhere." The betrayal of the guards left a big shadow on him. Simmons hoped that he would go around more, and it would be best if he could help him find the traitor. "Do you need me to gather some people?" "No need." Ivan thought about it and refused. He was not afraid of the guard's sneak attack, but he thought it was troublesome. The tracking butterfly flapped its wings slowly, and the others followed eagerly behind. Simmons kept introducing his manor to Ivan, where the training ground was, where the garden was, and so on. When they reached a place, the tracking butterfly suddenly trembled, began to flap its wings quickly, and flew to one side at an accelerated speed. "What's ahead?" "That's the horse farm." The others were excited, and followed the tracking butterfly closely, constantly approaching the horse farm. At this time, Ivan, who was walking in the front, noticed something. "Be careful of arrows." Simons and his son felt a jolt in their hearts. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of arrows breaking through the air, and the sharp arrows were heading straight for the people. "Damn it!" Simons drew his weapon and cursed, because he saw a familiar figure, his second son Matthew, who led the other archers to attack everyone. He thought many people would be hit, but he didn't expect that his son would be among them. Faced with such an attack, Simmons and his men used swords to resist, relying on their impressive strength to fight and retreat, and were suppressed by the arrows from the opposite side for a while. On the other hand, Ivan, with his extraordinary speed and reaction, was able to deflect the arrows with his sword as soon as they approached, appearing to be so casual. He waved his hand heavily, and a large number of swift-wood moths flew out and rushed in the direction of the arrows. Seeing this, Simmons opened his mouth, but in the end did not say a word of plea. The swift-wood silkworm once again showed its fierce side, and soon there was only wailing on the other side. Simmons told his eldest son Nashi, "Go check on your brother, that good-for-nothing." If he's not dead, send him to jail. The tracking butterfly flew into the stable. Ivan and Simmons' men followed not far away, watching the tracking butterfly turn into a stream of light, which disappeared into the ground under one of the stables. This change caused the horses in the stable to make a sound. What are you standing there for? Get the horses out, and clean up the place. Simons called the servants of the stable to start working, and Ivan was happy to be free. Several servants hurriedly cleaned the stable and pried open the bricks on the ground, revealing an iron plate hidden underneath. After lifting the iron plate, a basement was revealed. Under Simmons's command, a guard entered the basement along the wooden ladder below. Sir, there is something strange down there. Bring it up. Wait, don't mess with the things down there, or you lose your mind. Ivan stopped their reckless actions. The basement was located under the stable, and was filled with a strange smell. Ivan didn't pay attention to it. When he went down to the ground, he found a regular stone pier on the ground with lines drawn on the front of the pier. On the stone pier was a wash basin-sized disc. The disc was made of stone. This material gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lines could be vaguely seen on the disc. There were also many magic stones placed on it. In the middle of the magic stones was a crystal ball. There were wisps of black and gray air flowing in the crystal ball. What is this? It's a very vicious breath. He stretched out his hand and retracted it. He could feel a vicious resentment from the crystal ball. The thing in front of him was undoubtedly the core of a simple rune-witch formation. It should be the culprit that caused the residents in the city to go crazy. The magic stones on the disc were the medium, and the means of manipulation were unknown. Faced with such an unknown rune magic formation, he did not dare to act rashly, but just stood around and observed more carefully. This look was amazing. He found that there were several special magic stones under the crystal ball. The color and quality were different from the inferior magic stones. They were clearly 3 relatively rare medium magic stones. Using medium magic stones as materials, the person behind the scenes was more powerful than he expected. While observing, he noticed something unusual in his pocket. It turned out that Gina was contacting him through the secret mark. After activating it, Gina's voice came, and the other party was about to arrive at Swamp Forest City. He told him his discovery and location. Where is Ivan? Sir Ivan is in the basement below. After a while, Heidi and the other 2 arrived at the manor, and were led to the horse farm. When he heard the noise, Ivan looked up and saw Heidi coming down the wooden ladder. After the 3 of them landed, they were immediately attracted by the items in the middle. Tell me, what happened specifically? It all started yesterday. Look, there are medium magic stones below. They should be very important media. Heidi bent down and looked over, and found the existence of the 3 medium magic stones. Her face suddenly became very interesting. Medium magic stones are relatively rare and rarely circulate in the hands of apprentices. The other party was so extravagant that he used them to arrange this simple rune magic array, plus the special material of the disc, which gave her an ominous premonition. Chapter 120. Sure enough, she was hiding something. Seeing that she was not happy, but had a sullen face, Ivan knew that there was something hidden and the situation seemed not good. Moreover, this person had some problems. At this time, Heidi raised her head, and their eyes met. Ivan subconsciously forced a faint smile. I hope you are not thinking about anything bad. Heidi suppressed her inner uneasiness and said in a light tone, You did a good job this time. After we finish our research, these magic stones will be your harvest. Ivan said, Of course, after all, I found it by myself. I think no one can deny this, right? Heidi glanced at him, and could naturally hear the thorn in his words. Since he did make a great contribution, she was too lazy to argue with him. Seeing that the 2 of them were bickering like enemies, Gina smiled softly and winked at Ivan, telling him to stop while he was ahead. One more thing, the hunting team didn't return to the city last night. Don't worry about Walban and the others, our focus now is to study these runes. Seeing Heidi's words, the others naturally had no objection, as they were not familiar with the hunting team. The enchantment team was serious about studying runes, and they believed that as long as the runes in front of them were solved, the problems inside and outside the Swamp Forest City would be solved. However, without the corresponding spells and activation methods, it was often difficult to crack a rune magic array. Heidi asked the people above to pass down a box, carefully remove the inferior magic stones around the disc, and put them into the box. The lines on the upper side of the disc were revealed, which were different from the lines on the surrounding stone piers. These looked like natural lines generated naturally, not carved with a rune pen. Hosel asked casually, What kind of material is this disc made of? Why does it feel so familiar? Heidi replied, It's the raw ore that has not yet been completely transformed into magic stone. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned, especially Hozol and Gina, who had just returned from Stone Town. It was hard for them not to make associations. They glanced at Heidi without saying anything. Heidi didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. She just hoped that everything would not involve the Kanda magic stone mine, otherwise the problem would be complicated. Among the four people, only Ivan didn't know the existence of the magic stone mine, so he didn't feel much. As the few people were concentrating on analyzing the runes, the basement became silent, and no one outside dared to disturb them. As a member of the enchantment team, the four of them had certain attainments in runiology and enchantment. The one with the highest attainments was of course Heidi, who came from a wizard family. She could see that the runes in front of her were related to spiritual power, involving the use of magic stones, and could also collect a certain kind of resentful aura. Time passed unknowingly. Near dusk, the four of them withdrew their gazes from the disc and the stone pier, looked at each other, and shook their heads helplessly. Such a strange and complex rune array, without any relevant information, how could they crack it in a short time? It would take a real wizard to come. Ivan suggested, "Why don't you try to activate it? If the rune array is in an activated state, he will definitely be able to gain something by using the light of wisdom. This was proved last time on Lar Island." Heidi rejected it. "It's not appropriate. Activating it randomly can easily cause the rune to collapse, and it may also cause unknown consequences, such as mental pollution. Do you have any other ideas?" "No, just take the things back after you dismantle them." "The stone pillar as well?" "The runes on the disc are the key. The stone pillar is used to amplify the rune magic array and spread the influence of the rune magic array to most of the city." Although Heidi said so, they finally took everything out of the basement, including the heavy stone pillar. After dismantling the arrangement here, the enemy behind the scenes should not be able to continue to control more people. The collapse of the city is under control, and only the hidden and controlled residents are left. Seeing that she was unwilling to activate the rune magic array, Ivan did not continue to mention this topic. The four took the things back to the original house. Ivan remembered something. Someone sneaked in last night, 2 apprentices and 4 knights. They should be quite strong. The three turned around and looked at him in surprise, and then looked around the house, but did not find any signs of fighting. Ivan guessed what they were thinking, and said in an unhappy tone, "Coincidentally, I was not there at the time. They came up empty-handed, and left Swamp Forest City overnight. I don't know where they went after leaving the city." "Smart." Gina gave him a thumbs up. After a few seconds, Heidi said seriously, "Don't get me wrong. Heidi Lydia, don't have the habit of using my companions as bait. Who knows? Ivan doesn't mind speculating on a person with the greatest malice. He was attacked continuously as soon as the others left. It's hard to say that there is no consideration in this regard. After all, the other party didn't like him before, and the word companion may not be used for him." Seeing that he didn't believe it, Heidi frowned and didn't say anything more. She always disdained to explain to others, unless that person was her younger brother Cam. Long into the night, the hunting team still hadn't returned to the city. Heidi couldn't contact them with a secret mark, which meant that they were no longer nearby. Late at night, a figure in an apprentice robe appeared under the wall of Swamp Forest City. Someone on the wall helped the apprentice below sneak into the city smoothly. Sure enough, the array plate hidden in the manor was discovered and should have fallen into the hands of the apprentice in the Mona Ant Farm hut. Alan came all the way to the south of the city and stopped near the manor. He activated his backhand and immediately realized the problem. Since there was a problem with the formation, the chess pieces placed nearby must have been damaged. "Whatever, I let you go wild for a while, and then we settle the score later." Alan muttered angrily, and he turned and left. The city was not safe at the moment, and there were more important things waiting for him outside the city. At the same time, not long after Alan sneaked into the Swamp Forest City, Ivan and his 4 companions also began to act. An important control node was removed, and several people guessed that the person behind the scenes might sneak into the city to see the situation, so they arranged many spies in the city, mainly Ivan Swift with Silkworm. As expected, a swift-wood moth hurriedly sent back a message. Ivan immediately called the others, and the 4 of them quickly left the residence and rushed to the location of the person behind the scenes. When the 4 of them were halfway, another swift-wood moth landed on Ivan. The person went out of the city. Chase. It was rare to find the person behind the scenes, so Heidi would not give up easily. The 4 of them changed direction and chased out of the city. Gina also sent a small number of insects out, but her insects were not very good at hiding. They were a kind of flying ant, small in size, and the color of flames. At first glance, They were poisonous insects. Along the way, Ivan kept retrieving the swiftwood moths, and Gina realized that he also had a nest of insects on his body. This junior brother was really not an ordinary person. Looking at the swiftwood moths flying back, Gina was a little jealous. These insects were much faster than her own fire poison ants, and they were good at hiding their breath. It was difficult to detect them if they didn't move, which showed that the insects were extraordinary. Under the guidance of the swiftwood moths, the four of them chased after them, and left the swamp forest city soon. Chapter 121. Soon after leaving the city, Ivan looked embarrassed as another swiftwood moth fell. What happened? I lost him. After all, the opponent was a senior apprentice with considerable strength. The swiftwood moth had to follow the target, hide itself, and report back. It was expected that he would lose the target. In the final analysis, the opponent left too quickly, and the distance between the two sides was always far. Heidi took out a short animal skin booklet. Each page of the booklet recorded a secret mark. When she turned to one of the pages, the secret mark on it had a subtle movement. This was the secret mark of Wallban. In front of everyone, Heidi activated the secret mark, and the voice came out clearly. There is an important discovery at the southeast sharp peak. Come to support quickly. In addition to Wallban's voice, they also heard other noisy beast roars and fighting sounds, all of which indicated that the other party had encountered an accident and the situation sounded a little bad. Combined with Wallban's words, several people looked at each other. When was this message? Last night. Several people looked strange. The secret mark has a distance limit, and it can only react when entering a certain range. The message has been left for almost a day, and what should happen must have happened. If you think completely of the worst, then what should be cold has already been cold. At this moment, there is no need to rush. As people from the same academy and the same mission, they need to go and take a look. Taking Swamp Forest City as a reference, they are exactly in the southeast direction. The enemy is still heading to this place, which means that Wallban and his men are probably not dead yet. Let's go and take a look. Heidi showed her responsibility and took the lead in jogging forward, and the other three followed behind. The moon was hazy, and the four people shuttled through the mountains and forests. At the foot of the mountain a long distance ahead of them, Alan did not realize that he was being followed. He had reunited with his companions and informed them of the changes in Swamp Forest City. It must be that cunning guy, Melinda said angrily. Although these situations did not affect the overall situation, they meant that they had lost control of the city. Remember, when you meet that guy again, you must crush him to ashes. Yusai said, why don't we kill him now? The current matter is more important. The three of them took Melinda's opinion as their main choice, and she was also the strongest. According to their original idea, they used the abandoned laboratory protection array to block the way, and then used the demonized beast to consume the opponent's spirit and mana, and finally killed him in one fell swoop or even captured him alive. But there was a flaw in the plan. The trapped people somehow broke through the protective array from the beginning, retreated into the laboratory, and used the protective array to protect themselves. Melinda knew that the protective array could not protect the other party, because it was a problematic protective array. There were 3 specific time points in a day when the protective array would reveal a flaw, which lasted for 3 minutes. During this period, the protective array was like nothing and could be entered and exited at will. In the past half day, they had used the demonized beasts to launch 2 attacks on the laboratory, causing considerable damage to the other party. Soon, they will launch a 3rd attack. Melinda's face suddenly changed. Damn it! Alan, you idiot! How can you do anything? Someone is following us. What? Impossible. Alan's eyes widened, and his head shook like a rattle. I have been paying attention to the back, and made sure that no one was following us. They have arrived, more than one person, and they are heading this way. Melinda glanced at him. He was really a person who could not do anything, but was more likely to cause trouble. If he was not still useful, he would have to be used as a sacrifice. We shouldn't meet them for now. Let the gentleman in the jungle play with them. Melinda glanced into the distance, and disappeared with the 2 of them at the foot of the mountain, where many more demonic beasts appeared. On the other side, Heidi stopped, and the others looked around warily. I think we are in trouble. It seems that we are in the right direction. A large number of demonic beasts suddenly appeared around them, and pairs of scarlet eyes surrounded them faintly, indicating that the enemy had discovered their arrival. After looking around for a few seconds, they all shook their heads slightly, not finding any enemy. Heidi said, the more the enemy wants to stop us, the more we should go to the front to take a look, don't you think? That's right. So, don't hold back and fight quickly. After saying that, she took the first step, and took out a potion from her pocket as a spell material. The next second, a batch of ice cones came out of her hand and attacked a large area in front, with the momentum of autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Noticing this scene, Ivan was quite shocked. If it were him, the same spell would be at least half as slow. This is a true senior apprentice, who has a very deep understanding of spells and particles. While the others were fighting, Ivan was certainly not idle. As an insect controller, controlling insects is a basic operation and his most advantageous means at present. Gina released her fire poison ant. Ivan, let's cooperate. No problem. With the spell Blackbeard Crown taught by the mentor, the two of them have extraordinary dominance over their respective insect swarms. When they are not far away, this is even more vivid, and there is no need to worry about the insects causing trouble. Facts have proved that Gina's flying ants are indeed a kind of poisonous insects, with far more toxicity than cold water midges. There are many of them, but the disadvantage is that they are not fast enough and not flexible enough, and they are easily preyed on by the demonized birds above, while the swiftwood moth does not have this problem. The two of them, one holding the upper part and the other holding the lower part, work together to annihilate many of the attacking demonic beasts, without consuming much energy. Hosol's methods were also not bad, and he was good at water frost spells. The strongest among the four was Heidi. She had potions and spells in her hands, and she kept fighting the demonic beasts head-on, leading the others all the way to the mountain in front, and all the way to the foot of the mountain. Just like the last encounter, this group of demonic beasts went crazy and didn't care about their lives at all. The battle ended only when the last one was killed. Hosol panted, Fortunately I didn't encounter any particularly powerful guys, otherwise this trip would be very difficult. This is the puzzling part. Logically speaking, among so many demonized beasts, there must be one or two powerful ones, but they just didn't encounter any. Powerful guys are not easy to control. It's just a coincidence that we didn't encounter them. They have come to the foot of the mountain, but they didn't see any human figures. Heidi interrupted their chat. Now is not the time to discuss this. Use your means to find them, and be careful not to stay too far away. The wizard robe has some effect of restraining the breath, which can prevent the tracking of the tracking spell to a certain extent. Wilbin was still looking for trouble with Ivan before. Although he wanted to see the other party's expression after being saved by him, he thought about it and gave up. He was too lazy to bother to look for him. He didn't get close to listen, nor did he let the swift with silkworm fly around. He just wanted to fish. Gina and Hosol didn't use any special means. They just used their mental power to explore left and right. The efficiency was far less than when they killed the demonized beast just now. Heidi shook her head slightly when she saw this, took out a bottle of black potion, and cast a tracking spell. A black two-headed dog fell to the ground, and its nose was particularly unique and conspicuous. This should be the most suitable material for the tracking spell. The blood from the nose of the Moto two-headed dog is said to be able to improve the tracking spell to a higher level, but it was taken out casually. Ivan raised his eyebrows slightly, and had a new understanding of Heidi's richness. Chapter 122. The abandoned laboratory in the basement was in a mess. The specimens and skulls that were originally arranged in an orderly manner were broken into pieces. The ground and walls were covered with blood stains and traces of battle. The air was filled with the smell of blood. In one corner of the laboratory, the corpses of demonized beasts were piled up, and blood was flowing from the corpses. All these conditions showed that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Wilbin and his group had lost their former casualness. They all seemed a little silent and discouraged, and even Walban could not avoid it. Cook said helplessly, I've almost used up all the stuff I have. Me too. His words were echoed by others. Wizard apprentices are a complex profession. Their combat power includes all aspects. In addition to mental strength and mana spells, they also include consumables they carry, such as various potions, spellcasting materials, disposable runes, magic items, etc. The previous battle almost used up all their consumables. In the past day, the laboratory's protective array membrane opened twice. The first time, they were caught off guard. Fortunately, those present were not easy to deal with. They took advantage of the convenience of the laboratory to work together to kill the invading magic beast. The second time, the five were prepared and led by Walban to fight their way out. Facing the countless demonic beasts on the steps outside, the five fought bravely, faced the challenge, and fought all the way to the end of the steps against the continuous demonic beasts. Then the five were dumbfounded. There was no way out in front of them. As they had guessed before, the other party had done it too hard. The road at the end of the steps was collapsed, and there were only rat holes and narrower snake paths on the mountain walls on both sides. The person behind the scenes never showed up, and they only killed wave after wave of demonized beasts until the steps were covered with corpses. They couldn't get out of the rat hole that was less than 30 centimeters wide, and they really couldn't find a way out. The apprentices' weakness was that their defense was low, and some of them were injured one after another. One injured his leg, and one had a serious injury to his arm. They could only retreat to the abandoned laboratory helplessly. When they returned to the laboratory, the protective array had been restored. Fortunately, Walben's array-breaking cone could be used for the last time, so the 5 people were able to return to the abandoned laboratory smoothly. When they entered the laboratory, they were ambushed by the demonized beasts hiding inside, and it took some effort to calm them down. At the moment, the situation is not favorable for them. Thinking that he had seen the real enemy for the first time, Walben looked unlucky. This was the first time he encountered such a difficult and disgusting opponent. No matter what, we still have to fight our way out next time, and find a way to break through the siege. Even if we have to dig a way out. Anyway, I don't have the habit of waiting for the enemy to make a move. His array-breaking cone had been shattered, and it would not be easy to rush out of the laboratory and return next time. He was worried that he could only stay in the laboratory, while the enemies outside could calmly prepare other means. If they defended for too long, they would lose, and they might be annihilated next time. Okay, let's kill every demonized beast that comes, and kill them cleanly. Let's do it. I don't want to stay here in frustration anymore. The others looked at each other. It was not their hunting team's habit to wait for others to make a move, and they all spoke in agreement. Fighting to the death is better than waiting to die. As for the people in the enchantment group, the 5 people will not pin their hopes on others. After a moment, the protective array membrane emerged clearly and produced ripples. The 5 people had already grasped the swords in their hands, and were ready to fight. A door was automatically opened on the protective membrane, and the 5 people jumped out of the laboratory at the first time. The stronger smell of blood and stench came to their noses. After a few hours, only fragments of the beast's corpse on the steps were left. It can be expected that the original corpse was filled with the stomach of other demonized beasts. Kill! Roar! The roars of beasts continued. This time, the number of demonized beasts that fell on the steps was no less than the previous 2 times. There were a large number of demonized rats, demonized snakes, demonized spiders, centipedes, demonized bats, and even larger demonized pythons. Under the leadership of Walben, the apprentices did not change their expressions, raised their swords, and went forward to fight with the beasts. They suppressed the beasts' offensive and moved forward step by step along the steps. After a while, the demonized beasts on the steps suddenly retreated, and the beasts quickly retreated to the passages on both sides. What's going on? Reinforcements have arrived. The 5 people's faces brightened, and they quickly guessed the reason. It should be the people from the enchantment group who heard the news and rushed over. On the other side, after a careful search by the black 2-headed dog, Ivan and others found the passage where the enemy sneaked into the mountain, but the entrance to the passage was blocked. After digging the entrance again, several people stepped into the mountain. In the passage that was less than 1 person high, several people were constantly harassed by the demonized beasts, which was very annoying. In such a narrow place, the few people had to be cautious. No one knew whether the passage was solid or not. Many spells with strong attack strength could not be used. Fortunately, there were Ivan Swift with Silkworm and Gina's Fire Poison Ant. Under the protection of the insect swarm, the 4 people went deeper. Drink it quickly. Heidi handed each of the 3 people a potion. Ivan took it subconsciously. This was a high-quality antidote. Was she going to poison it? He glanced at Heidi, and saw that she had no intention of explaining. He drank the antidote potion as she said, and at the same time recalled the scattered Swift with silkworms outside, and controlled the insect nest behind to close it. He wanted to see if Heidi had any better means. Dark cloud of death. Under Heidi's spell, a thick dark gray poisonous cloud formed in an instant. Driven by the strong wind, the poisonous airflow drilled into the holes in the passages around, covering all the exposed holes, and suddenly there were waves of ethereal whistling sounds. Seeing this move, Ivan secretly smacked his lips. He could feel the cold chill from the poisonous cloud. This poison must be fatal. This woman is too fierce. I don't know if those people from Walben will be injured by mistake. I hope so. Not far away, Melinda noticed the unusual movement. The next second, she saw gray poisonous smoke coming out. There were many holes around, and poisonous smoke came out from the front and back, approaching her quickly. Retreat! Her face changed drastically, and she immediately drank an antidote, then retreated while manipulating dense fog to try to block the approach of the poisonous smoke. Melinda reacted the fastest and retreated quickly, completely avoiding the approach of the poisonous smoke. Her two companions were not so lucky. Alan at least only smelled a little and ran away in time, while Yusai was just covered by the poisonous smoke. When the other two retreated, Yusai fell to the ground. At this time, the other two had no time to care about him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a few seconds, Ivan and his four companions reached the place where Yusai fell. Walking along the passage, Ivan truly saw the ferocity of Heidi's move, and birds and beasts disappeared wherever she passed. A rumbling sound came from the front, which gave the people who were chasing her a bad feeling. Sure enough, the enemy collapsed the passage in front, blocking their pursuit. There were faint voices coming from the opposite side, and the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry to go far. The three of them looked at Heidi without saying a word, whether to chase her or not. Chapter 123. How is it? The poison is very strong, and my head is a little dizzy. Hearing Alan's answer, Melinda's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. The enemy this time was very powerful. Judging from the spell just now, he must be a third-class apprentice, who was about to be promoted to a formal wizard. She should not be a match for him in a head-on confrontation, and the opponent's tracking method also made her very wary. There was also a difficult person in the laboratory. She admitted that she underestimated the enemy's strength. The plan was repeatedly frustrated. Now the situation was over, and it was time to make a change. Melinda shouted to the other side of the collapsed passage, "Good evening, apprentices from the Mona Antland Hut. If you want to find us, come to the Kanda mine, we are waiting for you inside." As soon as the voice fell, the collapsed rock shook violently a few times, and it was obvious that someone was angry and launched a spell attack. Melinda knew that her goal had been achieved, and she left quickly with Alan without looking back. On the other side, rocks at the collapsed location continued to fall, and a large area of landslides occurred in the passage, forcing several people to retreat rapidly. The reason for this change was that Heidi suddenly cast a spell. "Are you crazy?" Ivan couldn't help but retort. If they hadn't retreated quickly, they would have been buried alive. "You don't understand." Heidi frowned for a long time and explained, "The Kanda mine is a magic stone mine. If there is a problem, it will be very troublesome." "There is a magic stone mine here?" Ivan's eyes widened. "If you don't know, many apprentices can only earn single-digit magic stones every day. There is actually a magic stone mine here. How many magic stones must there be in the mine?" "There must be medium and high-quality magic stones. It's hollowed out. We went there before," Gina added. "Oh, it was empty." Ivan suddenly felt bored. "Yes, otherwise it would not be our turn to come and explore." Heidi said that the empty magic stone mine also has unique value, and is an important asset of our academy. "It's just that we didn't find any problems during our previous trip," Gina said. Heidi glared at her obscurely. She was really talking about something else, but their exploration work was indeed not done well. Heidi handed Hozol an antidote and asked him to feed it to Yusai, who was lying on the ground, to ensure that he would not die immediately. This was a rare living person. After a while, the poisonous smoke faded. "What are you standing there for? Find someone from the hunting team. After all, they are from the same academy." Heidi gestured to Ivan and Gina, and seeing that they were indifferent, she had to remind them. "You are strong, you have the final say." Ivan released the swift-witted silkworm, and asked it to search along the holes around. Gina released the fire-poison ant. The tiny holes were inconvenient for people to pass through, but it was no problem for the swarm of insects. They didn't have to wait for long. The insects brought back news that the people inside were digging holes outside the mountain, and would be out soon. In this case, Heidi didn't care, and took the three of them outside to wait. After a while, Walban and his group walked out of the mountain in a very embarrassed manner, and they were obviously relieved to see the few people. "Thank you, it would have been better if you could come earlier. If it weren't for the unexpected discovery, we might have come even later." Heidi didn't care about Walban's words, but simply explained what happened, emphasizing Ivan's contribution, including finding the array, discovering the enemy's shadow, and then rushing to rescue them. Her meaning was very clear. Ivan's credit accounted for a large part of the timely rescue. This was a fact. This woman usually had a serious face, but I didn't expect her to be so treacherous. She did a great job. Hearing her words, Ivan walked to the side at the right time to highlight his presence, so that no one would pretend not to see it. Awkward, very embarrassing, Walban's face changed. Before he set out, he told the other party to wait and see. He was looking for trouble on the way. Now he was undoubtedly saved. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Mr. Ivan, and the 3 senior sisters and brothers, thank you for saving my life. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Cook stood up and bowed to everyone to thank them, and helped Walben out. Just don't trip me up from behind in the future. Ivan muttered, seemingly talking to himself, but in fact his voice just happened to reach everyone's ears. No! Walben didn't turn around, but his voice came clearly. He was also a man who cared about his reputation. After all, he didn't have the face to attack Ivan now. Heard this, although Ivan didn't laugh out loud, he was very happy in his heart. The grudges with the hunting team were finally resolved. You are injured. If you have anything to say, go back to the city, Heidi greeted. Afterwards, the group returned to Swamp Forest City in a mighty manner. Seeing that all the apprentices had returned and a mastermind had been caught, the happiest person was the city lord Simmons. If it wasn't for the wrong time, he would have wanted to hold a celebration banquet for everyone. The next morning, everyone gathered in the prison cell of Swamp Forest City. Walben walked forward and gathered a ball of clear water to throw on the unconscious Yusai. Yusai woke up from his coma and found that he was tied to a cross wooden frame. His body was very weak. He also saw a group of apprentices not far away. Now you are awake, you still remember us? Walben said coldly. I was captured by you. It seems that I am not dead. Ha ha ha. Yusai's eyes did not show panic and confusion. Instead, he laughed hoarsely. Being a captive, but still so arrogant, Walben waved his palm, and an invisible hand slapped Yusai in the face, and Yusai immediately became drowsy and his spirit was weakened. Ivan recognized that Walben used the magician's hand, and the magician's hand turned out to be a torture method. Tell me. What? What do you control the ordinary people in Swamp Forest City to do? What do you control the demonic beasts outside the city to do? And what do you hide in the mines for? Tell me about your plans and arrangements. TSK. Yusai looked up and glared at Walben fiercely. Do you think I will tell you? Then don't blame me for using other means. Walben's face showed a ferocious look. Wait. Heidi called him. Walben looked back at Heidi. Try this. A light red diamond crystal floated from Heidi's hand and fell into Walben's palm. Red pupil crystal? Exactly. Walben's hand trembled slightly. This woman is too cruel. She actually brought this kind of thing when she went out on a mission. This is an item listed in the Academy Alliance's high danger list. It is used to absorb the memory of living things and is not very stable. The other apprentices were confused, but soon they knew the purpose of the red-eyed crystal. I saw Walben holding the diamond-shaped crystal and slapping it towards Yusai. When his palm was removed, Yusai seemed to have a red eye between his eyebrows. It was the red-eyed crystal just now. Yusai's face changed drastically. He must have endured some kind of severe pain. He struggled hard but to no avail. In less than 2 minutes, his eyes began to turn white and his body twitched. At this time, a light and shadow flashed from the red-eyed crystal, and the light and shadow turned into a particle-light film, and a figure flashed on the light film. Chapter 124. Because of the characteristics of the red-eyed crystal, what flashed on the light film was exactly what Walben wanted to see. This is Stone Creek Town. At the beginning, a town appeared, where civilians lived and worked in peace and contentment. A 5-member team arrived in disguise, including Yusai himself. They strolled around the town, and then came to a deserted cemetery outside the town. A female apprentice paid homage to a remote earthen grave in the cemetery, and dug out some rotten bones and an iron box from the grave. She found a stone carving in the iron box, which seemed to record a map. The scene changed, and the 5 people entered a narrow tunnel, crouching all the way forward, and arrived at a wide underground cave, which was full of strange rocks and magical mushrooms emitting faint light. This is the interior of the Kanda mine. Seeing this scene, Heidi's face seemed to be covered with a haze. She felt a little absurd that the other party had easily entered the magic stone mine. The 5 people continued to move forward in the dim cave until they arrived in front of a pit with layers of white bones. They began to carve lines around the pit, probably to use the bone pit to arrange the rune witch formation. Seeing the others looking at her, Heidi shook her head slightly. She didn't know where this place was. The scene flashed again, and the rune magic array had taken shape. But there was an extra 1-person high beast egg in the bone pit. The patterns on the beast egg were vaguely visible. The 5 people activated the rune magic array and knelt down to the bone pit, opening and closing their mouths and saying something about the sacrifice. Suddenly, a wisp of gray-black air flow was drawn from the cave, covering the bone pit and the 5 people. The gray-black mist kept changing, and there were beast shadows hovering in it, occasionally revealing scales and claws, which seemed to be a huge python beast. Then the scene changed again, and several people withdrew from the Kanda mine, but only 3 people were left. The great black demon, the supreme. Suddenly, the Tide Yusai shouted, and his spirit withered at a visible speed. Cracks appeared on the red crystal, and then exploded into powder. The apprentices quickly stepped back. When Yusai looked at him again, there was a bloody hole on his forehead, and he seemed to have no life. Dead. Walban went forward to check. The others did not speak, and they were all thinking about the memory picture that had just flashed. The picture was intermittent, but it presented a lot of information, and also missed a lot of key information. The whole process gave people a strange feeling. After 2 or 3 minutes, Heidi broke the silence and asked others what they thought. What is the great sky black demon? From the picture, it should be the python beast, or a higher creature related to the python beast bloodline. The breath of the magic stone mine is extremely special, and it does not exclude the power of summoning powerful creatures from other worlds. Will the red pupil crystal suddenly explode? Normally not, it will only break into small pieces. Is there anything special about the earthen grave? According to records, a large number of civilian miners were hired when digging the Kanda mine. It may be the grave of a miner. Everyone discussed the memory scene for a long time. Unfortunately, Yusai was dead, and their clues were cut off. After coming out of the cell, everyone returned to the house arranged by the city lord. This is a serious matter. I will find a way to contact the wizards in the academy. Let's leave it at that for now, Heidi said to the others. She didn't dare to make a rash decision when it came to the Kanda magic stone mine, which had a special status. According to the regulations of the academy, they could not enter the Kanda magic stone mine at will. The other apprentices naturally had no objection. Heidi must have something to announce soon, so she couldn't go far. Gina followed her to Ivan's bedroom. When did you buy your insect nest? Gina asked casually. Before the mission, the instructor said it was second-hand. Ivan also answered her casually, and he still owed the instructor 260 magic stones for buying the insect nest. It probably belongs to one of my senior brothers. Gina thought for a while and said, she stood up when she thought of something. You won't tie it on your body like me? I learned from you, carrying it on my back. Ivan waved his hand at her, signaling her not to make any move. Are you a third-class apprentice? Yes. There was nothing to hide about this. He had seen it. Only when you are strong can you be respected. Otherwise, these guys would really dare to treat him as a minion. In fact, there is a clear difference between a second-class apprentice and a third-class apprentice, which is reflected in many aspects. The most basic is the use of mental power and energy particles. In the previous battle, he showed the qualities of a third-class apprentice in all aspects, and it is not difficult for those who are interested to find out. Gina gave him a thumbs up. This junior brother was really amazing. Without the support of the wizard family, he had trained to the third-level apprentice so quickly. But your luck is a bit bad. Yes, you ran into a tough guy on your first mission away from the academy. Did you feel anything unnatural about the scene just now? There was an indescribable strange feeling. The two looked at each other, and their expressions became a little cautious. If the picture was not from Yusai's memory, the two would definitely doubt the authenticity of the picture. However, it was not their turn to make the decision here, and they had to wait and see what the wizards of the academy would do next. Half an hour later, Heidi summoned all the wizard apprentices again and announced something directly. Pack up. We will set off to the Kanda magic stone mine in a quarter of an hour. No problem. Walban responded to her words on behalf of the hunting team. They had suffered such a big loss and lost so much face before, and of course the hunting team wanted to get it back. Needless to say, Heidi could represent the enchanting group. In addition, the mission reward has changed. If we can solve the incident at the Kanda mine, each person will receive 200 credits and 300 magic stones after completing the mission. Heidi then announced. This made the other apprentices' eyes light up. The original mission reward was only 50 credits, but now it has tripled on the original basis, enough to buy a third-class mental potion. There is no way the mission is without danger. Whoever does not allow them to participate will be angry. Many people know that only Heidi came forward, and others may not have such a good thing. Outside Swamp Forest City, on the side of the road leading to Stone Creek Town, behind a hillside some distance from the road, 2 people were hiding there, and they had been keeping an eye on the movement on the road. A magpie flew quickly, and landed on one of the men's shoulders from midair. You're going to die so quickly. It was clearly Melinda who spoke. Within half a minute, a group of people riding on 8-legged beasts passed by on the road. 9 people in total, not one less. Alan next to him said, it seems that no wizards will come, and the Kanda mine will definitely be their burial place. What people didn't expect was that after escaping from the dead last night, the two did not rush to leave, but stayed in the wilderness and witnessed the apprentices of Mona Ant Land Academy heading to Kanda mine. After the apprentices left, the two turned back to Swamp Forest City. After waiting for a while not far from the city lord's mansion, a prison guard stole the prison and brought Yusai's body. Wait, all will be dedicated to the supreme great sky black demon. Seeing the miserable body of her companion, Melinda's eyes were cold. The two also went to Kanda mine with Yusai's body. Chapter 125. Evan and his companions arrived at Shirshi town at lightning speed. They passed by the town not far away, and headed straight for the location of the magic stone mine. After getting off their horses, and walking for a long time in the forest, they came to an inconspicuous ravine. Led by Heidi, they came to the interior of the magic stone mine through a rock passage. You wouldn't know it until you come in. There are many small houses that can be lived in, and there is a pass guarding the mine. Be careful. Heidi stepped forward and printed a crystal-clear token on the stone wall that blocked the pass, revealing a thick protective film covered with various lines. Ivan was so excited that he tried to identify something, but he immediately felt dazzled and looked away. Seeing Heidi come to her senses, Walban asked hurriedly, "How is it?" Nothing unusual was found. Heidi frowned and answered, paused for a few seconds, and then added, "In this case, we can only go into the mine to explore." Nothing unusual was found last time, so they had no hope this time. Now they had given up, and it was natural to go deep into the mine to explore. They were not going to take the narrow tunnel in their memory. Heidi took a deep breath and printed the token on the stone wall again. The token and the protective film blended together, and another spell came out of her mouth. The protective film was wavy, and a deep passage suddenly appeared on one side, and the barriers on both sides of the passage were shaking. Hurry up. Heidi took off the token quickly, and was the first to drill into the passage on one side, and the others followed her footsteps. It was gray all around, and after a while, they ran out of the passage one by one. The moment the last person drilled out, the passage closed, making Cook, who was at the end, sweat for himself. Heidi, the leader, was also exhausted, and her forehead was sweating. In front of everyone, she drank 2 potions, one to replenish spiritual power, and one to replenish mana, which made others jealous. Really rich. Gina lip-synced to Ivan on the side. Ivan was speechless. In fact, he was also envious. He had potions to replenish mana, but he really didn't have potions to replenish spiritual power. Anything related to the spirit is scarce. If he completed the task this time, he could consider exchanging the prescription. At this time, they have come to a dim underground cave. There is no other light except some plants and stones emitting faint light. The concentration of energy particles here is a bit low. The spiritual power is suppressed inexplicably, and it is estimated that only 80% of the strength can be exerted. Someone said his discovery that this place gives people a cold and depressing feeling. I don't know if it is the influence of the magic stone mine or the influence of the protective array. Even their own strength is somewhat restricted. Heidi said, "It's normal." After comforting everyone, she took out a blood from the nose of a Moto 2-headed dog as a spell material, cast the tracking spell, and a black 2-headed dog was born. Such a tracking spell is more appropriately called a search spell. Under the leadership of the black 2-headed dog, the group hurried along the cave, going deeper and deeper into the magic stone mining area. It was too quiet along the way. Ivan could sense that the cold air around him became stronger, and the shadow particles overwhelmed other energy particles. In the distance, they saw an area covered with bones. The scene in Yusai's memory appeared before his eyes, but the lines arranged around it had been erased. The bone pit seemed to have become the nest of some large beast. They couldn't help but slow down their pace and move forward step by step towards the bone pit. Hiss. Before they could get close, a crackling sound came from the bones, and a huge monster emerged from it. Its body stood more than 2 stories high. It was a white-scaled snake covered with black stripes. The white-scaled giant snake looked down at the uninvited guest. Not far around it, 30 or 40 skeletons and mummies were also startled and stood up shakily. I never thought that even undead creatures were born here. Quick fight, quick decision. Heidi and Walban looked at each other, and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They gave orders to their teams. Use thunder spells. Heidi then emphasized that the two set an example, and used powerful spells after optimization. Double condensed water chain. Heidi used the spell material to cast the spell first. A torrent emerged and turned into 2 rough chains to lock the white-scaled giant snake, pulling it out from the left and right. The white-scaled giant snake swung its body, trying to break free from the chains, but the liquid that made up the chains was like a viscous gel, with good toughness and strength. No matter how the white-scaled giant snake swung, it could not escape from the chains. Thunder Dance. Wulben's spell arrived, and the 2-finger-thick lightning spear hit the white-scaled giant snake. This attack not only poked a bloody hole, but also spread the lightning dance around, making the giant snake's body stiff and numb. Other people's spells were cast one after another, but they were obviously inferior to Wulben's. Many attacks made the white-scaled giant snake wail non-stop. What to do if you don't know how to cast lightning spells? You can only clear the skeletons and mummies around you. They look weak, but they are not strong either. Ivan summoned a blood-colored dove. Together with others, they quickly wiped out the surrounding undead creatures. There was only one enemy left, the giant white-scaled snake that was still alive after being bathed in lightning. At this time, Heidi had already cast the double condensed water chain for the second time. Ivan took back the blood-colored dove and looked at the huge battle scene in front of him. He was ashamed to find that he couldn't help. Now sending out Shuimu Silkworm would only be killed by lightning by mistake, which was not worth the loss. Compared with the other third-class apprentices present, his accumulated foundation was far behind. He took a few steps back in dismay, and his steps suddenly stopped. Amid the noisy figures around him, he heard unusual movements under his feet with the excellent hearing brought by the bad eyes. "Be careful, there is something under your feet." Ivan shouted loudly to the surroundings, and his paused steps accelerated and retreated. Some people retreated with him alertly, such as Gina, and some people just stayed 2 or 3 steps away. For example, Hozol. As soon as the loud shout fell, the mud and rocks where he was standing originally collapsed and 2 huge bodies, like rocks, rushed out, and another giant beast appeared, a pair, and they seemed to be covered with a dense and thick layer of iron armor. The huge bodies of the 2 armored beasts swept across a large area. The appearance knocked away 3 apprentices, including Hozol, who was just beside Ivan, and 2 apprentices from the hunting team. Ivan and Gina evacuated in time and avoided the impact of the beasts. They looked closely and found that they were 2 demonized pangolins with a body length of 8 or 9 meters. The scales on their bodies were like armor, and they looked difficult to deal with. The demonized pangolins blocked the entrance and exit of the bone pit with their huge bodies, and the white-scaled giant snake inside was about to escape. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed, and the apprentices fell into a disadvantageous situation. Chapter 126. No wonder we didn't encounter any powerful demonic beasts before. It turns out that the powerful beasts are hiding inside the magic stone mine. 2 demonic pangolins blocked the entrance of the passage, one facing inward and the other facing outward, dividing the battlefield into 2. The situation inside the bone pit is unknown. Only Ivan, Gina, and Cook are outside. Cook doesn't know lightning spells. He stood on the outside during the siege just now, and now he and Ivan retreated outside together. Fireball. After Cook stood still, he launched a fireball attack on the demonic pangolin with its head facing outward. 6 fist-sized fireballs formed an array and flew towards the demonic pangolin's eyes. The fireball hit the target, sparks flew. No, this beast has extraordinary spell resistance. Cook saw clearly that the demonized pangolin just closed its eyes with a simple action and let the fireball hit it. The fireball only left shallow scorch marks on its armor like scales. It was far from what Cook expected, and his heart sank. The scales were airtight, making the demonized pangolin look like a mobile fortress. With strong spell defense and strong toxin resistance, it seemed to be born to restrain wizards. Ivan and Gina also saw this scene. The 3 people's eyes met, and they realized that they had to fight desperately in the current situation, and they instantly communicated a strategy in their minds. Fight! Ivan used the newly learned earth vine technique, and the power inducer fell into the ground. He saw brown vines coming out of the soil near the demonized pangolin in front, some of which pierced the demonized pangolin's abdomen, and some of which tied up the demonized pangolin. Gina used the ice arrow technique, aiming at the demonized pangolin's eyes. The 2 were still targeting the demonized pangolin with its head facing them, but this one was closer to them. For the first time, they saw arrogance in a demonized beast. It didn't move at all, and let them attack it lazily. Under the powerful magic resistance of the demonized pangolin, the magic attack was not a big deal. However, the magic was just a cover. The swift with silkworms and fire poison ants had already been dispatched in large groups, and when the demonized pangolin closed its eyes, they quickly approached it. Ding ding ding. This time, the swift with silkworm hit a wall, and could do nothing about the opponent's scales, which were so dense that there was not even a gap. When the Swift with Silkworm was at a loss, Ivan, who was not far away, moved his fingers. The vines he summoned changed their appearance, inserted one end under the scales, and violently pried the scales open by 1 or 2 centimeters. The swiftwood moths took advantage of the situation and drilled in, and several of them drilled in succession. At another location, with the cooperation of the vines, the fire poison ant did the same thing. A hole had been opened in the fortress. At this time, the demonized pangolin noticed something was wrong, and could no longer remain motionless. It stuck out its long tongue and tried to attack the 3 people not far away. Cook was waiting for this opportunity, and the Lianju fireball was used just in time to accurately hit the sticking out long tongue. Roar. The long tongue was not covered with scales, and this hit, coupled with the insects crawling around on its body, completely enraged the demonized pangolin. It roared, and its huge body rushed forward, ready to get rid of the culprit who caused it pain. The 3 hurried away, and led the demonized pangolin to the other side of the cave. After one demonized pangolin left, the bone pit behind was revealed again. The situation inside was half good and half bad. 3 apprentices were knocked away in the sneak attack just now. Now it is hard to tell whether they are alive or dead. They are probably in danger. The white-scaled giant snake has fallen to the ground with a bang. Although it has rough skin and flesh, it can't withstand so many lightning spells. After it fell down with a bang, Walban made up a sword, completely killing the last bit of life. There are only 3 apprentices left in the bone pit who can still fight: Heidi, Walban and Sura from the hunting team. Now, both sides have become 3 apprentices fighting against a demonized pangolin. Unlike the white-scaled giant snake, the demonized pangolin has little damage from lightning spells. Gina and the others may not last long. I understand. Heidi and Walban are the strongest. It is difficult for them to fight such a giant beast together, let alone the others. The 2 of them can't help but worry about the people on the other side. They can't lose any more people. Suddenly, a painful roar sounded on the other side, making the surrounding air tremble. The wailing of the companion attracted the attention of the demonized pangolin on this side, and it was ready to abandon the battle here and turn to the other side. Stop it. How could Heidi and Walban let it go as it wished? Several magic chains appeared out of thin air, tying the demonized pangolin in place, preventing it from moving forward. When the 3 of them worked together to fight the demonized pangolin on this side, the wailing on the other side continued to sound, bringing waves of echoes, making the 3 people confused and a little worried. After a while, Heidi and the other 2 killed the angry demonized pangolin on the ground. After their inspection, they found that 2 of the apprentices who fell to the ground were dead, and 1 was injured. It was difficult to save the injured. They ignored their own consumption and hurried to the other side of the cave to check the situation. Along the way, they saw holes everywhere on the ground. It was not until they saw another demonized pangolin that was dead that they put their hearts at ease. This demonized pangolin was covered in dust, but there was no obvious external injury. They looked at them in confusion. Cook panted and said, "Their bugs did it. I just ran away with them." Gina shook her head. "It's not mine. This demonized beast is more resistant to poison. My insects don't have such a big appetite." After the 2 said this, they realized that Ivan's insect swarm had made a contribution. The swift with silkworms did make a great contribution. Don't say that the swift with silkworms don't eat meat. In fact, they eat everything when they are anxious. Moreover, they have orders from the king. They gnawed crazily, and killed the demonized pangolin from the inside. Ivan was not modest. Seeing them looking at him, he couldn't help but smile. Heidi nodded to him, expressing her appreciation and affirmation. So far, all the enemies have been killed. However, the 2 apprentices still did not show up, and it was always uneasy if they were not found and killed. Heidi summoned the black 2-headed dog again. Woof woof. After landing, the black 2-headed dog ran happily towards the depths of the cave, in the direction of the bone pit. Unexpectedly, after they left for a while, there were 2 more people in the bone pit. They were the 2 who escaped last time. Moreover, the 2 had moved the demonized pangolin, the white-scaled giant snake, and the body of the apprentice, who fell in the swamp forest city to the center of the bone pit, and seemed to be preparing to do something. Haha, you come just in time to witness this great moment. Seeing the group of people, Melinda and Alan were not panicked, but smiled in surprise. As soon as the voice fell, mottled light lit up around the bone pit, and the concentration of energy particles increased sharply. Runes floated out in the middle of the entire bone pit, covering the 2 people and the 2 giant demonized beasts. Quick! Stop them. Heidi felt that the situation was not good, and hurriedly called on others to stop them. She took out the crystal-clear token and communicated with the protective magic array outside the Kanda magic stone mine, preparing to suppress the array with the array, but this would take dozens of seconds. Chapter 127. Ha ha ha, it's too late, too late. You are dead, wait to become a sacrifice to the great sky black devil. Seeing the movements of Ivan and others outside the bone pit, Melinda and Alan in the pit showed disdainful and crazy smiles. As long as they sacrifice these people and the civilians outside to the great sky black devil, they can get a lot of pure spiritual power feedback and become formal wizards in one fell swoop. As expected, once the spell attacks from Ivan and others touched the light on the bone pit, it was like hitting a glue wall, blocked and began to melt quickly. In the bone pit, the apprentice's body remained unchanged, while the two demonic beasts shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The life essence contained in them was being extracted quickly. Obviously, they were used as sacrificial supplies, which made people outside tremble with fear. The wind started to blow. A black wind blew in the bone pit, giving people an ominous feeling. The black wind grew from small to large, from light to heavy, changing with every breath. What should I do? Walben felt that he could not stay for long, otherwise something big might happen. Give me another half-minute. Heidi didn't dare to be distracted at all. She focused on communicating with the power of the outer protective array. As long as she successfully attracted that vast power, all the changes in front of her would be solved. This is why the wizard of the academy trusted her to handle the matter. She has the key power to smooth the situation. However, her token can only be used once, and this is the right time. Unfortunately, her speed can't keep up with the speed of the change. The wind began to blow around. This black wind hides a lot of strangeness, which can shake the mental power of everyone. When the wind hits, Heidi's mind is disturbed, and her expression changes drastically. Retreat! Wilben noticed this, and gave the order to retreat without hesitation. Although Heidi was unwilling, she looked at the increasingly heavy black wind in the bone pit, and could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. It was too late, it was too late. As they began to move away, the black wind suddenly increased in strength and turned into a surging tornado, sweeping towards the people around them quickly, covering everything around them in the blink of an eye, trying to pull them back into the bone pit. No one was spared this time, not even Heidi. In the crowd, Ivan's head suddenly sank, as if he was back to the time when he broke through the third level. He suddenly couldn't feel the existence of his body. In another moment, he found himself again, but it was too late. His body had been swept into the black wind, and was drifting with the wind. He tried to struggle, but it was useless. His body had nowhere to borrow strength, and his mental strength was still suppressed. He could only mobilize about 30%. The situation of other people was no different. He saw many figures, including the powerful Walban and Melinda, who had just started the sacrifice. This person had doubts and fear on his face, and was not as calm as before. It seems that the two of them did not expect the current situation. Could there be other black hands behind the scenes? In the blink of an eye, Melinda was submerged in the black wind. Except for the apprentice, the surrounding stones, bones, and other things were all swept into the black wind. Ivan sighed, what is going on? At the moment, he could do nothing but drift with the wind, waiting for the wind to stop. The next second, he felt that he had hit a soft object. Before he could react, a pair of long legs stretched out from behind and tightly wrapped around his waist. If you can calm down in a while, I need your help. This was Heidi's voice. The two of them just bumped into each other. Okay. In such a situation, Ivan naturally had no other distracting thoughts. After a long while, the two of them were thrown out by the whirlwind together, and returned to the ground in an embarrassed manner, rolling into a ball. On the side, Cook looked at the two people hugging each other in a weird posture, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Where is this? Heidi pushed Ivan away, and stood up quickly. I don't know. How can we tell the direction in the situation just now? But we should be trapped in a rune magic array. Cook shook his head. He arrived just one step earlier than the two. The two began to look around. All directions were blocked. The black wind turned into a cage, trapping them inside. There were only 3 of them here. The situation of others must be the same. It seems that we are really used as sacrifices. Combined with the words of the person who activated the array before, they didn't know what happened. Heidi tried to use the token to communicate with the protective formation of the Kanda magic stone mine. She tried several times, but finally shook her head dejectedly under the expectant gaze of the two people. The connection was blocked by the cage. If we can blast open a gap, maybe we can attract the power of the Kanda magic stone mine. Hearing her say this, the 3 decided to give it a try. As a result, the spell hit the black wind barrier, and the spell seemed to be absorbed. The black wind barrier remained motionless, no matter how they tried. Obviously, this method does not work. Let's take a break first, calm down, and think of other countermeasures, Ivan suggested. Okay. Heidi nodded. She was already feeling tired after the continuous fighting just now, so she sat down on the ground without hesitation, took a mental power replenishment potion on the left and a mana recovery potion on the right, and then began to meditate and rest. Ivan was not as rich as her, so he could only meditate and rest while checking his insect nest. Fortunately, he was mostly dodging during the previous battle, so his mental power and mana were not consumed much, and the insect nest was also safe and sound. If someone could see the entire Rune Witch formation, they would find that there were 4 cages in total. Including the corpse, the enchantment team, the hunting team, and the foreign apprentices, a total of 12 apprentices, were evenly distributed in each cage, like prey to be slaughtered. Melinda, what's going on? In another cage, Alan, Melinda, and an apprentice corpse were assigned together. Alan looked at Melinda with an angry face, and was about to take action directly. Logically, they should be standing in the middle of the formation at this time, presiding over the sacrifice, instead of falling into the cages around them. No one knows better than them what it means to be in a cage. You ask me, who should I ask? Melinda shouted. Her face was very ugly at this time. The final change was different from what she expected. Am I not here with you? You think I want to. After thinking about it, it was right, and Alan's expression eased a little. The formation lost control at the end, as if it was taken away by someone. I doubt it, I doubt it. Melinda also calmed down a little, thinking about what happened just now. There was indeed something strange, which made her doubt. Impossible, we have witnessed and experienced it ourselves. The great sky black demon cannot be fake, Alan retorted. Anyway, something is fishy. Melinda thought about everything carefully, but she didn't notice anything fishy, which made her distressed. Alan and Melinda discussed for a while, but couldn't figure it out. Children, it seems that you have a lot of questions that you can't figure out. When the two were confused, a familiar voice sounded beside them. The two couldn't help but look over and found that a figure that only existed in their memory appeared not far away, looking at them with a smile on his face. Chapter 128. Supreme Great Sky Black Devil, you have arrived. Seeing this figure in a black robe, Melinda and Alan subconsciously wanted to kneel on the ground, but they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts, which made them hesitate. Logically speaking, they had not yet started to summon the Great Sky Black Devil to descend, and they were not in the same space. Descend? No, 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 children, you are wrong. I have always been here. This is my home. I have not gone anywhere. The black-robed man shook his head and said slowly. Impossible. Melinda was the first to disbelieve it. She believed that she could not have misjudged it. Look at my damn memory. I forgot that you had forgotten it. The black-robed man patted his head and continued, let me talk to you. Where should I start? At the beginning, Miss Melinda accidentally obtained a medium-level magic stone. She was very happy at that time. Then under my guidance you came here. Quiet, listen to me first. Seeing that Alan wanted to argue, the black-robed man didn't give him a chance. Then you found a large number of medium-level magic stones, and the 5 of you had an internal conflict. Only 3 survived, but you were all seriously injured. I came to treat you and help you increase your strength, but in the process, I did some work and slightly adjusted your memory. At this time, a gentle black wind blew by, and the 2 of them instantly remembered many scenes. It was those forgotten memories, and it was also the reason why they felt something strange but couldn't find it. After the internal conflict, their own strength was almost exhausted, and they were severely injured. As a result, the monster in front of them took advantage of their weakness, and their memories were clouded, and they fell into the trap. The expressions of the 2 changed. The energy particles vibrated, and the 2 attacked without any agreement. The spell fell on the black-robed man, turning his body into particles and dispersing with the wind. Ha ha ha, kids, enjoy your last moments. Although the black-robed man disappeared, his voice was clearly heard by the 2. Aw, damn beast, I fight you. You ugly monster, you will die a miserable death, go to hell. I thought I could become a formal wizard in 1 step, but I never thought that there was something wrong with my memory. The gap between the 2 was unbearable, and they attacked the barrier in front of them like crazy. The barrier was tough and hard to break, and their actions were in vain. In the center of the 4 cages, the man in black robes was standing on a small platform, with a smug grin on his face. Fear, fear. I like souls that fall in fear, they will be a delicious meal. A shadow emerged from him, passed through the barrier and fell into another cage. Wizard apprentices from the Mona Ant Hut, hello, welcome to my territory. Ivan III was sitting in meditation, and without any warning, a voice sounded, and with the voice, there was one more person in the cage, or another kind of intelligent creature. The three jumped up and stared at the black-robed man warily. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Ivan's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. There are a pair of palm-sized horns on the head, the face is similar to humans, but with animal pupils and fangs, and wearing a black priest robe. This is the illusion he created when he took the magic stone water and magic crystal water. The figure in the illusion repeatedly harassed him around. Now, the creature in the illusion stood in front of him. What's going on? This is the Kanda magic stone mine, which belongs to the Mona Ant Hut. Your words are too biased, Heidi said in an unhappy tone. What a Mona Ant Hut, click click click. Her words seemed to touch the other party's pain, and the black-robed man's face and smile changed. Wait, after I merge your power, I will sneak into Mona Ant Land College under your identity. It seems that your identity is the most noble. Well, then I will reluctantly use your body, and then go back and tell them that everything has been settled by me, but I just encountered some troubles. Everyone else has sacrificed. Isn't it perfect? Anyway, wizards never care about the lives of the weak. You are dreaming. Heidi's face turned pale. When I have accumulated enough strength, I will find a chance to destroy the Mona Ant Farm Hut. With your identity, everything the Mona Ant Farm Hut has will turn into dust. The black-robed man was talking to himself. His eyes were full of resentment, and this resentment should be directed at the academy. When he was excited, he couldn't help but exude a trace of resentment and death, as well as the same special smell as the magic stone mine. Heidi threw an ice cone over, breaking up the excited black-robed man and disappearing from the three people's sight. Sacrifices, enjoy the last moment of peace. The voice of the black-robed man echoed in the cage, and the three were silent for a while. I guess you have all seen it. What kind of monster is it? Ivan broke the silence. He had only been in school for a short time, and had not had time to learn many things. Cook hesitated and said that he was familiar with it, then shook his head. He obviously didn't know what kind of creature it was. Have you seen it before? Heidi looked at the two suspiciously. Hearing her words, the two also looked at her suspiciously. Heidi, you haven't used magic stone water before, have you? Ivan thought of a possibility. Magic stone water is just one of the low-level mental potions, of average quality. I used other potions when I was a first-class apprentice. Heidi said truthfully, but she didn't know what the connection was. Knowing that this was the case, Ivan immediately told him about the illusion of magic stone water. So, its birth is likely related to the magic stone mine, otherwise it would not regard this place as its own territory. Does anyone know how the magic stone mine was formed? How can I know such secret information? Cook said, looking at Heidi. I know a little bit. It is said that it is the transformation of a certain creature after its death. The details are unknown. Heidi couldn't explain it either. This is actually not important. What is important is that the other party's birth is related to the magic stone mine, and he carefully arranged this trap to lure the two groups of people into the trap. Soon, he will use all of them as nutrients to supply his growth. He may even sneak into the academy under Heidi's identity, and turn the Mona Ant Land Hut that he hates upside down. It was obviously the mastermind behind everything. The mastermind had already appeared. The most urgent thing was to find a way out, or at least pass the news back to the academy. Time passed by, and they had no way to deal with the barriers around them. They had no other means except to worry. It's a pity that the original stone array disc found in the basement was not brought, otherwise we could also think about it. Ivan sighed. He hadn't had time to comprehend it yet, and it was impossible to carry such a heavy thing with him. I brought it. Heidi took out a scroll from her pocket, spread it out, and there was a circle of runes on it. Ivan recognized that this was a rune bundle composed of the more precious transfer rune among the runes. Chapter 129. What is a transfer rune? It is a rune used to seal items. A rune bundle composed of transfer runes can transfer and seal items into it, which is equivalent to a simplified version of space equipment. Compared with the more rare space equipment, the transfer scroll is not so convenient to store and take out. The primary rune book only briefly introduces a short paragraph, so Ivan can recognize it. He is no longer surprised by Miss Heidi's generosity. Heidi looked around fearfully, but there was no other way to cover up at the moment. She silently recited the spell and followed the steps to untie the rune bundle, and a box jumped out of it. After opening the box, the contents were what was found in the basement of the horse farm in the city lord's manor, including the original stone array disc, magic stone, crystal ball, and only the heavy stone pillar was missing. Look, the original stone array disc is sensitive. Ivan's eyes lit up, and the original stone array disc was emitting a subtle glow after being unsealed. This means that the original stone array disc is connected to the rune array outside. The original stone array disc has a sense and begins to respond to the formation outside and slowly activate. In fact, he suspected that there was far more than one such array disc. For example, the one that controlled a large number of demonized beasts was most likely a station extended from the formation in the magic stone mine, so it affected such a wide range. It was once considered a plague by people nearby. Hurry up and comprehend it, and see if you can find a glimmer of hope. I watched the surroundings for you. Cook knew himself well. He didn't know much about runes and enchantments, so he could only rely on the two people from the enchantment group. I hope so. Heidi smiled bitterly. If it was so easy to comprehend, she would have done it long ago. However, she had no better way at the moment, so she could only try her best, as Cook said, to try for a glimmer of hope. The two came to the inner corner, sat on the ground, and pondered around the original stone array. What is the highest completion rate of your online article? Only 87% completion rate. His answer undoubtedly disappointed Heidi, but fortunately he had promised before. Thinking that he and his brother completed the enrollment at the same time, Heidi was relieved. This progress was indeed a little better than his brother Cam. I am Cam's sister. I don't care about you bullying my brother, Heidi said lightly. Who? No, I didn't bully your brother. Cam and I are friends. How could I bully my friends? Ivan had expected that Heidi was Cam's sister. He cried. Heidi said. Ivan was choked and speechless. Cam had indeed been pretending to be calm on the day the rune competition ended, but she actually cried when she returned. Thinking of Cam's young face, it didn't seem to be out of place. Ahem. Seeing that the two of them were chatting instead of doing their business, Cook couldn't bear it. I'm waiting for you to fight for a chance of survival. Can you stay alive first, and then talk alone? We talk about this later. Ivan felt a little guilty, so he stopped arguing with Heidi and began to calm down and ponder the lines on the original stone array. Compared with before, the bright light on the array was brighter, but it was still a long way from being fully activated. He actually knew that his enchantment attainments were not as good as Heidi's, and his lack of ability had to be compensated by the light of wisdom. The panel of the high school bully appeared in the field of vision, with a total of 2 level 2, 3 level 3, 1 level 5 wisdom light, and 3 level 4 great wisdom lights, full of inventory. There's a saying that the saddest thing in life is that people die with their money unspent. The principle is the same. Now it is a matter of life and death, so it is not the time to save. He immediately used a level 2 wisdom light, and tried it out. You? Heidi was about to say something, but she paused when she saw him. In her eyes, Ivan seemed to have become a different person at this time. His expression became particularly focused, and he had a different kind of wise temperament. This was something that only some great scholars had. She had seen it when she accompanied her grandfather to visit friends in previous years. Alas, brother Cain deserved to lose. Heidi sighed, put her mind back on the original stone circle, and began to comprehend with difficulty. At the same time, in the adjacent cage, Walban and Gina were assigned to one group, and there was also Hozol, but Hozol died in the sneak attack of the demonized Pandalin, and now has become a cold corpse. Wait, I will make you into an ugly mummy, and hang you on a tree for 100 years. Sneaky guy, who do you think you are? If you have the guts, stand in front of us with your real body, and see who will make who into a mummy specimen, and who will nail who to the wall for 100 years. Gina was never a good-tempered person. The black-robed man wanted to intimidate them, but was scolded back by Gina. They kept arguing with each other until Walban suddenly took action and sent the black-robed man away. Her tough style swept away the originally gloomy atmosphere. Seeing Gina looking at him, Walban turned his head to the side unnaturally, then quickly stepped forward to attack the surrounding barriers, continuing to test whether there were any weaknesses. He actually didn't have much hope. Such a witch formation was definitely not the kind in the abandoned laboratory, and it could not be broken even with a formation-breaking cone. In a cage to the left, there was Sura from the hunting team and 2 other corpses. Sura was walking around anxiously, with an indescribable irritation on his face. He was the most unlucky, and didn't even have anyone to discuss with. After being threatened by the black-robed man, he realized the seriousness of the situation. If there was no solution, it wouldn't be long before they would die without a burial place. Maybe? His eyes swept over the 2 corpses next to him, and he showed a hint of ruthlessness. Should we destroy it? He understood a truth, The more the enemy wanted to do something, the more he couldn't let it do it, so that he would have a chance to win in the chaos, but it would also easily anger the enemy and lead to death earlier. The last cage was where Melinda and Alan were. The two had calmed down initially, and were trying to find a way to connect the rune arrays around them, but unfortunately the black-robed man had been on guard against them from the beginning, and now he was guarding against them even more tightly, leaving them no chance to break through. The more they tried, the more desperate they became. Now the dream is shattered, and his life is at stake. Ding. Alan suddenly drew his sword and attacked Melinda. Melinda reacted quickly, and barely blocked the sword. You are crazy. You are still thinking about internal fighting. Yes, I am crazy. If it weren't for you, I would have come to this place and ended up in such a situation. That's because of your own greed. But Alan didn't want to listen to her reasoning. He attacked Melinda with his sword one after another. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was very lively. Chershi Town. The originally bustling streets became silent. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were open casually. The hot food in the residents' houses was still steaming, but there was no town resident. And behind the town, on an empty hillside in the forest, there were densely packed people, old, young, and strong. In addition to people, there were also more beasts. The people and beasts present did not make any noise, and it looked so harmonious and weird. An old man dressed in ordinary clothes walked forward. He stood at the highest point and looked down at the creatures below, revealing a sinister smile, and a shadow of a beast's pupils and fangs flashed on his face. Chapter 130. The residents of Stone Creek Town held various weapons, and looked at the old man with fanatic eyes, as if that was their belief. If there were wizard apprentices present, they would find special patterns in their eyes. Sacrifice. Supreme Great Sky Black Demon. The old man shouted, and the residents immediately echoed him. They raised their swords or knives and chopped at the demonized beasts in front of them. These demonized beasts were like puppets that did not know how to resist, and were beheaded by the residents like cutting carrots. In an instant, corpses and blood were everywhere. The blood was drawn to the hillside and converged to the position where the old man stood. Runes drawn by blood appeared around him. The next second, flames ignited and ignited the blood runes. Under the burning of the flames, wisps of black smoke formed and floated towards the Kanda magic stone mine. Another sacrifice. The Supreme Great Sky Black Demon. After a few minutes, the second batch of demonized beasts surrendered, and more black smoke condensed and formed, and continued to be transported to the rear. In the Kanda magic stone mine, the black-robed man could feel his power slowly growing stronger. Ka, this is a delicacy, no hurry, the most delicious food should be saved for last. The black-robed man's strange laughter resounded throughout the small space, and he stared greedily at the barriers around him, as if he could see the prey in the cage. In one of the cages, Ivan came back to his senses from his contemplation. His brows were furrowed, and it was obvious that he had encountered difficulties. Up to this point, he had used 2 level 2 wisdom lights. Driven by his triple comprehension and spirituality, he had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the strange magic array in front of him. This was undoubtedly a very complex rune magic array that integrated many aspects. For example, it could transform magic stones into impure spiritual power, use spiritual power to seduce and control other creatures, and collect resentment to transform it into impure spiritual power, etc. In short, this was a magic array that was unique in terms of initial transformation into spiritual power. He guessed that it was the unique environment in the Kanda magic stone mine that created such a unique rune magic array. It's just that this rune magic array is too complicated and contains too many things, which makes him feel like he has no idea where to start. In the end, he doesn't have much time left, so he can't think slowly. On the other side, Heidi was also in distress, with a gloomy look on her face. Seeing that both of them had this expression, Cook, who was paying attention to the movements here from time to time, felt half disappointed. If nothing unexpected happened this time, it should be over. How is it? Just as both of them raised their heads, Cook asked quickly. Not very good, Heidi whispered. Difficult. Ivan shook his head gently. At this moment, the light on the original stone array in front of the two people became brighter, but it was still 60% to 70% away from the activation state. It would be difficult to really activate it at this rate, unless they were willing to risk the collapse of the array and force it to activate. The two knew that if they dared to force it to activate, there was a high probability that the original stone array would be directly destroyed, and nothing would be left. After answering Cook's words, the two looked at each other and didn't talk much, and then lowered their heads to continue to comprehend. This time, Ivan was ready to use the light of great wisdom. He already had an idea in his mind. Just like when he was on Mar Island. No matter how complicated the rune magic array was, he only wanted a solution to the problem. Combining what he had learned in the past, he could find a way to pry open the surrounding barriers. As for the rest, all should be ignored. It was important to save his life first. It's over. After hearing the two people's answers, Cook squatted in front of the black wind barrier, with a little disappointment and despair in his eyes. He didn't know that behind the black wind barrier opposite him, a face just happened to look over and smiled mockingly at this scene. Ka, these two self-righteous fools, wait to fall into despair. The black-robed man certainly had reason to laugh at the two. He spent decades comprehending and using the special aura produced by the magic stone mine over the years to arrange this thing. The two actually wanted to comprehend it in just a few minutes. What else could this be but wishful thinking? The result was nothing more than the more he comprehended, the more desperate he became, and finally, he was surrounded by the fear of death. If he continued like this, he would be able to harvest 2 more delicious meals. The black-robed man stopped staring at the two people and patrolled his ranch like a rancher. Time passed by. While Ivan and the other man were comprehending the original stone array, Walban on the other side kept testing the barrier and was exhausted. Sura did not show any abnormality. He was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for everyone to fight back together. Melinda and Alan were exhausted and wary of each other. Both of them were injured, and Alan was more seriously injured. This was actually the result of Melinda's mercy. She did not want to kill Alan for the time being. Sacrifice. Outside Chershi Town, the sacrifice of demonized beasts was carried out round after round, leaving only shriveled corpses. But the voice of the old man standing above did not stop. Supreme Great Sky Black Demon. The residents were still fanatical. Without any hesitation, they cut their wrists and let the bright red blood flow out. The blood eventually gathered on the hillside, burned into black smoke, drifted into the Kanda magic stone mine, and flowed from the secret passage to the black-robed man. Swamp Forest City. Accidents happened one after another, making Simmons, the city lord, extremely anxious. A few hours ago, someone reported that the body of the apprentice imprisoned in the cell had disappeared mysteriously, and Simmons was furious. After a careful investigation, he found out the truth of the matter. It turned out that there was a traitor among the prison guards. After a lot of trouble, he captured the traitor and temporarily detained him. Soon, another subordinate came to report that there was a disturbance in the prison, and the guard who came to report was unclear. Come on, let me take a look. Simons was too lazy to care about this. Now, as long as the guards didn't betray him, everything would be fine. Bringing his eldest son Nashi to the prison again, he found that many of the mad civilians were kneeling on the ground, with their eyes closed and their mouths muttering some long spells, while the betrayed guards with their hands and feet bound, regardless of the pain in their bodies, worshipped in the same direction in a twisted posture. One of them had broken his leg bones due to excessive movements, but he didn't care at all. The look made the people outside the cell shudder. Matthew, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Nashi shouted at his brother, who was also kneeling on the ground. However, Matthew didn't even move his eyelids. Get up, all of you stand up. This city lord orders you to stand up. Don't kneel, don't kneel. Seeing this scene, Simonsi always felt that something big was going to happen. He roared and issued orders, even using his fighting spirit to try to wake up these people with strange behavior. No matter how he yelled, the people inside turned a deaf ear to him. They no longer cared about the city lord. Seeing this, Simmons asked people to go in and pull him up. The people in the cell got anxious and started biting him, injuring 2 guards by surprise. At this time, someone else came to report that other residents in the city were also kneeling in the same direction. Simmons had a stronger and stronger ominous premonition in his heart, so he could only order all these people to be arrested. Chapter 131. One of the black wind barriers in the magic stone mine is surrounded by a cage. Ivan's eyes were shining, and he moved away from the original stone array and looked at Heidi beside him. I have a way. Hearing the message he transmitted through his spiritual power, Heidi raised her head and stared at him blankly, and saw determination and resoluteness in his eyes. Thinking of something, Heidi lowered her head again after reacting. Are you sure? Fight to the death. Indeed, what else can she do now except fight to the death? Thinking that this man is still reliable, and thinking of the special temperament he had before, Heidi decided to believe him once, and she had no other way. It is better to have a way than to sit and wait for death. What do you need me to do? You need more magic stones, the more the better, and give me a spiritual power recovery potion. I will activate the original stone array disk in a while, and use this power to pry open a gap for you, and then it's up to you. Okay. In just a few seconds, the two reached a consensus and notified Cook to prepare for a life-threatening battle. Heidi gave Ivan a spiritual power recovery potion and gave Cook a defensive magic item. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. As a universal currency, magic stones are very small, and a large number of magic stones fell on the original stone array, including the 3 medium magic stones found before. Ivan directly held the spiritual power potion in his mouth, and Heidi followed suit. The next second, Ivan placed his left hand on the original stone array, and his spiritual power enveloped the array. The runes on the array burst out with brighter light, and the original stone array was completely activated. In a moment, the light on the array became dazzling, and the magic stones in the light began to change, and the energy was pulled out of the magic stones and transformed into somewhat rough spiritual energy. The magic stones turned into powder one by one, first the low-grade magic stones, then the medium-grade magic stones. A large amount of black energy swirled between the original stone array and his left palm. Black magic hand. Ivan raised his right hand and pushed it towards the black wind barrier on one side. The black energy flowed in from his left palm and swung out from his right palm, turning into a giant palm, lightly hitting the black wind barrier. This was something he had spent a great deal of wisdom to comprehend. Based on the prototype of the wizard's hand, he officially named it the Black Magic Hand. The Black Magic Hand at the moment held the dawn of his entire life. Such a vast and delicate blow undoubtedly gave Cook hope. He stood not far in front, protecting the two behind him, and his face was particularly solemn. Heidi put aside all her worries, tightly grasped the crystal-clear token in her hand, and focused on communicating with the protective array outside the Kanda Magic Stone Mine. As long as she could draw the majestic power of the protective array, she could sweep away everything. The premise is that Ivan can open a ray of hope for her. The Black Magic Hand borrowed the power of the original stone array disk, and it was originally the same source as the surrounding black wind barrier. It did not cause much resistance when it fell on the barrier, but slowly merged with the barrier, and a connection was created between the two. Ivan used this connection as a fulcrum and began to pry the dense barrier. With a slight muffled sound, the direction of the black wind barrier under the palm of the black magician twisted, and a flowing vortex appeared. Through the fist-sized vortex, the stones in the magic stone mine could be seen. Got it! Heidi's heart was shocked. He really did it. At this moment, Heidi was connected with the protective formation of the Kanda Magic Stone Mine outside. She quickly calmed down and focused on pulling the power outside. It only needs to last about 60 seconds. On the black wind barrier, the gaps in the vortex sometimes expanded and sometimes shrank, always connected to the outside. This was the most critical minute, and the three people were both excited and calm. In the center of the cage, the black-robed man's expression suddenly changed. He noticed something and looked at the barrier in disbelief. The formation he had spent many years on was actually cracked by someone, or were they two idiots he disdained to pay attention to? The black-robed man was immediately ashamed and angry. You are so brave. If you want to die early, I will grant your wish. The furious voice of the black-robed man rang out, and the surrounding black wind barrier also shook. He made a move, and a basketball-sized wind cannon gathered in the black wind barrier, and fell towards the cage where Ivan was in the blink of an eye. Cook stood decisively in front of the two people. He activated the magic item given by Heidi, forming a wide energy shield, and aimed at the falling wind cannon to intercept it. The energy shield struggled, but it firmly blocked the attack. Come again, you bastard monster, Grandpa Cook is not afraid of you. Cook shouted forward, trying to attract more attention. The birth of the black-robed man was based on many factors, including the special smell of the magic stone mine, the special resentment of the magic stone itself, and the resentment of the dead miners. He was not just a hybrid species. Cook's words undoubtedly hit his pain point. Then, two black wind cannons fell one after another. They fell on the energy shield in Cook's hand, and the energy shield was damaged and cracked. Kill! On the other side, Waltban noticed something was wrong. The black wind barrier had a weak spot, but it was not obvious. He hurriedly called Gina to attack with him, vowing to break the cage that trapped him. On the other side, Suya's face brightened, sensing the opportunity. I'm sorry. He began his long-planned plan. Two fireballs formed, accurately hitting the apprentice's corpse not far away. He wanted to destroy the sacrifice that the mastermind had carefully arranged, and let the other party reveal a bigger flaw. The black-robed man was concentrating, and everything that happened around him did not escape his perception, especially when he saw Suya's actions. He was so angry that he was about to smoke. "How dare you! You bastards, all of you, die!" A large number of black wind cannons were formed one after another, falling towards the 4 cages indiscriminately. Just as the black-robed man said, he wanted everyone to die and their ashes to be scattered. Inside the cage, black wind cannons attacked one after another. Cook put all his strength into the magic item in his hand, making the cracked energy shield more stable again, and intercepted the falling black wind cannons tightly, but he couldn't withstand the large number of attacks, and the energy shield was about to break. His eyes were round and red, and he still wanted to send a little strength before exhaustion into the shield, hoping to delay for a second or even half a second. When the battle line he had transformed into was about to collapse, the remaining magic stones on the original stone array behind him were consumed, and the original stone array also produced tiny cracks. "I am afraid that it will not last long." Ivan swallowed the mental power recovery potion at his mouth. "Cook, lie down," Ivan shouted, and a wooden shield appeared out of nowhere, quickly grew larger and thicker, and turned into a wooden wall to intercept him, Heidi, and Cook, who had just lied down. A protective film was attached to the surface of the wooden shield. The lower part of the shield fell on the ground, and the upper part was suspended not far above the 2 people's heads, just covering the 3 people diagonally. This is the low-level magic item he made, the Green Tree Star. Borrowing part of the power on the original stone array, Ivan activated the effect of the Green Tree Star to the maximum, blocking the enemy's violent attack at a critical moment. Success or death depends on these last few seconds. Chapter 132. The black wind cannon bombarded the wooden shield, and the sound of booming rang out one after another, making Cook, who was glad that he had escaped, tremble with fear. It was obviously not the time to be glad now. Beside him, Ivan had to maintain the black magic hand while stabilizing the Green Tree Star. His pressure can be imagined. Fortunately, he received a lot of energy support from the original stone array disc, as well as the help of the mental power recovery potion. However, he knew that this state could not last long. "Big sister, are you still not well?" Ivan muttered anxiously in his heart. Every second now was a torment for him. Perhaps his call worked. Heidi suddenly raised her hand holding the token, and the token fell heavily down. A few meters above, the thick protective film of the Kanda magic stone mine responded to the call. The vast energy turned into a column and fell from the sky, accurately hitting the black wind barrier below. Impossible. At this moment, the black-robed man sensed a great crisis. His face suddenly changed. He didn't care about attacking the people in the cage, and hurriedly gathered more energy to resist. The magic stone mine defense array was jointly set up by more than a dozen wizards in the Mona Antland hut. After so many years of nurturing, the energy contained is so vast that it is beyond the reach of the black wind barrier built by the black-robed man. Even if it is only a small part, the black wind barrier cannot withstand its sharp edge. The two confronted each other, and the black wind barrier broke in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black-robed man wanted to escape far away, but unfortunately he reacted too late, and was locked as part of the black wind barrier by the attack, and the next second the attack hit him accurately. "People in the Mona Ant Farm, you will all die." Accompanied by a resentful and unwilling scream, the black wind barrier was completely broken, the wind blew, and the dust flew. At the same time, outside Shershi town, as the old man standing on the hillside suddenly fell to the ground and lost his life, all the residents present woke up as if from a dream. Seeing the bloody scene in front of them, many people screamed in fear. "Save me! Quick, stop the bleeding!" Some people knew what to do most, and palely reminded others to save themselves first, and then save others, otherwise they would die if the blood continued to flow. They didn't know what happened, nor did they know that someone indirectly saved their lives, otherwise the whole town would have been wiped out. In the Kanda magic stone mine, the wind suddenly stopped after a while, and everyone's figures appeared. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Walpen rushed up to finish off the dying Melinda, and as for her companion Alan, he was seriously injured before and died in the indiscriminate attack of the black-robed man just now. "Boss Walpen, you are still so energetic, ha ha ha." After escaping death, Cook was filled with a different kind of joy and started to joke. Others were taking potions, healing and recovering. In the attack just now, they were either injured or exhausted, and they were having a hard time. Walpen looked around, and his eyes fell on the 3 people. "Cook, who of you broke the barrier just now?" Boss Ivan slapped a light palm and made a hole on it, and then Miss Heidi pulled down a powerful force. "Thanks to the 2 bosses, otherwise we would have died." Cook said he was not satisfied, and he gestured with his hands, reproducing the wonderful scene just now. Hearing his words, Wallband looked at Ivan in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this person broke the formation that he was helpless against. As for Heidi, he knew that she borrowed the power of the magic stone or protective film. Not far away, Gina's beautiful eyes were shining. If there were no other people around, she would have rewarded this good junior brother. Suya was also shocked. If it was Heidi, he would not think it was a big deal, but what about Ivan? The people of the hunting team had investigated it, and he happened to know Ivan's background. This person's future achievements are probably limitless. At least he can become a first-level wizard. It seems that I have to persuade my friends after returning to stop targeting Ivan. The consequences of offending such a potential person are unpredictable. Okay, you should adjust your breath quickly and stop making a fuss. Wulban suppressed the shock in his heart and retracted his gaze. Understood. Cook was just glad to have saved his life. He was a little excited, and he felt much calmer after venting a few times. After meditating and adjusting his breath for a long time, Ivan opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the wooden shield overturned on the ground. The green tree star couldn't even shrink, it was completely scrapped, probably because it was damaged by the energy in the battle. It was made for the first time, so it was normal to have some flaws. Ivan didn't feel sorry. It was fortunate that the green tree star blocked for a few seconds at the critical moment, delaying Heidi's power. Otherwise it would be another result. They were completely wiped out. A shield in exchange for so many lives. It was worth it. Looking at the original stone array on one side, it had been broken into several small pieces and lost its value. He shook his head regretfully. He hadn't finished comprehending it yet. This time, I had both gains and losses. I learned a strange black magic hand and some rune magic arrays. However, when driving the impure spiritual energy transformed by the original stone array, since it was the first time to use the black magic hand, my own spiritual power was inevitably polluted. It needs to be expelled little by little through meditation, which takes a while. After a while, Heidi stood up and attracted everyone's attention. The culprit has been killed. There must be no other enemies. In order to ensure that there is no mistake, please check everywhere with me to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. No problem. This is what they meant, and they also wanted to collect any spoils. At this time, they did not leave their original location, but the bone pit had disappeared, and turned into a wider underground cave under the black wind. After searching for a while, they only found a pile of magic stones. Originally, there was a demonized pangolin left, which escaped Melinda's sacrifice, but was destroyed by the black-robed man. Among the magic stones, they were pleasantly surprised to find hundreds of medium-sized magic stones, which were rare for apprentices. As the spoils of the mission, the magic stones do not need to be handed over to the academy. The problem is how to distribute them. Wizards are good at calculations, and have never advocated equal distribution. The same is true for wizard apprentices. I didn't contribute much this time. Wallband took the lead, and only took 10 medium magic stones. I will follow Wallband, the boss. Cook thought that his contribution was not great, and did not dare to take more. Seeing the two of them like this, Gina and Ivan were also quite conscious, and took 10 as well. Heidi pushed more first bases to Ivan with a flick of her hand. Ivan glanced at the others, and saw that they had no objection, so he didn't say anything. He got 36 medium magic stones, which was equivalent to 3,600 low-grade magic stones without adding value. It was a rich harvest. Besides, there was a mission reward from the academy. After coming out of the dim magic stone mine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission was basically over, and other problems in the magic stone mine would naturally be handled by someone else, probably by a wizard. On the way back, I met the residents of Shershi Town and helped them. After asking, I learned that they almost sacrificed themselves, and some people died in the end, but compared with the people in the whole town, it seemed not so important. Chapter 133. Mona Ant Farm Hut. This is the third day since Ivan returned to the academy from the Kanda Magic Stone Mine. The mission reward has been received. As Heidi said, he received 200 credits and 300 magic stones from the academy. In addition, they had previously killed a lot of demonized beasts, and exchanged the materials they collected for some magic stones. He also received more than 60 low-grade magic stones. Yesterday, he met with his mentor Randall to repay the 260 magic stones he had previously borrowed from the insect nest. Randall praised him, obviously because he had heard what Gina had said. Now, with the remaining 33 credits, Ivan has a total of 233 credits, and all his original magic stones were used on the original stone array disc. There are only newly acquired magic stones, 100 low-grade magic stones, and 36 medium-grade magic stones. This trip, in addition to the credits and magic stones, there are experience points on the academic panel. Energy Particle Science, LV3, 16/300, Energy Particle Science has been upgraded to a Level 3 subject, thanks to the study of spells and the comprehension of the original stone array disc. Runiology and enchantment increased by nearly 200 points, also benefiting from the comprehension of the original stone array. Meditation has grown steadily, and recently increased by dozens of points, and the Level 2 experience value has exceeded half. On the academic panel, you can also see the remaining Wisdom Light, for Levels 3, 1 Level 5, and 2 Levels 4 Great Wisdom Lights, which are his foundation that he will not use easily. His eyes flickered slightly, and the attribute panel emerged. Strength, 3.9, Agility, 5.1, Constitution, 4.9, Spirit, 8.4. Spirit 15 scale is the basic threshold for promotion to a formal wizard, and it is still a long way to go. On the way back, their relationship became much more harmonious. Ivan specifically mentioned the topic of wizard promotion, and only then did he know that it was very difficult to go from a third-class apprentice to a formal wizard. The promotion probability of a formal wizard is related to the apprentice's qualifications. The 5th class talent has an 80% success rate, the 4th class talent has a 60% success rate, the 3rd class is about 40%, the 2nd class is about 20%, and the 1st class hope is extremely slim. If you only rely on your qualifications to directly promote, even if you are a 5th class talent apprentice, you cannot guarantee that you will succeed. Secondly, the success rate of an apprentice's first promotion is often the highest. If the first fails, the second attempt to become a formal wizard will have a significantly lower success rate. According to statistics, less than 1% of people succeed in the third promotion. Everyone will try their best to think of various ways to improve their first promotion success rate and ensure that they can become a formal wizard in one fell swoop. Many apprentices stay at the 3rd level and hesitate to choose to be promoted. This is the reason. Formal wizards enjoy a lifespan of about 300 years, which is really an attractive change. What surprised him even more was the other side of the wizard. According to Heidi, a 1st level wizard would have a lifespan of 300 years, and 2nd and 3rd level wizards would have a longer lifespan, which would increase with the change of strength. This is the road to immortality, something that even the first emperor wanted but could not get. Thinking of this, Ivan felt proud, and he would make up for the regrets of his ancestors. First of all, he had to take the first step, become a formal wizard, and truly embark on the road to immortality. However, there is no such saying for the way of knight cultivation. There is not much difference between the lifespan of a great knight and an ordinary person. He is now a 3rd class apprentice. Although it seems far away from being promoted to a wizard, it actually won't take long. This time, he just happened to harvest a certain number of medium magic stones, which is also a kind of potion material that is difficult to obtain. He has already made a plan and decided to refine medium magic stone water by himself. As for the prescription, he can either buy it from the sales office of the academy or deduce it himself. He asked about the former last time. The 3rd class mental power prescription requires 300 credits plus a certain number of magic stones. He does not have enough credits for the time being. The latter is very difficult. It is not easy to refine mental power potions, let alone deriving a new prescription from scratch. It feels a bit unprofitable. In fact, he had another choice, which was to buy mental potions directly from the academy, each for 150 credits, so his credits could only buy one 3rd class potion. Knock, knock. The knock on the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Standing outside the door was Kame, who had not been seen for many days. Kame looked at him with a melancholy face. "Good morning, Kame." "Good morning, Ivan." Ivan welcomed him into the house, and the two sat down separately. As soon as Kame sat down, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't know my sister would do that. It was Heidi Lydia, because I didn't tell her the reason clearly, which led to you falling into such a big danger, almost." Ivan waved his hand. "It's okay, it's just a normal task, someone has to complete it, and as a member of the enchantment team, it's normal for me to take on the task." This task was indeed quite dangerous, and 3 apprentices died, but in the end, it was safe and sound, and the gains were not small. Besides, it was not Kame's original intention, so there was no need to worry too much. No, it's different. For new apprentices, the dangers of such tasks will increase exponentially. I did a good job, didn't I? Hearing what he said, Kame nodded seriously. "Yes, I heard from my sister that Ivan is really amazing, and I was convinced that I lost to you last time." In terms of enchantment, Kame knew that she was far inferior to her sister. When they were in the same predicament, even her sister was helpless, but Ivan was able to figure out a solution on the spot and finally successfully broke the predicament. What an amazing talent! What else is he unwilling to admit defeat? Now he can only admire and respect him. Only such a person can surpass himself. Ivan laughed and said, "Haha, it just happened to be a coincidence." The two chatted for a few more sentences. Kame wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Ivan suddenly asked curiously, "Last time, did you really cry?" "Cry? Who?" Carmi's body froze, and she immediately retorted, "No, how could it be? Absolutely not." Ivan said, "Then Heidi is right, you are so old, you know you won't cry." He pretended to have said something wrong and overturned his own words. "My sister said it? Well, she actually said bad things about me behind my back." Carmi's face turned red when she heard this, not knowing whether she was embarrassed or angry, and hurriedly said goodbye, looking like she wanted to go back to settle the score. Ivan looked at him and smiled secretly. All the emotions on Kame's face were written on him. It was hard to imagine that he was already a wizard apprentice with good strength. Kame stopped abruptly when he reached the door. He turned around and said anxiously, "Ivan, I don't mean anything else. I know you may not care. I still want to ask, can I do something for you? Otherwise, I will always feel bad and I will not be able to show up in front of you in the future." "Kame, it's over. Then I will avoid any place you appear in the future." The two looked at each other, and Ivan could see his solemnity and stubbornness. "Ivan, then I'm leaving." Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Kame lowered his head in frustration and prepared to leave. "Wait. Ivan, tell me quickly, as long as I can do it." Kame looked up at him anxiously. Seeing his appearance, the only grudge in Ivan's heart suddenly dissipated, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, find me a set of night-level universal breathing secret medicine, or a secret medicine recipe, how about it? Is that all? I have only this one request, you can do it." "Okay, wait." Kame nodded heavily, and left the dormitory with ease. Looking at the departing figure, Ivan shook his head slightly. He was not a greedy person, so he would not make any excessive requests. This request should be able to be done by Auric in the pharmacy, which is not difficult for Kame. Chapter 134. In the hut of Mona Ant Land, inside a wizard tower, Wulban met his mentor Andaya, whom he had not seen for a long time. Andaya was a female wizard, exuding a cold and stern temperament that kept strangers away. He knew that this was the mentor's usual appearance, and was not directed at him. Under the mentor's questioning, Wulban told the whole story of the mission. During the mission, 2 third-class apprentices died in the hunting team. As the leader, Wulban had a certain responsibility. After listening to his story, Andaya's eyes became colder, and even the temperature around her dropped a little. "Tell me what you think." "I'm ashamed." "Very good, you still feel ashamed? Look at what you have done, busying yourself, blinded by greed, relying on others to save you, relying on others to escape from trouble. Compared with the people in the enchantment group, you can't even look at them with your eyes." "I'm ashamed." Facing the teacher's familiarity, Wulban was ashamed. This time, he was indeed careless, and was led by the enemy by the nose. In the end, he relied on others to escape from the cage, otherwise he might have been buried in the magic stone mine. The situation at the Kanda magic stone mine is truly special. You will not be held responsible this time. Andaya stared at him coldly for a while before speaking. "I'm sorry for your trouble." Hearing what his mentor said, Wulban felt even more ashamed. When apprentices are on a mission, all kinds of strange creatures may appear, and no one can predict what they will encounter. It is possible that there will be casualties. But the rules of the hunting team are different. Under the management of Wizard Chris Donner, the rules of the hunting team are stricter and more united. For example, the death of 2 third-class apprentices this time is not simply a special situation that can be covered up. Now, he doesn't even have to pay the basic fine. I don't know how much thought the mentor has put into it. Say what you want to say, get out if you don't want to say it. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Andaya said coldly, "Teacher, regarding that Evan Marichatin, he was the disciple of the former wizard twins. I don't think it's necessary to deal with him anymore. What do you think? You have already promised. How can I watch you break your promise?" "Teacher, it's not like that." Wulban was not arrogant enough to make a decision for the mentor, and hurriedly explained, "I think he really has extraordinary talents, and he was born in a remote tidal island. Sooner or later, he will stand in the same camp with us. He will definitely be a helper to the wizard Chris Donner in the future. Why push him to the wizard family? How do you know he will stand on our side? He is a smart man, so he naturally knows which side is more beneficial to him. His background destined him to be on our side, unless he is willing to be driven by the wizard family. From my observation, he is not such a person. He has talent and pride. For Walben's words, and a wizard did not refute. He was just an apprentice, not worth her thinking about. Since her disciple had made a judgment, she agreed without thinking. Lydia's castle. Cam hurried home and blocked his sister Heidi in the library. Seeing that Heidi ignored him, he stared at Heidi without blinking, trying to intimidate her. Cam, my dear brother, what's wrong with you? It must be said that his method controlled Heidi. Heidi put down the book and looked at him with amusement. Humph, let's go out and talk. Cam was about to say something, but looked around vigilantly. No. You have to go, otherwise. Kame thought about it carefully. She would definitely not be able to beat him if she took action. If she complained, one more person would know her embarrassing story, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, you have to go out with me. The previous accounts have not been settled yet. I really can't do anything about you. Heidi looked at her stubborn brother lovingly and followed his words, to a rest pavilion not far from the library. Kame, you don't want to talk about Ivan, do you? I admit that my previous actions were indeed inappropriate. Have you ever thought about apologizing to me and him? You know, this is impossible. What did you say to Ivan? Carmi asked in a low voice, holding her wrist. Seeing his mysterious look, Heidi's eyelashes moved, and she immediately guessed what her brother wanted to ask. Someone complained. In the desperate situation before, she thought that the chances of her and others escaping were very small, and she didn't think too much about what she said. Now think about it, that sentence really damaged her brother's image. You said a lot of words. Which one do you mean? Okay, you did say it. Camille was not stupid. Seeing that his sister began to be vague, he knew that what Ivan said was true. Ah, destroy it. I will never see Ivan again. Camille, are you okay? Seeing that he was shocked, Heidi asked carefully. My dear sister, you actually slandered me in front of my friends. Don't you have anything else to say? Camille said with some gritted teeth. Okay, I apologize to you. Heidi said sincerely, you had tears in your eyes at that time, but they didn't fall, so it really wasn't crying. You are not allowed to mention it. You have the final say. As an apology, you have to agree to one condition of mine, otherwise this matter will not end. Also, you are not allowed to cause trouble for Ivan again, otherwise I will not end it with you. Facing the somewhat irritated Cam, Heidi nodded one by one and calmed him down. Cam then told him about her visit to Ivan, and that she took the initiative to offer to do something for him. If I don't do something, I always feel like I owe you something, and it's all your fault. So what? In addition to the universal breathing secret medicine prescription, I want to do something else for Ivan, but it can't be too expensive, otherwise Ivan won't agree. I think of a way for you. Heidi had a complicated feeling about Ivan. At first, she thought he was a man with ulterior motives, who wanted to get close to and use her brother. Afterwards, under her own teaching, her brother still lost to the other party, which made her instinctively feel that there was something fishy. Seeing her brother's face full of grievance and unwillingness, she couldn't help but want to teach him a profound lesson, and just in time a suitable task appeared. Not long ago, a group of people escaped from the cage, and she realized that her idea was wrong. The other party was indeed a person with extraordinary enchanting talent. It was a good thing for her brother to become friends with him. At present, the other party did not ask for too much, so she couldn't help but look at him with a higher opinion. Exclusive sales office in the college trading area. At this time, Ivan appeared outside the window, and the old man in the apprentice robe was still sitting inside. Do you have a medium magic stone water recipe? Of course. How many credits do you need? 370 credits. Looking at his familiar appearance, the old man was suspicious, but he would not turn down a big business that came to his door. As a third-class apprentice, the old man did not put on a bad face. Doesn't the third-class mental potion recipe cost 300 credits? Ivan was surprised. It's the minimum 300 credits. The old man explained, different potions have different effects and side effects. The value of the recipe cannot be generalized. The most valuable one requires 500 credits. The effect of medium magic stone water is not outstanding, but it has no side effects, and its overall value is in the middle. Ivan suddenly realized that his credits were not enough to begin with, and now they are even worse. Too expensive, wait until I earn enough credits. Hearing this, the old man suddenly remembered that the person in front of him was the rude newcomer. Just when he wanted to curse, he realized that the other person's aura was indeed that of a third-class apprentice, and the old man was speechless, and could only watch him slowly leave. Chapter 135. Then, Ivan came to the library of the academy. In the previous mission, he realized that he had many shortcomings, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of knowledge. Recently, he has been meditating to clear the pollution of his mental power, which takes some time. It is just right for him to come to the library to calm down and find a way to increase the experience points of biology and linguistics. At present, biology is only level 2, and linguistics is only level 1, both of which have a lot of room for improvement. As for the others, the experience value of meditation and curse, both at level 2, has been increasing slowly, especially the latter, while the experience value of plane at level 0 is completely unknown, and it has not changed at all. Pharmacy, LV4, 926/1000, among all the subjects, pharmacy should be able to be upgraded to the next level first, but it will have to wait until he clears the mental pollution. I wonder if Walban's words are reliable. Ivan was not sure if he could really have some free time. On the way back, Walban took the initiative to exchange the secret seal with him, and also revealed that the hunting team should not bother him again in the future, and asked him to wait for his news. This is undoubtedly a good sign. The fundamental reason why the hunting team disliked him was Toynes. It was really worthless to take the blame for Toynes. The library is an ancient building with vast books, covering everything, but most of them are tribute books from nobles from all over the world. For apprentices, the greatest value is to increase their knowledge and enrich their experience. And it is free. Walking into the library, he smelled a special book smell. This is not his first time to come to the library, and he is particularly impressed by this smell, which makes people unconsciously want to keep quiet for fear of disturbing the atmosphere here. He went straight to the bookshelf where books related to Tidal Island were placed. He saw many language books, both simple and in-depth. The latter were placed in Flying Fish Harbor. They were things that the nobles would rather hide in the attic than take out. But now they were randomly placed on the bookshelf. There were also books on the ancient language of Jayaganda, Tidal language, Farindo language, etc. He took down a book about Tidal language, which had a new interpretation of this language. It originated from the language of the offshore sea tribe, and was brought to the human world by the centaurs. Not long after the centaurs left, the Tidal Empire covering the entire island was born. The ancient language of Jayaganda is indeed a language that humans have used since ancient times. It is a language that human ancestors summarize based on the shapes of things around them. The source of Farindo language is the language of the winged people. In this half of the Moon Clam Peninsula, there are more languages similar to the three languages. Most of them are branches of the sea people, winged people, and ancient human languages, or they are branches of the same language. There are some connections between them, so they can be compared and studied. For example, the Sangya language, the Tucha language, the Kedan language, etc. Linguistics experience +4. Linguistics, LV1, 81/100, 3 hours later, when he left the library, his linguistics experience increased by a few points. At the entrance of the library, Ivan received a message from Walban, which brought him good news that the hunting team would not disturb him again. His face brightened. This Walban has such great power. It turns out that strength is status. He knew that the reason why Walban had such a status was probably, as Cody said, that his mental power exceeded 13 scales, and he was a key apprentice of the academy. His high status made him more eager to improve his strength. The medium magic stone water should be put on the agenda earlier. In the cafeteria, Ivan had just sat down when two figures appeared across the table. Ivan, I haven't seen you for a few days. Long time no see. The two who sat down without hesitation were Conley and Ed, two fellow countrymen from Chiang Mai Principality. After so many days, the two have become second-class apprentices. Conley's aura is stronger and more mature than before. Ed has changed more. Only half of his left ear is left. It should have been bitten off by some demonic beast, leaving an ugly gap. Unlike before, he was a little silent now. You are a third-class apprentice? Ed's eyes widened suddenly. When he sensed it just now, he immediately felt a strong pressure, just like when he faced other third-class apprentices. Hearing his words, Conley also looked at Ivan in surprise. It is not so easy to break through to the third-class apprentice. It is unknown how many credits it takes to go from the second-class apprentice to the third-class apprentice, and most of the credits require taking risks to complete the task, which is equivalent to risking your life. I was a second-class apprentice when I entered school, and I made a breakthrough not long ago. Ivan nodded. How are you doing recently? Congratulations. He said it lightly, and both of them knew the hardships involved. After all, the other's background was not as good as theirs. Compared to the second-class apprentices, the third-class apprentices have a different status, and they are more confident when speaking during the mission. Do you remember how many of us there are? After a pause of a few seconds, Conley continued. 19 people. 3 people died, 2 of them died during the mission. Conley lowered his voice. 1 person is said to have died in the laboratory. Ivan understood. It seemed that the man was unlucky and met a bad mentor. The wizards in the academy have different personalities. Some treat their disciples well, and some treat them badly. Some even don't treat their disciples as human beings, such as twins before. Didn't he have bad intentions from the beginning? He kept his disciples captive, as a carrier to share the power of the curse. He never cared about the lives of his disciples from the bottom of his heart. It seems that things are not peaceful recently. There have been news of apprentices dying one after another. Conley said again. 2 people in our hunting team just died. The mission is unknown, and the danger should be great. The famous third-class apprentice Wallban in our team led the team. He is a potential wizard seed. Ed added. I know that the enchantment team also participated, and 1 person died. Seeing the 2 looking at him, Ivan explained, I was also on the mission at the time. The details of the mission need to be kept confidential. Anyway, an unusual accident occurred. Hearing this, the 2 didn't know what to say. It's no wonder that the other party was able to become a third-class apprentice so quickly after participating in such a high-end mission. I guess he also survived many deaths in the process. Do you know Wayne, the 5th-level talent? I've seen him once. His team members have died one after another. Everyone suspects that he is being targeted by external forces. Don't team up with him to perform tasks, otherwise you will be unlucky. He is different. He is the focus of the academy, and comes from a wizard family. He has a lot of life-saving methods at hand. The 3 chatted for a long time. It is not difficult to find that the death rate of apprentices has continued to rise recently. I don't know if there are any objective reasons. Anyway, it is not good news for them. It means that every mission will take great risks. After returning to the dormitory from the restaurant, Ivan was more eager to improve his own strength. He never wanted to encounter the rough experience, like the swamp forest city again. Such a predicament once is enough. Chapter 136. The next day. Ivan came back to his senses from meditation, and could see a faint gray aura mixed with his mental power. It was not much but extremely stubborn. According to his estimation, it would take about 10 days to clear it out. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Kame stood outside the door, looking at Ivan inside with a smile on his face. Ivan, good morning. Good morning, please come in. I have fulfilled my mission. This is what you asked me to find. Kame explained his purpose as soon as he entered the house. A parchment roll and a few boxes. 10 feathers secret medicine, a secret medicine recipe for 9th level universal breathing method. The effect focuses on agility, which just meets Ivan's needs. The box contains the medicinal materials for refining 10 feathers secret medicine, not more, not less, just enough to refine 10 portions. This is only the 2nd day, and Ivan has to sigh at the other party's efficiency. Kame, the things are very much to my liking. I won't say much to thank you. The medicinal materials count as magic stones. As long as you are satisfied, but forget about the magic stones. You know I don't need these. It's just a small gift from me. Please don't refuse it. The 2 of them pushed and shirked for a while. Since the medicinal materials were really not worth much magic stones, Kame kept emphasizing that Ivan no longer entangled in this point. After a few seconds, Kame hesitated and said, I heard from my sister that your mental power was polluted and it takes time to clean it up, right? Ivan nodded. Yes, it will take 10 days. It is not advisable to use mental power during this period. He just shouldn't use it wantonly, which will affect the removal of the polluted breath, not that he can't use it. Last time he came out of the Kanda magic stone mine, he reduced his actions, and Heidi and others knew this. Ivan, would you like to come to my reading room during this free time? Reading room? Yes, it's my sister's and my reading room. It's also a small private library. There are many books and enchantment notes given by elders. If you are willing to read, you will definitely gain something. Does Heidi mind? Ivan was surprised. She said she didn't mind at all. Camille was sure that her sister wouldn't mind. It was she who proposed the solution. In the wizard world, knowledge is valuable. Camille and her brother couldn't fail to realize that this was where Ivan hesitated. One should not push for more. Kame continued, you are a 3rd-class apprentice after all. In a word, come if you want to, and forget it if you don't want to. Don't be so fussy. It was a bit strange to hear these words from Kame, and Ivan looked at him blankly. That's what my sister said. This is a good thing. If you don't mind, why should I mind? Ivan was speechless and then agreed. The two agreed to go to Kameya's private reading room tomorrow. After sending Kameya away, Ivan began to think about what gift to bring. He couldn't go empty-handed, which was not in line with his habit. His eyes stopped at the prescription that Kamagang brought, and he had an idea in mind. As a night potion, it should not be difficult to refine. The 10-feather secret potion is a potion used by knights. There are not many methods for apprentices to refine medicine. As expected, it does not require much mental power. He can refine it in his current condition. Pharmacy experience +1. Pharmacy, LV4, 927/1000. With his current attainments in alchemy, it is easy to refine the 10-feather secret potion. The 10-feather secret potion does not bring much experience, but it is better than nothing. A new day. Ivan arrived at Lydia Castle as promised. Due to the barriers of the academy, the castle was even more magical. He didn't find it strange that there was a castle of considerable size in the academy. Lydia's family was powerful, and it was not impossible for them to have a manor. The difference was whether the people in Lydia's family were willing. Kame was already waiting at the door. Ivan didn't look at it for long. After entering the castle, he followed Kame all the way to the so-called reading room, which was a semi-open small hall next to a yard full of exotic flowers and plants. My sister is not here. I am not familiar with her. I know, I hope you can forgive her previous behavior. My sister is sometimes a little too willful. Kame looked around and lowered his voice. Seeing his serious look, Ivan nodded. By the way, this is a gift. Can you open it? Whatever. Ivan handed him a box. Kame opened the box, revealing 4 rows of 4 groups of medicines. He took out one of them, opened the lid and sniffed it. This is Jiangnai water, of top quality, with a peculiar smell, which seems to be a bit better than the top quality Jiangnai water. You didn't optimize it, did you? Kame was born in a wizard family, and he had extraordinary knowledge. He could see the uniqueness of the potion at a glance. I have knowledge. The other one is the 10-feather secret medicine. Ivan affirmed that he must not come empty-handed. He thought about it, and finally thought of the potion. Previously, he derived Jiangxiao water from Jiangnai water. His control and understanding of Jiangnai water itself can be called mastery. On the basis of the original, he slightly optimized Jiangnai water, and the effect was enhanced by about 20%. Don't underestimate these 2%, it's like getting 120 points on a 100-point test. The gift is all about uniqueness, and luckily he had a lot of Jiangnai water left over from what he had made some time ago. From the gift, he could see his intentions, so of course Kane gladly accepted it, and then introduced his collection of books to him. Here are enchantment notes and runes, books on elemental particles, and over there are some miscellaneous books, including various languages, books on knights, records of the evolution of the Moon Clamp Peninsula, Academy Chronicles, wizard travel notes, astrological observation essays, etc. Look around. Ivan was naturally not polite. The library didn't have books related to enchantment notes and runes, nor was the collection as comprehensive and in-depth as here. It was estimated that there should be a lot of useful information in it. He first took a book about the origin of knights and read it. Does the human breathing method really come from the centaurs? That should be the case. Knights are called knights not because of their mounts, but because they come from the centaurs. Centaurs are a race with a human upper body and a horse lower body. The warriors among them are called knights. Unfortunately, the centaurs like to migrate, and no one knows where they migrated to. Do you think it's possible to develop a breathing method for insects? I haven't thought about it, but it's possible. We can try it in combination with anatomy. Are you interested in the way of knights? Yes, maybe I can become a legendary knight. The atmosphere in the reading room is good. The two read and chatted. Hearing his words, Kame's heart moved. When Ivan came to the reading room again the next day, he found that there were many more books about knights in it. They were not about breathing methods, but records of the research of wizards and apprentices on breathing methods. Between the lines, it can be seen that the experiments were full of blood. Ivan felt a little uncomfortable looking at such content. Kame didn't think it was strange, or he was used to it. This was the difference in cognition between the two. Ivan knew very well that Kame's thinking was the authentic wizard thinking, which was also what he lacked. Chapter 137. Time flies, 10 days have passed. Strength, 4.6, Agility, 6.3, Constitution, 5.5, Spirit, 8.4. Ivan took a set of 10 feather secret medicines, and finally his strength increased by 0.7 points, agility by 1.2 points, constitution by 0.6 points, and his internal fighting spirit increased accordingly. This strength basically reached the upper limit of the Knight level. From the Knight level to the Great Knight level, the fighting spirit needs to complete a transformation. He needs an extra opportunity to understand the characteristics of his own fighting spirit. He knew what Dochi characteristics were, such as great strength, speed, agility, vibration, burning, sharpness, etc., but he had no idea how to comprehend his own Dochi characteristics, and cultivation was never forced. However, he was different from others in one respect. As long as he could comprehend a little bit of inspiration, he could use the light of wisdom or even the light of great wisdom to trace back, grasp it firmly, and advance to the Great Knight in one fell swoop. This was his plan and ambition. Night Breathing Experience plus 10. Night Breathing, LV4, 603/1000. During this period, Night Breathing gradually increased hundreds of experience points. Linguistics Experience plus 6. Linguistics, LV2, 2/200. Linguistics was upgraded to level 2 as expected, with an extra light of wisdom. In addition to these two aspects, he also gained other things in Kame's reading room, and learned a lot of line writing skills. Originally, after he comprehended the Hand of the Black Devil through the original stone array, the line writing completion rate increased from 87% to 93% in one fell swoop, and now it has reached 95% completion rate. The closer the line writing completion rate is to 100%, every 1% is a hurdle, and 2% is enough to show his gains in the reading room. He also learned some intermediate and advanced enchantment knowledge, and arranged a simplified version of the rune array, which was difficult to access during the apprenticeship stage. Temporary array, using rune beams to arrange a short-lived rune array, can only exert half the power of a normal rune array at most, and the premise of arrangement is that the line text reaches 95% completion. He barely meets the conditions. In this regard, he has some ideas about the black magic hand, which should make up for the embarrassment caused by the lack of the original stone array disc to convert energy. All in all, he got a lot from Kame's reading room. According to the previous agreement, he no longer went to the reading room, and the matter came to an end. That day, Ivan did not go to Lydia's castle. The mental pollution has been cleared, and the derivation of medium magic stone water should be put on the agenda. You can first buy the formula of low-grade magic stone water, and the formula of mental power recovery potion. The instructor said another way to get credits is to buy materials, and make disposable runes or low-level magic items by yourself, and exchange them for credits. These 50 credits cannot be missed. There are other enchantment tasks. If you don't need to leave the academy, you can consider them. He decided to derive the medium magic stone water by himself, but it didn't stop him from wanting to earn more credits. Buying magic stone water, mental power recovery potion formula requires credits. Buying precious materials requires credits. Buying more basic spells requires credits. Buying sword magic item drawings requires credits, and so on. Of course, the more credits, the better. Afterwards, he bought 2 prescriptions from the academy sales office. The magic stone water cost 30 credits and 30 magic stones, and the mental power recovery potion cost 50 credits and 50 magic stones. The low-grade magic stone was not worth mentioning, and the reduction in credits made him feel a little painful. He had experience in refining magic crystal water, and he had enough confidence in refining the 2 potions. 10 days passed in a flash, and he completed the refining of magic stone water and mental power recovery potion many times. Pharmacy experience value plus 20. Pharmacy, LV5, 8/1500. His pharmacy was successfully upgraded to a level 5 subject. Under the effect of the light of small wisdom, he became more proficient in the 3 potions related to mental power, as if he had refined dozens of times more in this blink of an eye, which made him more confident in deducing the medium magic stone water. Small market in the trading area, pharmacy. Glancing at the figure walking in, Auric jumped up from the recliner. His big client has come. I was wondering why the wind blowing into the store is so soft and fragrant. It turns out that you, Ivan, are here. Auric said a proverb from somewhere to welcome his arrival. I hope you don't say this to every pharmacist. How can I? Only you, Ivan, can say this. Auric has as many such free compliments as he wants. Ivan was immune to this. He came here to sell potions, still several low-level potions and basic potions, and earn 500 low-grade magic stones in one transaction. Ivan, do you have any other needs? Seeing that he still had something to do, a gleam of light flashed in Auric's eyes. Just tell me, I will definitely do it if I can. Buy some medium-grade magic stones for me, Ivan said. It's not that I don't want to agree, but I'm afraid no one is willing to buy. You should know that the value of medium-grade magic stones is different from that of low-grade magic stones. Take the sales office of the academy for example. It will charge an additional 10 credits. Auric looked embarrassed. This was true. The prices at the academy's sales office were indeed a rip-off. One medium magic stone was sold for 100 low-grade magic stones, plus 10 credits. People shook their heads. It is worth mentioning that the credits and points in the identity token can only be transferred to the academy or wizards. Apprentices cannot trade privately. They do not have this authority. I know that I can exchange it with mental power recovery potions and low-level magic items. Ivan said, as he placed two things on the table in front of him. 2 sets of mental power recovery potions and a newly refined green tree star shield. Oh, you can also make magic items. Auric first checked the mental power recovery potion, nodded to him affirmatively, and then looked at the small shield on the bracelet. I'm from the enchantment group. Yes, look at my memory. Among the apprentices, defensive magic items have always been scarce, and with the recent unrest, the demand and gap are even greater. Under Ivan's guidance, Auric completed the verification and also received his affirmation and praise. I, Auric, have always been very accurate in judging people. With your growth, I think you will definitely become a formal wizard. Auric couldn't help but sigh. This was not a compliment, but his true thoughts. Not counting those apprentices with support from wizard families, Ivan was the fastest growing one he had ever seen. Even if those apprentices with support were not excluded, Ivan's performance was still not worse than theirs, and he could be said to be a natural talent. Then you agreed? Ivan asked. Of course, your item is valuable, and there will definitely be many people interested. Wait for me to notify you. Auric put the item in his pocket and said solemnly, Ivan, when you start to be promoted to a formal wizard, do you need extra help? What do you mean? Ivan looked at him puzzled. Auric explained, that is, I can recommend you to my family. The family behind me is not as good as the Lydia family and the Steele family, but it can also provide you with some of the resources needed for promotion. What's the price? Sign a contract first. The contract will take effect after you become a formal wizard. As for the specific conditions, we will discuss them in detail at that time. I've made a note of it. We talk about it later. To put it bluntly, it is a kind of advanced investment. The investment object is him. If you bet on him to become a formal wizard, you can get a wizard-level help once you bet on him. Ivan does not reject this behavior. It indirectly shows his ability. He can indeed consider it at that time. It's too early now. Chapter 138. The following days, Ivan's life was particularly fulfilling and busy. He needed to refine potions, make magic items, improve linguistics, learn anatomical knowledge and delve into insect breathing, and also deduce medium magic stone water, perfect the black magic hand, and explore the rune beam array. Especially the latter few items, which require the consumption of wisdom light to assist. Just like a white horse passing by, more than 2 months passed quietly. Finally done. In the dormitory's medicine refining room, Ivan stared at the glass dish in front of him with a sharp eye. There was a layer of crystal potion in it. The most conspicuous thing was the black ball in the middle of the potion that did not disperse, like a continuously expanding and contracting black jellyfish. The black jellyfish squirmed from time to time, showing a fierce and aggressive look. In his eyes, it looked so lively and bright, extraordinary. The difficulty of refining this medium magic stone water was very high. For this, he consumed a level 2, a level 3, and a level 5 wisdom light successively, and spent a lot of time and valuable materials. After a while, he took the first medium magic stone water in his life. You bastard, take my black magic hand. In a moment, illusions appeared all around, and a 2-horned monster with animal eyes and fangs appeared, spitting out fragrance at him. When enemies meet, they are particularly discerning. Ivan slapped out with a palm, which was clearly a smaller version of the black magic hand, and slapped away the black-robed people around him, and he felt much better. This was naturally not the black-robed person in the Kanda magic stone mine, but an illusion caused by the deep resentment hidden in the magic stone. Compared with the former, the strength was much weaker, and it was difficult to resist his palm. Strength, 4.6, Agility, 6.3, Constitution, 5.5, Spirit, 11. It is worthy of being the water of medium magic stone. It increased his mental strength by 2.6 scales at a time. This effect is not as ordinary, as the old man at the sales office said. There are still side effects. Ivan could clearly feel that his body had developed a strange resistance, resisting him from taking the second spiritual potion. It would take some time to eliminate it, and he estimated that it would take more than half a month. This time is not much. He had also developed this resistance, when he took the magic crystal water before, but it was not so obvious. Pharmacy experience plus 900. Pharmacy, LV5, 1216/1500. Since the medium magic stone water was derived by himself, it must be different from the medium magic stone water outside. It can be called a new potion, and the experience points obtained are not low. In the past, when he refined other potions, he also gained a lot of experience points, which made his pharmacy data advance by leaps and bounds. After a good rest, Ivan summed up the gains and losses and began to refine the second medium magic stone water. The main material of this potion is naturally medium magic stone, which requires 4 pieces each time. The other materials can be purchased on the market. The total value of all raw materials exceeds 500 magic stones, which is really not cheap. The only advantage is that you don't have to spend credits on a large scale. Wah. Under the baking of the flame, the black potion made of melted medium magic stone in the glass dish began to fight back, stirring the potion in the glass dish like a surging wave. If there were outsiders, they would be terrified. Ivan stretched out his hand to touch the potion calmly, and a rune constructed by spiritual power formed and fell on the black potion, causing its surging momentum to drop by 2 gears, as if it had encountered a nemesis. This was also something he had comprehended from the original stone array, which he named the God-binding rune, and it was one with the black magic hand. At this time, he used it to refine medium magic stone water. He didn't know that the skillful use of runes to assist in refining potions was a skill only available to mid-level and high-level pharmacists, and those who could do this were usually formal wizards. Pharmacy experience value plus 90. Pharmacy, LV5, 1306/1500. Half an hour later, the second medium magic stone water lived up to his expectations and was successfully refined. He still didn't give up, and was ready to refine the third one in one go. The fourth one. In the past period of time, he has also made considerable progress in learning basic spells. He has successively learned plant activity absorption, secondary energy fireball, frost breath, ice arrow, wooden arrow, strong light, stun, tired hands, shadow eyes, green smoke, acid splash, thunder flash, mud into rock, burning touch and other spells. And the energy particle research courses corresponding to each system of spells. He is preparing to optimize the spells and develop a tactical system suitable for himself. Energy particles, LV3, 266/300. This allowed energy particles to double his experience points, adding more than 200 experience points in total, not far from level 4. However, a lot of credits were consumed. Counting the 50 credits he got in exchange for delivering the green tree star to the enchanting workshop, he now has a total of 151 credits left. He did not accept other enchanting tasks, because they all required him to leave the academy. He did not want to leave for the time being and needed time to settle down. In addition, his credits were sufficient for the time being. In addition, biology was upgraded to level 3. Linguistics was upgraded to level 3. However, there was no significant progress in the Great Knight's comprehension and the exploration of insect breathing. Ivan overestimated his ability and underestimated the difficulty of creating a breathing method for a race, even the simplest and most basic one, even if the Xuanmu silkworm has a spring bud similar to a live seed in its body. It just proves the saying that everything is difficult at the beginning. Fortunately, there has been some progress in the cultivation of Xuanmu silkworm. He specially developed a potion of elemental stone water for Xuanmu silkworm, which is used as food for the Xuanmu silkworm tribe. It is more efficient and cost-effective than directly feeding elemental stones. More importantly, the water of the elemental stone was unanimously loved by the Swiftwood silkworm tribe. Through Jiang Xiao's water, the Swiftwood silkworm absorbed more of the curse power of the demonic resentment curse. If the demonic resentment curse is ignored as a curse, it is a wonderful life energy. The Swiftwood silkworm has been significantly enhanced compared to the past, and its individual vitality, strength, skin toughness, and elemental resistance have all been improved. Then, the curse power in the curse seal on his arm was not enough, and the Swiftwood silkworm's road to enhancement came to an abrupt end. This is a matter of laughter and tears. Today, the curse seal of the demon's grudge still exists on his arm, and the curse energy contained in it is very small. He has tried various means, but there is no way to eradicate it, so he can only let it go. Sometimes Ivan thought that if twins knew that he had achieved such success with the abandoned plan, he would be confused and wonder why he was not as good as an apprentice. His face must be very interesting at that time. In the 3-story round tower, Ivan came to visit his mentor Randall. Good morning, respected mentor. He is now 177 centimeters tall, but still looks like a child in front of Randall, who is like a giant bear. When the two stood face to face, Ivan always felt like he was looking up to a mountain, but he felt better after sitting down. "Hello to you too." Randall glanced at him, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded in appreciation. "Ivan, your strength has improved rapidly, so I feel more at ease." Hearing this, Ivan had a bad premonition. "Teacher, did something happen?" "Meen was injured a few days ago during a mission, not a big deal." Randall said it was okay, so it must be nothing. "However," he added, "recently, this area is indeed not very peaceful, so be careful if you go out." "I see." In fact, Ivan also heard something. The number of apprentices who died in the past few months was relatively high. He heard it from Cam, who emphasized Wayne, who had a 5th level talent. Every time this man went on a mission, his teammates would die. He has become a recognized teammate nemesis, but Wayne's talent and background are first class, and no one has dared to trouble him so far. Randall jumped to another question. "Tell me what you know about magic pets." "What does this mean? Is there any second-hand magic pet?" Ivan was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he said truthfully, "Magic pets are contracted through the magic array. They are equivalent to the wizard's housekeeper, the best experimental assistant, and the wizard's second life. For apprentices, it is also a great help." "That's right. Magic pets are equivalent to the wizard's second life. When they are irreparably injured, the wizard can use the body of the magic pet to save his life. Remember Wizard Toynes?" "Teacher, you don't mean?" Hearing Randall's words, Ivan couldn't help but stand up. Randall nodded. "You are right. Wizard Toynes is very likely still alive. The wizards of the patrol team and the hunting team have gone to look for him, and there will be news soon." "This is really bad news." Ivan's face darkened quickly, and he sat down in a daze. As the teacher who led him to the path of wizardry, Ivan often thought of Toynes, but he never thought of keeping him alive. Let alone other aspects, just taking the curse of demon resentment as an example, it would be a big trouble if Toynes was alive and close to him. Ivan knew that the Swiftwood Silkworm tribe had its own carrying capacity limit. He couldn't bet that the carrying capacity of the Swiftwood Silkworm would exceed Toynes' transmission of the curse power. Even if he wanted to, Toynes would not let him do so. Once Toynes noticed the clues, the consequences would be unimaginable. Randall continued, "Ivan, you don't have to worry. No matter what the situation is, you will always be my Randall's disciple. No one can change this. I promise." Hearing Randall's powerful words, he felt a little relieved. Ivan sighed secretly. The shadow left by Toynes on him was really big. "Teacher, where did Wizard Toynes appear?" "It should be on an island. Anyway, it's not close." The two chatted for a while, and Ivan's heart gradually calmed down. He is no longer the same person as he was on Lar Island, and Toynes is no longer the Toynes wizard. According to the analysis of some wizards, Toynes now only retains the body of a magic pet, which is equivalent to lingering on. His condition must be very bad, otherwise, he would not have stayed away from the academy for so long. "Ivan, remember, come to me if you have any questions. Your mentor is quite capable." "I know. He is the best insect controller in the academy." "Yes, he is the best insect controller, haha." Before leaving, Randall emphasized it again, giving Ivan a reassurance. Wizard Randall would not give such an excellent disciple to anyone else, let alone that bad wizard who misled his students. Chapter 139. 2 months passed in a flash. On one side of the teaching area, there is a wide shooting range for testing spells. An apprentice wearing a gray robe and half brown and half green hair came to the information desk outside the shooting range, and stood in front of the information desk. The two people inside the information desk could sense an invisible sense of oppression from him. This made the two people dare not neglect, and stood up quickly. "What is the scale of the strongest spell target?" "The upper limit is 16 scales. As long as you don't use special spell materials, and don't deliberately damage the crystal scale, the spell test target will not be damaged. You can do whatever you want on the ground. We will clean it up afterward. Arrange a strongest spell test target for me. 15 magic stones, you need to register your name." After registering, one of them glanced at Ivan Marichatin, an unknown name, who walked out of the information desk and led Ivan to the test range inside. The spell test range was extremely empty, a place similar to a stadium, divided into several rooms, and there was no ceiling on the room. The staff introduced that there was a protective film on it, so harmful energy particles or smoke could not float to other rooms. After a while, Ivan came to one of the test rooms. After the staff left, he began to test his attacks. "Let's try the power of Do Chi first." Ivan pulled out the long sword from his waist, and weighed it in his hand. It was twice as heavy as the previous long sword. This was a long sword with exquisite patterns. It was not the sword he used before, nor the Quillen sword given by his brother Paul. It was a low-level magic item he had refined not long ago. There were lines hidden in the patterns on it. The name of the sword was Iron Shell Sword. It had the sharpness property. After activating the rune beam on it, it could become sharper, and it could also be enlarged and extended. The sword body could be extended to 6 meters. When he bought the blueprints, there were other magic sword items such as the Flame Sword, Ice Sword, and Wind Sword. He didn't need those fancy abilities, so he chose the sharpness of the Iron Sword. Bang! The next second, he quickly approached, and the iron sword in his hand, wrapped in fighting spirit, accurately chopped on the spell test target, accompanied by a dull sound. The spell test target was 2 meters high and made of metal. The rod below was hard metal, and the round target with a diameter of 1 meter above was soft metal. They should all be mixed metals, and belong to alchemical works. A small crystal is embedded on the metal rod, and the crystal is connected to the round target above. There are scales on the surface of the crystal, which clearly show the test results. 9 scales. Ivan nodded with satisfaction. This is the strongest attack he can make with his fighting spirit alone. He activated the rune beam of the iron sword and fell on the spell test target again. 11 scales. The effect is good. There is a disadvantage of low-level magic items. The consumption is large when activated, so it is best to charge it before use, and keep it there for later use. Black Magic Hand. He crushed 3 inferior magic stones, and slapped the magic test target with one hand. A transparent hand with a faint black glow appeared in the air. The hand was more than 1 meter long, and a string of runes was faintly revealed in the palm. It hit the test target heavily. 12 scales. Not bad, it only consumes 3 scales of mental power, and 1 scale of mana. Ivan was also very satisfied that a casual attack could have such strength. The highlight of the Black Magic Hand is its special effect, which can form a strong mental deterrence on creatures, and even shake the mind and cause the body to stiffen. The Hand of the Dark Devil can also be used with the Rune Magic Array, just like what he did in the Candamine. For this purpose, he researched another array disc based on the original stone array disc, which is hanging on his bracelet. Now, there are a few more pendants on the bracelet on his wrist, including 3 small square shields, which are the green tree star, and 3 small round plates, which are the circular array discs he researched, which can be enlarged when used. He estimated that if he used the array disc and launched the strongest attack of the Hand of the Dark Devil, the spell test target might not be able to withstand it, but the consumption would be too great, so he would not use it easily. Thorn Jungle. He then stamped his feet and cast another spell. At this moment, he was 15 meters away from the spell target. A large number of thorn vines drilled out of the ground and surrounded the spell target. The dense thorn vines avoided the crystal scale and launched a joint strangulation on the test target, a real thorn vine strangulation. The harsh friction sound was endless. He frowned and waved his hand, the thorn vines dissipated, and the crystal scale revealed 12 scales. Consumption: 3 scales of spirit, 3 scales of mana. He took out a dead branch and cast Thorn Forest again. This time, the vines were completely different. Many of them showed clear rune patterns, and the jungle was filled with frost. The strangulation ended, and the scale showed 14 scales. The spell energy consumption remained unchanged, and he called it Thorn Frost Forest, which was further improved by combining Thorn Forest with specific runes. He didn't know how other people's improved spells were, but his powerful spells were all combined with runes, and he found that runes and spells were unexpectedly in sync. When surrounded, this spell will also have a good effect. He nodded slightly. In fact, according to his tactics, the greatest effect of the Thorn Jungle is to use it with the Swift with Silkworms, allowing the Swift with Silkworms to shuttle between them. Obviously, the effect cannot be tested here. In addition to these 2 spells, he also deduced the strong immobilization spell and Shadow Eyes, Bug Modification, both of which are auxiliary spells. Afterwards, Ivan changed the casting mode and tried several times. It took a long time before he left the spell testing room, leaving a mess. Shortly after he left, 2 people pushed the door and entered the testing room. They felt the remaining energy particles and compared them with the scale in the crystal watch. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. Look, this is definitely a wizard seed, and it is the kind of extreme apprentice who is just waiting to be promoted to a wizard. I don't know which group he came from. Recently, there are so many talented people. I don't know when we will have a chance to stand out. The 2 people obviously guessed that the person just now was at the limit of the 3rd class apprentice. This kind of apprentice is the most difficult to provoke. Not to mention the status, the strength alone is not easy to provoke, not to mention that the other party may become a formal wizard one day. On the other side, Ivan had already left the teaching area. If he knew the two people's guesses, he would definitely say that you were all right. Strength, 4.6, Agility, 6.3, Constitution, 5.5, Spirit, 15. To increase his mental power from 11 to 15, he used 3 medium magic stone waters, the second one increased by 2.1, the third by 1.5, and the fourth by 0.4. Then his mental power seemed to have encountered a solid wall, and could not move forward any further. At this stage of wizard apprenticeship, 15 scales is the limit of mental power. One step up is a formal wizard. When he stood with other apprentices, he felt a sense of oppression, but he had not yet completely adapted to the current extreme state. His spiritual power was too full, and it was accidentally dissipated, which gave people a feeling of oppression. Evan Marichadan, Wizard Bernard's son wants to see you. Please lead the way. In front of the dormitory in the living area, a shadow and servant was waiting there. In another wizard tower, Evan met Bernard's son, whom he had not seen for a long time. Wizard Bernard's son belonged to the picket team, and he roughly guessed what the other party was going to say. Wanan, Wizard Bernard's son. When he saw him for the first time, Bernard's son paused for a moment, then nodded. Bernard's son remembered clearly that the other party's talent was only third class, which was neither good nor bad. He had come to this point so quickly, which was really impressive. He also knew that whether he could become a wizard was another matter. The probability of an apprentice with third-class talent being promoted to a formal wizard was not very high. If he could not be promoted to a wizard, everything would be in vain. You followed me from Tidal Island to the Mona Ant Land hut, so I will tell you some things directly. Please go ahead. I want to tell you 3 things. Ivan was awed, and listened carefully to every word that followed. First, your teacher, Wizard Toynes, is indeed alive. There must be something wrong with his mental state. He is very likely to abandon the way of wizards, betray the academy, and become our enemy. Second, we haven't found him in person, and he is now missing. Third, if he comes to find you, remember to notify the patrol team in time. Bernard's son said his words in a calm tone. They went to hunt down Toynes, but returned in vain, and once again lost the other party's trace. They suspected that Toynes had joined other forces, and obtained the help of other wizards. The academy will not lead any wizard's affairs, good or bad, alone, and there must be a result. Ivan replied solemnly, I understand. He had a strong premonition that Toynes would most likely come to find him. After returning to his dormitory from the wizard tower, Ivan continued to summarize the gains and losses of the recent period. Pharmacy, LV6, 57/2000. Runes, LV5, 123/1500. Energy particles, LV4, 35/1000. Meditation, LV3, 102/300. These are the subjects that were upgraded on the Academic Masters panel not long ago, allowing him to successively gain the light of small wisdom, the light of wisdom, and the light of great wisdom. There was also a lot of consumption. He used it to optimize and develop spells. He consumed a total of 5 level 3 wisdom lights. Fortunately, there was some gain and loss. Finally, the remaining wisdom lights on the panel were 1 level 3, 2 level 5, 1 level 6, and 3 level 4 great wisdom lights, which were actually more than before. He knew in his heart that some subjects were destined not to be able to reach a high level, such as linguistics and biology. The difficulty of improvement increased significantly after the 3rd level, and the final achievement was estimated to be not very high. At present, the most important thing is promotion. We have to find a way to increase the success rate of promotion. As long as we become a 1st level wizard, Toynes can't cause any trouble. The 3rd level talent has only a 40% promotion success rate, which is really a worrying number. I don't know how Perny is doing. She probably became a 3rd level apprentice. The first condition for promotion to a formal wizard is to have a mental power of 15 scales. Now that Ivan has achieved it, he must prepare for promotion. The potion must be obtained, the contract can be signed, and other things should be done. In short, he will go all out to promote to a formal wizard, and he is also ready to go all out. Chapter 140. Test Area. In a cold private laboratory, Ivan met his mentor, who had just come out of the experiment. As Randall approached, the strong smell of disinfectant on his body hit his nose. He sat down on the animal skin sofa, and the sofa made a sound of being overwhelmed. Your strength has improved very well. Did you make the spiritual potion yourself? Randall looked at his disciple, and found that his strength had risen to a higher level, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. Hee hee, you're right. Ivan smiled shyly. The little guys aren't hungry, are they? Randall changed his tone, and looked at him with a slightly unfriendly look. How could that be, Minter? You can't wrong me, they are very lively now, Ivan said, as he stretched out his palm in front of him. In a few seconds, the Silkworm Queen and 5 or 6 strong brothers crawled out along the cuffs, and crawled onto his palm. Mumble. The Silkworm Queen still looked fat, turned around and raised her head to call to Ivan. This person smells too bad. I want to go back right now. Ivan glanced at the teacher awkwardly, then realized that Randall probably didn't understand what the Silkworm Queen said. Teacher, I have specially developed a new recipe for them. Chisang water. The main ingredients are plant elemental stones and Chingang mulberry wood. This is the second-generation product he developed based on the elemental stone water, combined with a magical plant called Chingang mulberry wood. As soon as the potion was taken out, the Silkworm Queen stopped making a fuss and stared at the liquid medicine in the glass bottle. Just as Ivan was about to feed them some, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and his palm sank, revealing a golden beetle. The beetle looked small, with a body length similar to that of the Silkworm Queen, but it was not light in weight, and it easily pushed the Silkworm Queen aside, acting like a tyrant. He realized that the beetle was related to Randall, so he did not act rashly. The beetle sniffed into the bottle, turned around and muttered something to Randall, which showed that it was angry, as if it was blaming Randall for not preparing food for it, not paying attention at all, and not as good as his own disciple. Finally, it spat at Randall, and the saliva turned into stones when it met the air. The stones flew towards Randall, and were intercepted by Randall's flash of solidification magic. Seeing this scene, Ivan's eyes flashed with envy. This is the sign of a first-level wizard. Solidification magic, also known as innate magic, can be performed instantly and consumes very little energy. It is this solidification magic that makes the essential difference between apprentices and wizards. Ivan, you are really great. I should learn from you in this regard, ha ha ha. Randall laughed and called the big beetle that was resting on his palm to his own hand. Could this be the Minter's magic pet? It didn't look like it. Ivan knew that magic pets were not something that could be contracted casually. It required a certain price. Many wizards didn't seem to have the intention to contract magic pets, even though magic pets were equivalent to the wizard's second life. After some obscure communication with Randall, and getting a promise, the big beetle retreated with satisfaction. Ahem, you want to consult about the promotion of wizards, right? Yes, the sooner you prepare, the sooner you can be promoted to a formal wizard. Ivan had learned some things in advance, but if he really wanted to figure out the twists and turns, it would be more reliable to consult Randall. To be honest, third-class talent does not have an advantage in promotion. I hope you don't start the promotion easily. You must remember this, Ivan. Before talking about business, Randall gave a serious warning. He didn't want to see his apprentice have to withdraw from the ranks of wizards because of a moment of recklessness. He had seen such apprentices more than once. I've made a note of this. I will definitely start my promotion to a formal wizard only after I've made all the necessary preparations. Ivan nodded solemnly. This was indeed the case. For an apprentice with only a third-class talent, there might only be one real chance for promotion, and that was the first time. The probability of the next 2 times was extremely low, and he had no capital to squander. Let's talk about the promotion potion first. Generally, it refers to the alva water. The effect is similar to the boiling potion, and the intensity is more than 10 times. Once taken, it will burn the life force in the body, and convert the life force into a part of spiritual power. With your own qualifications, if you take a bottle of alva water, the success rate of this promotion is usually about 40%. Randall paused for a while after speaking, leaving him time to think. Alva is actually the name of a person. Ivan has seen this name before. According to records, he was the first wizard to land on the Moon Clam Peninsula, and the builder of the first Wizard Academy. The potion was named after him, which shows its importance. Ivan thought for a while and asked, "Then can I prepare a potion rich in life energy in advance?" Randall shook his head. "It's good that you can think of this. It's possible in theory, but it won't work in practice. When you are promoted, you will be in an extremely special state, and most of your body functions will stagnate. This kind of medicine cannot complete the transformation and has little effect. You can prepare it for success, and take it later." Ivan asked again, "Teacher, fighting spirit is a kind of life energy, and it is related to life energy, right?" Of course, fighting spirit is also a kind of life energy, a more shallow one. If it is a 9th level, how much can the success rate of promotion be improved? A small amount, About 3%. What about the Great Knight? The Great Knight's fighting spirit has undergone a deeper transformation, and should be able to reach about 10%. Hearing Randall's words, Ivan's eyes lit up. This seems possible. Randall knew what he was thinking, and reminded him, Ivan, I just said that fighting spirit is a kind of life energy, involving the origin of life, and you must not underestimate it just because it looks inferior to the way of wizards. Just like becoming a formal wizard, going from a knight to a great knight is also an important transformation, but it is not so easy to break through. It depends on your personal accumulation and opportunity. This process may be half a year, or it may be more than 10 years, or even decades. I understand. Ivan naturally understood this, and he thought that his personal accumulation was not low. Personal accumulation is the control and understanding of his own breathing method and fighting spirit. With the help of the light of small wisdom, he has come all the way step by step, otherwise he would not be ambitious to research the insect breathing method. What he lacks now is mainly an opportunity that can make him realize something, and this opportunity will naturally appear as he experiences more things. Seeing his nonchalant look, Randall thought of something and couldn't help but add, don't think about changing your body. This does help you become a great knight, but there are serious drawbacks. It will make you deviate more and more from the path of a wizard, and it is easy to make yourself neither human nor beast. Teacher, you misunderstood. I really don't have the idea of changing my body. It's hard for a giant like Randall to be so earnest. Ivan felt warm in his heart and emphasized it solemnly. From the perspective of discipline, biological transformation belongs to the branch of mutation science. It is not difficult to see from the name that if you dare to transform your body, you must be prepared to bear the mutation of your body. How could he make himself unhappy? Seeing him like this, Randall finally felt relieved. Then, Randall talked about signing a contract with the Academy. For a wizard academy, every wizard is an important cornerstone. Every more wizard in the Academy can add more strength. Therefore, the Academy will give some help to apprentices who are about to be promoted. A very detailed promotion guide, a level 1 defensive spell, and a bottle of premium Alva water. The prerequisite is that you need to sign a contract with the Academy, which includes all matters concerning your future service to the Academy. After signing the contract, you will be tied to the Academy. Ahem, how many years did you say, Mentor? 120 years. This time, Ivan was sure that he had heard correctly. Once he signed a contract with the Academy, he would indeed have to serve the Academy for a full 120 years. This is more than 100 years. Think about the mortgage in the previous life, which was only 30 years, which is nothing compared to this. Ivan asked unwillingly, are all apprentices the same? No. Randall shook his head and continued, those with talent and ability can reduce the number of years, or change to some loose regulations, such as the apprentice with 5th level talent in your batch. Teacher, what does it take to be considered talented? Ivan asked quickly. Talent is fixed, there is nothing to say, but he should be considered talented. Randall was silent, responding to his question with silence. After a pause, Randall said, that is the authority of the Dean and Vice Dean of the Academy. Only those who they think are talented can be considered talented. Do you understand? Ivan understood that this rule was not prepared for people of his background at all. What will happen if you don't sign the contract? Then run away quickly, the farther the better. It would be best to leave the Moon Clamp Peninsula, or choose not to be promoted to a first-level wizard. Randall's words made Ivan realize that they actually had no other choice. After all, the Academy is not a charity. If there is no restraint, or if apprentices and wizards are allowed to leave, the Academy will most likely become more and more decadent and will not last for many years. Having said that, Ivan was still a little unwilling in his heart, and he changed the subject. Teacher, let's talk about Alva water. How many bottles can you take at most? Generally 2 bottles. If you are willing to risk your life, you can also choose to add 1 bottle. Remember, this action will seriously endanger your life, and the mortality rate is not low. Is there any other way to get the Alva water, or the formula of the Alva water? Yes, there will be an opportunity soon. You need to go to a special secret place under the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance. If you consider going, I will help you apply. Randall answered all the questions raised by Ivan. In addition to reminding Ivan of the hidden dangers, he did not try to guide Ivan to make any decision. It must be said that he looks rough, but he is actually a mentor with a delicate heart. Ivan was grateful for this. Chapter 141. The Moon Clamp Peninsula is divided into 2 larger areas, the south and the north, by a river called Rainbow Shijiang. The southern area is called Nanxi area, and the northern area is called Beiyue area. The Mona Ant Land Hut is located in the Bayway area. The shape of the Moon Clamp Peninsula is very special. It looks like a huge crab claw and a full crescent moon, so it has its current name. Under the claws, near the ocean, there is a large bay, which is the Flash Vortex Bay. There are 4 colleges along the coastline of the bay, from north to south: Mona Ant Land Hut, Leah Singer Shelter, Torrent Twin Towers College, and Black Reef Shelter. These 4 colleges formed a college alliance, the Whirlpool College Alliance. The Whirlpool College Alliance is not simple. It was established by the ancient wizards thousands of years ago to fight against the sea people in the ocean. Since then, the 4 colleges have become a natural barrier, cutting off the ambition of the sea people to touch the Moon Clamp Peninsula. Today, the Moon Clamp Peninsula is rarely seen with the sea people, and this is the reason. Time passed quickly, and more than 20 days passed unknowingly. On this day, the opportunity to obtain the Alva water mentioned by Randall came, and Ivan came to the mission hall early in the morning. You? Yes, it's me. I'm here to take part in this mission as well. The one who greeted Ivan was Wallband from the hunting team. What a coincidence, he was also on the same mission list. Wallband then realized that the other person's aura was not inferior to his own. It seems that we can fight side by side again this time. Please give me more advice in the secret realm. After the last incident, the two had become friends from enemies. Ivan responded while observing his teammates, including himself, a total of 8 people. He also saw a person he had met once before. This person had just arrived. He was the person that everyone often talked about, Wayne, who had a 5th level talent. Wayne was well known, and many people could recognize him. When they saw him, they all lost their faces. It was because the other party was recognized as the nemesis of his teammates. It was said that there was no mission without death, but he himself was alive and well. In the current team, it means that there is a 1/7 probability of death. Who can be happy about this? Hello everyone, I'm Wayne Steele. I've only been in the academy for more than half a year, so my experience is definitely not as good as everyone here, so please take care of me. Perhaps he noticed something strange around him, so Wayne introduced himself in a familiar way. At the same time, he showed off his aura without any care. He was already at the limit of a 3rd-class apprentice, and his strength was not bad. He had talent and family background, so it was no surprise that he had reached this point. Then, he unexpectedly saw Ivan standing aside. Oh, I said the wrong thing. There is another classmate here. I know you, Kame's friend. What's your name? Evan Marichavin. Facing the somewhat flamboyant Wayne, Evan simply announced his name. Wayne continued, Camille said you have some talent, and now it seems to be true. I like talented teenagers. Maybe we could become friends. In this way, you and I are friends, you and Camille are friends, and Camille and I are friends. It's perfect. This guy might be a little crazy. Facing a slightly crazy social bull, Evan didn't know what to say, and could only wait in silence. Ivan thought that the other party's arrogance would make others unhappy, but no one stood up to accuse or ridicule him. He thought about it again, and it was right. After all, Wayne had the qualifications of a 5th level talent, and the initial probability of being promoted to a wizard was as high as 80%. Such a person might become a formal wizard in a few days. How could you offend such a person? The awkward scene did not last long, and the wizard leading the team appeared. There were 2 wizards in total, one was the bald wizard Gunther, and the other was Bernardson. Ivan suddenly became curious about Bernardson's position as a wizard, and how he could always represent the academy. Let's go! After leaving the academy, the group arrived at the port of Fengwan City, and boarded a small sea ship from the port. The sea ship sailed against the wind and waves, and headed towards the inner side of the Flash Vortex Bay. The destination of this trip was not far from the mouth of the Rainbow Shijiang River. The blue sea and blue sky, no difference. Ivan came to the stern deck, and looked at the boundless sea in front of him. This was his 4th time sailing on the sea. The scenery remained the same, but the feeling he gave him was completely different, probably because of the different strength. After watching for a while, he turned and walked into the house, and found that a person came out of the room at the stern. He was bloated and looked a little strange at first glance, but he looked carefully, and found that he was someone he knew. He was the captain of the escort on the ship when he came from Feiyu Port to Huequan Peninsula. Captain Caleb? Ivan, you're here too. Caleb looked at him awkwardly. It's only been more than half a year, and Caleb's originally sturdy body has become fat like a ball. What are you doing? You know, my body has been transformed, and now there is a small problem. I have something to do, and we can talk again when we have time. Caleb is now most afraid of meeting someone he knows, and he hurried away after saying that. Caleb is the only great knight Ivan knows. He once said that his fighting spirit is a combination of great strength and endurance, but he got it through the body transformation of a wizard. Ivan thought of the mentor's reminder. The mentor was right. Body transformation has serious drawbacks. The road to becoming a great knight is long and arduous. The ship sailed along the coastline not far away. It was smooth sailing on the way. There were no strange marine creatures blocking the way, nor were there any storms and huge waves. In the evening of the second day, the ship arrived at another city, Windsong City. Windsong City belongs to the Lia Singer Shelter. The ship slowly entered the inner bay, where the port of Windsong City was located. The people standing on the deck found that the sea was a little noisy. "It's so lively, we're here just in time." At this time, a group of shark-like sea beasts appeared in the inner bay. Their dorsal fins were like sharp blades, chasing the chaotic merchant ships. The entire Finga city is larger than Fengwan City. It is close to the Rainbow Tide River, which is the main channel on the Moon Clam Peninsula, and has a large number of ships coming and going. At the dock, many small wooden boats entered the water and chased the rampant sea beasts. The apprentices of the Lia Singer Shelter sat on the small wooden boats, so there was no need for the people in the Mona and Land hut to take action. Ivan and the others were happy to watch from the sidelines. When the small wooden boat approached, the sea beasts in the inner bay suffered, and the apprentices froze them into ice cubes one by one. On one of the small wooden boats, Ivan found a familiar green-haired figure. Seeing her clean and neat spellcasting, it was known that her strength had increased a lot. Ivan activated a secret mark and passed a message. The battle on the sea soon ended, and the port gradually returned to calm. The boat of the Mona and Land hut approached the dock. They had to spend the night in Finga City tonight, and meet up with people from other academies of the Flash Vortex Alliance before going to that special secret realm together. "Boss, I'm leaving for a while, and we'll be back soon. It will be my turn to treat you guys to grilled shark in a while. It's a big portion, and you can eat as much as you want. Go away. You don't need to treat me." Penny saw someone she knew. It couldn't be the lover from the Mona Ant Farm hut. If you don't come back tonight, remember to let us know." At the teasing of her companions, Penny walked out of the pier quickly. A few minutes later, she came to a restaurant and booked a private room skillfully. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the private room, and the door opened, and a person walked in. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. "What, you don't recognize me? Evan, you look pretty good." Penny took a deep breath and calmed down her surprise. In her expectation, with the incident with Toynes and the curse, the other party should not be doing well, but the fact is just the opposite. At the moment of probing just now, she felt a heavy sense of oppression from the other party, which was half a point stronger than the big sister leading the team. How could she not be shocked? "You are pretty good, you are already a third-class apprentice." When she was looking at herself, Ivan was also looking at her. She was now a third-class apprentice, and her spiritual power should have exceeded 10 scales. Ivan was not mocking. According to the normal training speed, she should be at that level, which means that everything is going well for her. Penny pouted, "I can't compare to you. Now you know, pharmacists are popular." Ivan was about to say something when the knock on the door sounded again. "Did you make an appointment with other people? What a fuss. Don't we need to eat when we are in the restaurant?" The waiter outside the door was indeed the restaurant staff. After hearing Penny's response, the person outside pushed the door open. After a while, the table was filled with food, both meat and vegetables. The meat was roasted demonized beef steak and meatball soup, the vegetables were all kinds of vegetables and fruits, and the staple food was sweet sauce bread, which immediately filled the room with fragrance. Penny grabbed the food with her hands, and ate it in big mouthfuls. While eating, she asked Ivan not to just watch. "I was busy all day, and was suddenly called to the port for support. My stomach is already empty. There are nutritional potions. Nutritional potions only make you full, not empty or not, they are different." Ivan stared blankly at the other side of the table. The rude behavior of this young lady was completely different from that of the Flying Fish Harbor. Could it be that someone has led her astray, or something happened that she didn't know about? "Penny, the curse power didn't have any strange effects on you, did it?" "No, I have asked someone to seal it for me. It's a bit strange to say, maybe it's because the seal is loose. The curse power increased slightly last month and lasted for several days, but it's not a problem. What about you? How is the situation? Increase?" Evan looked at her steadily. "Are you sure? You don't trust me, or you don't trust my perception?" Penny looked up and glanced at him, then lowered her head to deal with the food. I'm telling you something, I haven't sensed an increase in the power of the curse recently, not even a little bit. Ivan ignored her dissatisfaction and said calmly, in addition, the wizards in our academy have confirmed that Toynes is not dead, and it is very likely that he survived by borrowing the body of a magic pet. Hearing this, Perny suddenly raised her head and widened her eyes, with a bite of demonized beast meat in her mouth. She opened her mouth unconsciously, and the piece of meat fell on the table and rolled a few times. She didn't care about it at all. Chapter 142. You, what did you say? That Toynes is still alive. For the two, Toynes is a nightmare and a shadow, and this is more obvious in Perny. Perny took a few deep breaths and suppressed the throbbing in her heart. You said he became a familiar? It's very likely. That's just right, I kill him if I see him. Perny suddenly reacted and her face changed again. What you just said is that the increase in the power of the curse is because he was nearby last month? Ivan nodded with a sullen face. The power of the curse of evil could not increase without reason. Toynes could just transfer the power of the curse to them through the air, whether intentionally or unintentionally. After all, the curse seal on their arms was the other party's secondary seal. That damn bastard, how could he be so lucky? Perny cursed angrily. Although she said she would kill Toynes, she was deeply afraid in her heart. No matter what Toynes has become now, he is a first-level wizard, and the two are just wizard apprentices. There is an essential difference in the level of strength. At the beginning, the reason why Beeler could match Toynes was that he borrowed other powers from his appearance. That kind of change was irreversible, but Toynes still escaped. After hearing this news, Penny didn't want to eat. What are you doing in the Leah Singer Sanctuary? After a moment of silence, she asked curiously. To pick something, Alva Water, have you heard of it? Ivan replied. You are going to that secret place under the sea, bastard, you actually went this far. That secret realm is not far from the Leah Singer shelter. Of course, Perny has heard that the things produced there can be used to refine Alva Water. People who go to that secret realm are usually at the limit of the third-level apprentice, which means that Ivan has reached the last step of the apprenticeship period, which makes her feel frustrated. But don't be complacent, I am a fourth-level talent, and you are a third-level talent. Thinking of another problem, Perny felt a little relieved, but then she realized that it was not right to think so. In short, you have to think more and think carefully before taking that step. Of course, I have always been a cautious person. One by one, Ivan could feel the difficulty of becoming a wizard with poor talent, and it also strengthened his determination to become a wizard. Not long after, the two left the restaurant and went home. The next day, 4 ships from the 4 colleges of the Flash Vortex Alliance, carrying 4 teams, left the port of Finga City and rushed to the location of the secret realm. Less than half an hour after sailing, the ship began to slow down. On the endless ocean, a sharp corner stood abruptly. When the ship approached, it was indeed a 2-story round tower. There was nothing around the round tower except sea water. We're here. The ship was approaching. The top of the round tower was not even as high as the ship, and it looked so small and helpless surrounded by the ships. 2 wizards on duty walked out of the round tower and shouted to the people on the ship, "What are you all standing there for? Come down quickly." It's no wonder that he felt a little unhappy when being stared at from a high position. Wizard Burns, you are still so impatient. At the wizard's call, except for the people guarding the ship, all the people in the 4 teams fell around the round tower. The round tower looks small, but it is actually big enough to accommodate everyone. Following the instructions of the wizard Bernardson, Ivan jumped off the boat and came to the steps around. The steps were soaked in seawater. When his feet landed, the seawater automatically pushed away, revealing the wet rocky ground. For a third-class apprentice, manipulating such a circle of seawater is no problem. The wizard Burns said unhappily, "You have been guarding this place for half a year, and you have nothing to ask for. It would be strange if you are not impatient. It's almost time. After a year, it's time to change someone else." The wizards on duty were from 2 different academies. One was from the Leah Singer Shelter, and the Burns wizard was from the Torrent Twin Towers Academy, as could be seen from the logo on the wizard's robe. Led by the 2 wizards, the group came to the round tower, where there was a 3rd floor. According to the location distribution, the 3rd floor was located under the sea water. Going down along the stairs on one side, the walls of the 3rd floor were impenetrable, and there were bronze wall lamps on the walls, which emitted orange light. The 4th floor. The 5th floor. The 6th floor. The lower you go, the wider the tower becomes. The bottom floor is the 6th floor, and there are no more steps down. When he got down to the ground, Ivan couldn't help but shrink his neck. It was too cold here. The cold air came from the cylinder in the center of the tower. The diameter of the cylinder was 4 or 5 meters. It was made of some kind of mixed metal. There were chain-like runes on the surface. No one knew what was wrapped inside. "Wait here. Don't walk around or look around," Bernardson told the apprentice in the Monahan hut, and walked a few steps forward to the central cylinder. He and 3 other wizards from different academies stood in different positions, ready to cast secret spells. The 4 of them gestured to each other, and pointed at a rune on the cylinder in front of them. Ivan was surprised to see that the rune actually moved with their fingers. "Isn't this a touch screen?" As the 4 wizards moved the runes, they silently chanted secret spells. The runes in a chain reaction occurred and rotated like gears on the surface of the cylinder. After a few seconds, a triangle fell from the cylinder in each direction. The triangle was about 30 centimeters long and only 2 centimeters thick. It floated directly in front of the wizards. A gap appeared where the triangle fell, revealing the contents of the column, a column made of ice crystals. There was no cold air coming out, but the people around could feel the coldness coming from it, the kind of cold that froze to the bone. "Move aside." Wizard Bernardson grabbed the triangle and turned around, signaling others not to stand behind the outer wall. After the apprentice made way, he stepped forward and gently pushed the triangle, and the triangle floated to a certain position on the outer wall, where there was also a rune pattern. The wall began to shrink in all directions, forming a 2-meter-long and wide window. Outside the window was the deep sea water, which was blocked outside by a protective film. At this time, the triangle was divided into multiple pieces, split into a larger one in the middle and several smaller ones around it, still in a triangular shape. "Take them all." As Bernardson waved his hand, the larger triangle in the middle fell into his own hands, and the other small triangles were sent to the apprentice. Like the others, Ivan took the half-palm-long triangle in his hand. There was a number 29 on it, and he didn't know what it corresponded to. "Be sure not to lose it, otherwise you will have to be prepared to swim back from the sea. I will pass on the method of picking water-burned bubble fruit to each of you. As usual, it needs to be kept strictly confidential. Finally, I warn you that the Academy does not prohibit fighting, but do not cause death. I will be watching you here." Hearing the words of the wizard Bernardson, Ivan and others nodded. Afterwards, they signed a confidentiality agreement, and also obtained all the information about the water-burned bubble fruit, and some information about the secret realm. After learning about the secret realm, Ivan showed a look of surprise. The secret realm was not in this place, but somewhere under the ocean, and the way to enter the secret realm was also a bit unbelievable. "Who's going first?" "Wizard Bernardson, let me try." Under the gaze of others, Wayne took a few steps up and walked under the window. Bernardson told him to do whatever he wanted. Wayne stared at the protective film that isolated the seawater for dozens of seconds, but couldn't see anything. Everyone, I go first." He held the triangular block that had just been distributed, activated it, and jumped straight into the protective film where the window was, disappearing into it. At that moment, many people saw clearly that the seawater outside the protective film was real. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Following Wayne, the apprentices came forward one after another, and entered the secret realm through the window. It was Ivan's turn. He jumped up and passed through the protective film to the outside of the round tower. As soon as he showed his head, he was pulled by a strong pulling force, pulling him to speed out. The protective force turned into a bubble around his body. After he completely came out of the window, the bubble also completely separated from the protective film. Under the bubble-like protective film, he could not actually touch the sea water outside. I don't know how the wizards of the past came up with the idea of using ocean currents as a means of transportation. Ivan adjusted his body and sat down, letting the bubble carry him forward. In fact, it was not the bubble like a protective film that was moving, but the columnar ocean current outside the bubble. It was a pity that he could not see the scenery outside, and he was not a bard, otherwise he would definitely be inspired to recite a poem. A few minutes later, Bubble passed through a thick protective film of flowing water. The sky was bright all around, and an open field came into view. The most conspicuous thing on the field was the erected spires, which numbered over 100. The place where Bubble brought him to was high in the sky, in the ocean current column that spread downward from the sky. He rode the winding ocean current column downward and finally approached a spire below. Ivan could see clearly that the ocean current column he was riding was connected to the top of the spire. The diameter of the column formed by the ocean current became smaller as he went down. It's time to go down. When he was less than 10 meters away from the ground, he activated another node on the triangle block, and the bubble vibrated violently, throwing him out of the ocean current column. He fell from the air and stepped lightly on the land. There was crystal-colored thatch on the ground, which was soft and tough, and just above his knees. Looking around, this water-burning grass was almost everywhere on every inch of the ground around. This is the space inside the secret realm. The secret realm is a place opened up by the Academy to cultivate unique resources. For example, this secret realm located in the ocean can cultivate a fruit called water-burning bubble fruit through planting water-burning grass and a special environment. The water-burning bubble fruit can be used as the raw material for refining alva water. The prescription of alva water is top secret, and there is no way to find out. So far, he only knows that the main ingredient of alva water is water-burning bubble fruit, and he doesn't know anything else. Since it was about the wizard's promotion, he was not arrogant enough to try to derive the formula by himself. This was unrealistic, as he only had one chance to be promoted. Chapter 143. Ivan looked at the sky and saw a lot of winding ocean current columns floating above. The protective film blocked his view above. He looked back and saw a 2-meter-high spire not far behind him. The number on it was 29, corresponding to the triangle in his hand. This spire number 29 is actually connected to 2 ocean current columns, one in and one out, forming a continuous flow cycle. Just now, he arrived here by riding the ocean current column that entered. When the matter is over, he can take another ocean current column to leave the secret realm. It must be said that such a rune magic array was beyond his cognition and was amazing. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Jefferson. The tower over there is my territory. We are neighbors in this place. Evan Marichatin, from the enchantment group. The spires corresponding to the 2 were adjacent, about 600 meters apart. The others were also in a nearby area. The spires were not arranged at equal distances. Some were far away from each other, and Evan could see where Wall Band was on the other side, more than a kilometer away. Jefferson came over to say hello. I'm from the patrol team. He looked at the vast field ahead and said with emotion, this place is really ingenious and unique, but it's also very humid and hot. It feels a bit unbearable to think about staying here for 5 days. The secret realm is not completely dark. The protective film constantly emits light and heat inward, creating a high brightness, high heat, and high humidity environment inside. The air feels sticky. If it were an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to stay for half a day. Just after they entered for a while, water droplets quietly hung on the ends of their hair. As third-class apprentices, the harsh environment did not cause any other negative effects on them. It will get hotter and more stuffy. Yeah, it's uncomfortable just thinking about it. Who asked us to want the water of Alva? Ivan didn't know whether this colleague really didn't like the environment here, or was just making small talk. He just responded to what the other party said. Jefferson suddenly asked, I heard from Wayne that you were also an apprentice in the recent batch, so your qualifications must be good. I am not so good, only third-class talent. Same as you. Ivan did not hide this. This was not something that needed to be kept secret, and could be easily found out. After hearing his answer, Jefferson looked at him in surprise. You came a little early. You must know that you can only enter this secret place once, right? Ivan said, I know, but it doesn't matter. I have to come here sooner or later. The Academy has a rule that each apprentice has only one chance to come here, and the strength requirement is the limit of third-class apprentices like them. This is the same for everyone. However, Ivan suspected that the children of wizard families, like Heidi, did not need to come to pick water-burning bubble fruits. After they picked water-burning bubble fruits, they could exchange them for alva water from the Academy at a rate of 50 for 1. Randall said that this was his easiest chance to get alva water, so he should think it over before making a decision. Ivan thought it over and made sufficient preparations, so he showed up here today. Haha, you think clearly? Jefferson laughed inexplicably, and then said, the distance is 600 meters, half for each person. Whichever side has the water-burning bubble fruit belongs to that side. How about it? No problem. After demarcating the territory, Jefferson left to discuss with others. Looking at the departing figure, Ivan shook his head slightly. He didn't think such a verbal agreement would work. It was related to his future and fate. In the end, he might even attack others directly, not to mention the competition during the picking process. I wonder how the water-burned bubble fruit will appear. He lowered his head and looked at the water-burned grass under his feet. Except for the color, it was not much different from the weeds outside. The spiritual power probed down along the water-burning grass, and after a few seconds, it was withdrawn. As expected, nothing was found, and no trace of any fruit was seen. The growth of water-burning bubble fruit is very magical. They grow in the ground. When the temperature in the secret realm continues to rise, they will be heated and drill out of the ground, floating in the air, and let the apprentice pick them up. This is the only correct way to pick water-burning bubble fruit. The information also stated that picking water-burning bubble fruit is a simple, but not easy process. On the ocean, not far from an uninhabited coast, the two ships kept approaching each other, and when the bows were about to collide, they slowly stopped. There were already many people standing on the ships. Some of them were wearing various apprentice robes, some were wearing leather armor, and some were wearing heavy armor. If someone who knew them was present, they would tell their identities in one sentence: members of the Wandering Wizard Organization. The entire Moon Clamp Peninsula is vast, with numerous countries, cities, towns and villages, and countless populations, but there are only 13 regular wizard academies here, 4 in the north and 9 in the south. The terrain of the Moon Clamp Peninsula is complex and changeable. It is impossible for the academy to manage all the territories. It mainly occupies a large area with a high concentration of energy particles. As for other areas, in the eyes of wizards, the existence of land without value is almost zero. Outside the territory of the regular wizard academy, many inferior wizard forces have emerged. Because these inferior forces are short of resources, they need to run around to find resources, wandering and plundering like hyenas, and are nicknamed Wandering Wizard Organizations by wizards in regular academies. Many people could not even get a decent wizard robe when they joined the Wandering Wizards Organization. Over time, they formed various styles of dressing habits. For example, some senior apprentices preferred to wear thick leather armor. Percy, I brought the person here as agreed. On the left deck of the ship, Hank, a one-eyed middle-aged man wearing leather armor, shouted to the opposite side. While speaking, he gestured behind him, and someone came out of the cabin, holding a fine iron chain with runes in his hand, and at the end of the chain, an ugly half-orc with a collar around his neck was pulled out. This orc has fangs, tiger stripes, and a tail. His body seems to be cast from copper and iron. He is much taller than the people around him. He must have undergone a deep body transformation. However, if you look closely, you will find that the orc's eyes are dull, and he is oblivious to his situation. He looks completely stupid. The man called Percy looked at the orcs for a few times, and showed a satisfied look on his face. How many are there? 6 in total. The minimum requirement for the experimental subject is a knight, and the success rate is less than 1%. Because of these 6 people, the territories we controlled suffered heavy losses, and it will be difficult to recover in a few years. They are not very smart, and can distinguish between enemies and friends through the set breath. Finished products like this can only burst once, and will die suddenly after bursting with all their strength. Hank introduced the orcs he brought with him. These 2 simple sentences were accompanied by a strong smell of blood and piles of bones. The people present all reacted calmly, as if it was a trivial matter. That's enough. Percy nodded. Hank asked, "Where's your insider? Don't say it's not arranged." "According to the time, he will be there soon." "Don't worry, brother Hank. We all know the reputation of our organization. We will definitely do it without any mistakes." "Ha ha ha, brother, I haven't seen the top promotion item bubble fruit yet, so I'm a little anxious. Please forgive me." "Okay, remember to give orders as soon as you enter the secret realm, and let the puppets attack the core tower of the secret realm. What you can gain afterwards depends on your own ability." "No problem." Although the two had their own plans, they were naturally friendly and harmonious before entering the secret realm. Behind the ship that Percy was riding, a narrow, short and strange ship was towed. Most of the ship's hull was immersed in the seawater, with only a small part of the upper part exposed on the sea surface, like a big black fish following the ship. Time passed by minute, and after a while, the guards who stayed behind the ship and the other 20 or so people all got into the small ship, including 6 orcs wearing collars. After the ship started, it sank into the water, and disappeared from the sea after a few seconds. The interior of the ship was as narrow as it looked from the outside, and the height was only half a person's height, so the big and round orcs could only sit on the ground in a ball, and the others either stood with their backs bent, squatted or sat down. There was a crystal ball on the bow, which clearly presented the view outside the ship. Through the crystal ball, you can see the deep sea. After sailing for a long distance, the ship arrived near the designated area. At this time, the surrounding sea water was full of turbulent undercurrents. Under the stirring of the undercurrents, dangerous whirlpools appeared from time to time, which made people in the ship tremble with fear. "Boss, do we really have the life to break into this secret place?" Some undercurrents looked like long saws of death that cut everything wantonly. Some people swallowed their saliva in disgrace after witnessing a huge sea beast being swept into it and left with nothing. You need to be brave to seek wealth and honor. If you want to become a wizard step by step, you must rob and seize step by step. Survival is fate, and death is also fate, Hank said proudly, and his words infected many companions. Don't worry, we have ways to avoid it, Percy said. Without waiting for others to ask, he continued, this is a secret realm that has gone through thousands of years. It is no longer as grand as it was in the past. In the past, the secret realm could accommodate wizards. Now, as long as a wizard appears in it, there is only one result. All the water-burned bubble fruits will be destroyed, and it will be difficult to produce them within 10 years. It's ridiculous that this confinement force was originally used to restrict the sea people, but now it stops the wizards from the academy. Seeing that he knew so much about the secret realm and spoke with details, the others gradually calmed down. Percy did not reveal more. He knew that when the wizard started the secret realm to operate further and began to ripen the water-burned bubble fruit, the secret realm's protective layer would reveal flaws, and then they would enter the secret realm. However, the process of entering was not without danger, so there was no need to tell others about it. The path of a wizard is a bumpy road. Fortunes are sought in danger, but also lost in danger. Without taking any risks, how can you get exciting gains? Chapter 144. In the Secret Realm. It had been several hours since the apprentices entered the secret realm. Everything was normal for the time being, except that the air and water vapor around them were getting hotter and hotter. Ivan felt like he had entered a steamer. If he hadn't been wearing a top-grade apprentice robe, he would have been soaking wet. As time passed, the temperature was still rising slowly, and the sky was getting brighter and brighter. He didn't go anywhere else, but stayed not far from the 29th spire. There must be a reason why Wizard Bernarson arranged them in this area. What about the water-burned bubble fruit? If they don't ripen, I will ripen first. While paying attention to the movements around him, he checked the various items he brought with him to prevent any mistakes. Fortunately, there was no problem. The information stated that after the secret realm was activated, the temperature would correspond to the outside, that is, noon was the hottest time, which was the time when the water-burned bubble fruit was most likely to ripen. At this time, it was getting closer and closer to noon. What he didn't know was that 5 or 6 meters underground, under the pressure of the high temperature and high heat environment, there were roots as fine as hyphae emerging. They were another part of the roots of the water-burned grass group. These roots intertwined a dense network in the soil. At a certain moment, one of the nodes of the net began to absorb the surrounding heat and water vapor through the net without any signs, forming a scattered air mass, which was actually absorbing water energy particles and fire energy particles. After it absorbed enough energy, the scattered air mass trembled violently, and a bubble with high heat was formed. The bubble was small and continued to absorb heat and water vapor. After a while, it trembled for the second time, and the bubble expanded to twice its original size and turned into a medium-sized bubble. It then absorbed a large amount of energy, and after the third tremor, it became a big bubble. The fourth tremor did not cause the bubble to expand in size, but a bright yellow light that enveloped the bubble. Driven by the light, the bubble rose toward the ground along the net, and after a few seconds, it emerged from the ground and appeared in the grass. It's finally here. The moment the water-burned bubble fruit emerged from the ground, Ivan was the first to notice its existence, only 100 meters away. His feet were wrapped in black dough chi, and with the help of a breeze, he appeared in front of the bubble fruit with a few steps. At this time, the appearance of the water-burning bubble fruit was a glowing bubble with a diameter of about 3 centimeters. The heat wave made the surrounding water-burning grass sway constantly. It's so hot! The spiritual power he controlled touched the water-burning bubble fruit first, and there was a strange touch, which felt like holding a red-hot iron, which seemed so real. Not only did his spirit change, but he also triggered an inexplicable resonance in his body, and his blood and dough chi became more active. What a rude and delicate fruit. Ivan suppressed other distracting thoughts, and focused on dealing with the bubbles in front of him. It is not a simple matter to capture the water-burning bubble fruit. The reason why the bubble is glowing is that the bubble has ignited itself, and is burning its own energy. What you need to do is to extinguish the bubble first. If you don't find a way to extinguish the bubble will continue to glow and heat until the last bit of energy is exhausted. There is another thing to pay attention to. You can't ignore that its outer shell is a layer of light bubbles. Too much force will cause the bubble to burst and deflate directly. In short, this is an extremely tedious task. Ivan is skilled in various means, using his spiritual power to continuously rub the bubble, and using clever strength to disperse the light and heat on it, until the bubble becomes an ordinary transparent bubble. After a series of operations, the water-burned bubble fruit in front of him is only half the size. According to the requirements of the Academy, it can only be regarded as half a water-burned bubble fruit. Ivan put the water-burned bubble fruit into a special crystal bottle. In any case, he successfully subdued the first one, which is a good omen. Ivan did not stay where he was. It was unlikely that two water-burning bubble fruits would be produced in one place at the same time. He sensed downward and found that a strange net had appeared deep underground. The net suppressed the area layer by layer, which made the sensing range shrink continuously. He did not get discouraged or give up. He listened while sensing and walked around the 29th spire. There was movement. He sensed the location where the movement occurred. As expected, something appeared there in a strange way. In this place, Ivan witnessed the birth and growth of a water-burning bubble fruit. The trembling transformation was very similar to the formation of the original life seed, a very wonderful process. Unconsciously, he was fascinated. It was not until the water-burning bubble fruit drilled out of the ground with light and heat that he realized something belatedly and realized that the blood and fighting spirit in his body became abnormally active, like water about to boil. After he came to his senses, the fighting spirit in his body began to slowly calm down. As the fighting spirit in his body gradually calmed down, a feeling of loss lingered in his heart. It seemed that he had grasped something just now, but it seemed that nothing had happened. Something invisible was fading away quickly. Forget it, the opportunity cannot be missed. Ivan did not dare to move rashly, for fear that if he disturbed it, the spiritual light would completely disappear. He looked at the water-burning bubble fruit close at hand with regret, and decisively activated a level 4 great wisdom light. At this moment, everything in the outside world became irrelevant to him. The sudden increase of 10 times in understanding and spirituality allowed him to grab the tail of the spiritual light that was about to dissipate, and never let go. Following that spiritual light, he traveled to a strange state, and began to have a new understanding of his fighting spirit and life seeds, a deeper and more essential understanding. At the same time, the fighting spirit in his body became active again. What is that kid doing? Don't blame me for being rude. In the secret realm, Jefferson noticed the unusual situation next door. Someone was actually in a daze there, which made him look at him strangely for a few seconds. After a while, a new water-burning bubble fruit emerged from the ground over there. Seeing this, he ran over there without hesitation. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten what he had said before. Soon, he harvested a new water-burning bubble fruit. You are not trying to comprehend something, are you? Newcomers are newcomers, and they are very brave. Jefferson's face flashed with an unknown look. He took a step closer, and was about to do something when he found that someone was looking at him. It was Walban from the hunting team on the other side. He smiled at Walban and turned back to his own territory. Ivan was left standing there alone. After a moment, Ivan opened his eyes. He could clearly sense the changes in his fighting spirit. From this moment on, I am a great knight. Looking at the entire Shunmai Principality, whether openly or secretly, the number of great knights will not exceed 40, and there are at most 1 or 2 in Fayuport. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it weren't for the coincidence, he didn't know how long it would take to become a great knight. Before he could summon them, many swift with silkworms scattered in the grass around flew back from under his robe and brought back some news. I see. Thank you for your hard work. His face, which had not been happy for long, suddenly darkened. Ivan was not a fool. In such a crowded place, he certainly would not enter the state of enlightenment without scruples. When he activated the light of great wisdom, he had let the swift with silkworms scatter in the bushes. If there was a big change, he would be awakened by the swift with silkworms in the first place. He turned to look behind him, nodded to Walban who had been paying attention to this side, and then hurried to catch the water-burned bubble fruit. The exchange of alva water cannot be neglected. If you don't collect 50, it will be in vain. The second one. The third one. Since it was the first day, the ripening time of the water-burned bubble fruit was only about 40 minutes, and the underground soon fell silent. After a long period of silence, Ivan began to count his harvest. He wasted a lot of time in the middle, and finally harvested 9 water-burned bubble fruits. The Academy has a requirement that a water-burned bubble fruit with a diameter of 3 centimeters is a standard fruit, which means that if evaluated according to this size, his actual harvest can only be counted as 5/1/10 of the target amount. There is a long way to go. Only after the matter was over did Ivan have time to carefully check the changes in his body. In the invisible acupoint near the heart, the Do-Chi group that constituted the seed of life had completed its transformation. The black Do-Chi became deeper and brighter, and there was a light blue halo. The quality of Do-Chi was improved. Starting from the invisible acupoint, the Do-Chi group derived more Do-Chi bundles, crossing the surface of the heart and spreading along the blood vessels to the surroundings, penetrating more tiny blood vessels. It is not difficult to find that the speed of fighting spirit is faster. Ivan has a real feeling that as long as he wants, fighting spirit can easily cover his whole body and turn into a layer of certain thickness, just like leather armor composed of fighting spirit, which was originally as thin as gauze. At the stage of Great Night, fighting spirit can also leave the body and turn into various forms, such as the common fighting spirit slash and fighting spirit arrow. Generally speaking, the 4 or 5 meter fighting spirit slash is the most effective, and the actual effect needs actual testing. Penetration. This fighting spirit trait is indeed closely related to the bat breathing method, and can be further explored. He could sense that his hearing had greatly improved, and his perception ability had also been greatly enhanced, making it easier to capture water-burning bubble fruits. Night breathing experience plus 500. Night breathing, LV5, 314/1500, on the academic master panel. Night breathing was upgraded to level 5. Under the effect of the light of small wisdom, he adapted to the increase in strength in a very short time. The attribute panel also showed significant changes. Strength, 5.0, Agility, 7.4, Constitution, 6.1, Spirit, 15. Compared with before, Agility increased by 1.1 scale, Strength by 0.4 scale, Constitution by 0.6 scale, which is undoubtedly much stronger. What made Ivan happiest was the success rate of promotion. Randall once said that the Great Knight's constitution could increase the success rate of promotion to a wizard by 10%. Counting the original 40% of the third level talent, the success rate has now reached half. This precious progress is also a good start. Chapter 145. Afternoon, the temperature in the secret realm began to slowly drop. The apprentices were busy with their own things, and no one disturbed each other. An hour later, Ivan noticed that the dense nets underground disappeared quietly, as if they had never appeared. It is conceivable that the nets will quietly emerge again tomorrow. He tested his fighting spirit in his spare time. The penetrating characteristics of fighting spirit are related to some kind of fluctuations, like a human-enhanced version of bat sound waves, which allows his fighting spirit to penetrate some objects and achieve the goal of hitting the bull through the mountain. After repeated attempts, he accidentally discovered that he could attach his do-chi to the surface of the swift with silkworm's body. The do-chi would produce a wonderful resonance with the spring buds in the swift with silkworm's body, and the do-chi could also exist briefly after the swift with silkworm flew away. In fact, after the Great Knight's do-chi leaves the body, it will decay over time and distance, which is why do-chi slash is most effective at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Due to the resonance of the spring buds, the do-chi attached to the surface of the swift with silkworm decays much slower. Mumble. The queen silkworm looked stupid, but in fact, it was the most intelligent one in the entire group. After sensing Ivan's intention, it was inspired to make rhythmic insect sounds, trying to delay the decline of its fighting spirit. Insect sounds, fighting spirit, and spring buds. A special resonance was formed between the three, which made Ivan's eyes widen when he saw this scene. Isn't this the key factor he has been looking for? The key factor that allows insects to have breathing methods? The queen silkworm quietly brought him a surprise. The fighting spirit finally dissipated, and the queen silkworm swung her tail unhappily, turning into a wood silkworm and falling into his palm. Well done. Ivan praised generously, and also rewarded the queen silkworm with some Ching mulberry water. Mumble. This queen was happy. This made the queen silkworm, who didn't know why, feel happy. It's always difficult to finish a job, and now that the key factor has been found, Ivan believes that he will soon be able to research the insect breathing method, so that the swift with silkworm can also become stronger through practice, and then it will definitely be a more powerful helper for him. It is worth mentioning that as the queen silkworm's strength increases, her ability to split offspring has improved a lot. Thanks to the queen silkworm's efforts, the number of swift with silkworms has continued to increase. Excluding the swift with silkworms that died unexpectedly, the entire group now has more than 400. Time passed, and it was the next day in a flash. Noon was approaching. What's going on? Like everyone else, Ivan's face looked a little bad, and he was a little confused. The temperature in the secret realm did not rise to the appropriate temperature quickly as they had guessed, but just barely reached the same level as yesterday. Soon, some water-burning bubble fruits emerged from the ground. Ivan did not bother to think about the reason and began to catch water-burning bubble fruits. Like yesterday, the newly generated water-burning bubble fruits were still bright and hot, making people hate and love them. He put the water-burning bubble fruits into the crystal bottle one by one. Half an hour later, The ground was quiet again, and the net hidden deep in the ground disappeared. Sure enough, the duration was shorter than yesterday, and the fruit density was not high. He was prepared in his heart, but he was still a little disappointed. In the end, he harvested 9 pieces, plus yesterday's total of 14 pieces. It is far from the expected goal. If the situation remains the same for the next 3 days, many people will have some crooked thoughts. It is impossible for all participants to be empty-handed. Someone must collect 50 copies, so that they can exchange for a bottle of Alva water. Thinking of this, Ivan glanced at his neighbor intentionally or unintentionally. Coincidentally, Jefferson also glanced at him. When their eyes met, their thoughts were somewhat similar and somewhat different. What the apprentices in the secret realm did not know was that the sea surface had changed dramatically at this time. Spire on the sea. The surrounding ships had already left and would come back to pick people up in a few days. Inside the lowest level of the spire, Wizard Pence said with regret, "What a pity, who would have thought that a sudden rainstorm would come? The secret realm can operate to this extent now, which is the result of our best efforts to maintain it. It's normal. The weather at sea has always changed at any time, and there is no fixed number. It can only be said that they are not very lucky. I hope there will be good weather in the next 3 days, otherwise there may be some trouble inside. I hope everyone will not hurt the harmony because of it. It should be so." Outside, the rain hit the spire with a crackling sound, and the sea was turbulent. As the rain continued to fall, the sea level in a nearby area rose several meters continuously. The wizards in the tower were very relaxed. They didn't care about the small disputes that might arise in the secret realm. As long as no one died, everything else was a small problem. Pence said again, "Wizard Bernardson, I heard that your academy sent a 5th-level talented apprentice this time. Is it necessary for someone with his qualifications to come and seize the water of Alva?" At this time, a light screen composed of energy particles floated next to the column in the center of the tower. As he waved his hand, the scene in the light screen changed, and Wayne's figure appeared clearly on it. Bernardson said casually, "Who knows his thoughts? I don't have a 5th-level talent." Wybeck Wizard of the Black Lagoon Shelter said, "Ha ha ha, the ideas of geniuses are always very strange and confusing. It's always good to experience more." "That's right." Pence nodded. In their eyes, an apprentice with 5th-level talent almost reserved a seat for a wizard, so their attitude towards him was naturally different. Under Pence's manipulation, the scene on the light screen changed again, vaguely showing the entire secret realm. It was another new day, the sun was shining brightly, the sea was calm, and it was a rare good weather. In the secret realm, Ivan could feel the temperature change. As time went by, the temperature continued to rise, far better than yesterday and the day before yesterday. This was the correct way to open it. The closer it got to noon, the higher the temperature and humidity. He was ready to go, ready for a big harvest. Tick-tock. Suddenly, there were sparse raindrops falling from the sky, and a little red in the raindrops was very suspicious. It was rain, mixed with human blood. Ivan couldn't help but look up. His pupils shrank slightly, and he saw that there was something bloody on the rune array membrane above him, spreading rapidly, and something was falling. If he was not mistaken, it was the remains of a corpse that was torn into pieces. "Asshole, you are causing trouble for me at this time." The situation was good today, but something went wrong again. He didn't know what to say. While Ivan was feeling a little uncomfortable, someone above was experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Time went back to a few minutes ago. Under Percy's control, the small ship that had been lurking nearby took the opportunity to come out and crashed into a column of ocean current at the risk of being destroyed. This collision almost destroyed the small ship and killed everyone on board. Under the squeeze of the ocean current, the narrow and long hull of the small ship suffered an unprecedented heavy blow, and the hull kept compressing inward. Especially in the middle and rear part of the ship, many places collapsed in an instant, and several people were unable to avoid it and died on the spot. Seeing that the entire ship was about to be squeezed into thin slices, at the critical moment, Percy activated multiple backup measures to make the ship full again. There was an extra layer of protective film in the cabin, and the small ship successfully crashed into the ocean current. However, after this compression and filling, a gap appeared on one side of the ship. The protective film was slowly recovering, and seawater was constantly pouring in, and seawater was also discharged by the protective film, along with the people who had just been crushed. The interior of the ship was in a mess. Flash vortex barrier, here I come. Percy stood at the front of the ship, where the defense was the strongest. He chose to turn a blind eye to everything that happened behind. Hank was a little upset, but he didn't complain. The risk had been made clear, and no one could be blamed if he died. The ship rushed towards the secret realm along the ocean current, getting closer and closer. In a few dozen seconds, they would reach the secret place where the water-burned bubble fruit was born. The things that were listed as forbidden by the regular academy would be allowed to be taken by them. Inside the spire. At the moment when the incident occurred, the wizards could no longer remain calm. They soon found out the truth of the matter. Someone was recklessly plotting against the secret realm of the flash vortex. The other party was riding the ocean current and approaching the secret realm. The spire was quite a distance away from the secret realm, and they were too late to stop it. Pence looked at the four people and said coldly, "The secret realm of the flash vortex is constantly moving. Even we cannot accurately lock its location. This situation can only mean one thing. One of the apprentices is an insider, and he has used some means to connect the inside and the outside." At this time, there were 5 wizards on the ground floor. Hearing his analysis, the other wizards nodded slightly in agreement. Bernard's son reminded everyone, "Now is not the time to pursue this. Think about how to deal with it first." This is true. The incident has already happened. The most important thing is to calm down the incident, and then find a way to slowly find the traitor. Such a madman, just go and kill him. Leave it to the apprentices. I believe in the students of our academy. That's right, they are all potential wizard seeds. This matter cannot be unhandled. Let's think about how to find out the traitor. The academy will never allow such people to exist. Others spoke up one after another, their words full of murderous intent like the cold winter. After a few words, the wizards discussed a countermeasure. In the energy particle light screen in the center of the tower, the picture kept changing. After a while, the picture showed that the enemy had entered the secret realm and took measures before landing. A kind of energy storage crystal was thrown out by them. The energy storage crystal hit the spire they were about to approach first, and was ejected to the ground. A large amount of dense smoke came out, which was ominously toxic and enveloped the surrounding area. Then, one after another, people broke through the ocean current column and fell into the area covered by smoke. Some puppet creatures drank special potions, and their bodies began to change. This must be the first move of these lunatics. On the other side, the apprentices who were highly expected by the wizards stood together in 2s and 3s. Everyone was on guard and blocked the front of the people who caused the turmoil. Not far behind them was the center of the secret realm, which was also the core position of the secret realm. They did not act rashly and waited for orders. Give orders to the students. Seeing that the students were not alarmed in the chaos, the wizards were all satisfied. At Pence's urging, the wizards of each academy issued new instructions. Chapter 146. In the secret realm, Ivan stared at those daring people not far away with anger in his heart. If it wasn't unwise to act now, he would have wanted to go forward and poke a few bloody holes in these people. These people are too good at finding the right time. The water-burned bubble fruit is about to emerge, and it is time for a good harvest. Wait a little longer, the wizard Bernard's son will give instructions soon. Next to him was Walban, who had a dark face. Just as he said before setting off, the two of them would be together to take care of each other. As soon as the words fell, both of them noticed something was wrong and took out the small triangle block. After activating their respective triangle blocks, the somewhat cold voice of the wizard Bernard's son sounded at the same time. The majesty of the academy cannot be challenged. No matter who the invaders are, kill them all and leave no one alive. Protect the vortex spire in the secret realm. We will watch you. The 3 people who contribute the most will receive a portion of Alva water, and that's it. This wizard is waiting for your good news. Thousands of miles apart, the killing intent of the wizard Bernard's son can be heard through the sound. It is indeed a new order. Ivan and Walban looked at each other, and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. For the apprentices in the secret realm, compared with capturing the water-burning bubble fruits one by one, it is obviously more convenient and clear to eliminate the foreign enemies. This is definitely a pleasant surprise. The wizard can take out 3 portions of Alva water as a reward, which shows the anger of the academy. The expressions of the apprentices around them looking at the invaders have changed. On the other side, after a dangerous voyage, Percy and his party arrived at the secret realm in a rough way. They checked their losses immediately. 5 people died one after another. Now, including 6 orcs, there are only 20 people left. Hank's people lost more for people. There was 1 person on the other side and 4 on our side. Many people were injured to varying degrees. Such a sharp contrast made Hank's face a little gloomy. There is no better way to deal with the situation just now. Some sacrifices are inevitable. Alas, we underestimated the difficulty of the Millennium Secret Realm. After all, this is where the water-burning bubble fruit is produced. The water-burning bubble fruit is an excellent medicine to assist in the promotion of a formal wizard. Several major colleges absolutely prohibit the sale of banned items. How can you reap the rewards without paying? Percy knew that this was not the time to fall out with Hank, so he tried to say comforting words. While speaking, his people kept throwing out energy storage crystals. After the crystals exploded, a large amount of high-temperature smoke came out, causing more areas around to be covered by smoke, and the temperature was also rising. Okay, we do what we agreed to do. Hank interrupted him. He didn't care much about other people's lives, but with such a huge loss, he had to show his attitude. Then let's get started. We don't have much time left. What are you all standing there for? Get to work. Afterwards, Hank's people began to feed the orcs with specific potions, one after another. As the orcs swallowed the potions, changes began to occur in their bodies, and the characteristics of beasts became more and more obvious. A wild and violent breath rose up, and there was a nauseating strong stench. After a while, the potion stopped feeding. Banala ala dashi. Hank took out a golden scepter with a sharp top, and he quickly passed by the orcs, poking the golden scepter at the heart of the orcs, poking one person once, accompanied by some secret words, to open the imprisoned level. After completing this series of operations, Hank quickly retreated away from the area where the orcs were, and the others did the same. The next second, all the orcs' bodies began to swell, gradually losing their human features. One after another, huge blood-marked tigers were generated, with bodies as long as 17 or 18 meters. At first glance, the blood-colored lines all over their bodies were exposed blood vessels, ugly and hideous. Not bad, not bad, these ignorant people have indeed cultivated the blood hunters that were ahead hundreds of years ago. Percy witnessed the changes of the orcs from beginning to end, and he saw it more carefully than anyone else. The moment he saw the blood-marked giant tiger, a knowing smile appeared on his face. He was the one who gave Hank the method of making biological puppets. He knew the details of this kind of puppet best, and also knew the special features of these puppets. At present, it is only a semi-finished product, and there is still a key step away from the real blood hunter, but there is no need to rush for the time being. Let them destroy and stir up trouble first. After the blood-marked giant tiger evolved, it kept roaring violently around, as if announcing their arrival. Go! Hank shouted. It was not easy to drive such a huge creature. Hank only controlled one of them, and the others were controlled by his companions. 6 people controlled 6 blood-marked tigers. Under their command, the blood-marked tiger ran forward, and its feet made a dull sound when they stepped on the ground. The center of the secret realm was in front of them. On the other hand, the apprentices of the academy, who received the wizard's command, began to approach. They could feel the extra hot breath in the smoke from a distance, which made them have a bad guess. The other party might want to further ripen the water-burned bubble fruit in this way. Before they could step forward, 6 blood-marked giant tigers rushed out of the range covered by the smoke, and their huge bodies were clearly revealed in the apprentice's vision. After the blood-marked giant tiger rushed out, it crashed into the spire, causing the spire to shake constantly, and the ocean current column connected to the spire to sway violently. The material of the vortex spire is very stable, and it did not deviate temporarily after the collision. In the eyes of the apprentices around, this was a blatant provocation. From the perspective of the academy, protecting the facilities in the secret realm is an important thing, so killing these blood-marked giant tigers will make a significant contribution. Instead of rushing into the thick fog where the situation is unknown, it is better to eliminate these minions first. This is what most of the academy apprentices thought. Kill! The apprentices have already dispersed tacitly, and divided into teams to deal with the 6 blood-marked giant tigers. They launched tentative attacks with various means. For a time, the ice was cold, the thunder was shining, the flames were red, and the energy particles were fierce. After a test, they came to a conclusion in their hearts that these giant tigers in front of them were just biological puppets that looked shocking, but in fact they had serious intellectual defects. They were the products of laboratory transformation, and were essentially no different from sea beasts used to pull boats. There are ways to deal with it. Mage's Hand. Immobilization spell. Shock spell. The apprentice changed his methods, and began to use more spells related to mental power manipulation. This kind of biological puppet has a drawback that cannot be ignored. The mental power is weak. Once it is subjected to a high-intensity mental shock, there will become confused, and then lose control at the mental level. Mental power is the core that maintains everything. Without it, the huge body will also become disordered, the defense will be greatly reduced, and even directly cause the collapse of flesh and blood. Roar! Under the attack of their many mental spells, the blood-marked giant tiger was not hurt at all. Instead, it leaped forward with a violent look. The apprentices in front of them were so scared that they dodged and avoided the sharp edge of the giant beast. You can't be careless when dealing with this kind of biological puppet. These giant beasts are particularly powerful. You must not be hit directly by them. Otherwise, with the apprentices' defense, they will be seriously injured or even die. In previous missions, many apprentices saw team members die here with their own eyes, so their reactions were quicker than each other. No, the mental impact is not enough. Try to attack from the same position and work together to destroy its will. Compared to elemental spells, mental spells are more elusive, and the scope of application and effect are unclear. For example, against enemies, who are also wizard apprentices, this kind of spell is often ineffective. Coupled with the difficulty of exploring far beyond elemental spells, most third-level apprentices have lost interest in optimizing and studying. This does not include Ivan. Hand of the Black Magic. On one side, Ivan turned out a large magic stone water in his hand, used it as a spell material, and slapped it out with one palm. A huge palm wrapped in black light appeared in front of him. The palm was more than 1 meter wide, with clear lines on the palm and faint runes flashing on the palm. This unusual palm directly slapped the blood-marked giant tiger. The Black Devil's hand struck at a fast speed, and before the blood-marked giant tiger could react, a palm hit its head. This hit stunned the blood-marked giant tiger, suppressing its spirit and making its will slow. Its huge body suddenly stiffened for a moment, and its energy was disordered, revealing a fatal flaw. Ivan had anticipated this, and he swiftly swung the Iron Shell's sword, and a crescent-shaped fighting spirit flew out, beheading the blood-marked giant tiger. The tiger's head fell to the ground, and its huge body collapsed. Good trick. Seeing that the biological puppet was solved so quickly, the one who attacked was Ivan, an apprentice who had been enrolled for half a year. This was something that others had not expected. Many people around were stunned, including Walban. Ivan was also very satisfied. The previous attack should have been above 13 scales, and the effect was as expected. However, this is only the first enemy. Then, he ran towards another blood-marked giant tiger, and many of his apprentices followed him. When he got close, Ivan already had a special magic stone water in his hand, and he slapped it again, and the black magic hand was used again. Many people noticed that he used magic stone water as a spell material, and they couldn't help but feel speechless. This is a mental potion that cannot be bought on the market. Although it has no effect on them, it is also a very luxurious behavior. Ivan didn't know what others thought. He didn't do this to show off, but for an internal reason. Because when using magic stones as casting materials, the number should not be too many. For low-grade magic stones is the upper limit. Too many will pollute one's own mental power. He compared it. It is more convenient to use magic stone water. Boom. After a palm, the second blood-marked tiger fell to the ground. To deal with this blood-marked tiger, Ivan only used one palm, and when the tiger's body became stiff, it was killed by someone first. No matter what, his contribution cannot be ignored. The flesh and blood in the body of the fallen tiger showed new changes, becoming loose and flabby, as if it was about to melt into glue. The apprentice was busy dealing with other blood-marked tigers, and no one saw this strange change. Chapter 147. When the blood-marked giant tiger rushed out of the smoke, the invaders did not follow it out. Their purpose was not to kill or destroy, but to snatch the water-burning bubble fruit produced in the secret realm. The blood-marked giant tiger was a pawn they threw out to attract the attention of the Academy apprentices. When they get enough water-burning bubble fruit, they will take action against the Academy apprentices, or find a way to escape from the secret realm. This is their conspiracy. Ha ha ha, this is the water-burning bubble fruit. It is indeed extraordinary. It's so hot, ha ha ha, it's so satisfying. The joy of harvest made laughter ring out in the high-temperature smoke. When they entered the secret realm, the time was already stuck at the time when the water-burned bubble fruit was about to mature. Coupled with the high-temperature smoke produced by the energy storage crystal prepared by Percy, the environment in a nearby area had exceeded the critical point, and the water-burned bubble fruits began to emerge from the ground one after another. However, their joy did not last long, and the plan had a little flaw. Oh no, the puppet beast I controlled was killed. Suddenly, an apprentice shouted with a pale face, making the atmosphere around quiet. This is impossible. After hearing his words, some people were unwilling to believe it. It was too fast. However, the other party had no reason to lie. He's dead. I suffered some backlash. The man emphasized that the backlash made him look a little depressed, but fortunately the situation was not serious. The sudden situation was a bit unexpected by others, and they looked at Percy and Hank who led the team. Don't worry about that. Hurry up and collect the bubble fruit. We don't have much time left, Hank said to his men. Yes. Although Percy was a little skeptical, he didn't object. Since both of them said so, the others could only hurry up to capture the water-burning bubble fruit. As many as they could collect counted. As Hank said, it was foreseeable that they would not be able to collect the water-burning bubble fruit safely later. What people didn't expect was that the second blood-marked giant tiger would die so quickly. Oh no, my puppet beast is dead too. Another person cried out in pain, adding a layer of gloom to everyone's face, including Hank and Percy. The death of the first puppet beast, they can say that the other party used to kill her. The second one followed, which showed that the apprentices of the academy had the means to restrain the puppet beasts. If this continued, their plan would fail, and those people would soon be killed in the smoke. The smoke around was indeed toxic, but it was mainly used to ripen the water-burned bubble fruit, which would definitely not stop the apprentices of the academy. Mr. Hank, this won't work. We must take the initiative and fight your beasts side by side. Percy couldn't stay any longer. His purpose was not just to get the bubble fruit. No need. Our agreement is over. Let's just wait and see. But Hank didn't agree. His purpose was just to get the bubble fruit. He couldn't fight the apprentices of the academy. You should have other purposes. As long as it doesn't hinder us, you can do whatever you want. Boss Hank is right. Don't even think about using us to help you do anything. Go away. Don't blame us for falling out. What Hank said was exactly what his companions were thinking. Now that they were in the secret realm, Percy was no longer the one who had the final say. Okay. Percy looked at the others with an embarrassed look on his face, waved to his own people, and turned to run out of the thick fog. On the other side, the academy apprentices were fighting fiercely. But not all apprentices were hunting puppet creatures. Some tried to enter the area covered by the smoke, thinking of fishing in troubled waters, such as Jefferson. However, they did not dare to go deep because the other side had a lot of people. There were also people who had no intention of fighting for the 3 alva waters, and were catching the rare water bubble fruits in places far away from the puppet creatures, such as Wayne. Boom! In the fierce battle area, under Ivan's clutches, the third blood-marked giant tiger fell. He was not in a hurry to go and kill the other giant tigers, but chose to stop and drink a mental power recovery potion to replenish his mental power. He did not forget that there were more enemies in the smoke, and these people might join the battlefield at any time. After 3 wins in 3 battles, the others also consumed a lot of energy, and were not in a hurry to go forward to encircle and kill the blood-marked giant tiger. These foreign apprentices have many ways. I guess they are collecting water-burning bubble fruits. I wonder how many they have collected. Any amount is fine. We just keep them temporarily. Pay attention later. Don't let those people take our water-burning bubble fruits away. In the eyes of most apprentices, no matter how many water-burning bubble fruits the outsiders collect, they are just temporarily stored there. When the thick smoke fades, they can kill them and take them back. The result is the same. Based on this, they are not in a hurry to deal with those people. The apprentices on this side are resting, while the apprentices on the other side are still strangling the blood-marked tiger, and the battle is in full swing. It is not difficult to find that the blood-marked tiger has the characteristics of most laboratory synthetic creatures: strong strength, strong physical strength, fast recovery, high elemental resistance, and a thick skin and meat. Usually, this kind of puppet creature has another nickname, War Beast, which is a war machine specially developed by wizards to fight against alien races. In a war with a large number of people, this kind of puppet creature often turns into a battlefield meat grinder. The best way to deal with this kind of giant beast is to use spiritual means, provided that it can produce enough spiritual shock, otherwise spiritual spells are like tickling. A combined attack is also not effective. Spiritual spells often have a spell judgment. Only when you overwhelm the opponent can you cause damage. If you can't overwhelm the opponent, it will be invalid. Quantitative change is difficult to cause qualitative change, unless there is a rune magic array specifically used for combined attack. The apprentices present obviously didn't have it, and the battle situation has been tense. After resting for dozens of seconds, Ivan stepped forward to join the battle again, and many people moved upon hearing the news. The Hand of the Black Demon. The Hand of the Black Demon can be regarded as the nemesis of the blood-marked giant tiger. The giant beast that still resisted stubbornly under the long-term attack of others was suddenly stiffened after being attacked by the Hand of the Black Demon. The energy inside and outside the body lagged behind, and the defense was greatly reduced. Under the siege of others, the 4th blood-marked giant tiger was killed. Percy just led his men to the edge of the smoke and saw Ivan leading the team to kill the puppet giant beast. Only then did he realize that the other party really had a means of restraint. This guy caused a serious deviation in the plan, which made him curse inwardly. If you have a chance, kill the guy first. Understood. After giving the order, he led his men forward to prepare to join the remaining 2 puppet beasts. They had items that emitted special auras, and the puppet beasts would not actively attack them. Go over there. After so much noise, the remaining 2 puppet beasts were not close to each other. Seeing Ivan leading his men to strangle one of the beasts, Percy had no choice but to join the other one. As soon as Percy and his men came out of the smoke, they were targeted by the apprentices of the academy. In terms of means, they asked themselves that they would not lose to these people who ran out of nowhere. The cowards are out. I go meet them. No one can snatch it from me. Let's go together. At least we can take care of each other. The puppet creatures are not easy to kill. Some people think it's better to deal with the invaders wearing various costumes. Many people responded at once. In the blink of an eye, the team was divided into 2. Ceasefire. In addition to issuing new instructions, the wizards also stopped the accelerated operation of the secret realm, so that the temperature no longer continued to rise. Unexpectedly, the invaders were well prepared and used energy storage crystals to ripen the water-burned bubble fruit by themselves. Seeing this, the wizards had a gloomy face until they saw the puppet creatures die one after another. Wizard Bernardson, this little guy is a student of your academy, right? The spells he developed are very interesting. Ivan killed the puppet creatures one after another, which caught the attention of the wizards. It is indeed ingenious. It uses the magician's hand as the prototype and the magic stone water as the casting material. He must be a pharmacist, Hubeck said. There are runes on it. The rune attainments are not shallow. He should be an enchanter. Pence disagreed. It is worth mentioning that he himself is an enchanter. Hearing these words, Bernardson smiled. It must be said that Ivan's actions really made the academy proud. Like Wayne, he is also a recent student who joined the academy. Bernardson said. Oh, then what about his talent? Burns asked curiously. Bernardson was speechless. Not very good? 3rd-class talent. This qualification was indeed a bit unexpected, and Bernardson was a little silent after he finished speaking. It is hard to say whether a 3rd-class talent can become a wizard in the end. If not, no matter how amazing you are in other aspects, everything is in vain. Why do you all only care about talent? 3rd class is not bad. If he can transfer to our Torrent Twin Towers, I would like to accept him as my apprentice and help him become a formal wizard. Pence was excited to see the prey and tried to say. He has a mentor. Bernardson rejected it without thinking. An apprentice, who is about to be promoted to a wizard, what kind of academy should he transfer to? It's a pity that someone has the audacity to bring it up. Haha, just kidding. Pence laughed and didn't mention the topic anymore. While the wizards were chatting, they did not forget to stare at the energy particle screen and the changes in the secret realm. Under Ivan's leadership, the 5th puppet creature was killed. His contribution can basically lock one of the Alva waters. Not far away, the students of the 4 major colleges obviously have more skills than the apprentices of the Wandering Wizard organization. In a short while, they caused heavy casualties to the other side. What is that? In the picture, Percy found an opportunity to throw something at the puppet creature, which looked like a black heart. The black heart touched the blood on the puppet creature's wound and suddenly drilled into the puppet creature's body. The puppet creature roared like crazy, and its flesh and blood kept wriggling and even bursting, causing wisps of blood mist to form. The next second, a blood-colored halo appeared around the puppet creature. This is the blood halo. It seems to be a high-risk creature, the blood hunter. Seeing this scene, the words in the mouths of the 2 wizards blurted out. The blood hunter is a high-level war beast developed by wizards. It is born with a blood halo, and can draw power from blood to recover and become stronger. The more creatures die on the battlefield, the harder it is to kill the blood hunter. It is known as blood is immortal, and hunting is endless. Because a puppet creature lost control once, causing the death of a large number of its own people, the blood hunter was listed as a high-risk creature that is prohibited from synthesis. It needs to meet many conditions before it can be produced and sent to the battlefield. This time, they actually appeared in the Flash Vortex secret realm. These lunatics with ulterior motives are truly hateful. Chapter 148. It's not a complete form. A complete blood hunter is 100 meters long, and even we have trouble dealing with it. In the particle light screen, the puppet creature's changes continued. Relying on the blood aura, it began to absorb the power of blood. The source was the person just killed by the apprentice. With the support of the blood power, it showed a much better recovery ability than before. In a few seconds, the blood-colored lines on the puppet creature's body became more vivid, and turned into blood-colored tentacles while wriggling, and its appearance was more hideous than before. It has a blood halo, and there are many corpses in the secret realm. I have to go there. Pence couldn't sit still anymore, and decided to go there himself. Okay. Support, we will give you news. If things are impossible, we will give up the production of water-burned bubble fruit in the past 10 years. The others looked at each other, and agreed with his approach. In a while, they will contact the Academy. It is not really certain whether Pence will be needed to enter the secret realm in the end. But one thing is certain, no one who breaks into the Flash Vortex secret realm will escape, otherwise where will the face of the 4 major academies be, and they will be ashamed. In the secret realm, when the blood-marked giant tiger's aura rose significantly, and a rare aura spell appeared, the apprentices who besieged it suddenly had a bad feeling. The apprentices of the Academy increased their spell attacks, but they could not resist the blood-marked giant tiger's further recovery. Asshole, you dare to escape. Chase! After completing his plan, Percy chose to run away at the first time. His action disgusted many people. Several spells fell on him. At the critical moment, Percy had a shield in his hand, which was a magic item, blocking the attack. However, the people who followed him suffered, and the only 2 companions who remained were drowned in the violent energy. Percy successfully left the battle, and ran all the way to the smoke, and the 3 Academy apprentices chased after him. On the other side, Ivan and others had just killed the 5th giant tiger when they found that the last one had changed, and even the halo spell that they had only heard of but never seen appeared. What should we do? Observe first. Someone urged him to go over, but Ivan would never choose to rush forward. Before he could get close, the blood-marked giant tiger turned into a blood-touched giant tiger, and the newly generated blood-colored tentacles pierced into the corpses around it, and the corpses began to shrink. Quick, destroy the giant beast's corpse. I go over there. Seeing this, the apprentices immediately reacted and realized that they must not let the other party absorb power in this way, otherwise once the other party gained momentum, there would be endless troubles. The others went to destroy the giant beast's corpses in various positions. Ivan, Walban, and the other 2 approached the blood-marked giant tiger step by step. Boom. The apprentice's action of destroying the giant beast's corpse angered the blood-marked giant tiger, and a blood-colored energy ball spit out of its mouth. The blood-colored energy ball contained a lot of power, but the condensation process was not fast enough, so the apprentice over there dodged it first, and the giant beast's corpse behind them suffered instead, and was blasted to pieces by the blood-colored energy ball. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere. The blood-marked tiger became even more angry. It rushed towards the corpse of a giant beast that was closer. The other corpses that were being absorbed were rolled up by its tentacles and hung on it, looking horrible. After absorbing some of the power, its momentum became stronger, and its size increased. It rushed all the way and squeezed one of the vortex spires to a crooked position by 7 or 8 centimeters. The current column connected to the tower was even more crooked. The blood-marked tiger rushed to the corpse of the giant beast, and many tentacles pierced into the huge corpse. The corpse was like pumping water with a water pipe, causing the corpse of the giant beast to shrink at an unusual speed, while the tiger was obviously getting bigger and stronger. The people not far away were shocked by this scene. If it goes on like this, it will be terrible. Ivan, is there any way? Asked Walban. Let's try. Ivan was unsure. He knew that he couldn't let the tiger absorb more power. If the secret realm was damaged, it would inevitably affect the output of water-burning bubble fruit. If there was a chance to get 2 alba waters at once, he would certainly not choose only one. You cover me, disturb it for a moment, and don't let it leave. Okay. Others also realized the seriousness of the matter, and chose not to refuse. The Academy Alliance has a rule that each apprentice can only come to the Flash Vortex secret realm once. This is not a joke. No matter what the reason, once is once. The Academy Alliance will not make an exception for them. Everyone started to act. Ivan took a small round plate from his bracelet, and made it gigantic into a disc the size of a bronze mirror. The disc was made of magic stone powder mixed with other materials, and it was engraved with a rune beam array. He held the array plate in his left hand, took a bottle of magic crystal water, and 3 bottles of magic stone water, and placed them on it, arranging them in order. The next second, the array plate started. The runes on it emitted a bright light, and the spiritual power potion was pulled out of the glass bottle, and quickly transformed into ink-colored energy. The ink-colored energy flowed into his left palm, and his right palm pushed forward. Black Magic Hand. This was the strongest attack of the Black Magic Hand he had explored. The palm formed was more than 2 meters wide, with clear outlines and lines. The vast energy seemed to exceed the limit of the apprentice, which made others look sideways. Facing such an attack, if it were any other creature or apprentice, they would have already taken measures. However, the blood-patterned giant tiger was a little slow to react. It was hit accurately by the black demon's hand, and its body froze. Everything inside and outside its body stagnated for a moment, and its defense was wide open. At this critical moment, the body stiffening is undoubtedly fatal. The other apprentices rushed forward and killed the blood-patterned giant tiger on the spot, smashing its head. Wait, it's not dead yet. That black heart, it must be that black heart that's causing trouble. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they were surprised to find that the blood-marked giant tiger's flesh was still wriggling. Judging from the trend, it would soon grow a new head. Without waiting for others to make a move, Ivan stepped forward and slashed. When the fighting spirit slash approached the giant tiger's flesh, it suddenly penetrated through, as if it had never appeared, and then slashed the hidden black heart. The huge body of the blood-marked giant tiger fell to the ground with a thud. Several people were a little stunned. They could also deal with such a dying beast, but they couldn't do it so easily. I just wanted to ask, is this the Great Knight's fighting spirit? Yes. The power of the giant palm exceeds 15 scales. Is it 17 scales? Almost, around 16 or 17 scales. I haven't tested it. Whether it is the Great Knight's fighting spirit or the spell that exceeds the limit of the apprentice, they are all things that the third-level apprentices are interested in. When Ivan began to dissect the blood-marked giant tiger, they couldn't help asking. On the side, Wallban sighed in his heart, and was more convinced that he had not made a mistake. This guy is indeed a very talented person. Ivan finished the autopsy, and found the black heart that was split in two. The heart was still beating. The tiger was dead anyway, and there was no chance of recovery. Meet Keenan of the Torrent Twin Towers. Cardisi, the Singer's Sanctuary. Including Ivan and Wallban, there were only 4 people left. They had a sense of comradeship and introduced themselves to each other briefly. They were considered to have known each other. Go over there. Don't let others get away with it. Keenan looked at the area covered by smoke. The smoke was dissipating quickly. Someone had already sneaked into the area to clear out the invaders. You go first. I just consumed a lot of energy and need to rest for a while. Ivan motioned them to go first. The power of the attack just now was indeed not small, and the corresponding price was also very high. The temporary rune array engraved on the array disc was equivalent to a disposable item. The mental power consumed about 8 scales, which was more than he expected. He needed to replenish and recover. After Wallban and the others left, he thought about it, and wrapped up the 2 halves of the black heart without any disgust, and put them aside for later study. When he recovered, he rushed to the smoke-shrouded area. The smoke had dispersed, and it was not his turn to attack. Percy died in Wayne's hands, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness. Hank fell under Jefferson's magic attack. Other invaders were also inferior to the apprentices trained by the academy, and were killed one by one without exception. Those who participated in the cleanup gained more or less. Ivan was helpless about this. On this day, due to the interference of the invaders, Ivan did not harvest any water-burned bubble fruit. In the spire, Pence received a message and rushed back from the sea. He was happy to make this trip in vain, so that the output of the Flash Vortex Secret Realm would not be wasted for 10 years. Reward? We must give a big reward to the apprentice named Ivan. I think it would be better to give him an extra bottle of Alva water, which would be equal to his record of killing the Blood Hunter, Pence suggested. If Ivan hadn't acted in time, once the Blood Hunter grew up, the Secret Realm would definitely be destroyed. In this regard, his contribution was huge, and he was a standout. Seeing his excited look, the others laughed. But this matter is not decided by the people present. It involves 4 colleges, and there are many twists and turns. It is difficult to give an additional reward. The other party must change his surname to make it possible. How about changing to a bottle of top-grade Alva water? The second contribution is medium, and the third is low-grade. Good. Bernarson proposed a compromise, which was agreed by the other 4 wizards. The Secret Realm was in such a mess that even Fowler, who had been guarding it, came down. Fowler was from the Leah Singer shelter. You are so boring. Seeing that they were unwilling to contribute, Pence had to give up. After discussing the reward, the problem came to the investigation of the inner traitor. Although the invader had been killed, it was not certain whether the other party had other purposes, or just wanted to snatch the water-burning bubble fruit. Even the Blood Hunters are involved. They know so much about the Flash Vortex Secret Realm, and have taken great pains to arrange an insider. This wizard does not think that their plan is just to scald the bubble fruit, so we must investigate it strictly," Pence said solemnly. "It should be so." Fowler was the first to agree. The two wizards are the wizards who take turns to guard the spire. If there is a problem in the secret realm, they cannot escape responsibility. No other hidden dangers can be left. The other wizards did not object. The insider must be found out, and the hidden dangers must be checked. If there are any problems in the future, it will be a joke. Well, you two can exchange and search for traces of apprentices from other academies," Pence said again. "I'm here to check the hut in the anthill of Mona. Do you mind, Wizard Bernard's son?" Woodbike from the Black Lagoon shelter volunteered. "Of course, Wizard Fowler, and I will check again. It's not that we don't trust you, it's our duty, and I'm sure you won't mind." Pence and Fowler looked at each other and emphasized, "This is the normal procedure," and no one objected. But no one noticed that a trace of haze flashed across Wizard Wibbick's eyes. Chapter 149. It must be said that the education of regular colleges is indeed unique. Apprentices are generally well trained and cannot be compared with those organized by wandering wizards. After a battle, only one person from the 4 major colleges was seriously injured and dying, and returned to the spire first. The other injured people remained in the Flash Vortex secret realm after treatment, and continued to collect water-burned bubble fruits. On the 4th day, the secret realm returned to normal. The ripening of the water-burned bubble fruits was not affected by the battle the day before, and everyone finally put down their worries. Ivan is good at catching water-burned bubble fruits. After working for about 50 minutes, he harvested 12 water-burned bubble fruits. A total of 26, far from 50. This number can be concluded that he will definitely not reach the goal tomorrow, which makes him a little unwilling. Waltban walked over slowly. "How is the harvest?" "Not up to expectations. What about you?" Ivan shook his head slightly. "There are still 16 to go. Yesterday's incident has some impact on today. This is not the normal output for the 4th day," Waltban said in a deep voice. "If the temperature and humidity in the secret realm were to rise step by step from the 1st day, 1 step a day, the maximum output on the 5th day would be 20 portions. Due to yesterday's interruption, today's output was affected, which would inevitably affect tomorrow." He was not sure whether he could collect 16 portions of water-burned bubble fruit tomorrow. In fact, he participated in the siege of the area covered by smoke yesterday, but he went there late, and only harvested 5 portions of water-burned bubble fruit, but someone got a big bargain. This made him feel bad. "We are not very lucky," Ivan said helplessly. "Based on your record yesterday, you must have a share of Alva water. To be honest, I think one is not enough to commend your contribution." Wilbin said affirmatively that if the giant beast with a blood halo had not been solved early, there would be no harvest in the next 2 days. His contribution must be ranked first, there is no doubt about that. But it is hard to say for others. "It is not just my credit. Be careful tonight." After a few seconds of pause, Waltban reminded. Ivan understood. Due to the influence of the 2nd and 3rd days, the number of water-burned bubble fruits collected by everyone was generally not high. What to do if the amount is not enough? Of course, rob others. Tonight is a good time. It's dark and windy at night, suitable for doing big things. There must have been a fight in the secret realm before. Otherwise, why would Wizard Bernard's son emphasize not to kill people? Waltban said seriously, "But there is one thing that is not easy to do. It is easy to leave troubles if you sneak attack the same college, and robbing other colleges may lead to a big fight, and safety is not guaranteed. Besides, we just fought side by side yesterday, and now we have to fight each other. It's embarrassing to start a war. It's better to pick an easy target." That makes sense. Listening to his well-reasoned analysis, Ivan was speechless. He even considered all these, so he must have some ideas. "What are your plans tonight?" Wilbin changed the subject. "You ask me?" Ivan looked at him in surprise. "Of course, according to the current pace, I am at most 2 or 3 portions of water-burned bubble fruit short, or maybe 1 portion. There is no need to make a big move. If you are ambitious to get the 2nd portion of Alva water, you must take action." "So? You take action, I support you, and I take 3 portions of water-burned bubble fruit in the end, and the rest will be yours." Wilbin's calculations were jingling, but this guy's words were not rough, and it was possible to collect 16 portions of water-burned bubble fruit in the last day. "I think about it. Determine the goal as soon as possible." Wilbin didn't force it. He walked a few steps away and thought of something. He turned around and asked, "Do you want me to give you a suggestion?" "Tell me." "Your other neighbor." Ivan waved his hand, neither agreeing nor rejecting, but he had to say that this proposal hit the spot. He had not forgotten the news reported by Sun Yukin on the 1st day, and the feud had already been made. Besides, he happened to notice yesterday that Jefferson had picked up a big bargain, and others should have noticed it too. It was estimated that there were more people staring at the neighbors than just him and Walban, which was a bit difficult to deal with. Time passed by little. It was night. There was no light or wind in the secret realm at night, only the stuffiness and oppression that filled the space. Until a noise broke the silence of the night. "Asshole, you actually want to sneak attack me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hand over the water-burning bubble fruit, we won't make things difficult for you. You are so shameless to bully the minority with your numbers." For a group of third-class apprentices, the vision at night is almost the same as that in the daytime. The first thing that happened was the area of the Black Reef shelter, where one of their own people sneak attacked one of their own people. Ivan was a little far away from that place, and didn't know the specific situation. He turned his head to look to the side, and heard the rustling sound of footsteps. The other party had no intention of hiding his tracks. It was his next-door neighbor Jefferson. He hadn't found the other party yet, but the other party came to the door first. "What do you want? Let's have a fight, and I put the water-burned bubble fruit on you and me." Ivan frowned slightly, not knowing what the other party was up to. It stands to reason that Jefferson was being targeted by many people, and he should have tried to avoid tonight, and try not to cause trouble. His current behavior is somewhat confusing. Ivan couldn't help but be alert. He didn't see anyone else around, only Walban was rushing over. "I heard that you used a method that exceeded the limit of an apprentice yesterday. It takes time to prepare. Do you think I will give you time?" Jefferson seemed not to give him a chance to refuse, and approached step by step. "Evan, beat him, I hold the line for you." Walban shouted from a distance. "I come too." Someone from the Torrent Twin Towers Academy also echoed. It was Keenan who fought side by side to the end yesterday. Jefferson's face became even gloomier, but he did not change his original plan. "I take action. I'm not afraid of you." Not knowing why the other party suddenly went crazy doesn't mean that Evan will avoid fighting. Getting the bubble fruit from Jefferson is in line with his idea. With two people on the periphery to support them, they were not afraid of being attacked by others. Without any worries, Ivan was full of fighting spirit and rushed towards Jefferson with a kick of his foot. The distance was further shortened, and the two of them attacked at almost the same time, using their own magic spells at the beginning. Bone-eroding cold wind. Black magic hand. In an instant, Ivan used a large magic stone water to cast a magic hand and slap the cluster of bone-freezing cold wind. The collision between the two made a huge rumbling sound, the energy stirred up gunpowder smoke, and the wind blew the water-burning grass on the field. The confrontation between third-class apprentices is often a confrontation of spells. Whoever controls the most powerful spells has the biggest fist. The attack strength of this attack is almost the same, and in the end, neither of them can do anything to the other. Come again. Neither of them is afraid of the other, and instead of retreating, the distance between the two sides is shortened again. The two have the same goal and want to fight quickly. Ice cone. Thorn frozen forest. This time, Ivan chose a large-scale spell. A large number of thorn vines with runes drilled out of the ground, covering Jefferson in the blink of an eye, and a group of swift-winged silkworms flew into the jungle. At the same time, Ivan had to face the sharp long cones made of ice. The ice cones with an attack scale of 13 or 14 were not easy to block, and there was no time to dodge, so he had to take out the green tree star. The highly condensed long cones hit the wooden shield. The contest between the third-class apprentices was so plain and simple. It's over. On one side, Walban had already made a judgment in his mind. Combining Ivan's spells and fighting spirit slashes yesterday, Walban could see that the closer the distance, the stronger Ivan was. Only by being far away could he avoid his attacks, but he couldn't do anything to him. This should be the combat system he had explored. Among the third-class apprentices, Ivan is the one with the highest combat power. I have to admit that I underestimated Ivan's growth rate and combat ability. Jefferson must have made the same mistake, so the fight is about to end. Stop, I admit defeat. As expected, Jefferson shouted out words that made him ashamed. Hearing this, Ivan took back the green tree star shield, recalled the swift-winged silkworm, and let the thorn frost forest dissipate on its own. Jefferson walked out of the thorn vines in a mess, obviously injured, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. Since you've admitted defeat, take out the things. Yours will be included. Faced with Ivan's urging, Jefferson reluctantly reached into his pocket and quickly threw something out. A pure white glass test tube. Be careful, Walban shouted. This is not some water-burned bubble fruit, but an ice crack potion, which is in the same series as the famous explosion potion. The ice crack potion is rarer than the explosion potion. Both potions are extremely powerful. Jefferson's move is to kill people. This was something that no one present had expected. Low-level magic items need to be charged, otherwise they will not only consume a lot of energy, but also be slow to activate. Ivan's shield has been used once, and Wallban and Keenan can't help but sweat for him. Ivan also recognized the ice crack potion, and while retreating quickly, he turned his palm into a knife and chopped out a fighting spirit. Jefferson was prepared, so the ice crack potion took effect first, and a deeper cold air spread within 2 or 3 meters in front of Ivan and swept towards him. At the critical moment, the green tree star in Ivan's hand appeared again, blocking the incoming cold. How is it possible? Jefferson's eyes widened, a little bit unbelievable. He didn't know that his enemy had 3 shields in his hand, and it was useless to consume only 1 shield. You deserve to die. Ivan then cast the Thornfrost Forest, submerging Jefferson in the vines, and the Swiftwood Silkworm quickly merged in. This person has made a ruthless move, so he won't be polite. Ivan, don't kill him first. Wallban stepped forward and reminded. I think there is something wrong with this matter. It's best to let the wizard Bernardson handle it. Okay. Ivan hesitated for a moment, and did not object. There is indeed a big problem. After all, he and Jefferson really don't have any deep hatred. It's just a little grudge, and a win or loss. It's not to the point of killing. This bastard, is he really looking for death? He suddenly cursed again. What's wrong? He destroyed a lot of water-burned bubble fruits. Wallban was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Finally, Jefferson was lifted out of the vines, his hands and feet were broken, and he was unconscious. That night, Ivan contacted the wizard Bernardson, explained what happened, and got Bernardson's permission to send him out of the secret realm. From Jefferson, Ivan found 22 intact water-burned bubble fruits, and the others were destroyed by Jefferson's sudden madness. Ivan was not stingy, and gave 3 to each of Wallban and Keenan. Tonight is still a long night, and the 3 of them can only spend this night safely if they take care of each other, so they must not be careless. Chapter 150. A new day has arrived, and the chaos of the night has come to an end. Compared with yesterday, there are 7 fewer apprentices, all of whom have returned to the spire in advance by riding the ocean current. Some have lost the hope of gathering the water-burning bubble fruit, but some have achieved their said goals. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and the density of the ripening water-burning bubble fruit increased. Ivan was busy catching 14 water-burning bubble fruits. So far, he has a total of 56, enough to exchange for a portion of Alva water. Not far away, Wallban swept away the haze of yesterday, and it was obvious that he had gained a lot. It's time to leave. A moment later, the apprentices bid farewell to this special secret place one by one with the help of the ocean current column, and the destination was still the original sea spire. At the bottom of the spire, Ivan drilled out of the protective film and landed lightly on the ground. He found that many eyes fell on him, including some wizards. Good boy, you did a good job. Wizard Pence couldn't help but approach and praise. What do you mean? Ivan was unsure of the other party's attitude and dared not speak rashly. Of course, you didn't know that you were destroying those puppet creatures in the secret realm. The last mutated creature is called the Blood Hunter, which is a highly dangerous creature that is strictly prohibited by the upper echelons. You slapped it well. Pence pulled him to the side and talked. It is my duty to contribute to the academy, Ivan said modestly. Haha, you are an enchanter, right? Pence asked with a smile. Yes. Who is the mentor? Randall from the enchantment group. It's him, I know him. Pence suddenly realized, then muttered, a bug barbarian, looks honest, but actually has a lot of tricks, and is not serious about his job. You must not learn from him. Is this the mentor's reputation outside? Ivan was a little embarrassed, so he pretended not to hear it. Let's not talk about your mentor, go back and work hard. I'm waiting to hear the news that you become a first-level wizard, then you are welcome to visit the Torrent Twin Towers Academy. We can discuss enchantment knowledge. I made it myself. Inside the spire, the apprentices had all arrived. Burns didn't say much, and finally handed him a scroll, saying it was an enchanted work he made himself. For Ivan, the item was secondary. This kind of intimate attitude that implicitly regarded him as a member of the wizards showed that they were optimistic about him becoming a formal wizard, which was undoubtedly a great encouragement. This scene fell into the eyes of many people. Many apprentices showed envy in their eyes. They could understand the importance of Wizard Burns. When he first arrived at the spire, Ivan was very inconspicuous among a group of third-class apprentices, and those who knew his background often looked down on him. Now, after the series of battles in the secret realm, no one would regard him as an ordinary person. Such a person should not be underestimated anywhere. I am glad that you can return safely. Now please hand over all the water-burn bubble fruits, and don't keep any of them privately. Don't say I didn't warn you. Pence clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention, and changed his gentle attitude just now, and announced to all the apprentices. According to the rules of the academy, the formula of the spiritual potion is forbidden to be sold privately, and anything related to the Alva water is forbidden to enter the market, including information about the Flash Vortex secret realm. The Alva water is related to the promotion of wizards, and it can be said to be the forbidden fruit of the Flash Vortex Academy Alliance. As the main material for refining the Alva water, it is a serious crime to privately keep the water-burning bubble fruit. After hearing what Pence said, the apprentices handed in all the water-burning bubble fruits they had worked so hard to catch, and recorded the number in the book. When they returned to the academy, they could get the corresponding Alva water. Those who collected a portion of Alva water looked calm, unable to hide their satisfaction. The apprentices who did not collect a portion of Alva water had a look of dismay on their faces. They had made a wasted trip, and wasted the only chance to enter the Flash Vortex secret realm. Pence, on behalf of the Academy Alliance, then announced, "The following is the reward for clearing out the invaders." Evan Marichatin of the Mona Ant Land Hut defeated many puppet creatures that destroyed the secret realm, and received a portion of superior Alva water. Cardisi Dunlow of the Leah Singer Shelter actively participated in clearing out puppet creatures and invaders, and received a portion of medium Alva water. Mona Ant Farm Hut, Wayne Steele, killed the bandit leader and many other invaders, and received a portion of inferior Alva water. That's all. The one who contributed the most was Ivan, and no one would have any objection to this. The second and third were not so certain, since it was decided by the wizards. The others could only accept it. In the crowd, Ivan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, so that he could get 2 portions of Alva water, one of which was a superior quality. Ivan, see you next time. See you next time. Everything was settled, and it was time for them to leave the spire. Outside the spire, there were still the same 4 ships as before, and the people from the 4 colleges returned to their own ships. The ship set off, and soon left the spire at the end of the site. Don't go near the room where Jefferson is. He is a traitor who is colluding with both inside and outside. On the deck, Bernard's son suddenly warned. Hearing this, Ivan was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't kill him directly, otherwise he would also be suspected, which would be bad. No wonder he attacked me. Maybe it was because I ruined their plan. However, Jefferson seemed to jump out by himself. Could it be that he knew his identity was exposed in advance, so he chose to fight to the death? This is a problem. Jefferson is more like a discarded pawn thrown out at random. The more Ivan thought about it, the more confusing it felt. Ivan, the heart obtained from the blood hunter is contraband, and needs to be handed over to me. No problem, Wizard Bernardson. Bernardson's next words interrupted his deep thoughts. Ivan handed over the 2 halves of the black heart as he was told. It was an item of uncertain value, so he didn't feel sorry to hand it over. He didn't continue to think about Jefferson's question. Anyway, he couldn't come to the Flash Vortex secret realm in the future, which had little to do with him. The others went back to the house first. Ivan took a last look at the sea behind him, looked at the almost invisible tower on the sea, and walked leisurely into the room on the ship. Ivan. What's the matter? A man stood at the side alley and called Ivan. It was Wayne, who was wearing an exquisite wizard robe. He always had a faint fragrance on his body. I didn't know what was wrong with him. In Ivan's opinion, it was just a strange hobby, which was not suitable for the profession of wizard apprentice. Maybe it was the willfulness of genius. My dear friend, you did a great job this time. I am beginning to be interested in you, just like I am with Cam. I like talented young people like you. Wayne stared at him with his eyes, and said in a serious and soft tone. Ivan remembered that this was the tone he used when talking to Cam. When their eyes met, Ivan realized that the other person's gaze had a different connotation, a bit of a different kind of affection and charm, and he shuddered for no reason. It turned out that this famous genius was this kind of person, as crazy as ever. If this kind of thing didn't happen to him, it wouldn't matter. But if it happened to him, Ivan would feel uncomfortable everywhere. Now that he thinks about it, Cam's dislike and resistance are not without reason. I can't compare to you. One of you has a 5th level talent, and the other has a 4th level talent, and I only have a 3rd level talent. Just thinking about it makes me feel that my future is unpredictable. Alas, with my talent, I shouldn't be chatting here. I have to hurry up and work hard. Goodbye. Ivan didn't give him a chance to speak, and hurried away after a few nonsense. Interesting, indeed interesting. Looking at the departing back, Wayne's eyes flickered, with charm and coldness alternating, making it hard to see clearly. This time, the ship sailed directly to the Mona Ant Farm hut. According to the time when it came, it would take a day and a half to sail, and it would probably arrive late tomorrow night. The ship was not big, and there were even fewer people on board, so each apprentice was assigned a spacious room. Walben's room was close to his, and when Ivan passed by, he found the door open. He couldn't help but take a look and found Walben sitting on the chair facing the door. "What? Can't bear to leave." Walben saw it and joked. "After all, my highlight moments are buried in it, haha," Ivan said and laughed. After fighting side by side again, the relationship between the two became more harmonious. "Do you know Wayne? He's a bit domineering, not sociable, and has no bad deeds." Walben thought for a moment, and simply stated, "The most talked about thing is that he has a 5th level talent, is a teammate's nemesis, and his last name is Steele." "Why are you asking about him?" "Just asking, it seems the guy is weird," Ivan said vaguely. He turned around and went back to his room. When he closed the door, he heard a message from Walben through his spiritual power. "Ivan, it's best not to get too close to the children of those wizard families. They are never the same kind of people as us. It's no good to get close to them." Ivan looked up at him in surprise, but he didn't mean to explain, as if the words were not his. "How come this guy has become so weird?" Ivan complained in his heart. Among the children of the wizard family, he only had a good relationship with Kame. Kame had everything written on his face, so he was a good friend. He was too lazy to think about it. He went back to the house and prepared to have a good rest. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a scroll from his pocket. This was given to him by the wizard Burns, who said it was an item he made himself. "It's this thing." He opened it and was stunned. The familiar seal rune caught his eye. It was the same as the one Heidi had taken out before. It was a seal scroll used to seal items, equivalent to a low-end space equipment. Such a priceless magic item, Pence the wizard actually gave it to him casually. In total, the two sides had only met twice, and didn't say a few words. He didn't know that Pence once wanted to take him as a disciple, and pass on his enchantment knowledge. There was one more thing he couldn't figure out, so Ivan fell asleep soon. He hadn't rested much in the past few days, so he slept very soundly this time. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. The Flashing Vortex Bay was equivalent to the territory of the Flashing Vortex Academy Alliance. Of course, there would be no problems in their own territory. The ship had a smooth journey, and they returned to Fengwan City and the territory of the Mona Ant Land Hut in the middle of the night. Chapter 151. Mona Ant Farm Hut. Ivan had been back to his dormitory for most of the day, and had just finished sorting out the gains and losses of this mission. There were some minor problems during the mission, such as the limited types of powerful spells, only the Black Magic Hand, and the Thorn Jungle. More importantly, there were gains. He successfully completed the goal of this trip, and got an extra portion of the superior Alva water, unexpectedly broke through the Great Night, and gained the friendship of a wizard and a resealed scroll. The gains far outweighed the problems, making him very satisfied with this mission. As he thought about it, his thoughts gradually shifted to the issue of wizard promotion. If you sign a contract with the Academy, it means a 40% promotion success rate. Grand Knight adds 10%. The additional 2 Alva waters count as 10%, equivalent to a 60% success rate. He did not hesitate at all about whether to take 3 Alva waters. His talent was not enough. If he did not give it a try, it would be an empty talk to want to become a formal wizard. However, a 60% promotion success rate was far from enough. He needed to think of more ways. The way of the night has no future. He sighed. He practiced the bad-eye breathing method, which he found behind the plaque of old or clinic. There were only Squire and Knight levels, but no training methods for the Great Knight stage, let alone the path after the Great Knight. Earlier, he read a lot of books about knights in the library and Kame's reading room, and knew that there was an essential difference between the Great Knight realm and the Knight level. According to the horizontal comparison summarized by the wizard himself, the Great Knight is actually equivalent to a first-level wizard, so the Great Knight is qualified to be a wizard's guard, just like Captain Caleb on the ship. If you think about it carefully, it is true. The Dochi slash of the Great Knight has at least 10 scales, and at most 20 scales. With good defense and long-lasting combat endurance, it is indeed capable of bringing some danger to formal wizards. This is the case for the Great Knight, not to mention the legendary Knight above the Great Knight. It also means that the value of the breathing method cultivated from the Great Knight to the legendary Knight will rise, and it will not be as common as the night-level breathing method and secret medicine. Ivan guessed that this is the reason why most breathing methods only reach the night level. Forget it. Don't spend too much energy on the great night breathing method and the secret medicine. Things have their priorities. The most important thing at the moment is to increase the success rate of promotion. He can't spend too much time on things that are irrelevant or have little effect. The insect breathing method can continue to be studied. This is a problem that has been found, and it shouldn't take much energy. The Black Demon's Hand and the Rune Witch formation are worth exploring. They are also spiritual energy, and they may not be used for promotion, he murmured. In fact, he had thought of this problem before. Randall once said that there are only a few ways to help a wizard become a formal wizard: potions, rune magic arrays, contracts, and alien energy. In terms of potions, the most powerful and universal one is the water of Alva. He has obtained 3 of them, which has reached the limit. The other 3 aspects are usually unavailable, or not as universal as the water of Alva. In a word, resources are extremely limited. Maybe the previous apprentice used it to become a wizard, so that resource is gone, or using that resource contains a high risk, and the apprentice has studied it for a long time and found a way that suits him. When others want to use it, they also need to conduct in-depth research and take great risks. In this area, there are only a few large wizard families. Of course, there are deep-seated reasons. The reason is the uncertainty when apprentices are promoted to wizards. It is difficult to increase the success rate of promotion, and the number of people who become wizards among the younger generation is small. Without enough wizards, it cannot be called a wizard family. On the contrary, if there is a way to steadily increase the promotion rate, it will not be difficult to develop a wizard family or force. For apprentices, how to improve the success rate of promotion is a big issue. In addition to the Alva water, it takes a lot of effort to study and find a method that suits you. Ivan is going to explore the rune magic array corresponding to the black magic water. The other original stone arrays outside the swamp forest city should have fallen into the enchantment group. You can ask Heidi about it. I don't know if you can apply to see it. I have to find Auric and talk to the Ritchie family behind him to see what I can provide and what I need to pay. I'm afraid that others will not look down on my third-class talent. At present, there are only 2 methods he can find. If both methods can achieve results, the success rate of promotion can reach about 80%, and 80% is enough to give it a try. Thinking of someone who has an 80% success rate from the beginning, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He shook his head and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Self-pity is not his character. Knock, knock. Ivan, are you there? There was a knock on the door. Ivan opened the door and saw that it was Cam. I met that annoying guy. He said that you went to the Flash Vortex secret realm together. You are in the limelight this time. Is it true? Cam asked impatiently after entering the house. Yes, we participated in the same mission, wiped out a group of foreign enemies, and finally the Academy Alliance gave us extra rewards. Ivan nodded and roughly explained the context of the matter, and the specific details needed to be kept confidential. That's great. Kane's eyes were full of envy, and he wished he could also participate in the battle to protect the secret realm. Hearing his words, Ivan couldn't help rolling his eyes, and only Kane could say this. Now, Kane's strength is almost at the limit of the 3rd level. He has no shortage of resources, and it is normal for his strength to progress rapidly. Ivan understood what Walbin said. They are not the same kind of people as us. He and Cam are indeed not the same kind of people. But he realized this from the beginning. Cam, this is not a very fun thing. We go there for resources. I know. Seeing his serious face, Cam scratched his head and whispered, Well, I really don't need to look for resources everywhere. I can't understand your feelings. It's not that serious. You see, I'm fine. Ivan waved his hands casually. Why did he say this to Cam? He was really influenced by Walban. Ivan, I want to ask you something. Do you want to marry into our family? Cam suddenly asked. What do you want to marry into? We want to marry into Lydia's family. You have such a good learning talent and many talents. Joining Lydia's family is a good choice. This way, you don't have to look for resources everywhere. The more Cam talked, the more he thought it was a good idea. He vowed, Believe me, I can go to my grandmother and mother, introduce you to them, and let you marry into Lydia's family. Isn't it your sister? Ivan asked subconsciously. You like my sister, it's not impossible. Carmi was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. It seemed good for her good friend to marry her sister. I have to go back and ask, Heidi. She has more ideas than me. Seeing him stand up and leave, Ivan hurriedly stopped him and asked him to sit back in the chair. That's not what I meant. Actually, I don't know Heidi well. You said that last time. I didn't believe it. Excuse me if I marry someone from your family, what will be the surname of my child in the future? Lydia, what a great surname. Isn't that what I am? Ivan thought to himself that it was indeed so. The marriage that Kame said was equivalent to marrying into the family. It was normal that he didn't realize the difference. It was probably the same way that his grandfather and father joined the Lydia family, but the Lydia family was ruled by his grandmother and mother. Kame, I hope to achieve this through my own efforts. I think you should understand. Is that so? If you change your mind, you can come to me and I ask Heidi for you. Seeing him say that, Kame had some regrets on his face, but he didn't force anything, just emphasized it with a persistent thought. The two discussed runes and enchantments for a while. Now, Kame's line completion is 88%, and Ivan's is 96%. The completion rate is getting more and more difficult, which can be said to be a step-by-step. A wizard's spire. Not long after Walban returned to the academy, he was summoned by his mentor Andaya. Andaya wanted to know what happened in the secret realm, so Walban could only tell what he could and tell the story. Blood Hunter, remember the data has been sealed, it's not a small one. Fortunately, Ivan acted in time and prevented the Blood Hunter from growing up, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Walban continued. A spell that exceeds the limit of an apprentice? Yes. Based on the wizard's hand, combined with runes and rune wizard array disc? That's right. And I asked one question, and Walban answered one. This was not only seen by Walban, he was close and saw it more clearly, and such a method made him amazed. After listening, Andaya fell into thought. After a pause, Walban suggested, Teacher, I think we can further win over Ivan. He is a third-class talent, and is in short supply of promotion resources. Now is a good time. He will be grateful to us. Andaya looked at him, and shook his head slowly. Teacher, I dare to ask, Ivan is indeed talented and capable. Why not take the opportunity to win him over? Walban still wanted to fight for Ivan. In his opinion, as long as he could become a formal wizard, everything else was not important, and there was plenty of time to slowly solve it. Besides, Ivan and they should be on the same side, and such a person cannot be pried away by the wizard family. It seems that you have a good relationship, Andaya said. Walban was silent. He asked himself whether his personal relationship would affect his work, but he could not give proof. You said that he is a talented and proud person. Then we should wait and hold on. When he encounters obstacles everywhere, we will lend a helping hand. In this way, he will be more grateful to us and more willing to work for us. Andaya expressed his thoughts. It is not easy for an apprentice with third-class talent to become a formal wizard. He has plenty of time to slowly endure until he is in a mess. Walban opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. On the one hand, he had an inexplicable feeling that Ivan might not need much time, and the other party was a person who was good at breaking his cognition. On the other hand, once Ivan showed his disadvantages, the conditions given here would become very harsh, which was not what he wanted to see. But he was just an apprentice now, and could not influence the decision of his mentor. Chapter 152. Small market in the trading area, pharmacy. A figure walked in from the door. Auric could feel the aura of the other person. Almost every time they met, the other person had different degrees of improvement. This momentum was enviable. Ivan, please come in quickly. There are no potions for sale this time. Seeing Auric's enthusiastic face, Ivan poured a basin of cold water on him in advance to cool him down. It's okay, come and chat with me. Auric's face remained unchanged. Auric, remember what you said that time? Ivan said seriously, and his aura spread out. At this moment, Auric further sensed the level of his strength. The limit of a third-class apprentice. Auric couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had overestimated the opponent's strength in his heart, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated it by a few degrees. It has come to this point so quickly. Is this still an apprentice from Tidal Island? You didn't really forget it? Of course not, I've been waiting for this day. No force will refuse a genius like you. Auric knew his talent in pharmacy and enchantment. He was someone who needed to be won over no matter where he was. He agreed on the spot, and prepared to contact his elders at home. I almost forgot, Ivan, what level of talent you are? You don't know? Ivan looked at him blankly. Auric was always smart, but he would make such a mistake. I remember you never said that, Auric said with certainty. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't show it. I value your talent. Talent can't deceive people. You don't ask me what I'm talking about. Ivan was speechless for a while, then said frankly, third-class talent, with wood as the main element, followed by fire and water. Third class, not bad. Ulrich muttered, and then contacted his elders. Seeing his secret mark light up, Ivan wisely left the pharmacy first, and went to the enchantment shop not far away to order some materials. When he returned, Ulrich called him. "Come on, follow me, the elder wants to see you." "In the academy?" "Yes, the elder is working in the academy, and he probably wants to talk to you first to see what you are interested in." After listening to Ulrich's explanation, Ivan didn't think so in his heart. The so-called elder should be an apprentice. The hasty meeting showed that the other party didn't care about him, but he still decided to go with Ulrich. "Let's try it first." The other party's residence is also in the living area, closer to the outer side of the ant-land barrier. It is a separate house. The house is not big, and the environment is better than the dormitory. In the hall of the house, Ivan met the elder of the rich family. He was tall and thin, with a short and hard mustache on his face and deep eyes, giving people a serious and rigid feeling. "Elder John, this is Ivan I told you about, currently at the limit of a third-class apprentice." Ulrich greeted him and introduced the people he brought with him. "Ulrich, please go out for a while, I will talk to your friend." Old John made a request. Ulrich glanced at Ivan, motioned to him, and left the living room of the rich family. "You must be Mr. Marichatin, I have heard Ulrich mention you more than once." Old John asked him to sit down with a smile, and the serious temperament on his face disappeared. "I have traded with Ulrich many times, and the quality of the medicinal materials sold by the rich family has always been good and trustworthy." Ivan also said politely, "Haha, quality has always been what my rich family pursues, and we never dare to slack off." Old John laughed happily, and then he said, "You are from Tidal Island, right? I've been there when I was young. It's a beautiful place. You can grow so quickly to your current level." I believe what Ulrich said. "You do have extraordinary talents in refining medicine and enchanting. Your works, whether it's the spirit recovery potion or the green tree star, are very good." Old John praised him, and the more he praised him, the more Ivan felt that he wanted to rip him off, and he was expected to ask for a huge sum of money in a while. "I actually heard about another side of you." When he was a little impatient, Old John slowly got to the point. "It happened 2 days ago. I heard that you killed a blood hunter for the academy and beat back the bandits." Ivan frowned slightly. "Didn't he say that it should be kept strictly confidential? How come the academy is like a sieve, and these irrelevant people have found out everything?" By saying this, is he trying to plot against the water of Alva? Old John's next sentence confirmed his thoughts. Alva water is a good thing. 2 bottles are just right for promotion. 3 bottles will be extremely dangerous and a life or death situation. "Elder Richie, I will not sell any Alva water." Ivan rejected it outright. He never thought of giving Alva water to others, and it was strictly prohibited by the academy. "Don't worry about the academy. We have our own way to ensure that no one will cause trouble for you because of this matter." Old John no longer concealed his intention and directly stated his intention. "No need, all the Alva water will only be used on me." Ivan refused again, and then reminded, "Elder Richie, let's talk about other things." Seeing that he was so ignorant, the smile on Old John's face disappeared and returned to his original serious look. While the two were talking alone, Ulrich was waiting in the yard in front. Even the clan leader is unwilling to come forward. It is estimated that it will be difficult to reach an agreement. I hope Ivan will not blame me. Ulrich thought worriedly that he was such a smart person. How could he not know the attitude of the clan? He watched Ivan grow up step by step, and really recognized Ivan's talent, so he wanted to make a good relationship between the rich family and Ivan, so that when Ivan becomes a formal wizard, the rich family can also benefit a lot. After a while, Ivan walked out of the hall quickly, and there was no happiness on his face. "Ivan, how did the talk go?" "No, I can't afford your family's resources." Although Ivan's tone of answer was calm, Ulrich heard a trace of anger from it. Seeing him walk out of the yard without looking back, Ulrich thought about it, and decided to go to the living room to understand the situation first. "Elder, why didn't the deal come to fruition?" He didn't agree with the conditions offered by the rich family, so naturally the deal didn't close. What were the conditions? Ulrich came into the hall, and found the elder still sitting there, so he asked directly. Old John stared ahead with a slightly gloomy look, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. When he heard his question, he didn't hide it from Ulrich, who was his own man, and calmly took out a draft of the contract terms. "Must you reach the wizard level within 3 years? If you don't succeed, you have to find a way to return a promotion resource, and you have to make medicine and enchant for the rich family for free for 20 years, and you can't waste energy on the second promotion during this period. If you become a wizard, return a promotion resource, refine medicine 10 times, enchant 10 times, accept 5 apprentices recommended by the rich family, and unconditionally promise to do one thing? Oryx stared at the draft of the regulations with wide eyes, and couldn't help but mutter it. He couldn't help but doubt, Elder, can our rich family's promotion resources increase the promotion rate by 20% or 30%? How come I don't know? Old John looked at him, as if he was a fool. Oryx understood that it was still the same as before, only 10%, and there was a certain risk. Aren't these requirements too harsh? Old John said, as a matter of course, he is only a third-class talent. There are many apprentices with this qualification. If he doesn't have some talent, do you think he is qualified to come here? There are many talented apprentices. He also tried to negotiate with the rich family. It's nonsense. Oryx wanted to argue a few more words. Ivan's talent is different, and more. Old John scolded, Oryx, the family has its own set of rules. Don't bring such people here in the future. It's a waste of time. You old stubborn guy, you're making me so angry. Oryx was not afraid of Old John. He stared at him, and seeing that he was unmoved, he could only hurry out of the living room. Oryx cursed the old stubborn guy and his family over and over again in his heart. He should have known better than to worry about it, and now neither side got any benefit. Ivan returned to his dormitory, and was about to open the door to enter the house, and Oryx followed him. Sorry, Ivan, I never knew that the family would make such harsh demands. I know, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that we didn't reach an agreement, and it didn't cause any loss to me. Ivan waved his hand. He wasn't angry, but was speechless. The old man didn't even put forward his own conditions, but directly put forward a lot of demands, and this was just the result of preliminary negotiations. When asked what the rich family could provide, he said that there was no need to ask so many questions if he didn't agree, and his expression changed faster than an opera singer. It would be better to agree to marry into Lydia's family than to be so stingy. Of course, he wasn't planning to marry into anyone's family. Ivan opened the door of the dormitory and invited him, come in and sit down. No, I still have to look after the store. Oryx declined. He really didn't want to stay. On the way back, he felt that he had to do something to save the relationship between them, otherwise he might lose this big customer with unlimited potential. Ivan didn't know Oryx's thoughts. He didn't have much hope in finding the rich family, so he naturally wouldn't be too disappointed. If this way didn't work, he would try other ways, and he would always find the right one. Some wizards must have resources for promotion, but I don't have the chips to impress them. I heard that there are markets for wizards far away from the academy. Larger markets usually hold auctions regularly. Occasionally, there are anonymous sellers at such auctions who dare to sell anything, including the water-burned bubble fruit banned by the Flash Vortex Alliance. There must be promotion resources from other academies. At worst, we can find some related clues, such as abandoned long-ago laboratories. His idea is to try to find a solution around the academy. If it doesn't work, then apply for a long-term mission and wander around other places in the Moonclamp Peninsula. There will always be some clues about promotion resources. Chapter 153. A New Day. Ivan came to Randall's 3-story round tower. Randall happened to be free today. When he arrived, he found that his senior sister Gina and senior brother Mean were also there. They came earlier than him, and sat quietly in the living room. Teacher, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Ivan walked up and greeted. Poochie. Gina couldn't help laughing. She covered her mouth and gestured. I suddenly thought of something funny. Go on, keep talking. No, Gina, what's so funny about this? Ivan looked at her with dissatisfaction. Then I said it. Say it. You asked me to say it. Gina emphasized, and then continued, everyone knows that you, Ivan, are busy all day long. You won't come to see the instructor unless you have nothing to do. Am I right? Hearing her words, Ivan stood there awkwardly, and it seemed to be true. Thinking about the past days, he probably lacked a sense of security in his heart, and was tired of the mediocre life, and developed a constant pursuit of strength. He was often either learning knowledge or practicing and refining things, and rarely had time to rest. He likes this busy and fulfilling feeling, watching himself getting stronger little by little. You are the only one who talks too much. Randall has always been quite satisfied with this disciple, and spoke up to help him out. Ivan, this is the proper path to becoming a wizard. If you don't think about improving your strength all day long, and you keep doing things here and there, you don't know when you will become a wizard. Teacher, you don't have to be so biased towards your junior brother. I just said it casually. Gina muttered. You are not convinced, right? I think the rules should be changed in the future. Whoever is stronger among the three of you will be the senior brother. Otherwise, when Ivan becomes a wizard first, you two will not be able to adapt to calling each other. Randall said. Teacher, what do you mean? Gina turned to look at Ivan, and a momentum came from Ivan and landed on her. He was indeed stronger than herself, and even his strength level was behind the youngest junior brother. She was too embarrassed to shout, and turned her head to the other side, pretending to observe something. Teacher, do you know Pence Wizard from the Torrent Twin Towers Academy? Ivan ignored Gina, who was pretending to be deaf and dumb, and asked Randall. A petty enchanter, I know him but not familiar with him. What did he say to you? Randall answered casually. Oh, he gave me a resealed scroll before, saying he made it himself. I thought he was doing it for your sake. Ivan said. Really? That stingy guy actually gave you something so valuable? Hearing this, Randall sat up straight. Is he trying to hook up with you? Ahem, he saw that you are gifted and wants to take you as his disciple? How is that possible? He is from the Torrent Twin Towers, and I am from the Mona Ant Hut, and I only have the third-class qualification. Ivan waved his hand. He thought his mentor's idea was too novel. That old guy is capable of such a thing. He must have said bad things about me in front of you. Randall didn't think so. He knew Pence. Ivan smiled but didn't say anything. As a student, there were some things he couldn't say. I know. Tell me the details. What happened? I haven't had time to find out yet. Randall waved his hand, indicating that the other two should leave. You two should go back first. Don't be idle all day. I'm talking about you, Gina. I don't want to hear it yet. It's a secret, so you don't need to hear it. Gina rushed to the door. Mean gestured to Ivan and followed Gina away. They came early in the morning, and they were just about to leave when you came. Randall said. Ivan understood. Gina and Mean entered the sect a few years earlier than he did, and the relationship between them was much better than his relationship with them. Then he briefly told what happened in the Flash Vortex Secret Realm. Randall knew that something had happened in the Flash Vortex Secret Realm, with both invaders and insiders, and that his disciple had become famous, obtaining 2 Alba Waters at once, and after signing the contract with the Academy, he had collected a total of 3. You became a great knight so easily? I realized something by chance. Seeing that he had some doubts, Ivan showed his great knight fighting spirit. Randall didn't know what to say. He could only believe that his good fortune and understanding made all this happen. Come on, try to slap me. Just use your black magic hand. Here? Don't talk nonsense, just slap me if I ask you to. I'm not afraid that you will tear down the hall, so what are you afraid of? Having said that, Randall stomped his feet, and a protective force field appeared around him, protecting other things in the house. Seeing this, Ivan casually took out 3 low-grade magic stones, and without saying a word, he slapped his palm. A huge energy palm emerged, and the runes on the palm flashed, aiming at Randall standing on the other side. A strange green shield flashed in front of Randall, shaped like leaves and petals, firmly blocking the black magic hand. After a muffled sound, the black magic hand did not stir up any waves. The combination of spells and runes is good. You can be called an intermediate enchanter with such means. After Randall sat down again, he said with a strange look on his face. Really? I haven't learned the intermediate enchantment knowledge yet. Ivan actually wanted to learn it, but the Academy has a rule that apprentices are only eligible to learn basic and elementary courses. Only when they become formal wizards can they be qualified to learn intermediate and advanced knowledge. It's not surprising. The level division is set up for ordinary apprentices, so that they can learn and grow step by step. You don't belong to that category, so naturally you don't stick to that framework. Whatever you understand is what it is. Randall looked at him with admiration. Only an enchanter could understand such a high talent. No wonder Pence was so attentive. Unfortunately, Ivan would only be Randall's disciple. What about Toyne's Pence? Forget it. Probably. Ivan didn't dare to take credit. He knew that it was mostly the credit of the light of wisdom. You don't need to be modest with me. Teacher, I want to continue studying the black magic hand to see if it can be used as a means to increase the promotion rate. Do you think it's feasible? Of course, no problem. Just follow your feeling. Randall pondered for a moment, approved of his idea, and then added, if you don't understand, you can ask me. If I don't understand, I can just ask someone else. What is this? Ivan looked at him strangely. In short, the instructor will not delay your growth in enchantment. Randall's family knows their own business. He spends more time studying insects than enchantment. It's because he was assigned to the enchantment group when he entered school, otherwise he would definitely not learn enchantment. You are too serious. Ivan felt uncomfortable sitting there after hearing his words. It was just a casual remark, but you took it seriously. Randall waved his hand and skipped the topic. Go ahead, you are a man with ideas. You didn't come to me for this matter, did you? It is indeed this matter. You should know that my black magic hand was comprehended from a raw stone array plate. There was more than one array plate near Swamp Forest City at that time. The others have fallen into our enchantment group, probably included in the enchantment workshop. I want to apply to see if I can observe it up close. Ivan made his request. He received a reply from Heidi last night. There was indeed a stone array outside the Swamp Forest City, and it was indeed brought to the enchantment group by the wizard. He wanted to continue to explore the rune magic array. It would be more efficient to observe the original stone array. No problem, I will ask for you. Randall agreed immediately, and made up his mind to help him get the opportunity. The disciple worked hard, and he, as a mentor, could not hold him back. The two chatted about the swiftwood silkworm for a while. When it came to the insect, Randall talked a lot and spoke with confidence. After a while, seeing Randall fall silent, Ivan was ready to get up and say goodbye. Actually, I also have an idea about how to improve the success rate of promotion. Please tell me in detail. After hearing Randall's words, Ivan sat down again and looked at his mentor eagerly. He was worried that he had too few ways. There is a lot of uncertainty. Except for the Alva water, don't other things have uncertainty? Some people have failed. This is normal. Even a 5th level talent cannot guarantee that you will be promoted successfully. Ivan scratched his head, confused by Randall's sudden hesitation and fussing. Teacher, why don't you just tell me directly? He urged. It's actually the Blackbird crown that I gave you, but it has never been confirmed. Randall finally told his method, and added with some melancholy. Several years ago, you had 2 senior brothers who tried it, but failed to get promoted in the end. The Blackbird crown did not bring them the expected help, but wasted their energy and time. Ivan finally understood why the mentor hesitated, but 2 examples don't really explain anything. Well, I tell you first, and then you can judge for yourself. When you are promoted to a wizard, you need to solidify a defensive spell. The solidified spell corresponding to our meditation method Blackbird movement is Flower Shield, which is the cyan pseudopetal shield I just used. It is a spell originally included in Blackbird movement. Flower Shield is a peculiar spell. There are 2 ways to construct it. One is to use all mental power and transform a small part of it into a special breath, and the other is to directly mix a part of the insect swarm breath. So, I discovered the Blackbird crown, which can absorb the breath of the insect swarm during the apprenticeship period. After listening to Randall's words, Ivan suddenly realized why the Blackbird crown can increase the probability of promotion. Using the breath of the insect swarm to assist in the construction of solidified spells is equivalent to saving some mental power, and also saving the work of transformation. The meditation method of Blackbird movement itself involves the breath of the insect swarm. The more advanced the practice, the closer the insects can get, and then become a more powerful insect controller. Teacher, where do you think the problem might lie? Not equal, the insects they cultivated are not strong enough, and the aura they derived is far from their spiritual power. In your opinion, how far does the swiftwood silkworm need to grow? A new stage, transforming into a first-level creature. Randall's answer made Ivan think. First-level creatures are easy to understand, such as first-level wizards and great knights. He himself has just become a great knight, and is trying to become a first-level wizard. Just thinking about how difficult it is to cultivate a group of swiftwood silkworms into a first-level creature, and thinking about the insect-breathing method that is about to be released, he suddenly gained some confidence. Teacher, I am willing to try. Ivan said after a moment of hesitation. You can try it first, and if you are really determined, come to me, and we can have a good chat. Randall said with no objection. Although he said so, he actually took this matter very seriously. This is a knot in his heart. Ivan can see this point. Chapter 154. 3 days later, Auric came to Ivan's dormitory again. Ivan, do you accept the commission to refine medicine? I've been a little busy recently, Ivan said truthfully. This is not an empty talk. After talking with his mentor Randall, he determined 2 goals: to conduct in-depth research on the insect-breathing method and the Hand of the Black Magic. The application for observing the original stone array disc related to the Hand of the Black Magic has not been received yet, which does not prevent him from continuing to improve the array disc he made. Research has always been a step-by-step process, and he is not sure how long it will take. Alas, the events of the past few days really made Ivan feel resentful, and Auric sighed inwardly. You might as well take a look. This is a special potion, similar to the explosion potion and the ice crack potion. It requires some combined enchantment methods. With your ability, it won't take long. Ivan's heart moved when he heard this. He had experienced the power of the ice crack potion before. If it weren't for the protection that Green Tree Star said, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. What do you mean? I will provide the potion formula and medicinal materials. Take a look at this recipe first. Ulrich hurriedly handed over a parchment scroll. Okay, let me take a look first. Ivan looked at Ulrich in surprise. Isn't this equivalent to giving him a potion formula for free? When did Ulrich become so generous? Although he was a little suspicious, he still took it. Filthy potion. It is indeed very similar to explosive potion and ice crack potion. Throwing it out is equivalent to casting a spell, and it can also be used with archery, but its power is far less than the former two. The power of the tainted potion lies in the fact that it contains a mixed toxin that can suppress and pollute mental power to a certain extent. If it is used against apprentices who are unaware of the inside story, the damage caused will be enough to scare many people. The reason why it is combined with enchantment is that according to the description on the formula, the tainted potion needs to be placed in a customized spherical glass bottle, and a one-time rune needs to be engraved on the spherical bottle to facilitate the tainted potion to turn into smoke and sweep around. Ivan's face looked a little strange. Isn't this just a smoke bomb? It's similar to what the invaders in the Whirlpool Secret Realm used, but the other party's vehicle is a more valuable energy storage crystal, which is 5 or 6 times larger than this one. Secondly, the nature of the smoke is different. How? It can be refined. I knew that this difficulty is not a problem for you at all. I have someone deliver the medicinal materials in a while. No matter how much your finished product rate is, I only want 10% of the raw materials. What do you think? Ulrich breathed a sigh of relief, and the conditions he offered were quite generous. Hearing his request, Ivan frowned slightly, and he could probably guess what the other party was thinking. Ulrich, you should know that I am not a petty person. The matter of the rich family just didn't go through, and I didn't suffer any loss. You think highly of me, and are willing to help me introduce it. I have to thank you for it. Seeing his serious face, Ulrich realized that he had misunderstood. How about 15%? With the prescription and raw materials you provided, plus the unique value of the dirty potion, I will give you 30% of the finished product for this batch. Ivan's character has always been like this. If someone respects me, I will give him 10 feet. Ivan, are you sure? Ulrich was a little surprised and doubtful. You know, there is a yield rate for refining potions. The higher the difficulty of refining, the lower the yield rate. According to the rules of pharmacists, he can usually get a finished product between 15% and 25%. 25% is already a value that a skilled pharmacist can give, which means that the other party is confident that the yield rate can be controlled at about 35%. The extra 10% is the room for maneuver, and also the pharmacist's reward. Ivan offered 30% right away, which meant that he thought the finished product rate was 40%. It's settled, Ivan said firmly. Okay, I take advantage of you. Ulrich smacked his lips secretly, and cursed the old stubborn man in his family again. Not counting the spherical bottles that needed to be enchanted, even the finished product rate of the newly obtained potions was 40%. This shows that Ivan's skill in refining medicine is superb. No one among the apprentices should be able to match him. Anyway, he has never seen such a person. The rich family, which adheres to the old-fashioned family rules and ignores such a talented person, will sooner or later decline. I will have someone send the raw materials to you in a while. You can refine them when you have time. I am not in a hurry to use them. Ulrich left happily. Both parties were very satisfied with the transaction. Ulrich could make at least 60 to 70 times the profit by reselling it. For special items like this, he could earn more than just low-grade magic stones. Ivan also did not lose out. His alchemy was already level 6, and the yield rate was always high. He would soon be able to harvest a large number of filthy potions, which was equivalent to adding a means to deal with the enemy and also increasing the experience value of alchemy. It was a sure win. The materials had not been delivered yet, so Ivan continued to explore the insect-breathing method. The instructor said that if the Blackbeard crown was to be able to increase the wizard's promotion rate, the most likely possibility was to help the Swiftwood Silkworm become a first-level creature, so that the breath derived from the Swiftwood Silkworm would be equal to his spiritual power. The only way he could think of to improve the strength of the Swiftwood Silkworm was the Spring Bud and the insect-breathing method. Once established, this would be a stable training system, and with other means, such as potions, it would not easily have a negative impact on the Swiftwood Silkworm. Without a stable training system, using potions directly would mean instability and mutation for insects. The Swiftwood Silkworms, which number only over 400, obviously cannot withstand such a torment. The buds of spring have been planted, and they have been integrated with the swiftwood silkworms for such a long time without any negative effects. At present, the only thing missing is the insect breathing method. After Ivan became a great knight, his understanding of fighting spirit and breathing method rose to a new level. The penetrating characteristics of fighting spirit also helped him to gain insight into the body of the swiftwood silkworm. After a series of tests, he summarized the approximate data of the swiftwood silkworm. Strength, 3.3, Agility, 3.5, Constitution, 3.0. Such physical data, among humans, can be ranked in the middle of the primary knight stage, which shows that the swiftwood silkworm is powerful. In theory, such a strong body can easily extract the energy of life. The essence of breathing method is to extract the energy of life. There are 3 factors involved: movement, breathing rhythm, and body resonance. Only when the movement and breathing rhythm are coordinated can the body resonate and then draw out the energy of life. From the previous performance of the Silkworm Queen, the movements can be replaced by insect sounds. Insect sounds contain sound and vibration, and sound can trigger vibrations with frequency. After some attempts, Ivan quickly gave up the idea of letting the Silkworm Queen comprehend the breathing method. Although the Silkworm Queen is the most intelligent one in the entire tribe, it has no concept of breathing method in its cognition, and does not know what rhythm and resonance are. It is simply playing the lute to a cow to guide the Silkworm Queen to comprehend it on her own. Perhaps, we can first develop a new set of basic human breathing methods, replace some movements with sound, and then change it to a breathing method with only sound and no movement, and finally consider how to modify it to be suitable for the Swiftwood Silkworm tribe. It's a pity that the light of wisdom cannot be used by others, otherwise, if it is used on the Queen Silkworm, there may be different changes. He thought greedily. After some thought, he changed his strategy. Relying on his control and understanding of fighting spirit, he planned to use himself as a test subject to study the basic breathing method of replacing movement with sound, and then adjust the breathing method to a level suitable for the Swiftwood Silkworm. That afternoon, Auric had someone deliver the raw materials for refining the filthy potion, and Ivan had to focus part of his attention on refining the potion. Beside a patch of marsh thatch, a sturdy middle-aged wizard was waiting there. "Wizard Toynes, you seem to be late. You arrived early." The tall and dense thatch separated from both sides, and a two-headed monster snake flew out from it. This two-headed monster snake originally had a pair of wings and 3 tails, but now 2 of its tails have been broken, and the broken ends are blue and black, and the feathers on its wings have become scattered. The 2 heads of the monster snake, one with a cold look, and the other drooping. The middle-aged wizard didn't care about the snake's specious arguments, but said, "Wizard Toynes, thanks to your information, we can successfully plant a nail in the Flash Vortex secret realm. Wizard Kisan, where is the thing you promised me?" The two-headed snake said coldly. "I came here to give you something." Wizard Kisan happily took out a box and opened it in front of it. There was a bloody heart inside, and he closed it and threw it at it. The two-headed snake rolled up the box with its remaining tail and turned around to leave here. "Wizard Toynes, there's no need to rush to leave every time. Your situation is a big problem here. We already have a variety of perfect coping strategies, provided you trust us," Kisan said. "No need, I leave first if there's nothing else." The two-headed snake was not interested in this. He didn't trust these outsiders. "Wait, don't you want to hear about what happened in the secret realm? By the way, there's also the information about your disciple. Haven't you always wanted to know about him?" Kisan threw out another message. As expected, the two-headed monster snake turned around again. "Do you have information about Ivan Marichatin?" Of course, he appeared in the Flash Vortex secret realm this time. "Tell me about it." A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the two-headed monster snake. He remembered that his disciple's qualifications were not outstanding, but his understanding was somewhat extraordinary. "I have to say that you have a good vision, and found a very interesting disciple. Because of his existence, our plan this time had loopholes, and we had to take more risks in the end. Otherwise, those wizards would never find any traces. In the end, I could only give up one more chess piece, although it is the chess piece with less value," Kisan said with a little regret, and then simply told what happened in the secret realm, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "Haha, you have grown so fast, you are worthy of being the one who dares to ask me for something." The 2 heads of the two-headed monster snake became excited and laughed. "Your apprentice is very valuable. If possible, I hope you can win him over to our side. We can help him become a formal wizard," Kisan said. "I will consider it." The two-headed monster snake hurried away with a different thought. Looking at the back of the departing figure, Kisan shook his head slightly. Of course, He could see that Toynes was perfunctory, and he probably had some plan in his mind. At present, the apprentice was not as valuable as Toynes, so he could only let Toynes do what he wanted. Chapter 155. Small market in the trading area, pharmacy. Ivan came to return the entrusted items, and the items were already placed in front of Ulrich. Not bad, Ivan. The things you refine are of good quality, and never disappoint people. Ulrich was holding a glass spherical bottle in his hand. The spherical bottle looked like a 3-centimeter glass bead. There was purple-brown potion inside the bead, and the outside of the bead was engraved with a conspicuous pattern of being green lines. He looked at it carefully for a long time, and kept praising it. Do you want to test it at the shooting range? Ivan asked. It had been more than a week since Ulrich sent him the raw materials. He had refined 2 boxes of dirty potions, all in glass beads with runes. There's no need to test it. I'm not bragging. No matter what potion it is, I can tell whether it's good or bad just by taking a close look at it. Your work exceeds my expectations. Ulrich put down the glass beads in his hand and began to check the 2 boxes on the side. As long as you are satisfied, the rest are in the box. Ivan had actually gone to the shooting range to test it. The attack scale of the foul potion was not very high, but the poisonous smoke it produced was very intimidating, and could be used for escape cover. He had been contaminated by spiritual power before, and had experience in this area. He found that the foul potion could actually be further developed. Ulrich, if you have time, you can further develop the foul potion. Please spare me. I don't have the talent for this. Facing Ivan's reminder, Ulrich shook his head repeatedly, and didn't mention anything else. After coming out of the pharmacy, Ivan met Walban, who also appeared in the market. Walban gestured to the side to chat. His first sentence shocked Ivan. Do you know? Jefferson is dead. Died inside the academy? Ivan's heart shuddered, a little bit unbelievable. This is the Mona Antland hut. Could there be a traitor inside? Yes, after checking his body, there are no other traces, only the remaining cursed breath. He should have been killed by the curse. Only the curse can make him die silently, without alerting the wizards in the academy. Walban said. I see. This made Ivan's face look a little embarrassed. The means of curse were so strange and powerful. He couldn't help but think of Toynes. From the perspective of curse, he had a lot of handles in Toynes' hands. There was also the person behind Jefferson. The other party could kill people to silence them, and it was possible that he would cause trouble for him, who arrested Jefferson. One thing that made people feel relieved was that Mona Antland hut was not an academy that was good at curses. Toynes, who came from this place, should not be very good at curses, except for the curse of demon resentment. Are you okay? I just thought of some troublesome things. Become a formal wizard as soon as possible. Once you become a wizard, the current troubles will no longer be troublesome. Hearing Walban's words, Ivan nodded in agreement. Although there was only a threshold between them, there was an absolute difference between the third-class apprentice limit and the wizard. After returning from the market, Ivan continued to study breathing and the black magic hand. Regarding the black magic hand, Randall brought him some bad news 2 days ago. Those original stone arrays have been used by wizards, and it is not his turn for the time being. He asked him to wait patiently for a while. This left Ivan helpless. Another half-month passed, and he made new progress in his exploration of breathing. Night breathing experience plus 180. Night breathing, LV5, for 94/1500, in the dormitory alchemist, he sang a ballad with a strange tone, as if he was praising something. The blood in his body sometimes became excited, and sometimes calmed down. A wisp of weak life energy was drawn out, and quickly turned into fighting spirit. Although it was only a tiny bit, he still showed a happy expression on his face. Finally, he developed a sound breathing method that does not require movement. According to his plan, his first step should be to study a breathing method that is half sound and half movement. However, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. The penetrating characteristics of fighting spirit are related to fluctuations, which makes him study sound vibrations more smoothly than expected. So, before he finished the first step, he jumped directly to the second step, and developed the sound breathing method in one step. The quality of this sound breathing method is far inferior to the running breathing method he learned in the Sword Hall. It is the simplest basic breathing method. He is a great knight, so such a simple breathing method certainly has no effect on him. The next step is to teach the Silkworm Queen to sing. Ivan summoned the Silkworm Queen of the Swiftwood Silkworm, and looked at the cute little creature in front of him with a headache. The last step is to modify the sound breathing method to a breathing method suitable for the Swiftwood Silkworm's chirping. This process is equivalent to teaching the Swiftwood Silkworm to sing, and then constantly adjusting the silkworm queen's chirping and breathing to let it find a rhythm that suits itself. This kind of teaching across a race seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Time flies, and more than 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ivan came to the mentor's 3-story round tower again. "Have you made up your mind?" Randall asked, pretending to be indifferent. "Of course." Ivan nodded and let the queen silkworm fly out and land on his palm. "Teacher, take a closer look at the queen silkworm. Can you see any difference?" Randall's eyes fell on the little guy. Out of respect for his disciples, he did not use his spiritual power to perceive deeply. Seeing this, Ivan's faith moved and gave the queen silkworm an order. The queen silkworm chirped regularly, the wormholes on her body opened, and began to breathe rhythmically. "Is this the knight's breathing method?" Randall stared at the silkworm queen with his eyes wide open, and then at his own disciple. As a wizard, he would never be dazzled, and he actually saw the breathing method on a bug. "As you can see, this is the basic insect breathing method that the silkworm queen and I derived." Ivan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart for being able to surprise a wizard. He said it was easy, but the process was not easy at all. Teaching a method across races is definitely 10 or 100 times more difficult than teaching a naughty child, not to mention that he had to make modifications while doing it. It was definitely a tormenting thing for the silkworm queen to tell him about his subtle feelings after the adjustment. He had the energy but couldn't use it, and sometimes he wished he could turn into a bug. Not to mention other aspects, he consumed 2 portions of the light of wisdom alone, one level 3 and one level 5. However, he gained a lot. In addition to the increase in experience points in breathing, other subjects such as biology and linguistics also gained a lot of experience, especially biology, which was heading for a level 4 subject. If he continued to study, he would definitely be able to upgrade. Don't compare bugs with humans. They are different. This is a basic breathing method for humans, but not for the little guys. The life force extracted is not comparable to what you had at the beginning, Randall corrected. That's what the instructor said. Ivan thought about it, and it was true. He was surprised that the knight's breathing experience points increased too much. It's really hard for you to explore with these stupid bugs. Randall has rich experience and knows the hardships. Of course, it's also very interesting to study with him. At this time, a golden beetle flew over and landed on his shoulder. The golden beetle was attracted by the silkworm queen and did not do anything rude. Ivan took a look at the eye-catching beetle and said, "Teacher, if you don't mind, I can teach you the insect breathing method, but it may not be suitable for other insects. There are all kinds of insects in the world, and each kind of insect is a race with different body structures. The insect breathing method suitable for the swift-winged silkworm may not be suitable for other insects." But he believed in Randall's ability, and that he would soon be able to deduce other things based on the insect breathing method of the swift-winged silkworm. "Equivalent exchange," Randall said. "Okay." Ivan knew that the master would never want to take advantage of his disciple, so he did not refuse. "In addition, I promise not to teach it to anyone else." "No problem." After the master and the disciple reached an agreement, Ivan took out the booklet he had prepared long ago, which recorded the knowledge about the spring bud and the insect breathing method. Randall also took out the things prepared for him. This is a special royal jelly, which is a natural growth potion for insects. I was worried that the little guys couldn't digest it before, but with the insect breathing method, there is no such worry. It smells so good. Not to mention the swift-winged silkworm, Ivan was a little greedy when he smelled it. "You are a great knight, it's useless to eat this." Randall couldn't help but remind him. "Royal jelly of a first-level creature? Probably, I only found honey, not bees." Ivan nodded and didn't ask about the royal jelly. He was thinking about researching the corresponding secret medicine for the insect breathing method before, but now he shouldn't need it. Randall gave him a glass jar of royal jelly. The 20-centimeter high glass jar is inestimable in value. Randall browsed the booklet and realized that his disciples' research ideas were really wild and unconstrained. He actually gave the insects the spring buds similar to the seeds of life, thus solving the biggest problem of the insect breathing method and turning everything from impossible to possible. He had to admit that people's understanding was different. "I have good news for you. You can go to the enchantment workshop to find Madeline Wizard in 3 days. Your application for observation has been approved." Randall showed his intention to see him off after he finished speaking. He couldn't wait to further study the spring buds and the insect breathing method. In some ways, the personalities of this master and apprentice were consistent. After returning to the dormitory, Ivan also started to explore royal jelly. With the help of royal jelly, the speed at which the queen silkworm extracts life energy has doubled. For other swift-winged silkworms, that have not yet learned the insect breathing method, they do have indigestion. Ivan handed over the task of teaching other swift with silkworms how to breathe to his top general, the Silkworm Queen. The Silkworm Queen followed his instructions and tried hard to teach. According to his observation, the Silkworm Queen's temper suddenly became much worse, and she often flapped her wings to slap other swift with silkworms. What a sin! He sighed in his heart and continued to pretend that he didn't see it. Chapter 156. On this day, Ivan came to the enchantment workshop early, waiting for the arrival of Madeline the wizard. Ivan, good morning. Morning. Hearing the familiar voice, Ivan turned his head and found that Cain was not alone. His sister Heidi was also there, and there was a mature woman who looked very similar to Heidi. She should be their close relative and elder, a wizard. Mom, he is the friend Ivan I mentioned. Cain introduced. I know that Wizard Randall has applied for the opportunity to watch the original stone array for you many times, so come with me. Madeline said something to Ivan and walked quickly into the enchantment workshop. Ivan suddenly realized that she was the wizard Lynn, the mother of Cam and Heidi, and probably the wizard who had been using the original stone array. No wonder Heidi's previous reply was so sure. For his own affairs, the mentor must have disturbed this wizard Madeline a lot, which made him a little embarrassed. Heidi, thank you for the previous things. Heidi nodded slightly, and before she could say anything, Cam looked at the two suspiciously. Did you hide anything from me before? Just asking about the original stone array. Is that so? Hearing Ivan's answer, Cain was obviously disappointed. Seeing his appearance, Ivan was a little worried, and whispered a few words to prevent Cain from talking nonsense. His sister was not good-tempered to outsiders, not to mention that there was a strong mother. You should be busy with the promotion resources, could it be? Heidi hinted. It's what you think, Ivan said truthfully. He was even more curious why Heidi didn't get promoted. The other party should not lack promotion resources, but he wisely didn't ask. This matter might involve the situation inside the Lydia family. This is not an easy task. I know. If it were any other apprentice, Heidi would have sneered. Ivan's words, combined with his performance in the Kanda magic stone mine, made it difficult for Heidi to refute. She had an inexplicable feeling in her heart that this person might give others a surprise. The three of them went deep into the enchantment workshop and came to Madeline's workshop. This is a room of more than 200 square meters. Most of the ground is engraved with wire text. It is obvious that they are exploring a rune magic array and have completed part of it. Ivan saw the familiar original stone array discs, a total of 3, strangely not as complicated and deep as the one found in the swamp forest city. He couldn't help but think, could it be easier to control the demonized beasts? This is not good news. Your workshop is next door. Remember, you are not allowed to activate the original stone array disc without permission, nor are you allowed to take it out. Before he could see more, Madeline waved her long sleeves, and one of the original stone array discs floated in front of him. I will follow your instructions, Wizard Madeline. Ivan paused, then quickly agreed, motioning to the two siblings. He took the original stone array and walked to the room on the side. Mom, Ivan is my good friend. Why not let him stay here and study together? Camille immediately showed her reluctance. My Camille, as a wizard, you must always remember that knowledge is valuable, Madeline said. Camille continued to argue for a few more sentences, but failed to convince her mother. Ivan came to the smaller workshop next door, which was large enough for him to carry out his own research. He did not think there was anything wrong with Madeline's arrangement. Knowledge is indeed valuable, and you must pay if you want to get it. He had no right to be angry. It was Randall who fought for the opportunity to come here, and he couldn't let his mentor down. Not being able to activate is a big limitation. I still arranged it according to the situation in the Kanda magic stone mine, so that the array would sense it, but it was still a long way from activation. To be honest, the current conditions were far less complete than when he was in the Kanda magic stone mine, but he was no longer the same person as he was then. He started from scratch, and now he just needed to complete and perfect it. He came here empty-handed, and was not fully prepared. He really just observed it simply on the first day. In the evening, Madeline left the enchantment workshop first, ignoring the siblings and Ivan. I'm sorry, Ivan, Carmi looked at him apologetically. Don't take everything on yourself, Carmi. Ivan waved his hand, interrupting what he wanted to say. Knowledge is valuable. I'm already very satisfied that Wizard Madeline gave me a piece of the original stone array and allowed me to comprehend it next door. Really? Of course, it's not as complicated as you think. Ivan might have felt a little resentful at the time, but later he figured it out and decided to hide away and study freely. In the absence of sufficient research materials, the gains of Madeline Wizard may not be comparable to his. Do you know, that annoying Wayne is going to be promoted. He deliberately ran to me yesterday to show off, which pissed me off. Kame mentioned another thing that made him angry. We have to work harder. Ivan was stunned for a moment, then thought about it, and realized that this was actually normal. Wayne is a 5th level talent, with an initial promotion success rate of 80%. He got 2 Alva Waters last time. The conditions couldn't be more favorable, enough to support him to become a formal wizard. Among their group, Wayne must be the first to become a formal wizard. Ivan, how are you preparing? Cameron was quite upset about this. Among their group, only Ivan could compete with him. I am still far away. Ivan shook his head. Seeing that he was looking at him closely, he did not hide it. Now the promotion rate is only 60%. If I can successfully complete the 2 research projects on hand, the probability is only 80% at most, which is not comparable to others. In fact, the probability of 80% is not low. Theoretically, the possibility of failure is very small, but he has not yet considered whether to continue to find other ways to explore or to try this 80% probability. He was inclined to continue to explore. So, we can only watch that guy continue to be proud. Kame also knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. Yes, let him be arrogant for a while. Ivan also expressed regret. At this time, Heidi was standing aside. Hearing the conversation between the two, she wanted to knock open their heads to see what was inside. The promotion to wizard was such a serious matter, but these 2 people were obsessed with the dispute of arrogance. You don't have to study everything yourself. She spoke. What do you mean? Ivan turned to look at her. If you have a unique, replicable method, you can trade with others, such as us. Heidi explained. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Kane's eyes lit up and looked at him steadily. No. Ivan shook his head. Needless to say, the Water of Alva and the Great Night, the former is from the Academy, and the latter is known to everyone, but it is not easy to comprehend. There are 2 remaining methods. The Blackbeard Crown is Randall's masterpiece, and the situation of the rune, which array is not clear for the time being. Wait until you figure out the rune magic array inside, and you have it. Heidi said. Yes. Kame nodded beside him. Don't talk nonsense about things that don't exist. Ivan looked at the 2 of them speechlessly, not knowing where the brother and sister got such great confidence. If Madeline heard this, she might deprive him of the qualification to observe. He then asked curiously, You 2 should not lack promotion resources, right? Isn't the family's provision enough for you to pick and choose? You're mistaken. There are many people in a wizard family, and the resources for promotion are not all available. Heidi said. Ivan didn't quite believe this. The brother and sister in front of him were the most legitimate of the legitimate families. They probably didn't rush to become wizards in order to ensure that they could be promoted 100%, and they had plenty of time. If you want to trade, remember to find me or Cam first. Heidi didn't believe his words either. Okay, I remember it for now. Ivan didn't refuse. This was indeed a solution. After parting with the siblings, he went to the enchantment shop and ordered some more raw materials. Several days passed in a flash, and Ivan continued his research step by step. In teaching the breathing method of the swiftwood silkworms, the queen silkworm worked tremblingly for a while, and finally reacted and pestered Ivan not to let him stand by and watch. Ivan had no choice but to join the teaching and guide other swiftwood silkworms to appreciate the insect breathing method. Even if they were all swiftwood silkworms split from the queen silkworm, the differences in qualifications and understanding between individuals were objective. After a few days, only 5 swiftwood silkworms were the first to learn the insect breathing method. The other swiftwood silkworms were obviously not as talented as them, and their learning progress was much slower. The insect breathing method was the most basic breathing method, and there was no emphasis on any one aspect. The improvement was slow but relatively stable. With the unlimited supply of royal jelly provided by the instructor, the strength of the silkworm queen grew day by day. Although the efficiency was not as good as when Ivan took the secret breathing potion, it was more stable. The natural growth potion brought subtle drug resistance. He was quite satisfied with this. Ivan, have you heard? That day, Ivan had just arrived at the enchanting workshop when Kame couldn't wait to grab him. Don't worry, talk slowly. Wayne failed to be promoted. Really? Hearing Kame's words, Ivan's eyes showed disbelief, and he even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. That was the highest 5th level talent. The other party's promotion success rate was definitely more than 90%, if not 100%. How could he fail to be promoted? Yeah, I didn't believe it at first, but it's true, and now it's almost spread. Kame was not gloating at this time, and there was a look of surprise on his face. For this matter, like the two people, it is estimated that many people can't figure out how Wayne failed. He shouldn't fail. It must be said that Wayne's failure this time scared many apprentices, and some began to re-examine their promotion success rate to see if there were any omissions. He still has a great chance. Yes. For Wayne, who has a 5th level talent, his initial promotion rate is high enough, and one failure is nothing. To put it bluntly, his 3rd promotion also has a certain success rate. Unlike many people, one failure basically means a lifetime of hopelessness. In the hut of Mona Ant Land, Wayne's matter caused a lot of waves, and as time went by, it was gradually forgotten. Days passed, and Ivan's exploration of both aspects was carried out in an orderly manner. Chapter 157. One day a month later, Randall was invited to his disciple's dormitory. "Teacher, please have a look." After greeting, Ivan welcomed the teacher into his alchemy room and asked him to look at a mulberry wood cabinet placed on the side. A mulberry wood cocoon was hung on the corner of the cabinet. When the queen silkworm grew to a certain size, it began to spin silk for the first time. Half an hour later, it formed a fist-sized cocoon and wrapped itself in it. "I am afraid of disturbing the queen silkworm, so I can only invite you to come. I hope you can take a look for me." "Stop talking nonsense. How far has the little guy grown? Don't say you don't know." Randall looked solemn, staring at the cocoon in the corner and constantly looking at it. "I know, I've been observing it. According to my estimation, its strength is 5.3 scales, agility is 5.7 scales, and physique is 5.5 scales. The error is definitely not more than 0.05 scales. I can guarantee it," Ivan replied worriedly. He originally thought that the swiftwood silkworm was the same as humans. Only when a certain data of the body approached or exceeded 6 scales would it undergo qualitative changes. As a result, the queen silkworm suddenly spun silk and made a cocoon. He had sensed something and hurried back from the enchantment workshop. When he returned to the dormitory, the silkworms had already started to cocoon, and he had no time to communicate in detail. It was the first time he faced such a thing, and he was really unsure, so he invited Randall, the college's top insect controller. "This is normal. Their upper limit is different from ours." Randall didn't find anything wrong. "Do you need me to do anything?" Ivan asked. "What you did just now was right. You must not disturb the little guy at this moment. The rest can only rely on itself. You have done what you should do." Randall retracted his gaze, otherwise he would have thought of something else. Unlike humans, insects often have only 2 results in their metamorphosis, either progressing or dying in the metamorphosis, and outsiders cannot intervene. Why not accompany it more? You stay nearby, so that the little guy can metamorphose with peace of mind. It can only be done this way. After Randall left, Ivan did not go to the enchantment workshop again, and stayed in the alchemy room as he suggested. The entire tribe relies on the queen silkworm to exist. Once the queen silkworm has problems, the swiftwood silkworm tribe may die out, so he has to be cautious. "Listen, no one is allowed to disturb the queen silkworm, otherwise you will starve. Also, guard it well, and don't let anything mess it up." Ivan issued a ban to the other swiftwood silkworms. Now these little guys have grown up a lot. Except for some who were born not long ago, the other swiftwood silkworms have gradually learned the insect breathing method. The number of these people is close to 300. Among the swiftwood silkworms, the queen silkworm has the best qualifications and grows the fastest. The next is the 5 who first comprehended the insect breathing method. Their agility data is almost 5 scales. I just don't know if their upper limit is the same as the silkworm queen. Ivan analyzed that this may be inferior. After all, the silkworm queen is unique. Night breathing experience plus 3. Night breathing, LV6, 506/2000. Biology experience plus 1. Biology, LV4, 65/1000. In the process of Shuenmu's silkworm learning insect breathing, Ivan, who has been closely observing their growth, has benefited a lot. Night breathing has been upgraded to a 6th level subject, and biology has been upgraded to a 4th level subject. In addition to the small wisdom light, he also gained a level 6 wisdom light and a level 4 great wisdom light. At present, there are still wisdom lights on the Shueba panel. 2 level 5, 2 level 6, and 3 great wisdom lights. On the other hand, during this period, he has observed the 3 original stone arrays in turn, and studied them in a deeper direction bit by bit. The completion rate of the line text has increased from 96% to 97%. This is the result of his not using the wisdom light. The early accumulation is almost enough, and he will start to use the wisdom light to accelerate the comprehension process. However, We have to wait until the queen silkworm completes its metamorphosis. The time it takes for the queen silkworm to break out of its cocoon is longer than Ivan expected. These days, Randall comes almost every 2 days. Carmi was worried about problems with him, so she took the time to visit him in the evening. Ivan, why don't you go to the enchantment workshop? Did my mother say something? You think too much. Wizard Madeline is so busy all day, how can she have time to embarrass an apprentice like me? Looking at the uneasy Carmi, Ivan took him directly to the alchemy room and pointed to a group of swift-witted silkworms and said, "Look, that's them. One of the little guys is about to metamorphose into a first-level creature. This period of time is very critical. I need to stay here to prevent any changes." Silkworm? Kame blinked in disbelief. Yes, a special kind of silkworm. Although they are small, you may not be able to match their speed. Ivan said seriously. Really? Kame's eyes widened. Really? Remember to keep it a secret for me. I am not as good as a worm. Kame believed that Ivan would not lie to him. Looking at the not very active swift-witted silkworm, he suddenly felt frustrated. Kame, more than one. No need for you to remind me. Kame stared at the swift-witted silkworm for a long time, looking left and right, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. After a while, he reluctantly said goodbye. When he returned home and stayed with Heidi, Kame absent-mindedly said, "Do you think it's too late for me to switch to the Blackbird music chapter now?" What? Nothing, just talking. Did you go to Ivan and see that the insects he cultivated are excellent, so you want to raise a group of your own? Heidi knew her brother too well, and could tell what he was thinking with just one look. Do you think it's suitable? Kame's eyes lit up. You're stupid. Looking at her brother's stupid reaction, Heidi couldn't help laughing, and then she reminded him seriously, Kame, you have to remember that the frosty drum of our Lydia family is the best, and other meditation methods will have some problems. Problem? It's a small problem. This is what my grandmother said. Remember not to tell anyone, otherwise you will be punished. After Heidi's repeated emphasis, Kane could only agree, and gave up the idea of changing the meditation method. Day after day passed. In Ivan's perception, the breath of the silkworm queen became more and more vague, and he didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, on the 12th day of cocooning, the mulberry-colored cocoon began to change color, and the vitality contained in it was quickly extracted. With a slight sound, the whole cocoon trembled, and the silk that formed the cocoon suddenly became loose. A wood-colored silkworm slowly crawled out of it. Who else could it be but the silkworm queen? It seems that there is not much change. Seeing that the silkworm queen was safe and sound, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he was more nervous than when he was promoted. Compared with before, the silkworm queen's body length increased by 3 or 4 centimeters, her figure became more symmetrical, and her wood-colored body had some light green lines. The difference in other aspects seemed not big. Mumble. When the silkworm queen heard this, she was immediately unhappy, and her aura was fully opened, showing her strength. It turned out that she habitually concealed her aura. After some communication, Ivan found that the silkworm queen had become smarter, her wisdom had increased, and communication was easier and clearer. Strength, 6.0, Agility, 6.8, Constitution, 6.2. With the increase in strength, the values of various aspects of the body have changed significantly, and its ability to hide its breath has also improved accordingly, making it a group of people who are very good at hiding. Ivan thought speechlessly that except for agility, in terms of physical values, he was not as good as the silkworm queen. At this moment, he felt what Kame felt. The reason was that the jar of royal jelly played an important role. Was the instructor too partial to the swift-witted silkworm? Putting this aside, the silkworm queen has a special ability, the power of controlling the crowd. The name was given by Ivan. It is a strange ability that allows other swift-witted silkworms to reintegrate into the silkworm queen's body and unite as one. In this way, the power of other swift-witted silkworms can be borrowed, and the damage suffered by the silkworm queen can be transferred. Not bad, not bad, your ability has great potential. Facing the silkworm queen who looked at him eagerly, Ivan did not hesitate to praise him. This is not an empty talk. If other swift-witted silkworms become first-level creatures, and also evolve special abilities, they should be able to burst out with good combat power through the integration of the silkworm queen's power of controlling the crowd. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, the abilities of other swift-witted silkworms are practical. Randall hurried over after hearing the news, and soon he left with satisfaction. Within 2 days, the 5 swift-witted silkworms who first comprehended the insect-breathing method spun cocoons and entered the metamorphosis state, and Ivan could only continue to guard the alchemy room. The upper limit of these 5 swift-witted silkworms did not reach the level of the queen silkworm. The highest agility value was only 5.2 scales, and it was unknown whether they could overcome the current difficulties. Fortunately, they did not disappoint Ivan. 10 days later, they broke out of the cocoon on the same day. After the test, the intelligence of the 5 swift-witted silkworms was also improved. The 5 silkworms were born with 3 abilities, 2 of which were shape mimicry, 2 were breath mimicry, both of which were abilities to simulate other creatures, and the last silkworm transformed into a strange ability, similar to photosynthesis. None of the abilities were biased towards combat, and it had to be admitted that this was in line with the habits of the swift-witted silkworms. Ivan had considered this situation a long time ago, and was not disappointed. In his opinion, being able to successfully complete the transformation and survive was already great, and he could not ask for too much. These little guys are already first-level creatures. Their physical fitness is equal to mine. The aura they derive should be able to meet the requirements. It's time to strengthen the Blackbeard crown mark. If there is 1, there will be 2. If there are 2, there will be 3. At this time, 6 first-level Shuanmu silkworms have been born. There will definitely be more in the future. This way of increasing the probability of promotion has been completed by him. Ivan believes that the deduction of his mentor Randall is correct. So far, his promotion success rate has reached 70%. Chapter 158. Enchanting Workshop, a certain workshop. Ivan stood beside a pile of materials. As he operated, various raw material powders, including magic stone powder, mixed with the soil and stirred by themselves, as if an invisible hand was kneading it. He moved his fingers, and a string of water droplets appeared out of thin air and fell into the stirring mixture, making the powder and soil mix more evenly, and finally turned into a soft round pile of mud. A circle of flames wrapped around the mud pile, baking for a few seconds before extinguishing. Mud into rock. After the spell, the soft mud pile turned into a hard stone platform with a diameter of just 3 meters. Ivan took out the ink mixed with the rune pen and magic stone powder, and carved lines directly on the stone platform. Smooth lines formed under his pen. After the overall framework was completed, he changed the ink to wind element ink and continued to carve. Not long after, a vivid rune beam array took shape. Several bottles of magic stone water floated to the stone platform and fell on the rune beam array in an orderly manner. He came to the middle of the stone platform, sat on the ground, activated the rune beam array, and the magic stone water quickly turned into ink energy, which then dispersed and turned into a ball of black smoke. The black smoke floated for a while, changing its shape from time to time, sometimes thick or thin, sometimes rotating, sometimes fast or slow. Still haven't found the key factor. As soon as the voice fell, a strong wind came out of nowhere on the stone platform, blowing the black smoke into pieces. He glanced at the original stone array plate placed on the side not far away, which was emitting a soft light. When the rune beam array had problems, the light on the original stone array plate slowly dissipated. He was accustomed to the induction produced by the original stone array plate, and there was no change this time. The original stone array disc is secondary. The focus is on the rune array carved by myself. It is not a big problem to convert the magic stone water into spiritual energy, but it is not a simple matter to transform spiritual energy into black wind. How did the black wind that day form? It's a pity that it was destroyed by Heidi's attack, and there was no wreckage left. Ivan felt a little regretful. When he was in the Kanda magic stone mine that day, he didn't take a few more glances at the black wind cage array arranged by the black robe monster. Now he can't see it even if he wants to. The reason for saying this is that he encountered difficulties in exploring the current rune array. According to his original idea, he simply used the rune beam array to transform more spiritual energy, and then tried to transform this part of spiritual energy into his own spiritual power for promotion. When promoted to a formal wizard, even if he could gain 1 or half a degree of spiritual power, it would be enough to play an important role. After careful research, he found that this idea was not feasible. No matter how he transformed or tempered it, there was always a difference between the transformed spiritual energy and his spiritual power, and this difference was too great to be ignored. There is only one result of forcibly mixing in, which is that the spiritual power is impure, and it is very likely that it will not be completely eliminated later. Therefore, this plan can only serve as a backup when it is absolutely necessary. For this backup, he spent a level 5 wisdom light not long ago, and the result was that the converted spiritual energy increased in purity. Then, he began to explore new plans. The new plan has new ideas, and his new idea is to use the confinement power generated by the rune beam array. When they were in the Kanda magic stone mine, the black-robed monster raised a black wind and swept them in. Under the confinement of the black wind, he had a feeling similar to breaking through the third level, and could not feel the existence of his body. This power of confinement is undoubtedly quite powerful. To put it bluntly, wizard promotion means breaking a layer of bondage and confinement at the spiritual level, and using the power of confinement to fight against the power of confinement. His idea should be fine. The problem lies in restoring the black wind transformed by the rune array of the black-robed monster. A few hours later, the materials in the studio were exhausted, and he could only end this exploration helplessly. Passing by the next door, he found that the door was closed, and he didn't know whether the Kame siblings came. There is an advantage of studying runes in the enchantment workshop. The workshops will not have any impact on each other. Once the door is closed, the inside and outside are two different worlds. When the rune array is out of control, it can be easily suppressed. A week later, Ivan used a level 4 Great Wisdom Light. In the past, his comprehension and spirituality, which had been increased tenfold, made him invincible. He could always find the key to solving the problem from the complicated clues, and this time was no exception. I see. It didn't involve the power of the wind element at all, only pure spiritual energy manipulation. The black-robed monster is indeed a creature born in the magic stone mine, and its understanding of magic stone energy is beyond the reach of ordinary people. 8 minutes later, he came back to his senses with a sense of loss. Then, he picked up the rune pen and drew a new rune array. Each line was completed in one go, and even multiple lines did not stop for a moment. After a while, a new rune array appeared on the stone platform. Put the magic stone water on it, activate it, and transform it into spiritual energy, which turned into black wind. The breeze was gentle, but it seemed very different. As the person who manipulated the rune array, he could still feel a kind of spiritual oppression, which made people feel uncomfortable instinctively. It's done. It's this kind of imprisoned wind. The conversion efficiency is relatively low, and it is difficult to operate. It will take time to adjust slowly. Ivan nodded slightly. The light of great wisdom did not disappoint him. As long as the key factors are found, other problems are not a problem. He also found that the completion of the line text increased from 97% to 98%, and the experience points of enchantment and rune literature increased a lot, especially enchantment. In the evening, he walked out of the workshop happily, and found that the door next door was still closed. Ivan walked out a few steps, and heard an unusual sound behind him. Ahem. He couldn't help but look back. Carmi was coughing non-stop, and thick black smoke was coming out of the door next to her. Ahem, Ivan, wait for me. Carmi called him out immediately after she found him. What's wrong? Don't mention it, sister is showing off. Carmi got stuck as she spoke, and Heidi came out with a gloomy face. Staring at him vaguely, her silence was more powerful than words. Heidi, Ivan and I are leaving first. Carmi walked away quickly, and winked at Ivan as she approached, signaling him to leave quickly. In the past month, the two of them did not come to the enchanting workshop every day, and they had not met for some time. Kane talked non-stop all the way. He was always well informed and knew most of the important things that happened between apprentices, such as which apprentice cast a powerful spell, and which apprentice died in the mission. What's the progress of your research on the original stone array? When he came to the outside of the enchanting workshop, he couldn't help but ask curiously. It's okay, I have a clue, Ivan said. Will it be successful soon? Kane guessed. How did you know that? Ivan looked at him in surprise, but didn't refute. It needs to be improved. Really amazing. Kame heard the implication of his words, and couldn't help but smack his lips. In fact, he and his sister were also studying the same subject, and his mother was guiding them from time to time. The progress was far from success. The two parted at the door, leaving Kame there waiting for his mother and sister. Heidi, Ivan is almost successful in his research. Ivan didn't ask him to keep it a secret. Kame wasn't someone who could keep secrets. When she saw the two of them, she said directly, Ivan is still the same Ivan. He is better than you and me put together. Heidi frowned slightly when she heard his words. Kame, whether a plan is successful or not needs to be verified by professionals, not just by yourself. Many people think that their research is rare in the world, but they are limited by their own vision. In fact, it is nothing. Madeline corrected. Mom, Ivan is not that kind of person. Camille argued. Mom, if it's Ivan who said it, it shouldn't be false. He is one of the best people I've ever met in terms of enchantment. We have an agreement with him that if he wants to trade, he should come to us. Heidi also agreed. Oh, then I wait and see. Madeline believed it. Her daughter's words were always reliable. What? Mom, you really don't believe what I say, but you believe what Heidi says. Cain grumbled and complained. He was actually happy that his mother was willing to believe Ivan. The next day, Ivan did not go to the enchanting workshop. On this day, many swiftwood silkworms broke out of their cocoons. The cocoon hanging in the corner of the cabinet shook violently, and the silk became loose. After a while, no swiftwood silkworms crawled out. Failed? Ivan probed with his mental power, and the swiftwood silkworms in the cocoon had lost their vitality. This was not the first swiftwood silkworm to die. In fact, the third batch of swiftwood silkworms that spun silk and made cocoons began to die, and 15 of them died, accounting for a quarter of the total. This is the fourth batch, and the largest batch, with more than 100 silkworms. The mortality rate is more than 1/3, and the number of deaths in the remaining batch is estimated to reach half. Evolution has always been a cruel process. Mumble. The silkworm queen saw that he was in a bad mood, so she chirped to attract his attention, and squirmed her body to split out a clearly different young silkworm. This is a plump young silkworm, and it looks like the silkworm queen when they first met. Is it the same as you? Mumble. Sure enough, this is a mother silkworm similar to the queen silkworm, which can continuously split and produce new young silkworms. The queen silkworm consumed a lot of energy to raise this little guy, and even her chirping became weak and breathless. I understand. There is death, and there is rebirth. I won't worry about it. You should have a good rest. Ivan didn't know what the queen silkworm wanted to express. Seeing that it looked exhausted, he hurriedly took out a lot of food to replenish the queen silkworm's physical strength. Time is too thin, quietly flowing through fingers. Ivan had lived a well-organized life for more than half a month, and a sudden letter broke his peace of mind. There was a hurried knock on the door. When he opened the door of the dormitory, there was no one outside. Only a thick letter slowly fell from the air, and was about to fall to the ground. He waved his hand, and the letter floated in front of him. My disciple Ivan wrote to me. The familiar words and handwriting on the cover of the letter made Ivan's pupils shrink. This is a letter from Toynes. Chapter 159. Ivan's eyes became sharp. He looked around and found no suspicious figures, so he jumped directly onto the roof of the dormitory, and also found nothing else. He knew that the messenger might not be a real person, and if the other party was hiding, he could naturally avoid his tracking. I didn't expect that Toynes had accomplices in the college. I'm afraid that he conveyed the message in this way to intimidate me. The tracking method did not work, and Ivan returned to his dormitory. He understood the inner meaning of Toynes, that is, it's useless for you to hide in the college. He opened the letter, and found a parchment with a light blue mark on it. He just spread the parchment, and the light blue mark turned into light smoke and flew over, landing precisely on the curse of demon resentment, so fast that he couldn't avoid it. In terms of curse, Toynes has obviously improved. This curse power is not enough for Zunmukin. Ivan didn't care. Not to mention this curse power, even if it was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't cause any trouble. He was more concerned about not being able to avoid it. The difference in power between an apprentice and a wizard is a chasm that is difficult to cross. No matter how poor Toynes is, he is not someone that an apprentice can underestimate. The only one who can fight against a wizard is another wizard. Ivan, I am glad to receive your letter. Do you still remember your guide? When you first came to the island ignorantly, you embarked on the path of wizards under my earnest expectations. It was such a peaceful and hopeful life. Do you still remember your hometown far away? Flying Fish Harbor is a beautiful town, and your territory, Mulberry Valley, is also a beautiful place with bright mountains. Under the diligent management of your father Mr. Reed, your brother, and your wife, Mulberry Valley is now covered with mulberry trees. Evan, I have found a way to completely solve the curse. I sincerely invite you to explore the secret realm together. July 4th, Nichols Lake. I look forward to our long-awaited meeting. Your guide, Toynes. After reading the contents of the letter, Evan's face was a little gloomy. Toynes was still so hypocritical. The letter seemed to be a casual chat, but the words were threatening. Just think about it, the other party invited his apprentice at the risk of being exposed, and it must be more than just exploring a secret realm. There is still more than half a month to July 4th, so I have to think carefully and prepare. The other party has put so much effort into it, and I must not let him down. After thinking for a while, Ivan made a decision. An hour later, Ivan came to the 3-story round tower, found his mentor Randall, and handed him the letter. I didn't have much contact with Toynes before. I only knew that he was a key member of the hunting team. He was nearly 100 years older than me, and made a lot of contributions to the academy. Such an old wizard actually fell. What are you going to do? Randall did not take on too many responsibilities, and the fierce aura flashing from his body showed his determination. Ivan said, "I want you to help me identify a rune array first." "Where?" "The enchantment workshop." Randall readily agreed to his disciple's request. Then, the two came to the enchantment workshop, the workshop that temporarily belonged to Ivan, and the rune array that Ivan had just carved was placed on the ground. This array has two functions. One is to transform pure spiritual energy, and the other is to derive the power of confinement from spiritual energy. When promoted, use the power of confinement to counter the power of confinement. If it doesn't work, the spiritual energy will serve as a backup force. After Ivan introduced the function of the formation to the instructor, he activated the rune beam formation on the stone platform, and the formation started to operate smoothly. After a while, black wind blew in the workshop. At Randall's signal, the black wind transformed by spiritual energy blew all over his bear-like body. As a wizard, he could still feel the mental depression, which would undoubtedly affect the performance of his strength. If he were in an environment full of black wind, his strength would probably be reduced by half, or even more. You know, he is a senior wizard, and he has been a formal wizard for a long time. I didn't expect that his disciple could achieve this step. It's okay. The black wind continued to blow for a while, and when Randall waved his hand, Ivan controlled the formation to stop, and the wind in the room quickly died down. Ivan stared at Randall closely, wanting to hear what the mentor could say, whether such a rune beam formation could be used in the promotion of wizards. "What is this formation called?" Randall asked after a moment's silence. "It hasn't been named yet. How about calling it the Black Magic Wind Formation?" Ivan thought about it, and gave a name that echoed the Black Magic Hand. "Ivan, your idea is right, and your consideration is very thoughtful. The formation effect is also fine. As a wizard and enchanter, I think your Black Magic Wind Formation is successful." Randall gave his evaluation solemnly. "I feel relieved to hear you say that." Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you noticed that if the effect of the formation is expanded, it can increase the success rate of promotion by more than 10%? Randall hinted. "Please rest assured, I will measure the required strength and ensure that the Black Magic Wind Formation is within an absolutely controllable range." Ivan has also considered this issue. He would rather reduce the effect of the formation than to ensure that the formation will not get out of control. Randall nodded slightly, very satisfied with this statement. "There is nothing else to say, remember not to reveal it," Randall instructed. "It is not difficult to find that being considered as an alternative plan is actually very interesting. If someone ignores it, and does not consider the problem of greater hidden dangers after promotion, using the spiritual energy that has been tempered several times directly can increase the probability of promotion incalculably, and there is no shortage of such people around, such as those apprentices, who have no hope of promotion. Even if the final limit can only be a first-level wizard, even if the process contains great dangers, there will be people willing to fight to the death. Once the effect of the Black Magic Wind Formation spreads, it will be a big trouble for Ivan." "I understand." Ivan certainly understands the principle of possessing a treasure. However, I am going to make a deal with the Lydia family, and exchange it for a 10% promotion success rate. In fact, the increased promotion probability is just an estimate. No one will complain about it, but they are afraid of capsizing like Wayne. Then simplify it, and make it less conspicuous. When you become a wizard, there will be much less trouble. "Teacher, I hope you can accompany me on this trip." Ivan asked again. That Madeline wizard is not easy to deal with. "Of course, no problem." Randall did not refuse. He was also worried that his apprentice would be fooled. "So, you decided to start the promotion to wizard in the next few days?" "Yes, it's time to prepare for so long and so much." Ivan said truthfully that before meeting Toynes, he planned to become a wizard first, and then give him a surprise. "Dare to threaten me like this, of course there is a price to pay. Toynes no longer cares about the rules of the wizarding world, and keeping him is always a hidden danger. Teacher believes you can succeed. You are the most talented of all my disciples. There is no reason for you to fail, right?" Looking at this gifted disciple in front of him, Randall gave his blessing. "You are right." The master and disciples smiled at each other. Afterwards, under Randall's guidance, Ivan made an encrypted simplified version of the Black Magic Wind Formation and prepared to use this version for trading. 2 days later. The experimental area, a strictly confidential test range. This is rented by Randall. He chose this place instead of the enchantment workshop, because he didn't want to trade on someone else's territory. It was not conducive to formally negotiating terms. It was related to promotion, so it was not too cautious. Ivan and his apprentice didn't have to wait long. Madeline arrived as scheduled with Heidi and came, and no one else. "Wizard Randall, Are you going to let your apprentice do this? Madeline's first words were very rude. Wizard Madeline, seeing is believing. You know if it's nonsense after you see it. I believe that the black magic wind formation developed by my apprentice will not disappoint you. I'm just afraid that you don't have sincerity. Then I can only take him to find other people. As a first-level wizard, Randall would naturally not be affected by her words. I hope you won't waste my time, Madeline said without denying it. Ivan, is this the rune magic array you explored? What's the reason why you named it Black Magic Wind Array? It's a good name, very imposing. When the two wizards reached a consensus, Cam ran forward impatiently, staring at the magic array on the stone platform and asking questions. Seeing this, Madeline rolled her eyes implicitly. She had no idea what to do with this silly son. It's just a rune array. As for the name, you understand after I activate the magic array. Ivan gestured to the two wizards. Seeing that they had no objection, he activated the array in front of them. After a while, the array completed the transformation of magic stone water to spiritual energy, and spiritual energy to black wind. The black wind blew over everyone. This is the power controlled by that person, and you actually restored it. Heidi recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the black wind that trapped her and others in the magic stone mine? Yes and no, there are some differences. It used more than just the power of the magic stone. Okay, let me take a look. Madeline took over the control of the formation forcefully. Ivan did not object to this. Compared to Randall, Madeline's enchantment attainments are higher. These are the original words of the mentor. He also said that it would be more secure to let Madeline take a look. How is it? Does it please you, Wizard Madeline? After a while, Randall asked with a smile. Okay, I agree to the exchange. Madeline nodded in approval. Evan was secretly happy. The simplified version could impress such a person with profound enchantment attainments, which was enough to show the extraordinary nature of the black magic wind formation. Evan Marichavin. You say. Are you interested in marrying into the Lydia family? You can get the full support of the Lydia family. Hearing Madeline's words, Evan subconsciously glanced at Cam next to him. I didn't say that. Cam waved his hand quickly. He was a sensible person, and knew what not to say. However, Evan, you can indeed consider Heidi. Heidi spoke for you before. Ivan looked at him speechlessly, wondering if this guy did it on purpose. If eyes could beat people, Cam would have been beaten to a pulp by the few people except Randall. Sorry, I didn't have any other ideas before I became a wizard. Oh, that's a pity. 2 for 1, Madeline took out a lot of good stuff, and at Randall's suggestion, Ivan took a fancy to a spell scroll called Rose Chain. Chapter 160. In the morning, I completed the transaction with Madeline the wizard. In the afternoon, Ivan appeared in front of the vice president's office, ready to sign a long-term contract with the academy. The vice president cannot be seen whenever he wants. He needs to be notified by the person sitting outside. Ivan stepped forward and said his name. I am Ivan Marichavin, an apprentice in the enchantment group. I applied 2 days ago. Wait a moment. A young girl said. She should be the maid of the vice president, and she was wearing a maid outfit. Ivan thought he would have to wait a long time, but he was allowed in after only 7 or 8 minutes. This was an unusual office. The Ant-Man statues, alien creature specimens, and strange paintings inside were eye-catching. Sitting behind a large desk was a wealthy silver-haired old woman in a tile blue wizard robe made of exquisite materials, giving people a feeling of having gone through years. She looked kind and benevolent. Doris Lydia, one of the vice presidents of the Mona Antland Hut, was also the leader of the enchantment team. As the vice president of the academy, although he looks old and frail, his strength is definitely one of the best. Ivan doesn't know what level of strength he is. Before becoming a wizard, he should not ask about wizards. This is what Cody taught him. It is worth mentioning that Doris should also be Cam's grandmother. Juan and Dean Lydia. Ivan Marichavin, I heard Cam mention you, saying that you are his good friend. Cam is indeed a very good friend. I know why you came. You must be impatient. According to the rules of the academy, all apprentices need to sign a contract. The contract was standard. After taking it, Ivan simply glanced at it. The contract term is 100 years. It was not 120 years as Randall said. He looked at it a few more times in surprise. I heard from Wizard Madeline that the black magic wind array you researched is good. In addition, you can grow to your current strength in such a short time, which is enough to prove that you are a talented student. I used the authority of the vice dean to reduce the contract term by 20 years. I hope you can contribute to the academy after becoming a wizard. Doris guessed what he was confused about, and explained it leisurely. So that's how it is. Madeline seemed unkind on the surface, but once she got her approval, she was quite easy to talk to. On the other hand, it also showed that the value of the black magic wind formation was indeed good, and even the Lydia family was willing to sell a favor. Thank you for your trouble. Ivan continued to read. The contract stipulated the tasks of the academy, most of which were things to do after becoming a wizard. He quickly signed his name, left his aura, and marked his mental power. He pushed the contract to the inside of the desk. The contract fell on the desk, and the words on it suddenly emitted flames, which merged into one piece and extinguished after a few seconds. The content of the contract was still there, but the color was lighter. Ivan only felt his heart sink slightly, and then he returned to normal after a moment, and did not notice anything different. Okay, where is your crystal ball? Doris put the contract in a wooden box, solemnly put it in the cabinet behind, and turned around and said. Ivan handed over his crystal ball. It contained some valuable experience on promotion, which will be helpful to you. Doris took out another crystal ball, transferred the information stored in it to his crystal ball, and handed it back to him. Ivan understood that this was a detailed wizard promotion guide, including various precautions for impacting the bottleneck of formal wizards, and it was the hard work of many wizards in the academy. Your meditation method is Blackbeard movement, and the corresponding defense spell is Flower and Wood Shield. You can choose it or other spells. What is your decision? I choose the Flower and Wood Shield. Ivan directly chose the defensive spell corresponding to the Blackbeard movement. There was no need to hesitate about this. If he chose other Blackbeard crowns, it would be a waste of preparation. It is reported that the Academy has many meditation methods, such as Blackbeard movement, Water Eclipse, Tidal Land Chapter, Thunder Water Fiber, etc., each with its own emphasis. Blackbeard movement is conducive to becoming an insect controller, and is not very popular there. Doris took out a spell book from the drawer, and the spell book fell lightly in front of him. Then, there were 3 alva waters, of superior, medium, and inferior quality. The Academy gave him the medium quality alva water, and the others were what he got in the Flash Vortex Secret Realm last time. Then Ivan, I wish you all the best. Thank you. If you have no other instructions, I will take my leave first. Back in the dormitory, Ivan first received the detailed promotion guide. Although he had heard a lot from Randall, this detailed guide still benefited him a lot. The next day, Ivan came to the 3-story round tower. Teacher, I have to trouble you again. Stop talking nonsense. I am still waiting for you to fight for me. I have not produced a wizard, and I am often talked about. I am not proud of my reputation as a teacher. The title of the first insect controller in this academy is not worthy of its reputation. Ivan knew that the mentor said this on purpose. A wizard wouldn't care about what others said. He owed the mentor one thing after another. When he became a wizard, he would find a chance to repay him. Don't think about it, just concentrate on listening. I will only say it once. Randall asked him to come to make up for his lessons. The course content was exactly Flower and Wood Shield. Randall didn't know how many years he had been immersed in the first level spell of Flower and Wood Shield. He had already mastered it to perfection. Teaching him was just a piece of cake. In the next 3 days, one taught carefully, and the other studied sincerely. With Ivan using an extra level 5 wisdom light, he quickly mastered all aspects of the Flower and Wood Shield, and he didn't know how many times he simulated it. On this day, the sky was clear. Ivan came to the place where apprentices were promoted to wizards in the academy. Located in the teaching area, there is a spacious secret room that can ensure that the promoted people will not be disturbed. Unless the promoted apprentices have not come out for too long, exceeding the normal time limit for more than 2 days, otherwise the secret room can only be opened from the inside, giving the apprentices a sense of security. Ordinary apprentices usually come here to be promoted, and some people have other choices. Most of these people are children of wizard families. Brother, I wish you success in becoming a first-level wizard. By your blessing. Ivan gestured to the energetic senior sister who led him here, and walked into the secret room deep inside. He was followed by 2 shadow and servants holding boxes. After entering, he smelled a special smell, which made people stay calm. This is a place where people can concentrate on meditation. The entire secret room was shockingly simple and empty, with only a cushion in the middle of the room. Put the things on the ground. After he gave 2 magic stones to each person, the shadow and servants put down several boxes of raw materials and left the secret room without saying anything. The door of the secret room was closed, isolating the inside into an undisturbed little world. Ivan checked around and then took away the cushion. He skillfully cast a stone platform with the materials in the box, then picked up a pen to draw lines and recarved a black magic wind array. After the black magic wind formation was completed, the medium magic stone water and magic crystal water were placed according to their respective positions. He placed the cushion he had just taken away on the left side of the black magic wind formation. There was a newly cast position in this place that could accommodate a cushion, and there were simple lines around it that spread from the black magic wind formation. At the critical moment of being promoted to a wizard, Ivan dared not sit carelessly in the center of the formation, lest it affect the effects of other means. These were all issues that needed to be considered properly. There is only one chance, and there is no room for any omissions. After the adjustment of the black magic wind formation, the effect will be worse when sitting next to it. The potion is replaced with medium magic stone water, which is just right in his opinion. Black magic wind formation, the promotion rate is 80%. Rose chain, 90%. After Ivan sat down, he laid out the other things in order: 3 alba waters, rose chain scroll. As for other means to increase the promotion rate, they are all inside and outside his body. Finally, there is the light of wisdom. The promotion rate is exactly 100%. Now, he still has 2 6th level wisdom lights and 2 4th level great wisdom lights. Once the situation changes, he will abandon all other concerns and decisively use the wisdom lights, or even the great wisdom lights. Everything is ready. This time, only success is allowed. Queen Silkworm, this time it depends on you and the little guys. Mumble. Hearing Ivan's instructions, the Queen Silkworm's expression rarely became tense, and it nodded solemnly. The rose chain is actually a special secret method that can connect 2 creatures and share life force through the chain. He has a first level swift with Silkworm and 3 alba waters that burn life force, so Randall suggested that he choose rose chain. With the support of the life force of the Silkworm Queen, and he himself is a great knight, he can maximize the effect of the potion. There is a prerequisite for using rose chain, which requires the connected creatures to willingly give up their life force. If there is any dissatisfaction, the rose chain will break. Power to control crowd. 10 swift with silkworms with the strongest vitality came out, approached the Silkworm Queen, and merged into her body like water. The size of the Silkworm Queen grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few seconds, her body expanded to 3 meters in length. She looked white and plump, like a soft pillow with patterns. Mumble. The Silkworm Queen chirped, indicating that she was ready. Ivan activated the scroll, and a transparent chain emerged, bridging his body and the Silkworm Queen's body. Suddenly, a warm energy flowed into his body, and his flesh and blood cheered. Very good, keep this speed, don't panic if something happens, just take the little guys to watch over it. Seeing the Queen nod, Ivan activated the black magic wind array on one side. The black wind slowly formed, and slowly floated towards him along the pre-drawn route. Everything was normal. He took a deep breath, picked up all the alba water, and drank it all in one gulp. The temperature in his body began to rise sharply. It felt like there was a volcano hidden in his body, and the volcanic magma began to erupt. No wonder Randall said that after taking alba water, most of the body's functions would stop working. At present, this situation would burn the life force wantonly, and it would be difficult for the body to maintain its functions, which would cause other medicines to fail to work. At this anxious moment, Ivan had completely sunk his consciousness into the spiritual ocean, and his spiritual power at this time also boiled up, and the level of activity was eye-catching. He had expected it long ago. With his control skills, which were among the best among the apprentices, his spiritual power quickly turned into 40 meditation runes. All the meditation runes shook violently, and the power spread around, as if issuing a provocation. This action undoubtedly opened a certain mysterious door. Silently, the surrounding space suddenly became dark and depressing, as if a punishment from heaven was coming. The sense of oppression came from all directions, heavily wrapped around every inch of his body, and instantly suppressed the entire spiritual ocean, causing the originally active spiritual power to quickly subside. Ivan knew that the promotion test had begun. Chapter 161. The third-class talent is worthy of its name. The pressure is so strong at the beginning that it makes people feel uneasy. As we all know, the initial success rate of the fifth-class talent is 80%, while the third-class talent is only 40%. This is particularly evident at this moment, and the specific manifestation is the mental confinement from all directions. The mental confinement brought by the third-class talent is far greater than that of the fifth-class talent. Ivan knows that this is just the beginning, and the pressure will continue. As time goes by in his actions in the spiritual ocean, the pressure will become stronger and stronger. If you can survive the oppression and build a solidified spell, you can become a formal wizard. Falling down in the middle means that you have failed to be promoted. Very good, the light of wisdom can be used. He tried to touch the academic master panel, and it was still able to work at any time, and his body was not isolated, so he felt relieved. The next second, a different kind of spiritual energy appeared in the spiritual ocean. Under his control, the spiritual energy formed a protective ball, protecting his spiritual body inside, and the alien spiritual energy transformed into a black breeze, which blew in all directions. It's feasible. Ivan could clearly feel that the oppressive feeling coming from all around him had been reduced by about 20%. Perhaps because he was suppressed, the black wind was lighter than before, but it was more effective and lasted longer. He only needed to devote a little mental energy to maintain it, which undoubtedly made him very excited. Many measures to increase the promotion rate failed to work or were greatly reduced in the end. This had happened before, such as the two brothers he had never met. Strike while the iron is hot, he gathered his other thoughts and started the most critical step, building the flower and would shield spell model. In the past, he had only built and studied 0-level spells, and the flower and would shield was a first-level spell. In such a harsh environment, it was really not an easy task. Ivan soon found that if he didn't do it, it would be fine. As soon as he started to build the spell model, the sense of oppression from all around increased, as if something was always watching him. Faced with this unfavorable situation, he still calmly mobilized his spiritual power, and a trace of tempered insect swarm aura, and built the spell model step by step. The first-level spell model is an extremely complicated three-dimensional model, which is many times more complicated than a 0-level spell. The construction process is like building a bird's nest-shaped maze building. Unlike the simulation, the spiritual power can be dispersed at any time during the simulation. At this moment, there is no room for maneuver. If the spiritual power is invested a little, the power he can control will be reduced. The spiritual power converted by the alva water burning the life force is far less than the consumption speed. The total amount of spiritual power is constantly decreasing, but the pressure around is endlessly increasing. For any apprentice, promotion is a long and arduous process. Ivan instinctively maintained other aspects and focused most of his mind on the construction of the spell model, like a skilled architect. As time went by, a model of exquisite craftsmanship slowly emerged. 70%. The overall outline of the model was clearly displayed, and the surrounding imprisonment force seemed to be angry to a certain critical point. The pressure suddenly doubled on the existing basis, and the black wind was dispersed. Ivan ignored it. The role of the black magic wind formation had been completed. I don't know how much energy and time it saved for him. It was enough. As time went by, the surroundings became increasingly dark and cold. In this suffocating space, the lonely figure silently endured the increasing pressure, with his back always straight. Under the pressure of the pressure, the spiritual energy that constituted the spell model began to liquefy. Ivan knew that this meant that the spell model was 80% complete, and he still needed to continue to invest spiritual power into it to continue to improve it. He also knew that the spell model would crystallize under strong pressure and finally transform into a spell model that looked like magic crystal material, which was the origin of the name Solidified Spell. So far, everything has been going well. The teaching area is an area where apprentices come and go frequently. The strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared attracted the attention of an apprentice, who pointed to the wall on one side and whispered, "Look, grass is growing and blooming on the wall. Don't be alarmed, this is caused by elemental particles. It can't be a high-energy particle leak, but where is the laboratory nearby? Or it could be a spell error caused by someone during the class. I hope it doesn't hurt others." Under the watchful eyes of 4 or 5 apprentices, weeds and vines kept coming out of the wall, blooming in just a few seconds, and producing strange-looking small wild fruits in just a few seconds. The grass and trees on the ground farther away also benefited, but some became twisted and even withered due to their hasty growth. Not long after, green clouds floated in the sky, and the clouds spontaneously condensed into leaf-shaped cloud scales, which were very beautiful. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared, all indicating that something unusual was happening here. At the same time, this change attracted the attention of more people, and the apprentices who knew the truth immediately told the truth. Someone is trying to break through the bottleneck of becoming a formal wizard. This is a phenomenon caused by the resonance of plant-based elemental particles. God of knowledge, has a wizard been born? It's hard to say now. Judging from the particle resonance phenomenon, this senior brother's progress is relatively stable. It's really enviable. Spiritual power is a wonderful power. It is a natural master in controlling elemental particles. Correspondingly, elemental particles will spontaneously resonate with the fluctuations of spiritual power and produce various changes. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the clouds underwent new changes, as if an invisible hand was stirring in the sky, kneading the clouds into balls, and causing them to roll endlessly. This made people worry for the senior brother. In fact, the promotion phenomenon can be blocked by formations. In order to encourage other apprentices, the teaching area deliberately did not set up a blockade, which made it so eye-catching. Ivan, the last half step, you must hold on. While others were talking, a tall middle-aged man like a bear was watching everything not far away, silently blessing his apprentice in his heart. From the changes in the particle phenomenon, Randall could tell that the disciple's promotion had reached the final moment, and he would become a formal wizard if he took half a step forward. After a while, the sky phenomenon changed again, and it seemed that someone below took a deep breath, causing the rolling clouds to fall continuously, and finally all crashed into the buildings below, and the mist was everywhere. So nervous? Did you succeed? I don't know. The apprentice only had a vague understanding of this uncommon thing. The knowledgeable Randall knew that his disciple should have taken that step. While the outside world was speculating, the secret room was also filled with smoke. Before Ivan opened his eyes, he immediately dispelled the excess energy, including the insect breath drawn from the blackbird crown, the spiritual energy transformed by the black magic wind formation, and the remaining medicinal power of the Alva water. He no longer needed these. At this moment, he, Ivan Marichatin, officially became a first-level wizard. Finally, I became a first-level wizard. Ivan opened his eyes happily. He could feel that he was significantly different from before. Compared with any time before, his current life level has achieved a leap. His species is still human, but his life level has been sublimated. If he is free from disasters and diseases, he can live to about 300 years old. As for the entire promotion process, due to the sufficient preparation before, there were some twists and turns in the middle, but it was generally smooth. The blackbird crown really helps to build the flower, and would shield. According to the contribution, the promotion success rate is between 80% and 90%, close to 10%. He was also happy for Randall. It is normal for any method to increase the success rate to have a probability fluctuation. The only worry is that the method will not work at all, which will definitely be a blow to self-confidence. It turns out that the method Randall developed was correct. Mumble. I'm fine, how about you? Are you all okay? The rose chain was disturbed and broken at some point, and the silkworm queen could only obediently guard the surroundings with the swift-witted silkworms. Now that it saw Ivan wake up safely, it became very comfortable again. Compared with the silkworm queen, the other swift-witted silkworms who participated seemed to be sick and looked gloomy. After checking, Ivan found that they were fine. With so many companions supporting them, the damage to each swift-witted silkworm was not great. Strength, 5.0, 4.9, Agility, 7.4, 7.2, Constitution, 6.1, 5.7, Spirit, 25.8. Ivan clearly saw the changes in his data on the attribute panel. The most important spiritual power increased from 15 scales to 25.8 scales, which was a strong improvement. In terms of physical health, thanks to the great help of the swift silkworm and his own body of a great knight, his body was not damaged by the Alva water, and it was not a permanent injury. In the current condition, it will take a few days to recover. Even under the effect of the mana in the body, it will be enhanced. He glanced at the academic panel, and some changes appeared on it. Meditation was directly upgraded to level 4, and energy particles was upgraded to level 5, which echoed the strength. Flower and wood shield. Ivan's mind moved, and 3 green arc-shaped shields appeared, surrounding him, like floating giant petals. It is worthy of being a natural witchcraft. It only consumes 1 scale of mental power, and 1 scale of mana to materialize 3 shields, with a defense of 19 scales. It can be cast instantly. The apprentice's shortcoming of poor defense can be considered to be plugged. At this time, the spiritual power that had been exhausted in his spiritual ocean had been restored. In addition to the vast spiritual power, there was an additional spell model made of crystal material. This was the spell model of the flower, and would shield after solidification, also known as the innate witchcraft. It was like a natural instinct, and it could be performed instantly, with low consumption, and it could also enhance the affinity of plant particles and insects. Chapter 162. Just a few hours later, the secret room was opened from the inside. The key command that monitored the movement in the secret room was sensed. After noticing the movement, the female apprentice in charge of guarding hurried over. Seeing Ivan standing at the door, she was obviously shocked. Brother, sir, did you succeed? She could sense a mountain-like aura from the person in front of her, and asked in a reserved manner. Of course. Ivan nodded slightly. After entering the secret room, he decisively chose to do it in one go, and it took less than a day. The secret room is returned to you. Goodbye, young lady. Sir, my name is Alice, Alice Dono. Alice shouted crisply. Then, Miss Alice, remember to keep it a secret for me for a while. 10 days will be enough. Please rest assured, Wizard Marichatin. Hearing the voice behind him, Ivan waved his hand casually and left without looking back. When he left, he walked sideways. It was not appropriate to expose the fact that he had become a wizard for the time being. There was another matter to be resolved in a few days, and the news could not be leaked. Of course, such things can't be hidden for long. As long as you are willing to investigate, you will always find clues. For example, when renting a secret room, you need to register your name, and Alice must know it. 3-story round tower. Ivan went back to the dormitory to make some rest, and came to report the good news to the tutor. Please come in. The people inside seemed to expect him to come, and a voice came out as he approached. Teacher, everything went well. Ivan came to the tower and saw Randall sitting there. Okay. Randall stood up, looked him up and down, and praised him repeatedly. You really didn't disappoint me. It seems that your body is not affected much. Not much, you can recover in 2 or 3 days. Haha, you are a great knight, and you have the help of Swiftwood Silkworm, plus the rose chain. I don't think there will be any big problems. Randall nodded with satisfaction, and motioned him to sit down and talk. How about the Blackbeard crown? After a few seconds, Randall continued to ask. He probably didn't realize that there was a hint of uneasiness in his expression at this time. Ivan saw it all. He knew that the mentor valued the Blackbeard crown very much because it was related to the inheritance of the insect controller. The mentor hoped to carry forward the insect controller. You are right. The Blackbeard crown has brought me a lot of help. Thank you for your help. Look at you, you don't need so many gifts. Randall waved his hand and said casually, well, it's not bad. It's worth my time to study it. It's still useful. It's okay. Ivan was a little amused. He was obviously concerned, but the mentor was even hypocritical. With you here, I tear off the head of anyone who dares to gossip about me. Randall thought of something and said indignantly, Teacher, is there really someone who dares to gossip about you? Ivan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking. Quite a few. I just showed a little bit of my intention to compete for the position of deacon before, and those people jumped out to make trouble, saying all kinds of unpleasant words, without considering the friendship of the same school at all. Randall didn't mean to hide anything, so he told the story and told him, a new wizard, about the organizational structure of the school, so that he could have a preliminary understanding of where he was. There are 95 wizards registered in the entire Mona Ant-Land hut, and 96 including Ivan. Many wizards have left the academy, and there are generally about 80 wizards stationed in the academy and nearby. From top to bottom, the academy has 3 deans, 1 principal and 2 vice principals, 3 deacons, and 2 deacons in each department, which means that there are a total of 18 positions for wizards. What is the role of the position? Ivan understood that most wizards are not people who like to fight for power. It represents the resources you can access. Compared to apprentices, wizards need more scarce resources. Otherwise, why would the predecessors of wizards continue to open up new areas? The reason is to compete for resources. Randall explained. Teacher, why is there only 1 second-level wizard in the academy? Maybe more than that, but without the corresponding resources, who would be willing to take care of the trivial matters of the Mona Ant-Land hut? Even Dean Waken doesn't stay in the academy often. I haven't seen him for a long time. After listening to Randall's story, Ivan realized that the number of second-level wizards was less than he expected. The only second-level wizard in the Mona Ant farm was the dean, and even the 2 vice deans were only first-level wizards. The situation was similar in other academies in the Moon Clan Peninsula. Second-level wizards were already very powerful and rarely showed up. The most likely possibility was that they left the Moon Clan Peninsula and went to other places to find the resources they needed. If it weren't for the contract constraints, most of the first-level wizards in the academy would have left. It is worth mentioning that the wizard Bernard's son is a deacon of the patrol team. He has just been appointed and is in the apprenticeship period, so he is more active in everything. Whenever there is something in the team, he usually comes forward to solve it. Ivan, those positions are just embellishments for wizards, and strength can truly represent everything. Randall said earnestly. I understand. Ivan nodded. He didn't know how many resources the position could access for the time being. He just felt that being in those positions would be very cumbersome, and many times you had to come forward to deal with some things. Just know it, this is my gift for your promotion. Randall said nothing more, and handed him a spell book, and then said, I asked Gina and Mean to come over to get to know you again. They should be here soon. Ivan glanced at the spell, and it turned out to be a first-level Blackbeard crown. The mentor was thoughtful. Outside the round tower, Gina and Mean actually arrived for a while. The two were lingering not far from the round tower, entangled in the matter of meeting later. Mean, when we go in later, should we call him Wizard Marichatin, or His Excellency, or Senior Brother? Gina said hesitantly. How about His Excellency Wizard Ivan? Mean whispered. What kind of messed up name is that? Believe it or not, the instructor will slap you. Just think about it. Ivan was just our junior brother a few days ago, and now he has suddenly become a formal wizard. It's really unbelievable. In the wizarding world, it is okay to add a wizard after the surname or name to address a wizard. There is no special rule. For some wizards, who have made a name for themselves, it won't be a problem to call them by their code names, which will make the wizard look more powerful and prestigious. Yes. Mean nodded with deep feeling. Brother Mean, how about I slap you and see if it hurts? If it hurts, it means it's true, Gina suggested. Hearing her words, Mean rolled his eyes. Why didn't he let himself slap her? After struggling for a while, the two of them came to the door of the round tower hesitantly. As usual, the door opened automatically without waiting for them to knock. What are you doing standing there? Why don't you come and greet your senior brother, Wizard Ivan Marichatin? Hearing the voice of their mentor, the two walked in nervously and shouted to Ivan, who was sitting there. Hello, Senior Brother Ivan. We are all brothers from the same school. There is no need to be polite. It will be the same as before. It was rare to see Gina like this. Ivan was touched and understood the difference in the identity of wizards. Even though he said this, Gina and Mean still did not dare to be rude, and Gina even spoke less. The two dared not treat Randall the same way. Wizards and apprentices are two completely different levels, with great differences in strength and status. Some apprentices change their temperaments immediately after becoming wizards, or no longer conceal their original personalities. There are many such examples. If you are not careful, it will be very bad to offend a wizard. Ivan thought that the two were not used to it, but he could see the envy in their eyes. The next day, Ivan came to the vice president's office again. Dean Lydia, I'm here to report to you. As soon as Ivan arrived, he was led to the office. Wizard Marichatin, it's nice to see you again. It seems that our enchantment team has one more elite. Doris's attitude has changed. She is more enthusiastic than before, and her words reveal a kind of closeness and coaxing. After a few pleasantries, the two talked about business. Ivan came this time to receive the resources as a formal wizard, including subsequent meditation methods, enchantment knowledge, wizard robes, wizard crystal balls, etc. These are what you can get after becoming a wizard, and they are stated in the contract signed earlier. To be honest, the contract stipulated that he could not leave the academy for a long time within 100 years, which was quite harsh, but the other requirements were acceptable. Wizard Marichatin, let me say one more thing about meditation. Since we wizards have not risen for a long time, many meditation methods have complex sources and need to be treated with caution. Before giving him the meditation method, Doris emphasized this. 3,000 or 4,000 years is not a long time. Ivan thought about it, and compared with other races and the lifespan of powerful wizards, the history of wizards is indeed not long. Even the vice president said so. Most likely the origin of the Blackbeard movement is a little strange. Thanks for reminding me, I make a note of it. You are practicing the Blackbeard movement, so you won't change it? Doris asked solemnly. No. Ivan naturally had no intention of changing his meditation method. It would be unwise to change it rashly, and other meditation methods might not be without problems. You know the rules. Without the permission of the academy, you must not pass it on to anyone, otherwise it will be considered a betrayal. The constraints between wizards are usually through contracts. Ivan can only sign a confidentiality contract about meditation again. The academy was quite generous, and directly gave the second and third levels of meditation. As for the fourth level, Vice Dean Lydia directly stated that the academy did not have any follow-up parts. In addition to meditation, he obtained intermediate enchantment knowledge, which is a special benefit of the enchantment group. There are also 3 first-level general spells, namely, Mage's Hand, Thorn Strangulation, and Energy Fireball, and other things, including a new residence. Like Randall, he chose a tower-shaped building as his residence. There happened to be a 2-story twin tower that was vacant, so he chose it as his residence. That day, Ivan moved into his new home. He didn't have much stuff. He only had the equipment and mulberry wood cabinets in the alchemy room to move. With the shadow and servants, it was easy to move. Chapter 163. Under the Anthland barrier, the interior of the academy is like a small or medium-sized city. In the living area, the apprentice dormitory and the wizard residence are not worth mentioning. The wizard residence is the largest area in all areas, with independent castles, palaces, spires, round towers, twin towers, garden villas, etc. Ivan's new home is located in such an area, not far from Randall's round tower. The twin towers are composed of 2 round towers, with a corridor bridge in the middle. The first floor of the tower has an area of nearly 600 square meters, and the upper floor is slightly narrower. The 2 towers are exactly the same in appearance. If you feel that the area is not enough, you can expand in all directions. There is no second building within nearly 1,000 meters around. For example, Lydia's castle was expanded. The previous owner was lazy, and did not build any additional buildings. The tower has everything you need, including a living room, bedroom, meditation room, laboratory, cultivation room, small workshop, small test field, protection room, etc. The protection room is special. It can draw part of the power of the Academy's protective magic array and protect wizards from accidentally destroying their homes. Ivan could understand this. If he didn't give them some protective power, the wizards would definitely set it up by themselves, and then all kinds of messy power would appear in the Academy. The protective power pulled down can be adjusted, but no major changes can be made. Only general experiments can be carried out. High-energy experiments must be carried out in the high-energy laboratory in the experimental area. You can also give birth to a team of shadow and servants as your own exclusive servants. After entering the new home, he walked around and stayed in the protection room. He read the protection manual as soon as possible. It was about safety, and what should be done must be done first, but many things need to be managed slowly, and they can't be done all at once. Shadow and servants are indeed an option, otherwise I have to take care of many things myself. In theory, the best assistant for a wizard is a magic pet. Contracting a magic pet requires a price. The magic pet will share the wizard's power and permanently occupy a part of the mental power scale, about 10 scales, and it needs to be granted mental power from time to time. These things are just thoughts. He has just become a wizard and has no resources to cultivate shadow and servants, nor does he have extra power to raise a magic pet. Even for the protection of his residence, he simply draws down the basic energy. This operation is to use the protective power of the Academy, and does not require additional resources from himself, otherwise it will cost a lot of money every month. His idea was to do nothing if he didn't move, and try to adjust it if he moved, so that was the arrangement for now. In this twin tower, generally speaking, only the living room is open to outsiders, and other areas are for internal use. Then, Ivan came to the meditation room and took out a black beetle armor to read. The palm-sized beetle armor recorded the Blackbeard movement. He probed his spiritual power into it, and came into contact with the entire meditation method. There are 3 levels in total. The first level is the basic chapter, which Randall had taught. The second level, called Flower Breath, has the characteristic of being able to easily transform spiritual power into a flower phantom toxin. This toxin is a toxin for other creatures, but for some insects, it is a comfortable breath that warms the body. It's really weird. They are simply training wizards to be tools for raising insects. After checking this, Ivan immediately thought of what Vice Dean Lydia said. Randall also said that the essence of meditation is to help wizards get closer to powerful creatures, and the ultimate goal is to gain the same power as powerful creatures. Therefore, the sources of meditation are all kinds of strange, and it is normal to have some minor problems, as long as you can ensure that you can get closer to powerful creatures in your own way. Meditation methods are mostly the same, and others will not pass on their improvements to me. I will just take it one step at a time. He sighed a few words, and continued reading. The Flower Breath section contains 30 meditation runes. Those who have practiced meditation runes know that they are mostly used to stabilize and restore the mental power that has been mastered, and the training speed is far slower than that of potions. It also contains 2 supporting spells. One is the flower and wood shield that has been mastered, and the other is the insect silence technique. Randall derived the insect hidden breath technique from the insect hidden breath technique, which can hide his own breath like an insect. He has already mastered the 0-level insect hidden breath technique, and it is not difficult to further learn the 1st-level insect hidden breath technique. It is worth mentioning that the Blackbeard crown created by Randall can assist the use of these 2 1st-level spells. It must be said that it is a very powerful creation. The 3rd level of Blackbeard movement, called Candle Fire, is mainly focused on fire element particles, which is consistent with his innate attributes. The third level also has supporting spells, but they will not be used for a long time. The difference between first level wizards is so big. The maximum mental power can reach 80 scales, which is completely different from when they first became wizards. The new crystal ball given by the Academy contained some common sense about wizards. After receiving it, he knew the difference in strength between first-level wizards. It also recorded that during the period of becoming a formal wizard, due to the substantial increase in spiritual power, there is a period of fatigue. Depending on individual circumstances, it lasts between half a year, and it is inconvenient to improve spiritual power during this period. It's okay to take a break for a year or two. Ivan didn't think it was a big deal. He just had a lot of things to sort out. After becoming a wizard, he can bring non-apprentice relatives, provided that the relatives cannot walk around the academy. In fact, this is not a wise thing to do. Wizards emit a special power radiation every moment, which will seriously affect the health of ordinary people. If you live too close to wizards, even taking purification potions will not work. Although wizards are still human, they have entered a higher level of life. In the next few days, he learned several new spells while entertaining the few people who came to visit. The next day, Kane came to the new residence. "Ivan, congratulations. Can I still call you that?" "Of course there is no problem," I said. "We are friends." "That's good, but I will definitely be careful outside, so as not to damage your dignity and make people think that I don't know etiquette." Kame is still the same Kame. Perhaps because he has seen more wizards, he is not as reserved as other apprentices. "By the way, do you know the news about Wayne?" Ivan asked casually. "As for him, I don't know. He has never shown up since he failed to become a wizard. I guess he is hiding and dare not see anyone. After all, it is too embarrassing for a 5th level talent. If I were him, I would not be ashamed to come out and see others." Kame shook his head. He was more concerned about this aspect, but he didn't know Wayne's whereabouts. "Maybe. You have become a wizard. I can't fall behind too much. Ivan, I will catch up with you as soon as possible, and then we will go to the Moon Clamp Peninsula together and travel all over the Moon Clamp Peninsula." Before leaving, Cam half-jokingly expressed his determination. He knew that as friends, once the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, it would be difficult to maintain friendship. On the third day, Augustus also came, and he came with gifts. "Wizard Ivan, Augustus greets you." It had only been a few days, and the other party had become a wizard. Augustus felt half regretful and half fortunate. He regretted not being able to help Ivan when he became a wizard, and missed a good opportunity. Now that the other party had become a wizard, he had lost the qualification to have an equal dialogue. Fortunately, he made amends after the family's stubborn old man made a disrespectful move, and Ivan must have remembered the previous good cooperation. "How did you know I became a wizard?" Ivan asked curiously. Augustus found the dormitory area and contacted him again. It seemed that he knew he became a wizard, so he asked him to come here. I happened to see the strange phenomenon of particles that day, and guessed that it might be you, and I was right," Augustus explained with a smile. "Augustus, if I need you, I will cooperate with you." Ivan knew what Augustus was here for. "Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any loss." Augustus quickly made a promise. Augustus knew that Ivan had just become a wizard and should be busy. After a while, he said goodbye and left the Twin Towers. In order to win over this wizard, Augustus sent a heavy gift, 20 medium magic stones. Except for a few people who happened to know, Ivan's becoming a formal wizard did not cause much waves, and the hut in the Mona Ant Land remained as calm as ever. Several days passed in a flash. Nichols Lake, a combination of water and swamp, is not within the scope of the Ant-Man Tideland of the Mona Ant Land hut, nor is it within the management territory of any wizard academy. In the distance, a red figure flew close, and the wild bird in the thatch looked up and saw that it was a blood-red ferocious bird. It was so scared that it hid in the dense thatch of the lake. After the blood-red dove reached the edge of the lake, it slowly stopped, and a young man in an apprentice gray robe jumped off its back. This Toynes is really cunning. He only mentioned Nichols Lake, but didn't mention any specific location. The lake is so big that we can only wait for him to show up. Ivan took out a glass test tube, took back the bloody dove, and turned it into a potion. Puppet summoned creatures can not only be used for attack, but also for carrying people and sending messages. The form is not only bloody doves, but also swifts, running horses, wargs, giants, etc. This day is July 4th. Ivan can't wait to come to Toynes' appointment. When he arrived, Toynes didn't show any trace or news. After waiting for most of the day, the sky gradually turned dark, and there was still no one around. Is he not coming? Ivan's face also turned dark with the sky. After a while, the night fell completely, and the hazy moonlight sprinkled on the ground. Suddenly, there was a warm touch on his arm. It was the mark of the curse of the demon that was getting hot. The curse power was transmitted to the mark. Ivan's face suddenly became solemn. He knew that the person he was waiting for had come. The direction of the other party appeared was the center of the lake in front. He looked at the slowly increasing curse power in the mark, and wondered whether he should slap him directly when they met later. The guy opposite was really annoying. Chapter 164. In the lake, the dense grass parted, and a white bird that controlled the wind appeared, floating lightly in front of Ivan. It was not difficult to see that this was also a puppet-summoned creature. The white feathers looked like the wing feathers of the magic pet Lar. Well, let's go and see what tricks you have. Seeing that Toynes was just driving a puppet creature to come, he didn't hesitate and jumped directly onto the back of the white bird, letting it carry him to see Toynes. The big white bird flapped its wings and flew into the lake that had no end in sight. It took him around for a few times, but it had no intention of stopping, and he didn't see any other figures. Ivan was not in a hurry. After a while, a two-headed monster snake appeared. It was ugly but had a familiar aura. It must be Toynes. From a scholar to this state, anyone could see how miserable he was. One of the heads of the two-headed monster snake cried out, and the breeze around it suddenly increased. It took the big white bird and accelerated its flight. Led by the two-headed monster snake, it landed on a small island in the wilderness in the middle of the lake. It is not appropriate to call it an island. The total area is less than 100 square meters, and it is covered with lush weeds. It is not very noticeable in the huge lake. Ivan saw Perny lying in the grass. After landing, he went forward to take a look. Perny was in a coma, and there was nothing wrong with her body. Ivan, I haven't seen you for so long. How come you suddenly can't speak? Toynes' cold voice sounded. I don't have a mentor like you, Wizard Toynes, or tell me the method you mentioned to completely solve the curse. You passed the curse to me before, and I suffered a lot. And because of you, I was targeted a lot in the academy, especially the hunting team you used to be in. When will you go back and explain to them? You are alive and well, so there is no need to put the blame on me. Ivan turned around and said half-truthfully. Haha, you are still so brave. I need your help this time. After the matter is completed, not only can the curse be lifted, but I will also give you a means to increase the wizard's promotion. Really? Of course, you know, I am a principled person. After hearing his words, Ivan was silent for a few seconds, as if he was thinking about something. In fact, he was complaining in his heart. This guy repeatedly broke the bottom line of the academy and wizards, and he dared to shamelessly talk about principles. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Don't worry, I will tell you when we get there. But you are very dishonest, and actually brought someone else here. That is your current mentor. No wonder you refuse to recognize me as your mentor. As he spoke, Toynes discovered something and smiled indifferently. Ivan's face changed slightly. Drink it. Toynes flapped his wings, and a light blue potion flew out from the side and flew to Ivan. Ivan opened the lid and sniffed it. It was a potion rich in water energy. He didn't ask much, raised it, and poured it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a wonderful change occurred in his body. This is an underwater breathing potion. Toynes used his tail to roll up Perny, who was lying on the ground, motioning him to follow, and after reaching the edge of the island, he plunged into the turbid lake water. Ivan frowned, and had to put his things together, and went underwater. He didn't need to hold his breath after entering the water. The lake water was turbid because there were dense floating objects on the upper layer, but the water in the deep became clear. He looked up and saw clusters of water grass roots, like another jungle. Because it was night, and he was still underwater, his vision was limited, so he could only follow Toynes closely to avoid getting lost. Looking down from the sky, most people would think that Nichols Lake was a shallow lake. If you really dive into the water, you will find that there is a different world below. The terrain is similar to many areas in Ant-Man Tideland, with a silt layer above and hidden waters below. Perny showed no signs of suffocation, so she must have been given an underwater breathing potion in advance. She woke up confused and found herself in a strange place. She was a little panicked and just opened her mouth and was filled with lake water. Follow me when you wake up. I warn you in advance, don't do anything unnecessary. Perny heard Toynes' voice, which was not concern, but a cold warning. This is at the bottom of Nichols Lake. You should have taken the underwater breathing potion. There will be no problem if you close your mouth. Then, there was another familiar voice. Perny then saw Ivan following not far behind, and calmed herself down as he said, and slowly landed beside Ivan. I was kidnapped by Toynes. Before Ivan asked, she took the initiative to explain her experience. Remember I reminded you last time? I couldn't have stayed at the academy, but when I was out on a mission, Toynes took advantage of me, and the people who were on the mission with me must have met with an accident. Thinking of her former companion, Pernie's face darkened and she asked, "What should we do now?" "We take it one step at a time. At worst, we fight him." "Okay, I fight that bastard Toynes later." Pernie stared angrily at the two-headed snake in front of her. "Wait, don't rush to do it. Follow Toynes first, and see what he wants to do. If the situation is not right, then do it. You don't want to be knocked out again, do you?" Seeing her preparing to attack, Ivan hurriedly stopped her. It seems that this is how Pernie was knocked out before. Under Ivan's persuasion, Penny didn't go forward to beat Toynes. Toynes didn't pay any attention to the actions of the two people behind him, and kept leading the way. Soon, they had left the lake and entered the underground river leading to other places. The surroundings were dark and silent, but it didn't affect Toynes' judgment of the direction. A hazy halo appeared in front of the side, and fell into the eyes of several people. Ivan knew that they should have arrived at the place. It turned out that the so-called secret place Toynes mentioned was near Nichols Lake. It was such a hidden entrance, and I didn't know how Toynes found it. Wah wah wah. The two people and the snake emerged from the water, and in front of them was an underground cave. The cave was not spacious, as if it was formed by the collapse of the mountain wall. There was no mudflat by the river, only bluestone blocks that were washed clean. If you were not careful, you might slip. There were glowing fluorescent stones on the surrounding mountain walls, and the light made the cave not seem dim. There was also a passage leading to the depths of the cave. Be careful. As soon as she stepped on the shore, Pernie keenly sensed a strange breath, which made her body and mind tense. There is something strange about this place. Ivan nodded slightly, and he felt even more deeply. If he listened carefully, he could hear strange sounds. There were faint singing voices coming from the depths of the cave, and it seemed that someone was singing ancient ballads. There was something singing in this broken place. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably feel numb when listening to it. Fortunately, Ivan was not an ordinary person. "We are here. Remember to follow orders later, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Toynes turned his head and warned. His eyes fell heavily on Penny. Hearing his words, Pernie was about to step forward to argue a few words, but was stopped by Ivan in time. Turning back, Toynes' face became more solemn, and he continued to lead the two people into the cave. Ivan gestured to Pernie and followed him on the wet ground. Pernie had no choice but to follow. "Is someone singing?" After walking a distance, Pernie heard a clue and couldn't help but exclaimed, "I heard it. It seems to be praising a god." Ivan said. The ethereal female voice sounded particularly pleasant, and there was also a solemn charm in it. "Quiet." Dissatisfied with the two people's muttering, Toynes shouted coldly. Underground, caves connected to caves. Walking through a long and narrow passage, they came to another cave, and the chanting sound that reached the ears of several people became clearer, but it was not any language they knew. "We're here. There is still a passage leading deeper ahead, and Toynes is not prepared to go deeper." Pernie sensed something. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but look at Ivan. This place is weirder than outside. Under the inexplicable singing and breath, Ivan also realized that his mental power became more active and showed a slight growth trend. This place seemed to be a place that was conducive to the promotion of wizards. In addition, the mark of the curse of demon resentment on his arm showed abnormality, causing a warm and hot feeling, which was different from when Toynes transmitted the curse power to them. It felt like tickling in the air. The energy in the curse did not increase as a result. Could it be that what Toynes said about completely removing the curse was true? Remember, don't listen to nonsense. This kind of power is not something you can covet. At this time, Toynes gave another warning. He glanced at the deep passage, and there was obvious fear in his eyes. If he hadn't mistakenly entered this strange place, and caused his original arm to mutate, he would never have been taken advantage of by the traitor Beeler and ended up like this. Ivan tried to contact the outside world and found that, as he expected, the induction had changed from being seriously disturbed to being isolated. As Toynes said before, he didn't come to the appointment alone this time. Randall was worried, and followed him to Nichols Lake. However, the master and apprentice did not expect that Toynes would walk underwater, and then come to this strange place. At Nichols Lake, Randall rode on the back of a large golden beetle, and flew around on the lake, trying to find the trace of his apprentice, but unfortunately, there was no substantial gain. He did not know that his whereabouts were directly seen by another person. Toynes, this guy, is indeed from a small place, with a petty spirit, and he is still wary of me. Oh, I am a responsible person. I will definitely not let anyone disturb your reunion as master and apprentice. Ivan didn't know that Toynes was not alone. He also invited the wizard Kisan, who had worked with him. Kisan saw Randall running around like a headless fly and didn't rush to show up. Anyway, Toynes' request was not to be interfered with. Now, the other party couldn't even find the person, so there was no way to interfere. Kisan didn't know that Randall had a good attainment in hiding his breath. He had already noticed the existence of this strange wizard and didn't rush to take action either. Chapter 165. From the rhythm of Toynes avoiding the patrol team and the hunting team, he has become a frightened bird. Randall did not appear with Ivan to prevent Toynes from being scared away. Unexpectedly, the other party was more cunning than expected and disappeared in a short time. 99% of the strange wizards staying here are Toynes' accomplices. Randall searched the lake and only found a strange wizard. He decided to go and ask. Let's go and find that person to ask about the situation. Upon hearing this, the golden beetle became excited, suddenly changed direction, and flew to the other side with a fighting spirit. At this moment, the bright moon peeked out from the clouds, shining brightly on the lake. The cool breeze blew, making the water plants rustle continuously. Oh, you are quite capable to be able to discover my existence. Jisan found that the other party was coming towards him, and he was not afraid. Looking at this rare body shape, it should be the teacher of the little ghost. It turned out to be a battle for apprentices. Such an interesting thing should not be interfered with, but I am a person who values unity, so it is difficult to deal with. He had investigated the information of Toynes' disciples, so he naturally knew who the disciples' current mentor was. The intelligence showed that he was an insect controller. As they approached, Randall signaled the golden beetle to stop. Wizard over there, this is the area governed by the Mona Ant Farm Hut. Do you know? Kisan said, it doesn't matter if it is. It doesn't matter if it's not. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Do you dare to give your name? Kisan Soiwa. Randall asked his purpose. Mr. Soiwa, do you know where Toynes' wizard is? I don't know. It seems that you are not going to tell me. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to give up, Jisan sighed secretly. No one believes the truth these days. It's a headache. What makes him more headache is that the other party is not only an insect controller, but also a wizard who uses poison. I saw a large group of green beetles flying around the person on the opposite side. The small green beetles kept breathing out green smoke. In a moment, a dark green smoke group evolved. The smoke tightly lingered around the person, and had a tendency to expand continuously. Affected by the green smoke, the thatch below was directly transformed into poisonous twisted plants, and the lake water below turned green. The battle was about to start. You really don't want to consider that I really don't know where Toynes is going. Kisan felt a little wronged. Due to Toynes' precautions, he really couldn't answer the other party's question. Then I will consider it. Randall's heart moved, and Ivan's message arrived underwater. Don't worry. Wizard Kisan, goodbye. Really gone? Kisan was ready to take action, with the antidote in his hand. He found that the other party had really left Nichols Lake, and it was obvious that he was not deceiving him. He did not chase him. Now was not the right time to reveal his identity. Ivan did not know that his delayed message had eliminated a fight that was about to break out. In the underground cave, the strange ballad still reached the ears of the three people. Toynes flapped his wings, and the wind blew slowly, blowing away a layer of soil on the ground, revealing a rune-carved array platform, and underneath was a rune witch array. At the first glance, Ivan saw the shadows of many familiar things. For example, his first meditation method, the Ode to Springwood, as well as the spring and summer curses, are all related to it. But the rune magic array in front of him is more profound, and it must be that Toynes has conducted in-depth research. He believed Toynes' previous statement a little. Toynes pointed to the ground and ordered, "See the 3 positions I marked, right? In a while, we will go up and stand in each direction, and work together to activate the rune magic array, and the magic array will automatically absorb the power in the curse. Remember, if there is a seal, you must first remove the seal, and hurry to clear the power in the curse, including the power that constitutes the seal itself. Finally, we will send all the cursed power to the next door. Do you understand?" Seeing that what he said was reasonable, the two looked at each other, still a little unbelieving, and almost had the word hesitation written on their faces. Toynes continued, "Don't worry that the cursed power can't be sent over. A long time ago, I took a risk to go inside, and set up the receiving formation long ago. The dangerous thing inside has the same origin as the cursed seal, and it is definitely capable of bearing all the cursed power. Then we will be free. Perny hated Toynes to the core and didn't believe him at all. Humph, you don't have to worry about my curse seal. As long as you don't secretly send me the curse power, the curse seal is very safe. Hearing her words, Toynes laughed sinisterly. Haha, don't be silly, you think the curse is as simple as you think the seal is over, haha, don't I know the seal? As a wizard who has lived for more than 200 years, I know more sealing methods than you do. But it's useless, all useless. To tell you the truth, Ivan should know something. This curse is called the curse of demonic resentment. Its origin is a powerful alien creature. As for how strong it is, it may be a level 3 creature, or maybe a level 4, or even a level 5 creature. Anyway, it is beyond your imagination and mine. The creature will transfer the curse power to me, and I will transfer a small part to you. Don't think that this is the end. According to my past experience, every 5 years, he will use his own means to transfer a large amount of curse power, and no one will be spared by then. Do you know how my apprentices in the Mona ant farm died? They all died in the curse power transmission that occurs once every 5 years. Guess whether their curse seals were sealed. If the curse seals are not removed cleanly, you still have 3 years left. Even if you survive, there are still the next 5 years, and the next 5 years. It was rare for someone to listen to his distressing words. Toynes spoke a lot in one breath, to make the two understand the seriousness of the matter. It could be summed up in one sentence. If the curse is not completely removed, the final outcome will be death. Perny was still skeptical, and looked at Ivan, trying to verify. Ivan nodded and shook his head. The information I know is all recorded by him when we were on Lar Island. As for his apprentices, my enchantment team and his hunting team, he caused a lot of trouble. I can't even avoid him, so why would I go and ask about it? After hearing this, Perny curled her lips, clearly not believing Toynes. She was abducted and her companions were killed. Seeing the two people's stubborn appearance, Toynes was so angry that he almost took action. If possible, he wanted to knock them out and put them on the stage as sacrifices. Let me tell you something about the curse. Under the long-term influence of the power of the curse of demon resentment, you will gradually lose your normal fertility, because splitting and reproducing will be more suitable for you. If you can persist in living, the final outcome can only be that you will gradually transform into an ugly monster, and then become a fanatical believer or puppet of that creature. Toynes had been cursed by the demon for a long time, and he had done many researches on the curse. He did not hide anything, and told the two of them one by one. The expressions on their faces changed after hearing this. Ivan was better, as he already had the means to transfer the power of the curse. When Perny heard that she would be transformed into a monster and lose her fertility, her face gradually turned ashen, and she cursed Toynes in her heart. If it weren't for this bastard, she would never have fallen into such a situation. Seeing that the time was almost right, Toynes' aura of a wizard spread over and warned, Perny, I have made it very clear. Don't let me take other measures. I have also been to Flying Fish Harbor. Perny angrily scolded, You are despicable and shameless, and you are a disgrace to the wizard. Toynes said coldly, Everything is to break the curse. Ivan, what is your decision? Try it, I hope your method works. After thinking about it, Ivan did not refuse. From the mixed breath, just now, it is not difficult to see that Toynes' strength has weakened to the extreme, and he may not be able to use his innate witchcraft. He wants to see whether Toynes really wants to break the curse or has other tricks. If the curse of the demon can be completely broken, then it will be good for both of us, and the past grudges can be written off. If the rune magic array is a fraud, with his own strength and enchantment attainments, he will definitely not be helpless. He must let Toynes see what it means to be caught in a trap again. Toynes nodded with relief. That's great, hurry up, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous our situation will be. Then, he explained a few things about the magic array. Evan, Penny, let's start. Toynes turned out a large number of medium and low-grade magic stones, and dropped them onto the array platform in an orderly manner. Hearing this, Ivan nodded to Penny who was looking at him, indicating that he was there for everything. The three of them stood on the array platform one after another. This rune array was rather peculiar, with 3 control nodes that needed to be activated and controlled separately, which was why Toynes forced them to stand on it. Activate! With Toynes' low shout, the 3 of them all transferred part of their power to the control nodes. The runes on the array became alive from 3 directions, and invisible energy flowed in the lines, spreading to both sides, and then connected with the lines next to them. Like the confluence of streams, the rune lines collided with energy, causing waves and instability. Slow down the transmission of mental power, and let the rune stabilize first. Very good, continue. Once there was a problem with the formation, Toynes would give timely instructions, and the scene was unusually harmonious. Under the combined efforts of the three, the formation ran smoothly in a short while. Curse power transmission begins. Toynes' voice sounded again, and Ivan tried it. As soon as the curse power flowed out of the curse seal, it was sucked away by an inexplicable force, and fell into the rune-witch formation. Could it be that Toynes really didn't lie? Perny also discovered this, and was secretly delighted. After hesitating for a few seconds, she unsealed the seal on the curse. The strong curse power was drawn out, and absorbed by the witch array. She did not forget to wink at Ivan. Ivan shook his head slightly. It was not that he did not want to unseal the seal, but that there was no seal. There was not much curse power in the seal, just some that Toynes had sent over not long ago. Toynes also thought that he did not unseal the seal. He glanced at him coldly, and said nothing more. Anyway, the situation was already established, and trust or distrust was irrelevant. Chapter 166. Since the rune magic array was activated, the curse power has been continuously absorbed, especially from Toynes himself. The concentration and thickness of the curse power far exceeded that of the other two. This scene was frightening. Ivan carefully comprehended the mystery of the array. He was one of the people who presided over the operation of the array. The entire array was directly and generously open to him. This was the result of Toynes' research on the curse of demon resentment for more than 10 years, and decades of hard work. You can say that Toynes is bad, but you can't think that he is stupid. Of course, he had to think about it carefully. Let me see what you are up to. In fact, he still had doubts about Toynes' intentions, or like Perny, he didn't trust Toynes from the bottom of his heart. However, the curse of evil spirits was always a problem. Thinking that Toynes' research would definitely be useful in the future, this was also the reason why he was willing to stand on the stage. After becoming a wizard, his mental power underwent a transformation, and his perception and insight were no longer the same as before. Ivan soon noticed something unusual. The auras of the three people were connected through spiritual energy, and the curses were directly connected. There was also a very fearful aura coming from next door. No wonder the formation was built in this strange place. This is a rune-witch formation that borrowed the power of the next door. From the structure of the formation, what Toynes said about sending the curse power to the next door should not be empty talk. In essence, spiritual power represents the soul, and the curse, as a peculiar life energy, can be regarded as physical energy. Ivan glanced at Toynes, looking at his ugly appearance at this moment, and an idea popped up in his mind. The other party was not trying to plot against his or Perny's body. It was really possible. Doing so should leave some troubles. It was better than maintaining the body of a magic pet. If he became like this, he might make the same choice. In this case, we have to be prepared to be safe. After realizing the trick, Ivan had a plan in mind. Under his command, a swift-witted silkworm with the ability of simulating breath fell into his hand along his sleeve. After some operation, he turned the remaining little curse power into the secondary curse seal of the summer curse. The curse seal landed steadily on the swift-witted silkworm. He had already learned how to transform the spring curse of the demon curse into the summer curse, and then separate the secondary curse seal from the summer curse. He was worried that the swift-witted silkworm's body could not bear it before, and with the existence of Jiangxiao water, he rarely used it. It's different now. The swift-witted silkworm has undergone earth-shaking changes. Some of the swift-witted silkworms are almost as strong as him, so it's natural that they have no problem with the secondary curse seal. Not bad, not bad, the breath is exactly the same. Swift-witted silkworm used the breathing technique to simulate Ivan's breath, and even he himself could hardly distinguish it. He secretly praised it. Then, he connected the formation to his own breath and replaced it with swift-witted silkworm's breath, and connected the part of the curse on his arm to replace it with the secondary curse on swift-witted silkworm. All this was done in a hidden state, without attracting the attention of others. He glanced at Penny not far away, which was also a problem. After thinking about it, Ivan shouted to Toynes, "Wizard Toynes, I think we should have a good talk." The two were busy, and when they heard his words, one was nervous, thinking that he had discovered something, and the other was annoyed, not knowing what he was going to do. Toynes looked at him with both heads, and his 4 eyes were cold. "Ivan, what do you want to talk about?" Ivan seemed not to notice, and continued, "Talk about the means you are going to give to increase the success rate of Wizard's promotion. I think that should not be empty talk." "How do you want to talk?" "You have to give me a guarantee, and I won't make it difficult for you. You can notarize it in the name of the Mother of the Earth's core, and make a simple oath, and I believe you will fulfill your promise." After entering the Wizard Academy, he found that many contracts were witnessed by the Mother of the Earth's core. It is said that wizards have noticed that compared with other mythological characters, the name of the mother of the Earth's core is the most effective. Such an empty oath is also effective for a wizard. Good job. Toynes was annoyed by his words. No matter how miserable he was still a wizard. It was rare for an apprentice to force him to swear without knowing the consequences. Ivan, you have always been a smart person. Tell me, what do you rely on? Touch your head and ask yourself, what qualifications do you have to force this wizard? Ivan ignored the black face opposite him, and a dark and bright doji appeared on his palm. The doji had a light blue halo, and he smiled and said, the doji of the Great Knight has the characteristic of penetration. The doji slash is good at cutting through defenses. You might as well guess whether it has the same effect on cutting formations. What a great knight! What a penetrating characteristic! You are worthy of being my most valued disciple. A gleam of light flashed in Toynes' eyes. He saw and didn't tell him the details last time. He just knew that his disciple had become a great knight. The body of a great knight is good. Isn't Beeler the disciple you value most? I almost forgot that he made you suffer a great loss last time. Wizard Toynes, you must remember this lesson firmly. Ivan retorted. This sentence undoubtedly made Toynes' face darker, but he was now a magical pet, and outsiders couldn't see clearly. After a few seconds, he still swallowed this great humiliation. Please, Mother Earth, bear witness for us. I, Toynes Lilicita, swear here that after the rune magic array stops working, I will find an item or method for Ivan Marichatin that can increase the success rate of wizard promotion. If I break this oath, I will suffer a great disaster and will never become a second-level wizard in my lifetime. Finally, Toynes gritted his teeth and asked, Ivan, is it possible? Then I'd be relieved. Ivan smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Sure enough, Toynes did not notice the subtle changes in the array. Penny witnessed this scene. Her heart was in turmoil. She winked at him several times, but unfortunately, she got no response, so she could only continue to clean up the curse power in the curse seal. Toynes was also removing the curse power, and the coldness in the depths of his eyes became stronger. In the following time, Ivan did not do anything else, just took the time to explore the rune magic array in front of him. Toynes' words are not credible, but they are definitely not all lies. The curse power transmission once every 5 years may be true, and we may have to deal with the demon curse for a long time in the future. Forget it, let's use the light of great wisdom. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to take advantage of this rare opportunity to comprehend more useful things. The next second, the top student panel appeared, and he activated the light of great wisdom. A silent rhythm enveloped him, making him particularly clear-headed, and combined with the spell of spring and the spell of summer to conduct a deeper exploration. Enchantment experience value plus 300. Enchantment, LV5, 1211/1500. Rune experience value plus 200. Rune, LV5, 544/1500. Curse experience value plus 150. Curse, LV3, 5/300. In just a few minutes, as he continued to comprehend, the subject experience value on the top student panel continued to increase, and enchantment, rune, and curse were improved to varying degrees. Curse science was upgraded to a level 3 subject. In addition to experience points, Ivan also learned a secret method, which he named the Summer God Chain. It is mainly used to flexibly transfer the power of the curse, and can also transfer life force, like the Rose Chain. More other uses need to be further developed. Unfortunately, the formation involves the unknown power next door. If you want to go deeper, you must directly touch that strange breath, which is really not advisable. He did not complete his exploration this time, because he gave up. Now that he has provoked a difficult demon curse, it would be unwise to get involved in another strange power. Through this comprehension, Ivan had a better understanding of the rune magic array in front of him, and his expression became more calm. In the cave, perhaps due to the influence of the array operation, the chanting sound coming from the passage deep inside became brighter and brighter. If you listen carefully, you will find that the ballad has a cheerful meaning. None of the three people cared about it. Time passed little by little, and soon Perny cleared all the curse power out of her body. Under the effect of the array, she also sent out the power that constituted the curse itself, and she breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Toynes also sent out most of the curse power in his body, and the whole person became unusually relaxed, as if a cage had been removed. The power of the demon curse would not disappear out of thin air, all lingering under the restraint of the rune magic array, floating above, forming a dark blue cloud, bringing great pressure to the people below. Evan, Penny, come with me to send the curse power to the next door. Don't hesitate or be distracted. success or failure depends on this one move. Toyn shouted in a low voice, controlling the rune magic array to stimulate greater power. Under the joint efforts of the three, the curse power was guided by the rune witch formation and sent to a node next door. As soon as the curse power was sent away, a big change happened to Toyn's. His whole body suddenly had dense cracks, and blood flowed out. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, his body did not break into pieces, but turned into strange black and red energy, like an elemental creature composed of some dark particles. The black and red energy flowed along the rune lines, and some kind of connection to another control node, like a poisonous snake biting people. This change certainly attracted the attention of the other two. Purdy felt that her body and mind were trembling uncontrollably, and it was difficult to maintain calm. She could only look at the formation in horror. Sure enough, the thief is still ruthless. Ivan sneered secretly. He knew something about the rune magic formation, and knew that Toyns was coming for him. As expected, Toyns chose him. You can't blame me if you want to die. Seeing this, he stretched out an invisible hand and cut another rune nearby, forcibly controlling the rune magic formation to develop in an unknown direction. Suddenly, the lines in the formation twisted for no reason. Destruction is much easier than construction. Without much effort, he pried the formation carefully arranged by Toyns. You dare! Toyns made a mixed roar and hissing sound. He could no longer care about anything else and rushed towards Ivan, because he found that his consciousness was becoming blurred little by little. Chapter 167. Battle Chi is a kind of life energy, and spiritual power is a kind of soul energy, both of which are relatively shallow parts. At this time, Toyns abandoned his inherent body and transformed into another form, which exposed his soul to a large area. Even with the protection of special aura and rune magic array, he still needed to take great risks. Moreover, Ivan disrupted the rune magic array. Facing Toyns' roar, Ivan could not help but increase the speed of destruction. He stirred the rune magic array with one hand and chopped with battle chi with the other hand. Cracks appeared on the array platform under his feet, and it was about to fall apart. The rune magic array was so chaotic that it was difficult to form. At this moment, Puri felt like a fish caught in a storm, oppressed from all directions, forcing her to defend herself with her spiritual power, and she could not see clearly what was happening around her. In just a dozen seconds, Toyns' consciousness became increasingly blurred. As he accelerated, he finally rushed to another rune node, following the connected aura and curse, and rushed to the end of his heart. A swift with silkworm was waiting for his arrival. Ivan was behind the swift with silkworm. He stacked up 3 flower, and with shields to protect himself. He witnessed the red and black energy that Toyns transformed into, which was poured into the small body of the swift with silkworm. Matters of the soul must be handled with extreme caution. Even from human to human, there are huge dangers. Toyns had planned so many things for this. Now that he has become a human to an insect, crossing a species, it is extremely terrifying to face unknown dangers. Toyns is different from others in one aspect. He has just experienced the transformation into a demon pet body, and his soul has suffered a severe blow. This time, he will definitely die. No, Ivan, you are a wizard, I curse you. In the last half second before death, Toyns suddenly woke up and realized that he had been plotted against, but it was too late. He was unwilling to die and tried to fight back, but he didn't know that this action accelerated his death. In the end, he only left a few intermittent words, and the remaining life was gone. You will not live if you do evil. Ivan shook his head slightly, thinking about the last journey of Toyns' wizard years, who knew how many apprentices he had harmed, and being stabbed in the back by his own students twice was just his own fault. Toyns died. Purdy fainted under the pressure. The formation was destroyed, and the 2 control nodes were not in charge, so it soon stopped running in chaos, and it was already full of holes. The swift with silkworm in front of Ivan also fell into a coma. He went forward to check it immediately, but didn't see any major problems. It's full of energy, I don't know what changes it will cause. This is the essence of a wizard's life and power. Queen Silkworm, what do you think? Mumble. The Queen Silkworm raised her head to express her dissatisfaction. Envy, unhappiness. Envy? You are really not afraid of death. Ivan was speechless. The thinking of insects is different from that of humans. They are simple and stubborn. They are never afraid of death for the opportunity to evolve. If more than 90% of the group needs to die in exchange for a chance to transform, they will definitely rush forward without hesitation. That's right, disaster is also an opportunity. If it can successfully pass this level, it may be able to transform into an intelligent creature, and then it will surpass you. Mumble, mumble. The Queen of Silkworms retorted, "No matter how it changes, it is still a subordinate." After teasing the Queen of Silkworms for a few words, Ivan casually put the unconscious Swiftwood Silkworm into his pocket, to avoid causing any changes in the insect nest before he could stop it. The cave was now in a mess. It's a pity that Twins' rich knowledge also disappeared. He sighed, and squatted beside Perny to check. It was just that his mental power was slightly shaken, and he would be able to recover after a nap and a few meditations. The curse mark on Perny's arm was gone, but he could feel that there was still a trace of curse power entangled there. He tried, but it was indeed impossible to eradicate it. It won't take long for the mark to reappear on the arm, like a stubborn disease. Ivan turned his head, and looked into the depths of the cave. The singing there became clearer and clearer, making his mental power more active. It also gave him a very comfortable feeling, as if something was being slowly soothed. New wizards will have a period of mental fatigue as their mental power grows. The singing here can actually relieve it. Could it be that the curse power that was transmitted just now activated something? He quickly figured out what the song was soothing, which was something he had never heard of before. Not only that, when he calmed down and listened to the ballad, something was faintly attracting him, and his intuition told him that there was something in it that could bring him great benefits. In that case, let's take a look. He didn't notice anything that was not good for him, so he didn't even have the courage to take a look. The profession of wizard is destined to deal with strange things, otherwise how can it stimulate the growth of mental power? After thinking for a while, Ivan summoned another Swiftwood Silkworm, and cast a spell on it. Insect Shadow Eyes. This is a bug-modified version of Shadow Eyes. It is currently only a 0-level spell, and it has unique features in exploration. The Swiftwood Silkworm obeyed the command and flew to the deep passage. Ivan took out his crystal ball and tapped it lightly with his finger. The picture appeared, which was exactly what appeared in the Swiftwood Silkworm's vision, but the spell was suppressed by the special aura and was not as clear as expected. The Swiftwood Silkworm went forward along the deep passage and came to a larger cave. The spell suppression became more serious, and the picture became unstable. Only the part in front of Xuanmu's Silkworm could be clearly displayed. A smaller rune magic array appeared, and there was a human-shaped statue on one side of the magic array. The field of vision kept rising. It turned out that the magic array was built under the statue. The higher you go, the narrower the field of vision. Come back. Ivan didn't feel disappointed. After all, it was just a 0-level spell. He simply conveyed the return order to Xuanmu's Silkworm. Suddenly, the picture in the crystal ball flashed, and a beautiful face flashed, with a kind smile on his face, and the picture flashed away. The Insect Shadow Eyes spell could no longer hold up and failed. This place is indeed unusual. Ivan's heart subconsciously jumped, and he carefully checked the inside and outside of the crystal ball, and there was no trace of the curse power. Forget it, let's explore it when we are stronger. Although the other parties seem to want to express some goodwill, it is not ruled out that it is a trap. Considering that he has just become a first-level wizard, he gave up the idea of exploring it in person. At the entrance of the passage, the Swiftwood Silkworm returned smoothly. Ivan discovered that it had an extra energy in its body. Mumble. The Queen Silkworm also sensed an energy that was beneficial to the Swiftwood Silkworm. This queen was envious and wanted to go. Come again next time, we are going back. Ivan sent the Queen Silkworm back to the insect nest, put the Swiftwood Silkworm that was exploring the way into another pocket, took Perny with him, and returned to the way they came. Soon they came to the underground river. There was no underwater breathing potion this time. Ivan was not worried, and took Perny directly into the river. After the two entered the water, the flower and wood shield emerged, turning into a thin protective layer, blocking all the river water outside. Fortunately, my innate magic consumes little energy, so I can hold on until I surface. He muttered to himself, while controlling the water to push himself out. Soon he returned to Lake Nichols, and the familiar roots came into his eyes. He brought Perny out of the water, and summoned the Queen Silkworm, and several Swiftwood Silkworms. Change your shape, and turn into a green dove. Mumble. The Queen Silkworm muttered lazily, first using the power of controlling crowds, to gather the other Swiftwood Silkworms onto herself, and then use the shape-shifting of one of the Swiftwood Silkworms. In the blink of an eye, a majestic blue-gray pigeon appeared, with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. The two people in the water landed lightly on the back of the green pigeon. The green pigeon chirped happily, and after obeying the command, it flapped its wings and flew in one direction, much faster than the blood-colored pigeon he had summoned before. Ivan, how is it? Rendell heard the news, and came riding a golden beetle. I'm fine, you don't have to come here to pick me up. Ivan didn't expect Randall to come so quickly. It is necessary. Toynes has another accomplice, a strange and unfamiliar wizard. Randall gestured to the side, indicating that the enemy was in that direction. He found that there was another person next to Ivan. Where did you pick this up? An apprentice of Leah Singer's asylum, kidnapped by Toynes, and turned out to be Toynes' student. We are from the same place. Where is Toynes? Dead. That guy really has evil intentions. Seeing that he mentioned Toynes, Ivan did not hide anything and briefly recounted the whole thing. Dead, it's good that he died. Randall sighed a little. A senior wizard ended his life in this way. It can be said that life is unpredictable. Teacher, please help me take a look at them. Don't let them get sick. Ivan said too swift with silkworms to Randall. In terms of understanding insects, he couldn't compare with the teacher even if he flattered him. Let's go, we will talk while walking. As for that guy over there, don't make things complicated. The master and apprentice agreed and didn't want to get entangled anymore. Led by the golden beetle and the blue dove, the three rushed towards the direction of the ant hut in the Mona ant farm. Not far away, Kisan noticed that the two had left. They've all left. Was Toynes' plan a success or a failure? No matter what, the agreement has been fulfilled. If he succeeds, he will naturally contact us. If he fails, it proves that he is worthless. At that time, we can win over his disciples. Being able to thwart a wizard's conspiracy is enough to show his value. With Toynes' relationship, we can also have some connection. The more Kisan thought about it, the more he felt that he had not lost anything. He did not chase after him. The hut in the Mona ant farm. Ivan and the other two have returned. On the way, the master and apprentice were going to talk about the problem of the swift with silkworm, but Randall's golden beetle general competed with the silkworm queen and sped up, so the two naturally had no chance to chat. The silkworm queen combined the power of 5 silkworms to avoid losing to the golden beetle general in flying speed. Back at the academy, Randall told him the results of the examination. They all have no problems. In fact, this is the usual way for insects to improve. Using brutal force to induce alienation, the mortality rate is as high as more than 95%, and sometimes even infinitely close to 100%. What was the result of your swift with silkworm's last evolution? 50%. Ivan said truthfully that nearly 300 swift with silkworms underwent metamorphosis, but only half of them remained. Among them, 1/5 developed special abilities, which were the same as the first 5, namely mimicry, and photosynthesis. Randall said, insects are such fragile creatures. Without your insect breathing method, I can only guarantee that their survival rate is 20 to 30%. Hearing this, Ivan realized that the mortality rate of insects during metamorphosis was so high, and the insect breathing method he created in a different way had made great contributions. Chapter 168. Where is this? Purdy looked around as soon as she woke up, and found that she was in a simple bedroom with a high concentration of particles in the air. She concentrated for a moment, remembered what happened before, and hurriedly checked her condition. Except that her head felt a little heavy, nothing bad happened, which made her feel relieved. The most important thing was to find out where she was first. Mumble. Walking out of the bedroom, a gray moth flew in front of her and motioned her to follow it. Purdy suppressed her doubts and followed the moth, walking in this house that was bigger than she expected. She came to a special room and saw more insects and a familiar figure. Did you sleep well? Ivan, it turned out that you were the one who brought me back. Purdy was completely relieved, and then she thought of something and looked around. Where is Toynes? Don't worry, there is no Toynes in the world anymore. He's dead? It's better for such a scourge to die. He's lucky. After hearing that Toynes was dead, Purdy still felt angry and cursed him fiercely. What? Are you still thinking about becoming a wizard and causing trouble for Toynes? Ivan laughed. I have this idea. Purdy nodded without hesitation. If she couldn't beat him, she would have wanted to kill Toynes on Lair Island. By the way, is this your academy? Remember to keep Toynes' death a secret. Ivan didn't plan to report it to the academy, so as not to be implicated. Toynes died in such a strange place, and it would be difficult to detect even if he died, so he just pretended that it never happened. Okay. As you think, this is the Mona ant hut. So, you are now a formal wizard? Penny actually noticed the wizard robe on him, but she was a little bit unconvinced. Otherwise, how can I bring you to life, and how can I bring you into the Mona ant hut academy? Ivan said that you can't just enter the wizard academy if you want to. Apprentices have no right to bring outsiders in, not to mention that the other party is an apprentice from another academy. Mona ant land hut, and Leah Singer Shelter are both members of the Twinkle Vortex Alliance, but the Twinkle Vortex Academy Alliance is just a loose alliance. Until now, only when it comes to matters involving the power of the Twinkle Vortex will the 4 academies advance and retreat together. Hearing his affirmative answer, Pernie's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and her mood was very complicated for a while. After realizing the gap between them the last time they met, she secretly made up her mind to catch up, but she never thought that when they met again, the other party had already become a wizard. This speed was really beyond her reach. Thinking that if the other party was not a formal wizard, they might not be able to escape the clutches of twins this time, Pernie was relieved and said gratefully, "Thank you, Ivan, wizard. You're welcome. It's just a matter of convenience. It's just a matter of convenience for you, but it's my only life." Pernie didn't like this statement, as if her life was worthless. "Humph, I owe you a favor, I will repay it sooner or later." "Whatever you say." Ivan didn't care much. He was in a silkworm house specially used to house the swiftwood silkworms, which contained a large number of mulberry wood cabinets, mulberry wood sections, mulberry wood racks, and some green mulberry water that they liked. As a wizard, he had the authority to post tasks in the task hall. He had registered a task that required mulberry wood before, and someone delivered a large batch of more than one variety of mulberry wood that day, which was very convenient. If he had a dedicated shadow and servant, he wouldn't have to show up himself, which would be more convenient. At this moment, 2 cocoons were hung on the mulberry wood rack in front of him, one the size of a fist and the other the size of a head, which were the transformations of 2 swift wood silkworms that had undergone misfortunes. Under the impetus of the added energy, the 2 swift wood silkworms entered a metamorphosis state not long after they came back, and the cocoons they produced were different and larger than the first time. In particular, the swiftwood silkworm that received Toyn's power produced a cocoon that was several times larger. He also found that the 2 cocoons were growing at different speeds, indicating that the size of the swiftwood silkworms would change this time. Thinking of Randall's words about the mortality rate of metamorphosis, he couldn't help but worry. "Wizard Ivan, do you still raise insects?" Pernie looked at the insects around and asked curiously. "I am a serious insect controller." "Aren't you a pharmacist, but also an enchanter?" Pernie remembered that he was originally a pharmacist, and he also said that he joined the enchantment group. How did he become an insect controller now? "Yes, my mentor is one of the best insect controllers in the entire Moonlamp Peninsula. As his favorite student, I am also an insect controller," Ivan said. "What about time and energy?" "I have a strong learning ability, and can support myself to develop in multiple directions." "What about resources?" "This will cost a lot of resources, right?" "You forgot that I am a pharmacist with a pretty good level. As for magic stones, I have never lacked them since I joined the academy." Hearing such a matter-of-fact statement, Pernie was speechless. She stared at him with red eyes in envy. It seemed that except for her natural 4th-level talent, she was useless compared to him. No wonder he could become a formal wizard in such a short time. While Pernie was in a daze, Ivan handed her a mental recovery potion. "I've seen your situation. It's not a big problem. Just rest for 2 or 3 days. This is a mental recovery potion. It will have some effect on your symptoms. As for the curse mark, I'm afraid I disappoint you. It will grow back, and there is no way to eradicate it at present." Pernie didn't bother to be polite with him. After taking the potion and putting it in her pocket, she rolled up her sleeves and looked at the empty place where the original mark was. There was indeed a familiar breath taking root in it. What relieved her was that the curse power that had originally made her heart tremble had been sent away, leaving only the last trace. "Do you think that Toyn's words can be trusted? The curse power transmission once every 5 years has 3 years left, as well as mutations, splitting and reproduction." Pernie thought of other things and asked with some concern. "Based on my understanding of Toyn's, it is very likely to be true. Even if there is a deviation, you have to treat it as the truth. As you said just now, you only have one life, and you can't be careless at all," Ivan answered. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Pernie nodded helplessly. Seeing Ivan's expression unchanged, she seemed to be confident in the response. She opened her mouth slightly, but finally did not ask more private questions. The next day, the 2 cocoons were obviously much larger, especially the one that received Toyn's power. It was twice as long as before, and turned into an ellipsoid shape. Compared with it, the other one changed much more gently. "Don't be so lazy these days. Keep an eye on them, and notify me immediately if there is any problem. Do you hear me?" Ivan was really worried about the first swiftwood silkworm. According to Randall, the greater the change, the more dangerous the metamorphosis. The first one's metamorphosis seemed to be heading in an extreme direction, and it was unknown whether it could survive. Mumble. The queen silkworm nodded, and her confused look made people feel a little uneasy. Ivan suddenly felt that he had to find a helper as soon as possible, and the shadow and servant was quite good. Because she needed to rest, Perny stayed in the Twin Towers for the time being. She would also take a look around the towers to see the different scenery of the Mona Ant Land hut from the Leah Singer shelter. It was night. The moonlight poured down from the fortress of the Ant Land, with a gorgeous purple tone, and also illuminated the Twin Towers. In the meditation room, Ivan heard a slight knock outside, waved his hand, and the door slowly opened. "What's the matter?" "Come here." Following Perny, the two came to her temporary bedroom. Perny turned around and closed the bedroom door, and her apprentice robe fell down, revealing her exquisite body and her emerald green hair, exuding a youthful and moving breath. "Nice figure, Miss Perny." Evan glanced at her and nodded in approval. "Humph, don't pretend you don't understand." Perny glared at him with a seductive look, pretending to be calm, and said, "I don't like to owe favors to others. You are practicing so fast, it is probably difficult to catch up. I have decided to repay you like this." "Are you serious?" Evan looked at her with a little confusion. "It's already like this. How can it be false? Anyway, after embarking on the path of a wizard, I didn't plan to marry anyone, but I have to have a companion. I think you are not bad, and I like you. What about you? You are a wizard now. You won't look down on me as your apprentice, right?" Perny said, as she walked closer, her eyes full of affection. "You are not bad either, I like you." Ivan took her waist and leaned forward. In fact, wizards have never been a conservative group, especially after becoming official wizards. According to universal characteristics, the higher the level of life, the more difficult it is for creatures to reproduce, and wizards are no exception. In addition to the changes in strength and lifespan, wizards rarely follow the rules to get married and have children. In the eyes of many wizards, love is not as reliable as knowledge, and marriage is not as trustworthy as a contract. Not to mention the male wizards looking for lovers, many female wizards also keep lovers, not only from the human race, but also in the Mona Ant hut. Ivan is not a wizard who follows the rules. After making this choice, Perny stayed in the Mona Ant hut for a few more days, and hung out with Ivan for a few days. A week later, Perny made up her mind to return to the Leah Singer sanctuary. Seeing that she was determined to leave, Ivan did not try to keep her. "I'm going to go back to Tidal Island in a few days." "What are you going to do?" "That's right, you have to go back after becoming a wizard. Not only to visit my relatives, I need the legendary Knight's breathing method, and I'm going to look for it there. Bring me a letter to my uncle." That day, Ivan sent Perny to the ship heading to Rainbow Tidal River, so that she could return to Leah Singer's sanctuary. Not long after Perny left the Twin Towers, the two Swiftwood silkworms were about to molt, and Ivan had to pay more attention to their changes. Chapter 169. Twin Towers, Silkworm Room. At this time, the cocoons hanging on the mulberry wood racks have changed their appearance. One has grown to 1/2 meter high, and the other is close to 3 meters, which is particularly conspicuous in the room. Mumble. The Queen of Silkworms complained to Ivan that the mulberry wood in the room had dried up due to the influence of the two Swiftwood silkworms that were undergoing metamorphosis. These are not ordinary mulberry woods. They have not completely decayed after drying up, otherwise the racks would definitely collapse. "I know, I will have someone send another batch later." Ivan comforted her. He found that the Silkworm Queen was really generous. She was not worried about the safety of her offspring at all. Instead, she was more active than before, and was slightly excited. Thinking of how the Silkworm Queen had not cared about the death of the Swiftwood silkworm in the past, and that it was not difficult for it to split off a new one, Ivan was relieved. Insects should value the strength of the whole more, and the life and death of individuals may not be so important. This is probably the thinking of the swarm. After a while, new changes occurred in the silkworm room. A large number of energy particles were pulled over, and swirled around the 1/2 meter high cocoon. He could see clearly that most of these particles were plant-based. It's strange. Why did the Swiftwood silkworm absorb so many energy particles during its transformation? It wasn't like that last time. Ivan waved his hand, and a dozen or so Ching mulberry water floated over, turning into light green mist and covering the cocoon. It was absorbed completely in a few seconds. He didn't bother to think about the reason, and took more Ching mulberry water, which turned into mist for the cocoon to absorb. When the Ching mulberry water ran out, he replaced it with plant elemental stones. Luckily, he recently collected a batch of plant elemental stones, and he fed the cocoon until most of the elemental stones were consumed. After a while, the cocoon changed again. A thin vine emerged from the silk that made up the cocoon. The vine stretched out and hung down. Then the vines emerged one after another. In the blink of an eye, the cocoon was surrounded by green vines. Mumble. The queen silkworm chirped excitedly. It's done. Ivan also noticed a different kind of vitality there. The swift-winged silkworm inside successfully overcame this difficulty. When the man and the insect were wondering why the swift-winged silkworm was taking so long to come out, a stream of energy was evenly sprinkled on the surrounding vines. The vines grew colorful flowers in an instant, and the fragrance wafted out of the flowers and filled the silkworm room. With the fragrance of flowers, the vines moved to the sides by themselves, and a strange creature flew out of it. This creature had a pair of colorful butterfly wings, and its body was like a delicate emerald lizard. It carefully looked at everything in the room, and its eyes were filled with a special kind of agility. It thought for 2 or 3 seconds, and suddenly shouted to the silkworm queen and Ivan, "Mother, father." The accent was a bit strange, but the words were clear, and the meaning was clear. The silkworm room fell into silence for a moment. Mumble. The silkworm queen broke the silence with a sound. She responded, then turned her head, and looked at Ivan aggrievedly. Just as Ivan joked before, the first intelligent creature among the descendants was born, one step ahead of the silkworm queen, which made it feel extremely aggrieved, even though it was there at the time. Although the silkworm queen has a certain degree of wisdom, it has not formed a complete spiritual intelligence, and cannot speak. It can only express simple meanings. According to the classification, it cannot be called an intelligent creature. Ahem, just call me Wizard Ivan. Ivan waved at it, and the little creature flew to him obediently. It was light, and its butterfly wings were taller than its body, about 35 or 6 centimeters high. It did not show any resistance to Ivan's investigation. It has really changed. Originally, after the swift-winged silkworm became a first-level creature, the spring buds in its body transformed into live seeds that matched them. Now the live seeds in its body have actually transformed into something similar to elemental cores. In other words, its life energy has transformed into elemental power, which is equivalent to changing from a knight to a magician. Ivan was very confused by this strange transformation. After a test, Ivan found that the little guy was very smart and made rapid progress in learning languages. He would be a language genius among humans. 3 days later, another cocoon broke open. The creature transformed from this swift-winged silkworm was not as elegant as the previous one. It knocked a hole in the cocoon, and even the mulberry wood frame was shaken to the ground, struggling to crawl out of it. This was also a strange creature, with 2 pairs of gray moth wings, and the body in the middle was like a green snake, with a body length of 3 meters. It was also an intelligent creature and could speak. Seeing this, the queen silkworm felt even more wronged, but fortunately the 2 creatures liked to be around her, so her grievances came and went quickly. Ivan first did a simple test, and found that she was not as smart as the previous one, and her IQ was just average. From now on, you will be the fragrant butterfly, and you will be the wind moth. Is that okay? Ivan pointed to the emerald lizard with butterfly wings, and then gestured to the green snake with moth wings. Fragrant butterfly likes it. Wizard Ivan, shouldn't I be a snake? No, you are just a moth. Do you want to rebel against the swift-winged silkworm clan? No, okay, I will be called wind moth from now on. Faced with several pairs of aggressive eyes, the green snake could only accept this somewhat unsatisfactory name. In the small test field in the Twin Towers, 2 new swift-winged silkworms completed more detailed tests. In addition to being smart, the fragrant butterfly has abundant elemental power in its body, and can use a plant-based spell, Spring Rejuvenation, which has 2 effects, healing and plant growth. Ivan also discovered that the fragrant butterfly has a certain ability to learn spells, limited to the plant system, but cannot directly learn the spells of apprentices and wizards. It cannot build a spell model, and can only slowly analyze it in its own way. According to the data on the attribute panel, the body data of the fragrant butterfly should be Strength 6.6, Agility 7.8, and Constitution 6.9, which is much higher than other first-level fast-winged silkworms. Wind moth, Strength 7.5, Agility 8.3, Constitution 8.2. In terms of physical strength, the wind moth is better than the fragrant butterfly. After testing, the wind moth can control the wind and emit a kind of powder poison that makes people hallucinate. This toxin has a certain pollution to the mental power, and is limited to apprentices. It can also be further enlarged, and the maximum body length can be extended to about 15 meters, which can fill the small test field, but it cannot further reduce its original body. The wind moth obviously inherited a lot of the power of twins and Strength, 6.1, Agility, 7.5, Constitution, 6.6, Spirit, 25.8. Ivan took a look at his own data. Compared with the first promotion to wizard, there was a slight improvement. Compared with the butterfly and the moth, except for the mental power, he was completely defeated. Practicing step by step is not as good as too swift with silkworms transforming at once. It can only be said that things in the world are unpredictable. As he was sighing, the chirping of the silkworm queen attracted his attention. Mumble. Mother said she would show you a new ability. Xiangye translated it first. These days, Xiangye and Fengmo have become the followers of the silkworm queen, looking like the left and right guardians. Wait and see. Ivan could understand what the silkworm queen meant, and he was happy to listen to someone willing to translate. I cooperate. The wind moth stepped out first. Whatever. Fragrant butterfly didn't move at all. Hee, Wizard Ivan, watch this. The silkworm queen used the power of controlling the crowd, fused 3 swift with silkworms, and then merged herself into the wind moth. The next second, the wind moth turned into a green dove. Perhaps because of its lack of experience, the dove's wings had a lot of gray feathers. Ivan suddenly realized that this was another use of the power of controlling the crowd. The silkworm queen's ability could actually be further developed. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have been working hard these days. I helped my mother develop it. Xiangye added at the right time. Also, my mother wants to go to the place we went to before. No. Ivan knew that the silkworm queen was referring to the cave near Lake Nichols, and he refused without thinking. This was not the first time he rejected it. He asked Randall about that strange place. Randall's answer was, "You are already a wizard, you can make your own decisions, there is no need to ask me." Ivan thought about it again, and he didn't plan to go there in the near future. That place was too weird, and he didn't want to get stuck in it. Even though the silkworm queen repeatedly expressed her desire to go, he didn't give in. Wizard's living quarters. Wilbon was walking to his mentor's residence. On the way, he met several apprentices transporting several carts of wood. He couldn't help but take a second look. "Boss Walban, long time no see." Someone knew him and greeted him from a distance. "Bane, are you going to help others build a house?" "It's very rare to send such things in the academy," Walban asked casually. "This is mulberry wood. There is a task issued by a wizard named Ivan. It needs to be delivered to the Twin Towers over there." Bane hesitated and told the purpose of their trip. Who? Walban was stunned. He was familiar with this name. "Boss Walban, we go first." "Okay." Watching the convoy go away, Walban counted the wizards he knew, and there was no one with this name. After a while, he walked into a spire and met the mentor and Dia. "Mentor, Ivan may have become a formal wizard." "The apprentice with third-class talent, from the enchantment group?" "Yes, a wizard with this name has issued a mission. I don't think it should be someone with the same name." After hearing what Walban said, Dia didn't expect which wizard had this name, and immediately asked someone through the secret mark. Dia is not only a wizard, but also one of the deacons of the hunting team. It is easy for him to find out any news, and he quickly confirmed the authenticity of the news. The news is true. Dia was silent for a long time, and said, "It was more than 20 days ago." "Ivan is indeed a talented and capable person," Wilbon said in a complicated tone. He suddenly remembered that the instructor said to wait for Ivan. At that time, he thought that he might not need much time, and it turned out to be true. No, it was faster than he expected. Wizard Ivan has always been an unexpected person. The instructor undoubtedly miscalculated this time. Walban couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Even people who entered school so much later than him became wizards. He couldn't fall behind too much. His talent was not bad. Chapter 170. In Fengwan City, a ship named Flying Ant is moored at the dock. "Meili, you are going back too?" "Yes, back to Tidal Island." Conley and Ed came together, and met Meili, who also appeared. After a few words, they realized that everyone was going back to their hometown. After waiting for a while, people came one after another. There were 8 people in total, all of whom were from their batch, to join the academy. At the beginning, there were 19 people in their batch from Chiang Mai Principality. 6 of them died, and only 5 of them did not come. Several people always felt something was strange. "Everyone, this is the Flying Ant, which is about to go to Tidal Island. You can board the ship." A middle-aged man standing on the deck greeted. His name was Kaluto, and he was the captain of the ship's guard. "Let's go, we can't keep the wizards waiting for long," Conley said to everyone, and he took the lead in stepping on the pedal. On a long sea voyage like this, if there is no wizard on the ship, it is easy to be buried in the vast ocean and die quietly. How dare the apprentices take such a ship, and the academy does not allow such a thing to happen. because it is difficult to determine whether the apprentice is dead or defected. Why don't we go visit that wizard? Conley suggested. It was undoubtedly a favor that the wizard allowed them to go together. What if we go like this and disturb that gentleman? This time, Ed didn't agree with his opinion. Captain Kaluto, it's time to set sail. Okay, Mr. Wind Moth. At this time, a strange winged snake flew out from the second floor and gave an order to the captain below. The captain of the guard immediately responded, and the ship slowly sailed away from the port. Come up, Wizard Ivan wants to see you. When they were about to find a room to stay, they heard the winged snake shouting at them again. Hearing this, they were overwhelmed. They looked at each other, and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. Is it that Ivan? When they came to the second floor, they saw a familiar figure standing there. I asked someone to notify you. I think everyone might want to go back after being away from home for so long. Ivan smiled and looked at the dazed people, and said leisurely, Meet Wizard Ivan. It turned out to be the person they imagined. After Conley and others realized it, they hurriedly saluted in a proper manner. The status of a wizard is different from that of an apprentice. Rules are rules. After joining the Mona Antland hut, they can especially appreciate the existence of this status difference. No need to be polite. Everyone stay on the ship and arrive at Tidal Island in half a month. If there are any small problems on the way, everyone will help Captain Kaluto to eliminate the hidden dangers. I will follow your instructions. Back to the first floor deck, thinking that the people standing there were the same batch of students, and they came from the same place, several people were deeply moved and had some pride. After all, the other party was only a third-class talent. If the other party can become a wizard, there is no reason why I can't. The flying ant rode the wind and waves and soon left Fengwan City at the end of its sight. The second floor, as the key to the protection of the ship, is of course the residence of the wizard. Every ship that can sail far away is equipped with a rune magic array, and the control core is on the second floor. The array on this flying ant is called the Blue Sea Wind Array, which can make full use of water and wind energy particles, either for protection or acceleration. Just say it directly if you have something to say. Ivan was observing the core of the formation, and when he saw Feng Imo approaching with a look of wanting to say something but not being able to, he said casually, Well, you can ask me to clear the hidden dangers on the ship. I am very powerful now. Why bother looking for those skinny apprentices? The Wind Moth hurriedly expressed his thoughts. Whatever you want to do. Ivan thought it was something else, but it turned out that this guy was too energetic, so he let it be. Wizard Ivan, I have something to say too. When Feng Imo ran away happily, Xiangye continued to speak, and when Ivan waved his hand, he continued, According to the principle of equivalence, I think a certain toll should be charged. They can't ride the ship for free. How about giving it to me? Forget it, we're riding the ship for free. We can't use the school's benefits to earn magic stones. We don't lack magic stones. Ivan shook his head. There was actually a convention for his return home this time. A convention left from a long time ago, when most wizards came from Tidal Island. During the period of mental fatigue for the newly formed wizards, the school approved a 1-year vacation, and the sea ship used to return home was provided free of charge. However, now the vacation time has gradually been shortened to half a year. Otherwise, if it was not a business trip, according to the 100-year contract signed before, it would not be easy for him to leave the school and go to Tidal Island for so long. Okay. Xiangye nodded sullenly. Since the two swift with silkworms mutated into their current appearance, Ivan has 2 more magical pets. In terms of personality, they are one civil and one martial. They may be a little too active in doing things because they have just been born with spiritual wisdom, like rookies who have just entered the workplace. Ivan's eyes are still on the pillar in front of him. On the top of the pillar is a crystal ball with a diameter of about 20 centimeters. Runes are also engraved on the outside of the crystal ball, and a large amount of rough energy that has not been tempered is accumulated inside. This is a crystal ball that can monitor and store energy. It is of medium quality, simple and rough functions, and is the core of the Blue Sea Wind formation. The long-distance ship is really a masterpiece of nature. After observing for a long time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now his enchantment attainments have made great progress compared to when he was an apprentice. Some things are often mastered once, and after his mental power rose to a higher level, the completion of the line text during enchantment naturally reached 100%, and he could fully explain the effect of 3-dimensional runes with flat line text. It is written in the intermediate enchantment knowledge that if you master the 100% completion of the thread text, you can carve a 3-dimensional rune bundle. If you can carve 6 or more 3-dimensional rune bundles on an item, you can make an intermediate magic item. Advanced magic items require a complete rune magic array to be carved on the item, just like the ship in front of you. It is worth mentioning that low-level magic items only need 3 or 4 rune bundles, intermediate ones need 6 or more, and advanced ones need 12 or more 3-dimensional rune bundles. Only more than 12 3-dimensional rune bundles can form a complete rune magic array. The magic items carried by wizards are much smaller than ships. It is not easy to engrave rune magic arrays on items. The requirements for materials are very high, and the requirements for enchanters are even higher. Ivan is now at the level of being able to make intermediate magic items, but it does not prevent him from studying the rune magic arrays on ships. Anyway, he has time. A few days passed in a flash, and the flying ant was still sailing fast on the sea. Sailing on the sea is not always calm. On this day, accompanied by the roar of the brute force whale carrying the ship suddenly shook violently and almost flipped over. The flying ant just happened to run into a lurking hunting squid, and its huge tentacles immediately entangled the passing brood whale, causing the brood whale to be frightened and angry, and struggled involuntarily. The flying ant also shook. Ivan found the enemy from the crystal ball. It was a giant octopus monster that was as big as the brood whale. He immediately activated the blue sea wind formation to add a layer of protection for the flying ant. After reaching the railing on the second floor, he stretched out his palm and stretched it out to the sea on one side of the hull. He still used his usual dark magic hand. A transparent big hand with black light appeared on the sea surface. The hand reached under the sea water and accurately grabbed the head of the giant octopus monster. The octopus monster suddenly felt its body stiffen, and it was unable to exert any strength. The tentacles wrapped around the brute whale loosened. The big hand swung hard, and the huge body of the octopus monster was pulled out of the sea and fell to the sea surface again. It's a close call. It turned out to be such a big sea monster. What's the danger? With Wizard Ivan here, no sea monster can stir up a storm. Yes, the power of wizards is far different from ours. This scene was clearly seen by the apprentices below. Such a huge sea beast was easily controlled, which made them sigh at the power of a real wizard again. The next second, they were attracted by another figure. You big fool, don't move. Let go of that octopus monster. Let me clean it up. The wind moth rushed forward eagerly and shouted at the brood whale, who was about to take revenge. The brood whale could only stop moving forward helplessly. Soon, another huge winged snake appeared on the sea surface and fought with a giant octopus, causing waves on the sea surface. In terms of size, in front of the octopus, the wind moth was like a child facing an adult, but affected by the previous attack, the octopus was still dizzy. This barbarian, who can obviously control the wind and poison, is so stubborn that he relies on his body to fight. It's too rude. Looking at the scene on the sea, Xiangye, who was floating beside Ivan, kept shaking her head, and the disgust in her words was obvious. Seeing that the wind moth had the upper hand, it stopped thinking about going forward to help. Ivan could also see that the wind moth had a clear advantage, and he thought about his previous spell. It still needs to be improved. A few days ago, in addition to watching the two Swift with silkworms metamorphose, he was also sorting out his own spells. After learning the first-level Magician's Hand, he used it to deduce the first-level Black Magic Hand. With the experience of studying the Black Magic Wind Array, it took only a few days to achieve results, and the rest was just to adjust the details. In addition to the Black Magic Hand, he has other spells to sort out, including Thorn Jungle, Insect Shadow Eyes, Strong Immobilization, etc., which need to be optimized from level 0 to level 1, and further develop spell applications such as Summer God Chain, Flower and Tree Shield, and Insect Silence. He also has the idea of constructing a new spell. On the basis of the level 0 spell Green Shade Smoke, he can take out the wind of the Black Wind Magic Array separately, combine it with the Flower Illusion Toxin of the meditation spell Flower Breath, and others, and he can completely research a powerful level 1 spell. In the past 6 months since returning home, he still had a lot to do. 2 or 3 minutes later, the wind moth returned victoriously. As soon as it approached, a burst of energy with green light fell on it. No, how could this moth be injured? The wind moth said to the fragrant butterfly carelessly, with a look of undisguised pride. Wizard Ivan, there is something good. A bead, a heart. This move showed his outstanding anatomical attainments. Ivan took his spoils without hesitation and handed over a large bottle of Qing mulberry water. Although the appearance of Xiangye and the wind moth changed greatly, they retained some of their silkworm nature, and Qing mulberry water was still their favorite food.